Hey guys, enjoy new video and don't forget to like, subscribe and share light fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. The Magnificent Sea. The wind was howling, and the waves were surging. The sky was gloomy, as if under tremendous pressure, it seemed to be collapsing. And in that midair, there is an island suspended. Among them, there are several majestic figures like mountains, standing still in the wind and waves. It was the collision of a few of them, and the sky seemed to split apart. What is even more shocking is that these figures are not fighting each other. Instead, the rest of them joined forces to target one person, a young and terrifying youth. The young man was dressed in white, his expression was cold, and his dark eyes contained endless anger. Lockes, didn't you agree to kill all the celestial dragons together? Why did you betray me? Called by the young man, the muscular burly man was unexpectedly the captain of the Rocks Pirates, the superhero who dominated Roger's previous era. The great pirate, Rocks. Ha 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 ha. Rocks laughed like thunder. She was holding a big knife, her hair was burning like a flame. Reaper Nan Ye, I don't want to do this either, it's all because you are too strong. If not with Roger, Karp and the others team up to defeat you first. Then, after killing the celestial dragon man, it is impossible for me, Rocks, to become the king of the world. That's right, the other two figures are the later One Piece King Gold Roger, and Mengchi D. Karp, who is not inferior to Roger in strength. Nanya clenched her fists tightly. Although, he never trusted Lockes. But Lockes betrayed the alliance between the two before killing the Tianlongren, which still made Nanya feel very angry. Lockes, you have such great strength, but you are a complete idiot. Nanya secretly despised. As a traveler, he knew very well that even without himself, Lockes would be killed by Cap Roger, and he would not be the king of the world at all. Hateful, if I have strong enough subordinates, I don't need to seek an alliance with Lockes at all. The biggest reason for falling into the current predicament of fighting alone is that Nanya has no subordinates who can help her. Back in time to 3 years ago, Nanya traveled to the world of pirates and obtained a selection system. The first choice you face is 1. Become a pirate, form your own pirate group, and reward armed domineering and burning fruits. 2. Join the Navy, become an admiral, and reward the Navy's 6 styles and the fruit of thunder. 3. Kill all the celestial dragons, destroy the world government, reward Balagon and Ulquiorra templates, unlock 80%. Note, if the host chooses, he will not be able to complete the task. The system will automatically recycle rewards. Only after the task is completed or failed, the next selection can be opened. At that time, due to the self-confidence of the traverser, Nanya chose 3 without hesitation. Relying on the corrosive power of Balagon and Ulquiorra's second stage returning blade, Nanya wandered alone in the world of pirates, and finally created the title of Megatron, the god of death. Reaper Nan Ye. This name is known to almost everyone in the entire pirate world. But the root of its reputation is that Nanya once killed no less than double-digit Tianlong people with his own hands. When it was time, who was hiding behind was furious, the 5 old stars were furious, and the Navy headquarters was furious. Steel Gu Kong, who was the admiral of the Navy at the time, directly dispatched 3 Navy generals to encircle and suppress Nan Ye. However, they were all defeated by Nan Ye. It was after this battle that Nan Ye won the title of Reaper. Prestige is higher than the Rocks Pirates. However, Nan Ye overestimated his own strength. Even if he can defeat the 3 generals of the Navy and be invincible in a one-on-one fight, he can't stop the crowd tactics of the Navy and the world government's entire army. In particular, in the Navy, there is Karp who is at the peak of his strength and only slightly weaker than him. But on Nan Ye's side, he was the only one. Those famous and powerful ones in One Piece are either in Lockes' pirate group or Roger's pirate group. The rest of the powerhouses who are not of the same generation as them have not yet grown up. Nanya was helpless. Although he had taken in a few younger brothers who could be expected in the future, they were far from enough to participate in this war. As a last resort, Nanya extended an invitation to the Rocks pirates. He remembered that in the original book, Lockes also wanted to kill all the celestial dragons. Sure enough, Lockes agreed, and the two went to the Valley of the Gods together. However, just when he was about to succeed, the idiot Lockes suddenly turned against him, and instead helped Roger Karp came to besiege him. It's really heaven's sin, but you can forgive yourself for your sin. It deserves that Rocks finally ended up dead without a place to bury him. Nanya suppressed her anger towards Lockes. The matter had come to this point, and it was useless to scold him any longer. For now, it's just a fight with all your strength. Thinking of this, Nanya thought deeply about Tongming. His whole body was full of surging fighting spirit. He couldn't help laughing up to the sky. Come on, Rocks, Roger Karp, let me experience your strength today. When Roger heard this, his expression became complicated. The young man in front of him was much younger than him. From the bottom of his heart, Luoji actually admired Nanya very much, and didn't want to be his enemy at all. But what Nanya is going to do is really crazy. Kill all the celestial dragons, destroy the world government? Roger shook his head just thinking about it. Although he never put the world government and the Tianlong people in his eyes, he didn't agree with Nanye's approach. It was too radical. Of course, there is another reason why Roger must be an enemy of Nanya, and that is the dream of becoming the first One Piece. If Roger wants to become One Piece, he must first defeat Nanya. Even if this way of defeat is not so glorious. On the side, Karp, who was at his peak, also sighed deeply. How could he not know the corruption of the world government and the Tianlong people, but he had to stop Nanya just for the justice and stand in his heart. Lockes doesn't have the complex emotions of Karp and Roger. Now that he has torn his face with Nanya, he will do his best to kill Nanya to avoid future troubles. Kill. I saw Lockes slashing with his sword vertically, and a huge sword light piercing the sky rushed towards Nanya. Nanya's expression remained unchanged, the soil and vegetation under his feet decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a breath of death rushed towards Lockes' sword light unceremoniously. The rotten air is obviously even stronger, disintegrating and eroding the huge sword light in an instant. At the same time, it also caused an unimaginably strong shock. Even the surface of the sea tens of miles away from here was shaken by vigorous waves. Strong. It's really too strong. At the port south of the Island of Gods, the moored navy and pirates all stared wide-eyed and opened their mouths wide in shock. They had no intention of attacking each other at all, because all their minds were attracted by the rare battle in the center of the Valley of Gods. Looking at it specifically, on the Rocks pirates, there are Whitebeards, Golden Lions, Kaido, Big Mom, etc. when they were young. On the Roger pirates, Jabarali, Barrett and others stood. These people are all top-notch powerhouses, but at this moment, looking at the battle in the sky, they only have the same emotion in their hearts. That is shock. Indescribable shock. Chapter 2. Is this the rotten spirit of Nanya, the god of death? It's really terrifying. After all, it is a terrible move that makes the three major navy generals fear like a tiger. Yes. Back then, the three generals of the navy besieged Death God because they were defeated by this rotten spirit. The rotten air is so strong, can Rocks equals boss beat it? On Lockes' ship, the pirates whispered, full of worry. However, there are also people with strange faces, obviously their minds are not so pure. Miss Lingling, do you think Boss Lockes can win? A young strong man with a mace asked a tall woman beside him. Brother Kaido, why are you a trainee crew member asking this? Do you want Boss Lockes to lose? The tall and slender woman was the Aunt Charlotte Lingling when she was young. Unlike the bloated and obese old age, the aunt at this time is still quite feminine. As for why it became like that later, it can only be said that there are too many children and the figure is out of shape. Even Duo's face changed, and he was caught by the ant's words. But having said that, the Rock's pirates are not of one mind. Kaido is not the only one with ambitions. But it's all because of Lockes' strong strength, they are forcibly twisted together. Of course Big Mom is also ambitious. She took a playful look at Kaido's sturdy body, and said, if there is only the boss of rocks, then he will definitely not be the opponent of the god of death, Nan Ye, but with Roger and Garp, well. Hehe, no matter how strong that god of death Nanya is, can he stop these three from joining forces? Any one of the three of them is the strongest in the world. The three join forces, and no one can stop them. Even Nanya, the god of death, is no exception one. As the ant said, after teaming up with Roger Karp, Lockes is now in high spirits. Nanya, your rotten spirit is indeed tyrannical, but I am not afraid. I am the man who wants to become the king of the world. I have the strongest overlord look in the world, even your rotten spirit should stay away. Lockes holds a big knife in his hand, and the tyrannical domineering look is wrapped around the knife, like a layer of black armor. Then, Lockes swung his broadsword without touching Nanye's corrosive air at all, and forced him back after a while. Is the domineering spirit entangled? Nanya frowned. His aura of replication represents aging, and everything he touches will instantly turn into ashes. But why don't others touch it at all? Domineering rank winding has this ability. Direct blows from the air will make your corrosive gas basically useless. Roger and Garp looked at each other and smiled, of course they both would. Nanya, your corrosive spirit is too domineering. This is a solution we came up with after unanimous discussion. Hearing Roger's words, Nanya sighed slightly in his heart. He underestimated the strong in this world. I thought that with the ability of the two major 10 blades in the God of Death, I could easily complete the task. Domineering and domineering entanglement, there are only a handful of strong people who can use this method, but the three in front of them just know it, and they are the most familiar. It can be said that Nanye's rotten spirit was directly abolished, and he could not play the role that was invincible before. Nanya, give up resisting, maybe I will leave you with a whole body. Rox laughed wildly. He is very proud that the biggest stumbling block will be removed today, and his dream of becoming the king of the world will come true. Nanya sneered. Still want to be the king of the world? Ridiculous. After dealing with yourself, Roger Karp's next target is you, Rox. The truth is actually very simple. Roger wants to become one piece, and Garp is on the side of the Navy. Neither of them will allow any world king to exist. It's a pity that Lockes, who is full of shit, doesn't understand. Call. No longer thinking about Lockes, Nanya breathed a sigh of relief. Open your hands and stretch your body. Since the rotten air is useless, the second method is to be used. Seeing Nanye's posture, Lockes looked suspicious. Could it be that the opponent still has cards? For a long time, Nanye's method of dealing with the enemy has been corruption, and he has never used Ulquiorra's template. Therefore, Lockes, Roger and Garp all believe that Nanya is a person with the ability to rot fruit. According to the practice of Pirate World, they are not wrong to think so. But the next moment, the scene in front of them completely subverted their cognitive worldview. Only Nanye's indifferent voice came out. Block it, Black Wing Demon. The fourth blade among the 10 blades, the Ulquiorra template is activated. Click. The black wings, like demons, unfolded from Nanye's back. The sky dimmed in an instant, and the dark clouds surged, as if something extremely terrifying was about to descend. Chapter 3. Ulquiorra's returning blade has 2 stages in total, and each stage can increase the user's strength exponentially. Nanya directly opened the second stage return blade, and the jet black wings opened from behind him. Nanya floated up into the sky, like a demon god who ruled the world. Rox swallowed. So special. Isn't Nanya a power user of rotten fruit? How can it transform into an animal form? Luoji and Garp were also a little confused, and they looked at each other in blank dismay. The black wings are a bit like the animal department. Bat fruit. Phantom beast species. Garp was uncertain. Roger shook his head. It should be the fruit of the animal family, but it cannot be determined if it is not a bat fruit. It's rotten air again, and it can be transformed into this demonic form. What kind of fruit is it? There are many kinds of devil fruits. Even though Roger and Garp are well informed, they still don't know what kind of fruit ability Nanya is. Lockes looked ugly. Growl. Reaper Nanya, I didn't expect you to have such a whole card. Can you tell me, what kind of fruit did you eat? I've never heard of it. Nanya sneered. This is the power from the plane of death, and it is not a devil fruit at all. It is impossible for Lockes and others to figure it out. It was even more impossible for Nanya to explain to them. Boom! There was a muffled sound in the air. Nanya, who was returning to the blade in the second stage, used the ring, and it took only 0.01 seconds to appear behind Lockes. Rox was shocked. Karp and Roger also changed their faces drastically. The man didn't give them time to react, he punched Lockes' strong body. Rox was blasted out like a cannonball and hit the ground hundreds of meters away. Boom! It was ringing again. Nanya came to Garp's back and slammed his fists out. But Karp is worthy of being the top powerhouse in the pirate world, and he reacted in a short period of time, covering his arms with high-level armed domineering, blocking his chest. Boom! It was like the harsh sound of metal hitting. So hard. Cap was shocked. He felt that Nanye's fist was harder than a diamond, and even his armed domineering power couldn't completely defend against it, and his arms were numb. Nanye's fist is the steel skin of the second stage return blade, of course it is hard enough. Although Garp barely blocked Nanye's attack, his body flew out uncontrollably. It's your turn, Roger. Before the sound reached his ears, a phantom flashed in front of Roger's eyes. So fast. Although Nanye's sudden burst of strength shocked him, Roger is the man who will become One Piece in the future. His domineering ability to listen to the voices of all things, and his ability to respond to danger, even Karp can't compare. In the blink of an eye, Roger dodged Nanye's fist. Nanya also raised an eyebrow. Roger's reaction speed is really fast enough. However, can he still flash this? Nanya stretched out a finger. Black energy fluctuations gather at the fingertips. The pupils of Roger, who is extremely sensitive to danger, gather and shrink. The corners of Nanye's mouth curled up slightly. Black void flash. Boom! The huge black beam of light instantly engulfed Roger's entire body. Looking at this huge black beam of light, the entire island of gods fell into dead silence. Whitebeard at the port, Kaido, and others will also be the top powerhouses of the four emperors in the future, and they are all dumbfounded. In a split second, Cap, Rox, and Roger were all knocked into the air in just a split second. This shit is the power of God. We're not all going to die here. If Lockes, Roger, and Karp were defeated by hand, who else in the whole world could stop that man? Sister Lingling's head. Kaido's face was pale. Although he hoped that his captain would not win, he also did not want Nanya to win. Nanye's terrifying strength made him fear from the bottom of his heart. The ant is also nervous, her heart is almost in her throat. She also said just now that no one in this world can resist Lockes, Garp, and Roger teaming up, but she was slapped in the face in a blink of an eye. Cough, het. The ant's throat was dry, and she said with a dry smile, if Mr. Nanya wins, we might as well go and seek refuge with him. When Kaido heard this, his eyes widened, and he immediately nodded vigorously. Both of them are proper teens, and they have long wanted to break away from Rox and establish their own family. However, the captain is powerful, and they don't have the courage. But today is different, that god of death, Nan Ye, is a stronger existence than Lockes. If the god of death wins today, then they don't go to seek refuge, Do they want to be buried with Lockes? Impossible. Even Whitebeard and others couldn't possibly be buried with Lockes. However, there is a high probability that the latter will not be as shameless as Big Mom and Kaido, and take the initiative to surrender to the enemy, but will sneak away and stay away from Nan Ye. However, all of this will have to wait for the outcome of the current battle to come out. The center of the Valley of the Gods. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the black flash of light gradually disappeared. 3 figures climbed up from the bottom of the pit in embarrassment. Although it looked tattered and bloodstained, it was not seriously injured. It's really difficult. Nanya whispered silently. Chapter 4. Lockes, Roger, and Karp are the 3 strongest in the world, and their physical fitness can be described as a powerful abnormality. No matter what the injury is, he can be alive again in a blink of an eye. Cough. Poof. Rox crawled out of the pit, disheveled. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was livid, and there was a trace of fear deep in his eyes. This Nan Ye, why is she so strong? I thought that the skill of corrosive gas was unreasonable enough. Unexpectedly, the hard power suddenly erupted by the other party is also so perverted. How can I fight this? For a moment, Lockes even had the urge to turn around and run, but he tried his best to suppress it. Today he betrayed Nan Ye, and he also forged an endless hatred with the other party. Even if he retreats now, Nan Ye will not let him go. Damn it! Suddenly, a strange darkness poured out from Lockes. The darkness seemed to be able to swallow everything. It was terrifying. That is the ability of the dark fruit known as the strongest in the natural system. Lockes was the previous owner of the dark fruit before Blackbeard. Seeing the terrifying darkness pouring out of Lockes, Roger, and Karp, who also just crawled out of the pit, had a trace of fear in their eyes. In fact, the two had agreed in private that after dealing with the most difficult Nan Ye, they jointly dealt with Lockes, the biggest cancer in the sea. I just didn't expect that Nan Ye's strength was so powerful. The most urgent task is to deal with Nan Ye. Any gains? Roger asked. Taking advantage of this short opportunity, the two planned to exchange information. Although the battle just now was short, with their strength, they could feel a lot of things. His skin is as hard as steel. Karp said solemnly, it is comparable to the domineering color of high-level armed forces. Roger nodded. The speed is also amazingly fast, much faster than the shaving of one of your Navy's 6 styles. Karp smiled wryly. His Navy 6 style was unmatched in the Navy, and his shaving was the pinnacle, but his speed was still much worse than Nan Ye's. However, at last my ability to sense the trajectory of his moves can be sensed. In this way, if we cooperate tacitly, we still have a chance of winning. When Roger said so, Karp also nodded. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best is your enemy. Cap and Roger are old rivals. They are very clear about each other's strengths, moves, and even their personalities. Once the two cooperate with each other, they are absolutely seamless. Nan Ye heard these words, and felt very troublesome. Roger's knowledge is invincible, Karp's armed force is unmatched, coupled with Lockes, a dark beast, this is a fierce battle. Since the crossing, there has been an unprecedented fierce battle. Roar! With rocks roaring, fierce battle broke out again. Nan Ye pulled out all the stops, the moonlight sword, the thunder gun, and the black flash. The powerful skills were thrown out one by one, and from time to time, a surprise attack was made with the rotten air, which made the 3 of Roger tremble with fear. However, with the tacit cooperation of the 2 Roger Karp, it was finally safe and sound. But Lockes was not so lucky. Like a wild beast, he was intentionally or unintentionally used by Roger Karp as a shield to block Nan Ye's attack. After countless confrontations, Rox suffered the most injuries. This unprecedented battle in the Valley of the Gods lasted for half a month. The danger and horror in it made people dumbfounded, and their jaws almost dropped. And in the fierce battle, there will be an end after all. When they fought another big move, the exhausted four people stopped at the same time, gasping for breath, recovering the little energy left. Nanya wiped away a trace of blood from his mouth, and the battle lasted for half a month, and he was also seriously injured. However, the three people on the opposite side were only more seriously injured than him. Garp was covered in blood all over his body, and there were several hideous cuts on his thighs, making him look like a blood man. Roger was no better than Garp, bloody and badly wounded, half of the mustache under his nose was left. Rox was the worst. Roger and Garp completely sold him out during the fight and let him take the most beatings. Lockes is not a fool, of course he was furious when he realized it, but his biggest enemy, Nan Ye, was right in front of him, so he dared not turn against Roger Karp no matter what. Knowing this, Roger Karp sold Lockes thoroughly, without even covering it up, and made Lockes appear in danger countless times. If it weren't for the special ability of the dark fruit, Rox might really be dead. But even if he didn't die, his left arm was infected by the rot and completely lost. Hateful! Rox roared terribly from the bottom of his heart. After killing Nan Ye, I will definitely let Cap Roger, these two goddamn bastards, die without a place to die. Rox wanted to cry, but during the battle, he was stabbed in the back by two pig teammates from time to time. Is this shit a human thing? Regarding this point, Nanya had actually seen it a long time ago, and couldn't help laughing. Rox, you betrayed me and teamed up with Roger Karp, you deserve this torture. Therefore, during the battle, Nanya seized this opportunity and let Lockes remember it ruthlessly. It's a pity that Lockes' life was too hard, and he still couldn't kill him completely. Just as I was thinking, there was a sudden ding in my head, and the long-lost system voice sounded. Due to the current strength and physical strength of the host, and the strength and physical strength of the opponent, the host has been unable to complete the task chosen last time. Therefore, the system has judged that the mission of the host has failed. Deprive the previous rewards. Nanya was speechless for a while. Mission failed. Indeed, judging from the current situation, although the three of Lockes could not defeat him, he also had no way to kill them. The task of killing all the celestial dragons and destroying the world government can indeed be regarded as a failure. Nanya didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Didn't complete the task I chose, and was deprived of rewards by the system. Am I the first time traveler to be so frustrated? Ding! In view of the host's failure in this mission, open the second choice. Chapter 5. In the light curtain that only Nanya can see, the content of the second selection appears. 1. Defeat Lockes, Roger, Garp, reward Grimjo template, unlock 100%. 2. Surrender to the world government, allegiance to the Tianlong people, and reward the thunderous fruit. 3. If you choose to sleep for 40 years, the reward host can choose the place where you sleep, and the Eisen Soyajuk template, unlock 50%. Nanya looked over and quickly passed options 1 and 2. Needless to say, Grimjo's template, even the templates of Balagon and Uakaila, which are ranked above 10 blades, can't beat the three shameless bastards in front of them, and Grimjo is even more impossible. As for surrendering to the world government and being a dog to the Tianlong people, he is not some old man who dare not lift the table even if his grandson is killed. Looking at Lockes on the opposite side again, Roger, Garp, and Nanya immediately said in their minds, choose 3. Then, the space fluctuated, and Nanya's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Rox, Roger, and Garp were all in a daze. What's going on? Lux's bull's eyes were wide open, staring at the place where Nanya disappeared, as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell, Nanya, the god of death, don't run away, and fight with me for another rounds. Rox yelled immediately, but in fact he breathed a sigh of relief. Nima, after half a month of beatings, almost all of them were beaten, and even lost an arm. Lockes was already afraid of beatings. At this time, his clamor was purely for the sake of face. After all, Nan Ye seemed to have escaped. On the surface, they were victorious, right? They must be arrogant, right? That man escaped. Roger was full of doubts. The moment Nanya disappeared, he quickly sensed with his knowledge, but he couldn't sense Nanya's breath at all. It stands to reason that no matter how fast Nanya is, it is impossible to escape Roger's sensing range in the blink of an eye. Cap had the same doubts. The two couldn't help but smile bitterly. This half-month can be regarded as a waste of time. The opponent disappeared in some unknown way. If he reappears in the future and seeks revenge with the opponent's strength, he will have trouble sleeping and eating. Ugh! Sighing in his heart, but Roger Karp is also a hero, he barely suppressed this worry, looked at each other, and a strange color flashed in his pupils. They have one more big thing to do. Lockes was cursing, but he was very grateful in his heart. He was the most injured, and he had to go back to heal quickly. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly his hair stood on end. Turning back suddenly, looking at Roger Karp and the two who were walking towards him step by step, his face changed drastically, and he said tremblingly, "You two, what do you want to do?" Roger Karp squeezed his fists at the same time, and said with a smile, "Can't kill Nan yet, can't kill you." Lockes spat out a mouthful of old blood and almost passed out. "What the hell, do you still talk about martial arts, two unscrupulous bastards?" A year has passed. The aftermath of the battle that took place in the Valley of the Gods a year ago still hasn't subsided. Otherwise? The god of death, Nan Ye, who made the world government panic and the Tianlong people were famous for almost urinating, suddenly disappeared, suspected to be dead. A generation of kings of the sea, Rocks, who was invincible across the sea, was undoubtedly dead, and the pirate group with as strong as a cloud under his banner also fell apart. The impact of such a big incident can't be eliminated so easily. And what people can't let go of most is that the world government is worried about Nan Ye's life and death. Did the man with the title of God of Death really die? The world government spent a year in fear, secretly searching for Nan Ye crazily all over the world, but there was no clue at all. Another year passed. The world government is calm, maybe the god of death is really dead? Even the two parties concerned, Roger Karp, became suspicious. Nan Ye, is it really dead? Although Nan Ye's injuries were lighter than theirs that day, they were also very serious. Maybe he died of serious injuries after he really left. The most important thing is that if Nan Ye didn't die, his injuries should heal in 2 years no matter what. However, Nan Ye still did not appear in the sea. With that man's temperament, it is impossible for him to deliberately remain silent because he is afraid of the world government. Then, there is only one possibility left. The god of death, Nan Ye, is really dead. As soon as this news came out, the world government was overjoyed, and immediately changed its previous panic posture, and once again became arrogant. The world government declares. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the government defeated the enemy's sinister conspiracy, protected the safety of the people of the world, and consolidated the freedom and equality of the sea. The world government is a well-deserved beacon of light. At the same time, the world government launched a hero, that is the naval hero Garp. It is claimed that Garp killed Nan Ye, the god of death, Lockes the great pirate, and forced Roger back by himself. After Karp heard it, his face was as red as a monkey's butt, and it didn't go away all day. In the decades that followed, the world government tried its best to cover up the Valley of the Gods incident, eliminating all traces. Gradually, few people even knew about Lockes, who once dominated the sea. Not to mention that Nan Ye, who had a worse deed than Lockes, was completely erased from history, as if he had never appeared in this world. Chapter 6. Time is like water, spring goes and autumn comes. Year after year, Nan Ye's figure never appeared on the sea again. Seems really dead. And under the cover-up of the world government, there are fewer and fewer people who know the name of Nan Ye's death god, except for the old people of the previous generation. In the blink of an eye, 40 years have passed since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. In the past 40 years, countless great things have happened. Roger made his way to the Great Sea for the second time and became the first genuine One Piece in history. After Whitebeard left Rocks, he established his own pirate group, and its strength grew extremely terrifying, no less than Roger. The Golden Lion, who was also the original crew member of Rocks, established the Flying Pirates. The Golden Lion inherits Locke's ambition and also wants to rule the world and become the king of the world. For this reason, he failed to invite Roger to join him, and the famous Atwal naval battle broke out with the Roger pirates. If it weren't for a sudden storm, the fleet of the Golden Lion at that time could even destroy the Roger pirates. Therefore, with its terrifying strength, the Golden Lion, together with Roger and Whitebeard, are called the three legendary pirates. In addition, other old members of the original Rocks pirates, such as John and Wang Ji, have also become world-renowned great pirates. Among them, Charlotte Lingling and Beast Kaido are still active in the sea and have become the four emperors who rule the New World. After the death of Roger the Pirate King, the era of great pirates ushered in. Compared with Locke's, it is even more magnificent. The four emperors, the seven martial seas under the king, and the evil supernova, this is an era of shining stars. As for the name of the god of death, Nan Ye, in such a big era, it has been almost forgotten by everyone. Sister, do you really not need to worry about the navy outside? Those people have been guarding outside for more than half a month. In the windless belt next to the Great Route, there is the famous Amazon Lily Island. In the tall palace of the Daughter Kingdom, the green-haired snake-like Sandasonia looked anxious. On the throne, the Empress with long white legs like jade pillars, an indifferent expression, a delicate oval face with no blemishes, and glamorous red lips is none other than Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world. It's time for my lunch break. The Empress stood up, her long black hair hanging down her buttocks. Those navies, it's up to them as long as they want to stay. Don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. Then he turned around and left without any sloppiness. The Empress's two younger sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, looked helpless. The other party came from a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters, but my elder sister didn't take it seriously at all. Although my elder sister is the Kaiwahei under the king, the Navy issued a compulsory summoning order this time. Is it really okay to refuse so mercilessly? However, Sandersonia and Marigold only knew that this was not the time to persuade their elder sister. Because my elder sister is going to take a lunch break, I can't bother with big things. Lunch break is naturally not really going to sleep. The Empress came to a secret room that was heavily blocked by organs. This is the forbidden place of the Daughter Kingdom, an existence even more secretive than the Empress's bathing place. Except for the emperors of the Daughter Kingdom in the past, no one knows this place. Even the Empress's two younger sisters didn't know about it. They only knew that her elder sister took a lunch break at noon every day for more than 20 years. Next to the secret room, there was only one little old woman. Grandma Xie, the last emperor of the Daughter Kingdom, said. Snake Girl, do you really want to reject the Navy's transfer order? They will deprive you of your Kaiwahei status, and they will send people to attack the Daughter Kingdom. The Empress's tone was cold. Will the country of Master Nan Ye, the god of death, be afraid of mere navy? The mother-in-law was speechless, and it took a long time before she shook her head and murmured. It's been 40 years, and Master Nan Ye, the god of death, has no news at all, maybe. Why did my mother-in-law dare not think about it anymore? What they were talking about turned out to be Nan Ye, whom few people remember now. Original. Back then when Nan Ye had just crossed over, the first stop happened to be in this daughter country. At that time, daughter country was robbed by a group of powerful pirates. Nan Ye solved them easily and became the savior of daughter country. Nan Ye, who has a deep impression of daughter country, also lived in daughter country for a while, and mentioned a few words about daughter country emperor at that time. These few words changed the life of Empress Boa Hancock. As a result, the Empress was no longer caught by the Tianlong people in her childhood as in the original book, nor did she become a slave of the Tianlong people. Hancock, who learned the truth from the daughter of the emperor at that time, was naturally grateful to Nan Ye. Although she had never met Nan Ye, it did not prevent her from regarding Nan Ye as a god in her heart. The dark room here is the place where Nan Ye lived. Hancock would come here every day for a lunch break, actually praying for Nan Ye, while carrying hope in his heart. I hope that the door of the secret room can be opened again, and I can see the figure of the adult she has been thinking about. The mother-in-law sighed. She had done this before. But after decades, I found that there was no effect, so I gradually gave up. Now, Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world, sat cross-legged on the ground, devout and holy. Master Nan Ye, as long as you can come back, I am willing to dedicate my whole body and mind. Thinking of this, suddenly, there was a squeak sound in my ear. Hancock's delicate body trembled violently, and his beautiful eyes trembled as he looked towards the door of the secret room. I saw the door of the secret room, which had been sealed in dust for 40 years, slowly opened. A young and handsome figure was reflected in Hancock's beautiful eyes already full of mist. Chapter 7. After sleeping for 40 years, Nan Ye, who just woke up, narrowed her eyes slightly, allowing her eyes to adapt to the light of the outside world for a short time. Then, I stretched my waist, and the bones all over my body cracked like popping beans. Finally woke up. Lockes, Roger, Karp, your grandpa, I'm back. 40 years later? At this time, the grass on Lockes's grave is tens of feet high, right? Roger's estimate is a little shorter than Lockes. Lucky for both of you, Mud. But that old boy, Karp, must be alive. As a time traveler, the mission he chose for the first time failed. This is a great shame, shame on the time traveler. How can such a big enmity not be reported? It's fine if Lockes and Roger are dead, old boy Cap, het. Thinking about how to get revenge on Karp, the system sound rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully sleeping for 40 years and completing the task. Start the third selection. 1. Announce the return of the god of death Nan Ye to the world, and reward the high-level armed color domineering and Zanpaku Shao Shirayuki. 2. Destroy the navy around the port of Lily Island, and reward high-level knowledge-colored domineering and Zanpakuto sharpshooter. 3. Do nothing, reward the navy 6 styles and Zanpakuto Hiran Meru. This choice made Nan Ye a little bit tangled. He thought for a while, and first ruled out the first item. Learn the lessons from the last failure, let's be a little more low-key this time, and talk about it first. Also excluding the third item, although he is a bit envious of Zanpakuto Hiran Meru, the strongest ice type, but doing nothing is not in line with Nan Ye's character. In this way, only option 2 is left. Choose 2. With a thought, a choice was made, and a strange warmth flowed into the body, and at the same time a short knife appeared in his hand. Nan Ye fiddled with the Zanpakuto and Divine Spear. At this time, 2 voices full of excitement sounded, accompanied by a faint fragrance lingering under the nose. Nan, Master Nan Ye. Master Nan Ye, is it really you? Nan Ye raised her head, looked at the excited mother-in-law, and the trembling Empress Hancock who couldn't help approaching him, and smiled slightly. Grandma, you were a little girl back then, but you never thought you would be so old. You are Boa Hancock, right? You are worthy of being the most beautiful woman in the world. You really look like a fairy. The relaxed words made Granny Z and Hancock even more excited. Why did my mother-in-law cry, wiped her tears and said, I never thought I would see you, my lord, in my lifetime. A red cloud floated on Hancock's face. In the past, Hancock hated men the most. She felt disgusted by compliments, and wished to turn all men in the world into stone. But now, facing Nan Ye's praise and gaze, Hancock's heart is as sweet as honey. After being excited for a long time, Granny Z and Hancock, who finally calmed down, suddenly realized something, and their eyes widened at the same time. Looking at Nan Ye's young and handsome appearance, he was shocked again inexplicably. 40 years have passed, and my mother-in-law is so old, but Nanya has not changed at all compared to that year. The awe and admiration for Nanya couldn't help but deepen. In fact, Nanya, who unlocked 50% of Aizen Soyajik's template, has a lifespan that cannot be calculated by ordinary people at all. Is there a naval ship outside? Nanya asked. Hancock quickly explained, I am now Chi, Kibukai, those guys invited me to the Navy headquarters, and I have already refused. After finishing speaking, she was very disturbed in her heart, and there was still a look of shame on her pretty face. Master Nan Ye killed the double-digit Tianlong people back then, and he was at odds with the Navy and the world government, but he himself became Chihuahua. Although Hancock has always been honest with the Navy, but on the surface, Kaiwahei still belongs to the Navy's subordinates. Nan Ye saw Hancock's uneasiness, patted Hancock on the shoulder, and said, as the Emperor of the Daughter Kingdom, you became the Kibai in order to protect the people. You did nothing wrong. Hancock had a sore nose and almost shed tears. Hancock wiped the corners of his eyes, and said in a gentle voice that he had never had before, with Master Nanya here, I don't have to be this Kaiwahei anymore. The mother-in-law looked at this scene with a sigh. Shiji's hard work and patience these years, how could she, who has been here, not know? Master Nanya has returned, Snake Ji can finally let go of her burden. My heart suddenly moved, Master Nanya is still so young, and Snake Ji is the most beautiful woman in the world, maybe the two of them. The mother-in-law hurriedly shook her head vigorously again. This is Master Nanye's business, and it is not something she can meddle in. Invite you to the Navy headquarters, or is it mandatory? Nanya asked, is this the case for all Shishibukai? Well, the Navy said it was going to fight the Whitebeard pirates. After 40 years, this is almost on the verge of war? Nanya immediately understood the time point she was in. The Navy has captured Roger's son Ace, and is about to execute him publicly, and the Whitebeard pirates will surely go to the rescue. The Navy is now fully integrating its strength to deal with the upcoming, large-scale war on the top. Nanye's eyes flickered, this top war might be an opportunity for him. Chapter 8. There is still some time left before the top war, so we should first complete the task in front of us. Nanya raised the sharp spear in his hand, which was the Zanpakuto of Shinigami Naka Ichikin Meru. The power is quite strong. Under the swastika solution, the telescopic distance of the sharp gun is 13 kilometers, and the telescopic speed is 500 times the speed of sound. Even if there is a deviation, it will not deviate too much. What's even more frightening is that on the inside of the knife, there is poison enough to dissolve cells. In the original book, if Lan Ran didn't have Beng Yu's help, he might die under this move. Hancock looked curiously at the dagger in Nan Ye's hand. In the world of One Piece, the knives are mainly long. After all, the longer the knife, the farther the attack will be. The eagle-eyed Hidaya is nearly 2 meters long. Kong Yunki of Whitebeard is even longer than Whitebeard's height. What can such a short knife do? However, since this knife can be held by Mr. Nan Ye, there must be something extraordinary about it. Under the unblinking gaze of Hancock's beautiful eyes, only Nan Ye's faint voice was heard. Shoot him, magic gun! Call out! A piercing clear and bright white light pierced the air. The outskirts of the daughter country port. A warship has been parked there for more than half a month. On the deck, a tall admiral with a sword looked rather impatient. He is a majestic lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. That woman, she didn't even see him, and directly refused the Navy's transfer order. Even Kaiwahei is too arrogant. However, thinking of Marshal Zhang Guo's exhortation, Mole could only suppress the anger in his heart. This war is very important to our Navy, we must strive for every ounce of power we can win. Especially Empress Boa Hancock, don't underestimate her just because she is a woman. Mole has great loyalty and admiration for the warring states, so he will naturally remember it in his heart. Moreover, in the entire sea, there are only 2 women with domineering looks. A4 Emperor Ant. The other is the Empress of the daughter country in front of me. Based on this alone, the mole dare not be presumptuous in front of his daughter's country. Continue waiting. Mole made up his mind that he would stay here until the top war started, and he had to wait for the pirate Empress to come out. However, the mole didn't wait for the Empress, but what he waited for was a white light. An extremely fast white light. What? As soon as this thought arose, he saw that white light pass straight through his body. Mole's pupils dilated, and he lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the knife stuck in his chest. Knife? How can there be such a long knife? Mole himself is also a master with a knife, but he can't figure out this question even if he wants to break his head, so he can only go to hell with endless questions. Centering on the knife that penetrated the mole's chest, the mole's body began to dissolve bit by bit, turning into fly ash. Lord Lieutenant General. Only then did the soldiers on board react, and they yelled in horror. But the white light flashed again. The warship is divided in half from the middle. The sailors fell into the sea crying for their parents and mothers, and became delicacies in the stomachs of sea kings. In just a few breaths, a solid and huge naval warship was wiped out like this. On the coast, the soldiers of the daughter kingdom who were monitoring the warship were stunned, as if they were in a dream. Inside the palace, the Empress's 2 younger sisters, Sander, Sonia and Marigold. I also saw that white light. And it came from the lunch break place of my elder sister. The 2 looked at each other. Is nothing wrong with my lord sister? I was extremely worried in my heart, and I couldn't care so much, so I hurried to that place. Outside the secret. Nan Ye nodded. The power of the sharpshooter is really impressive. A lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters can't even make a reaction. Just relying on the high-level knowledge and domineering sense, Nan Ye directly used the god-killing gun swastika and shot and killed Vice Admiral Mole and the warship at a distance of several kilometers. Now, there are no annoying flies outside. Nan Ye smiled. Hancock's red lips parted slightly. The short knife in Master Nan Ye's hand can be stretched freely, and the speed of stretching and stretching is so fast that even hers can't respond. After hearing Nan Ye's words, Hancock's heart was shocked again. Could it be that the target of the short knife is the warship outside? There is a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters on it. Although Hancock is dismissive of the Navy, he has to admit that a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters is a very powerful person. But such a strong man was wiped out in less than a second from such a long distance. Master Nan Ye. Hancock's beautiful eyes sparkle. Although she grew up listening to Nan Ye's deeds, she treated Nan Ye like a god in her heart. But after all, it was the first time to see Nan Ye make a move with her own eyes, and the shock and feeling brought to her were naturally not comparable to those rumors in the past. Ding! The sound of the system rang in Nan Ye's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and starting the next selection. 1. Stay in daughter's country, and reward junior domineering and domineering. 2. Go to the headquarters of the Navy and reward the 61 6-stick light prison that binds the Tau. 3. Go to the Chambord Islands and reward the 90 black coffins that broke the way. Chapter 9. Another 3 choices presented themselves. Nan Ye rubbed her chin. Stay in the daughter country? Although the Empress is very beautiful and moist, let's forget it for now, he still has a lot to do. As for going to the Navy headquarters, isn't that equivalent to announcing to the world that Nan Ye, the god of death, has returned? Not advisable. Thus, only the 3rd item remains. The most important thing is that the reward for the 90 black coffins that broke the way is obviously the most generous reward. Although Nan Ye unlocked 50% of the blue dye template, he can actually use the black coffin now. However, such a black coffin is only a half-finished product. The system rewards are different, it is the black coffin used by Aizen in his peak period. That is to say, the final battle between Banyu Aizen and Kurosaki Ichigo used the complete chant black coffin. In addition, it needs to be explained that the Aizen template that Nan Ye has unlocked now is not Bengyu Aizen, nor is there Zanpakude Jinghua Shuiyu. But even so, with Aizen's terrifying strength in all directions and no dead ends, Nan Ye is now stronger than when he had the template of Bailgang and Uakaila. This is the power of Aizen Soyajik's template. Coupled with this complete chant of the black coffin, it undoubtedly made Nan Ye's strength even better. Choose 3. Completely chant the black coffin. Next, head to the Chambord Islands. Knowing that Nan Ye had just returned and was about to leave, Hancock's beautiful eyes were full of reluctance. Master Nan Ye, let the concubine accompany, by your side. After plucking up the courage to say these words, Hancock's dimples seemed to be dyed with the sunset glow from the sky, which was boundless and moving. But, however, Granny Jia objected, there may be actions from the Navy, Snake Girl, you can't leave the country right now. The white light just now, my mother-in-law also guessed that the Navy outside has most likely been wiped out by Master Nan Ye. This means that their daughter country and the Navy have completely torn skins. Therefore, we have to beware that the Navy may send troops to attack the daughter country at any time. Talky old woman. Hancock glared at his mother-in-law. She admitted that what Granny Jia said was reasonable, but in comparison, she wanted to be by Nan Ye's side more. Okay. Nan Ye comforted, Hancock, you should stay in China for now. At the juncture of the upcoming war on the top, a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters died, and the possibility of the Navy sending troops to attack the daughter country is actually very small. But what if? It's better to be on the safe side. Hearing Nan Ye's words, Hancock immediately nodded obediently. My concubine knows. Especially when Nan Ye called her Hancock just now, which made her dizzy at this moment, no matter what Nan Ye asked, she would agree without hesitation at this time. Today. There were footsteps outside, followed by the anxious shouts of the Empress's 2 younger sisters. Sister, are you all right? Now that Sandersonia and Marigold had arrived, the 3 of Nan Ye walked out. Sandersonia and Marigold heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Hancock's figure and there were no surprises. My lord, that white light just now. He was about to ask what happened to the white light just now, but in the middle of speaking, he suddenly froze, his mouth opened wide, and he couldn't close it for a long time. Because they saw Nan Ye. A man actually walked out from the place where my sister took her lunch break, which is equivalent to a boudoir. This. It simply shattered the worldview of Sandersonia and Marigold. As the younger sister of the Empress, the 2 of them knew very well how much elder sister hated men. But now, a man can enter the place where my lord is taking a lunch break, but my lord doesn't say anything at all. A more terrifying guess appeared in the hearts of Sandersonia and Marigold. Could it be that? Is my sister's daily lunch break just a tryst with this man in front of me? Seeing the 2 younger sisters gaffe, Hancock frowned. How could you be so rude in front of Master Nan Ye? This lord is. Well, in short, seeing this lord is equivalent to seeing a concubine. No, it is more respectful than when seeing a concubine. Do you hear me clearly? Without Nan Ye's permission, Hancock did not reveal Nan Ye's true identity. But what he said was enough to set off a monstrous wave in the hearts of Sandersonia and Marigold. Who is this mysterious young man? Not only did he enter and leave the dormitory of my elder sister, but also let my elder sister say such words. It's incredible. The 2 were in a state of shock, the Empress frowned even tighter, and said coldly. Don't hurry up and salute to the adults. Sandersonia and Marigold quickly knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully. No matter who this mysterious man is, from now on, they will regard him as the same existence as her elder sister. Under Hancock's reluctant eyes, Nan Ye still left the country of daughters. Before leaving, Nan Ye gave Hancock a hug, and looked dumbfounded at the two younger sisters of the Empress, faintly understanding Nan Ye's identity. "Hey, what's up, mother-in-law?" Secretly, Sander, Sonia and Marigold secretly asked Granny Z. "That lord, is it my sisters? Oh, that's what it means, you understand." The old mother-in-law smiled mysteriously on her wrinkled old face, and said, "Snake Princess, she's old and young, it's time to find a man. Besides, it's an honor for Snake Princess in our daughter country to serve that lord." Chapter 10. The Chambord Islands are formed by the world's largest mangrove, the Algerman mangrove, whose roots are exposed to the sea. It is very close to the Navy headquarters, and because it is the only way to enter the New World, there are quite a lot of pirates here. There is never a shortage of all kinds of criminal places such as human trafficking shops and arms exchanges that were born from this. A typical example is Area 1, the slave auction house controlled by Kaiwahei Don Quixote Doflamingo. Nan Ye came to Chambord and entered a noisy tavern. In the past, he was famous all over the world, even more famous than Rocks, but he didn't cause any waves among people. Because no one knew him. Not to mention that no one would know his title of Death God Nan Ye. Nan Ye was also happy and quiet, sitting alone in a corner, tasting wine peacefully. Central of the tavern. A middle-aged man took out a reward order. "Surely everyone knows this man?" the middle-aged man asked loudly. There was a burst of laughter in the hall. "Who doesn't know Roger the Pirate King? Jack of all trades, what story are you going to tell today?" What the middle-aged man nicknamed Know-It-All came up with was a reward order from Roger, the Pirate King. Hearing Roger's name, Nan Ye immediately looked over and smiled. "I see." In the reward order, Roger smiled brightly, showing his white teeth. But what's funny is that the mustache protruding from under his nose, which was originally symmetrical on both sides, now only has one side left. This, of course, is Nan Ye's handwriting. Everyone knows that Roger, the majestic One Piece, should have been heroic, but why did he only have half a beard left? Know-It-All's loud voice aroused everyone's curiosity. "Why? Speak quickly, don't let the Know-It-All know." One Piece Roger's beard is a big puzzle in the world of pirates. After all, how powerful is One Piece? Who is it? Can knock off half of Roger's beard? Know-It-All laughed. Of course it was the naval hero Garp. Then the so-called Know-It-All bragged about Garp, claiming that any pirate of any era would be scared to death when he heard Garp's name. The people in the tavern couldn't help sighing. Naval hero Garp is tough. Even One Piece is hard to stop. With Garp guarding the navy, the pirates are simply desperate. Of course, there are also pirates in this tavern. Hearing Garp's name, the heart is very heavy. The hero Garp is a mountain that weighs on top of all pirates. Even a big pirate like the Four Emperors would not dare to smear Garp's tiger whiskers casually. Seeing the reactions of the people around him, Wan Shitong smiled with satisfaction. Secretly, his true identity is actually the Navy's propaganda force. The purpose is to promote the force of the Navy and combat the arrogance of the pirates. Obviously, his goal has been achieved. At least the pirates in this tavern suddenly fell to the bottom of their arrogance. However, at this time, a sneer sounded. "Cap. Hee hee. It's just a smelly and shameless old bastard." Puff. I don't know how many people who were drinking all of a sudden sprayed it out. Many people even sat down on the ground, dumbfounded. What the hell? Who is so awesome? How dare you call the naval hero Garp a shameless old bastard? Dozens of pairs of eyes hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. An unbelievably young man was drinking quietly, calmly. "Young people, you can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately." Seeing that it was just a young man, Wan Shitong's face was livid, and he shouted sharply. Nan Ye disdains. Is he not right? From his mother-in-law, he already knew the world government's propaganda on the Valley of Gods War. What Garp killed Nan Ye alone, killed Lockes, and forced Roger back. And half of Roger's beard, which he knocked off, is also credited to Cap. What the hell, is it mild to say that smelly and shameless? If you really want to scold him, you are a handsome old man, a bearded old thief, and a shameless old bastard. Of course, this is certainly because of the world government's propaganda, but Garp did not deny it, so it is equivalent to acquiescing. If Lockes was still alive at this time, when he heard Nan Ye's words, he would definitely yell and echo with all his might. Kapu's dog is not only stinky and shameless, but also ignorant of martial arts. No matter what. In the current era, people don't know these things, they only know that Karp is Guang Weijing's naval hero. You are also a pirate, you have to pay the price for your arrogance and ignorance. Nan Ye's disdainful expression angered Wan Shitong. He made a phone call, and a dozen marines with real guns and nuclear bombs rushed in outside the tavern immediately. Jack of all trades turned out to be a navy. It seems that the position is not low. That young man is in trouble. Dog Hai Jun, you know how to bully the few with the more. In the tavern, people cursed secretly, but no one dared to stand up. Even though there are many pirates, they will not offend the navy for no reason for a stranger. The marines raised their guns and aimed at Nan Ye. Pirates who don't know how to live or die, dare to slander the heroes of our navy, go to death. Clap clap clap. The gunshots were loud. People can't help but sigh, that young man will be lying in a pool of blood in a second. However, the expected scenario didn't happen. The dozens of bullets fired at Nan Ye stopped in mid-air, as if blocked by an invisible wall of air. Binding Dao 81, Breaking the Void. Chapter 11. The people in the tavern seemed to have seen a ghost. The bullet fired by the navy actually stopped in mid-air. And that young man seemed to move his mouth without even raising his hand. What is this ability? Never heard of it. Even the girl with a big stomach, who had been in the corner all the time, gorging herself and being indifferent to everything, raised her head in surprise. Looking at Nan Ye. This man is a bit handsome. Is it also a devil fruit ability user? Wearing a pink t-shirt on her upper body, the woman with a big stomach and a graceful figure is one of the most evil supernovas, Joelle Bonnie, who has a bounty of 4,000 million Baileys. Bonnie also heard Nan Ye address Garp just now, but like everyone else, she thought Nan Ye was just an ignorant young man. But he didn't expect that Nan Ye still had such ability. It's interesting, man, you managed to arouse my wife's interest. Bonnie licked her sexy red lips. In her Bonnie Pirates, there is still a lack of a deputy captain, but the man in front of her is not bad. Even if you're not very strong, just looking at that face makes you feel comfortable. Bonnie planned that if Nan Ye was in danger, she would send the group of marines away. But at the moment, it seems that Nan Ye doesn't need her help yet. Wan Shitong fixed his eyes on Nan Ye. Devil fruit ability? You underestimated this young man. But think about it, those who dare to speak ill of naval heroes must have some strength. Forget it, let me exercise my muscles and bones today. Wan Shitong immediately smiled and didn't pay too much attention. Although Nan Ye's ability to block bullets in the air is a bit strange, it is not shocking to him. After all, he used to be an officer of the Naval Combat Force, and he was also a devil fruit capable user. Master of everything is quite confident in his own strength. Even though the young man in front of him was a bit weird, he couldn't possibly be a match for such a veteran navy like him. It's sizzling. The clothes on his upper body burst open, and the upper body of know-it-all turned into a crocodile. Animals crocodile fruit, orc form. Hiss. In the tavern, there were countless gasps of air conditioning immediately. No matter what, they didn't expect that the know-it-all who often tells Garp's stories in the tavern is actually an animal-type ability user, and he can also transform into a beastman. Hey hey! The know-it-all who turned into the orc form has greatly increased his strength, and he is full of self-confidence. Young man, I haven't fought with anyone for many years. Today I make an exception for you. You should feel honored. Of course, soon you'll be in pain. Call out. In the next moment, everything works. The speed was very fast, and it rushed straight to Nan Ye. People's hearts ached, worrying about Nan Ye's safety. Bonnie also stood up, ready to shoot. But seeing Nan Ye's still calm expression, he hesitated. Does he have any other cards? What Bonnie didn't know was that, in fact, Nanya didn't pay attention to the Navy from the beginning to the end. What nonsense, crocodile fruit, orc form, boring. Compared with Lockes, Roger, and Karp, who fought against him for half a month in the Valley of the Gods, they are not even an onion. Nanya was too lazy to stay here any longer. He stood up and simply stretched his waist. A short knife appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a white light that no one can see clearly flashes. Thump! The jack of all trades' head falls. Plop plop! The heads of the dozen or so sailors also fell to the ground almost at the same time. Dead. The air seemed to freeze. A long time. Only then did someone say in an unbelievable and extremely dry voice. "See, soldiers, all dead." In an instant, without a second, all heads fell to the ground. It also took a long time for Bonnie to react from her absence, and hurriedly looked at the place where Nanya was standing, but there was no figure of Nanya. Killing 10 people in an instant without taking a picture for a moment, isn't that too cool? Bonnie's eyes were shining with endless brilliance, and she immediately chased after him without hesitation, shouting in her mouth. "Hey, handsome guy, don't go, I want you to be my deputy captain." Nanya left the tavern. Killing those sailors was a trivial matter. What makes Nanya a little depressed is how to get revenge on Kapu, that old boy. Karp's reputation as a naval hero is now in the sky, which makes Nanya quite unhappy. Straight to the naval headquarters? Not advisable, this time he doesn't want to be besieged by crowd tactics again. By the way, I seem to have seen Joel Bonnie in the tavern just now. A monstrous supernova. Doesn't that mean that Karp's grandson, Wang Luffy, is also in Chambord now? Nanya suddenly had an idea. He remembered that in the original book, Luffy beat the Tianlongren at the slave auction in District 1, and then attracted the Admiral. "Hey, Admiral, it looks like the yellow monkey is here, right?" Recalling the first time I saw that wretched boy named Polisalino more than 40 years ago. Nanya smiled wider and wider. This trip to the Chambord Islands is really the right time. At that moment, Nanya headed to number 1 slave auction. He didn't care at all, and Joel Bonnie, who was chasing after him and yelling about vice captain. Chapter 12. The slave auction house in District 1 is an industry owned by Shishibukai Doflamingo. Business is brisk, with people of all races selling. Therefore, not only those rich people come to patronize, even the Tianlong people of the world's nobles will come here to buy slaves. This is not. 3 Tianlong people came to the auction today. That is Roswald, Charles Rose, and Shalialia's family of 3. The entire venue was also full, with no seats left. Because, what is being auctioned on the stage is an extremely rare species, a mermaid. However, just when the mermaid Cammy was auctioned off to the Roswald family at a high price of $1,000,000 Baileys, a group of unexpected guests came to the venue. The Straw Hats. Luffy, with a bounty of up to 3 million, punched Charles Rose into a pig's head with a punch. The auction house immediately went into chaos. Tianlongren was beaten. This is super big news. What's even more frightening is that it will attract the Admiral. People panicked and fled the auction field in a hurry, not wanting to be implicated. Straw Hat Luffy, that's really reckless. The one who spoke was Trafalgar Law, who was sitting calmly in the audience. At the entrance of the auction house, Eustace Kid, who had the highest bounty among the supernovas, showed a ferocious face. I don't want to run into the Admiral just yet. Just as he was about to leave here quickly, Kid suddenly noticed that a young man with his hands in his pockets, who seemed to be strolling in a garden, walked into the auction house against the flow of people. This guy, is he stupid? Didn't you see everyone running outside? He came in, really reckless. Kid couldn't help shaking his head. Faced with the coming pressure of the Admiral, even he, the supernova with the highest bounty, has to avoid his edge. In his opinion, this young man should be the kind of stunned young man who has a little strength and is full of self-confidence. Nan Ye's eyes swept across the faces of Kid and Luo, and finally landed on Luffy in the middle of the auction room. There was a hint of playfulness on the lips. You are Garp's grandson, Wang Luffy, right? What? Luffy was dumbfounded. He just punched a Tianlongren flying away, and he was enjoying himself. Suddenly an inexplicable guy came and called him Wang Luffy. Your name is Wang Luffy, and your whole family is called Wang Luffy. Luffy roared angrily. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, not Wang Luffy. I am the man who wants to be the One Piece. Nan Ye smiled and said. Become the Pirate King? That's the pirate. Wang Luffy, I'm not mistaken. Luffy. Luo. Kid. Soran. Luffy's face turned red. He has always been a slogan for feelings, can you still understand it like this? Can it be said that Roger the One Piece is actually the Pirate King Roger? Can you please stop doing things on purpose? Hateful. Asshole. Inferior people. You have beaten the descendants of the noble creator, yet you still dare to chat leisurely here. Seeing his son Charles Rose being beaten, Roswald was already furious. Even more hateful. These pirates are actually talking to a normal person, which makes him even more angry. Go, and call the Admiral. Roswald yelled at the bodyguard frantically. This saint wants to let these lowly and inferior people know the fate of offending the descendants of the Creator. Yes. The bodyguard trembled with fright, and hurried to the Navy headquarters. Saint Roswald is angry, and everyone present will be unlucky. Luffy, Luo, and Kid were also surprised. The Admiral is coming, they need to get out of here quickly. Even though the three of them are pretentious people, they are still quite afraid of an Admiral. Hee. Dragon people. At this time, a contemptuous chuckle resounded in the auction house. I haven't seen you for so many years. You guys still haven't improved at all. You're still as ugly as shit. Luffy, Kid, and Luo were stunned immediately. They clearly saw that those words just now came from Nan Ye's mouth. This guy is really brave. Dare to humiliate the Tianlong people like this, do you want to die? There was a hint of admiration in the hearts of the three of them, but they shook their heads immediately. But if you don't have enough strength, no matter how you humiliate the Tianlong people, you will only die faster. Hey, what is he going to do? Suddenly, the three saw it. Nanya walked towards Roswald step by step. You, what are you doing? The unprecedented humiliation made Roswald's face turn pale. But before he could react, the guy who humiliated him walked towards him. Roswald suddenly panicked. Nan Ye's eyes. Nan Ye's figure. The panic in his heart surged up uncontrollably, and he couldn't even utter a word of threatening words. That feeling is like meeting the nightmare of a Tianlongren. Why does this saint have such a feeling? Roswald was inexplicably terrified, and cold sweat kept dripping from his head. Nightmare of the celestial dragons? It seems that such a person really existed before. But that was all 40 years ago. Nanya walked up to Roswald, and a dagger appeared in his hand. Roswald screamed in fear and fell to the ground. Luffy, Kid, Law, everyone present including Soran and Kira. All pupils contracted violently. This man. Are you going to kill the Tianlong people? Chapter 13. This man wants to kill the Tianlong people? Even an extremely evil supernova feels extremely absurd. But the nobles of the world. I didn't see that even the most reckless Luffy just punched Tianlongren, didn't he kill him? It's not that I can't, but I dare not. To know. Just touching a Tianlongren will attract the Admiral of the Navy. And once a celestial dragon is killed, it's hard to imagine what kind of serious consequences that would lead to. The Navy and the world government will definitely be furious. The kind that never dies. Hey, you guy, don't be impulsive. The murderous, ruthless kid couldn't help but persuade him. That's right, it's a Tianlong person after all, so it's fine to beat him up. Luo also hurriedly agreed. After all, once Nan Ye really killed the Tianlongren, they who were present would certainly not be able to escape their guilt. Even Luffy, who is not afraid of anything, shows hesitation. Although the Tianlong people are hateful, it is better not to kill them. Luffy is not afraid of fighting Tianlong, but he has to be scruples about killing Tianlong. Even if he himself is not afraid of death, he still has to think about his companions. Everyone's words woke up the terrified Roswald. Yes. He is a nobleman of the world, a descendant of the Creator, a celestial dragon. Who dares to touch him? Who dares to kill him? Ben. I am a heavenly dragon. Roswald yelled fiercely. If you dare to touch me, the Navy and the world government will definitely not let you go. Nanya played with the Zanpakuto in his hand. The corners of the mouth smirked. It seems that you don't know who I am. In those days, Nanya couldn't kill more than 2 digits of Tianlong people. When the Tianlong people heard his name, they were almost scared to pee. Unexpectedly, only 40 years have passed, and the Tianlong people have already forgotten the original fear. I am the nightmare of you Tianlong people. This sentence, even if you go to the underworld, you can't forget it. Nan Ye's knife slowly reached Roswald's neck. Nightmare? This word reminded Roswald of the long-standing legend among the Tianlong people. The legend of a demon with draconian blood on his hands. Is he? Roswald's pupils dilated sharply and then dilated until they lost focus. A name that has been buried in dust for decades. Come to his mind. Reaper Nan Ye. Impossible, didn't he die early? Roswald's lips trembled like crazy. Oh, it seems you finally remembered. Nanya laughed harmlessly to humans and animals. Then you should rest assured. Killing the Tianlong people. What I have is experience. It won't cause you too much pain. ZZ. Roswald peed in fright, and the ground was wet. The nemesis and nightmare of the celestial dragon. That demonic god of death, Nan Ye, is really not dead. It's back. Roswald wanted to scream, to tell the world the terrible news. However, he could no longer make a sound. The sharp knife cut his throat inch by inch. Blood gushed out. The smell of blood filled the entire auction house. What? With a shrill scream, Roswald's daughter fainted from fright. The whole place was dead silent. All I could hear was the violent beating of the heart and the sound of swallowing saliva. Kid, Luo, and Lu Fei all looked at Nanya with incredible eyes. This man really killed a celestial dragon. Doesn't he have any fear? At the same time, not far from the Chambord Islands is the naval headquarters, Marin Fando. The current Admiral Sengoku received news of the slave auction. A burst of anxiety. It's that monkey D. Luffy again, the grandson of Cap's bastard, how can he be so troublesome? The news he received was that Tianlong was punched by Luffy, but he didn't know that Roswald had been killed by Nan Ye. On the other hand, if he knew of Nan Ye's appearance at this time, he would not be overwhelmed, but panic. Well, since the world's noble Tianlong people have been beaten. At this time, sitting on a chair not far from the Warring States period, the guy who was cutting his nails and looked like a big Pikachu all over his body stood up. Then our admiral has to act too. Otherwise those Tianlong people will annoy the old man to death. Zhang Guo couldn't help but look sideways, quite surprised. Huang Yuan, you want to make a move? Huang Yuan, who has always been lazy and clocked in at work, unexpectedly volunteered. The sun really came out from the west. Huang Yuan lazily said, I'll come back as soon as I go. In Huang Yuan want to come? A group of supernovas with a bounty of only a few 100 million, isn't it a matter of one kick? It didn't take him much effort at all. The most important thing is that he can gain a lot of favorability with the Tianlong people, which will be of great benefit to his future undercover career in the Navy. Why not? Undercover, that's right. When Huang Yuan joined the Navy, he was ordered by a certain adult. Unfortunately, that adult has not shown up for 40 years, and he does not know whether he is alive or dead. Whether Huang Yuan is still an undercover agent is not clear to him. But that doesn't stop him from being an actor. Acting is his innate talent. Asterisk. Chapter 14. Just when the yellow ape was leisurely rushing to Chambord. Slave auction. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. A celestial dragon died so simply. So amazing. Do you know what kind of serious consequences this will cause? Kid asked with a face twitching. He killed people like hemp, with blood on his hands, but he didn't dare to attack a Tianlong person. Both Luo and Luffy's faces were not very good looking. If the Navy knows what's going on here, they will definitely regard them as one of the culprits who killed the Tianlong people. After all, they are extremely evil supernovas. Head, are you afraid? Seeing this, Nan Ye shook his head and smiled. You don't even dare to kill Tianlong people, so why not be a pirate, go back and marry a wife and have a baby? What did you say? The expressions of Kid and the others suddenly turned pale. They are extremely evil supernovas, they are the waivers of the era of great pirates, and even the Navy dare not take them lightly, but they are looked down upon like this. Unfortunately, they couldn't refute it. Because, the man in front of him just killed a genuine Tianlongren. He qualified to look down on them. After all, to be honest, they really didn't dare to kill a celestial dragon just like that. However, there is one person who can't stand this kind of flatness. That is Wang Luffy. He's the man who's going to be the pirate king. Isn't it just killing a Tianlongren, what's the big deal? Luffy said angrily. Walked towards Charles Rose, who had been knocked out by him just now. Although Charles Rose was beaten into a pig's head, he did not die. Luffy, calm down. Zoro, Sanji, Nami and others hurriedly stopped them. Killing a celestial dragon and beating a celestial dragon are not the same thing at all. Luffy couldn't help hesitating subconsciously. Yes, once the celestial dragons are killed, they, the Navy, and the world government will have no room for change. Garp's grandson, is this the guts? It's ridiculous, you still want to be the pirate king? Dream. You are far worse than Roger. Nan Ye's contemptuous voice constantly stimulated Luffy's nerves. Ah! Hateful! If you look forward and backward like this, what kind of pirate king will you become? Luffy was successfully stimulated. His eyes were red. No longer hesitate. Rubber, rocket launcher. The two arms stretched back to more than 10 meters away, and with the help of the elastic force of the rubber, they slammed out and bombarded Charos. Click click. Charlos's internal organs were smashed to pieces, and he fell to the ground like a rotten loach. Obviously, it was impossible to revive him. Good. Nice job. That's the way to look. Nanya clapped her hands and laughed. I thought to myself. Garp, now that your grandson has killed the celestial dragon, it can be said that he is inseparable from the world government. Your grandson Ace will also be executed by the Navy. Can you still stare blankly and dare not do anything like in the original book? Between the Navy, world government, and two grandchildren. Who do you choose? Nanya felt quite refreshed when she thought of Karp's pain and entanglement when facing this choice. That's right. Just now, he deliberately stimulated Luffy in order to get revenge on Garp. Haha. Kapuna, an old fellow, will fight in the navy all his life, and was promoted as a naval hero by the world government. So what if the world government were to kill his 2 grandchildren? Nanya wanted to see if Garp would still be loyal to the navy. Hiss. But he said that Luffy also killed a celestial dragon, and Kid and Luo couldn't help but gasped. Both of you are crazy. If you kill 2 Tianlong people, then the navy will not send an admiral. It is very likely that the 3 admirals are coming. 3 generals here at the same time? As soon as this word comes out, everyone gasped. Especially the Straw Hat Pirates. They once met Admiral Aokiji on a deserted island. As a result, the 3 main forces were directly wiped out, leaving no room for resistance. 1 admiral is so strong, let alone 3. Feeling hopeless just thinking about it. Even Luo, who was the calmest, was sweating profusely at this moment. Escape. Must escape. The navy doesn't know the situation here yet, and it is estimated that only 1 general has been sent. But even so, we have no chance of winning, we must leave Chambord as soon as possible. Kid and Luo thought about the same thing, but thought more viciously. It was that strange man and Straw Hat Luffy who killed the celestial dragons, and they had to stay here to attract the firepower of the navy. In this way, he has more chances to escape. Kid's eyes towards Nanya and Luffy gradually became unfriendly. What do you want to do? Soran immediately pulled out the 3 knives from his waist and stared at Kid vigilantly. Kira behind Kid also drew his sword. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Just when the 2 sides are likely to engage in a fight. Suddenly, there was an explosion at the gate of the auction house. Boom! The wall was smashed to pieces. A violent woman in a pink t-shirt rushed in. Seeing Nanya for the first time, he exclaimed excitedly. Haha, handsome guy, I finally found you. Immediately, she realized that the atmosphere in the venue was not right, and Xiao Ali Boni immediately opened her almond eyes, pointed at Nanya and said domineeringly. He's my wife's deputy captain, who dares to touch him? Chapter 15. As expected of Supernova, the only female captain. Bonnie's words were domineering. Kid frowned, looked at Nanya, and then at Bonnie who suddenly appeared. Jolie Bonnie, it turns out that this man belongs to you. Bonnie stared at her almond-shaped eyes, and said proudly. Eustace Kid, you know that. If you dare touch him, I will not let you go. The words were full of provocation, as if Kid, the supernova with the highest bounty, was not taken seriously at all. After all, Bonnie finally found Nanya, and of course the latter could not be allowed to have an accident. Moreover, she wanted Nanya to be her deputy captain, so she naturally wanted to show her strength as a captain. Otherwise, how can a captain who can't even protect his subordinates make Nanya willing to be her deputy captain? The situation becomes delicate. Kid originally wanted Nanya and Luffy, the 2 culprits who killed the celestial dragons, to attract the attention of the navy. But here comes Bonnie. That means, he has to deal with at least 2 supernova captains, Luffy and Bonnie. Plus a factor of uncertainty, Trafalgar Law. As for Nanya, Kid didn't care too much, after all, he was just a vice-captain, not even a supernova. Obviously. Bonnie's words successfully made everyone think that Nanya was the deputy captain of the Bonnie Pirates. Nanya looked at the crazy woman who suddenly barged in with great interest. Feel a little funny? Said he was the deputy captain? Ha, even the former Lockes didn't have the guts to say this. This woman is really ignorant and fearless. But Nanya didn't refute anything, he was like an adult standing on the 6th-story building, watching the little dolls on the 1st floor playing with each other. Girl with a big stomach. Kid said with a gloomy expression, do you know what you, the deputy captain, did just now. He pointed at the foot of Nan Ye, Roswald's body. That Tianlong man was killed by him. Can you afford the consequences? What? Bonnie's expression changed. The vice-captain she fancied actually killed a celestial dragon? Seeing Roswald's body, it was obvious that Kid wasn't lying. Hey! Slowly letting out a breath, Bonnie digested the news with difficulty, and then pretended not to care and laughed. Isn't it just a Tianlong person? It doesn't matter, I still wrap it on my body. In order for Nan Ye to become her vice-captain, Bonnie spent all her money, and didn't even care about offending the Navy and the world government. So the words say. The celestial dragon is dead, and the Admiral is estimated to be coming soon. For safety's sake, it's better to leave here as soon as possible. Handsome guy. Bonnie smiled and looked at Nan Ye, full of allure. Let's go with my mother, let's go to the new world to have fun. In Bonnie want to come. Her performance just now was flawless, and anyone would be impressed by her demeanor. What's more, she is powerful and beautiful. Since Nanya has offended the Navy and the world government, there is no reason to refuse her invitation no matter how you look at it. Kid sneered upon seeing this. Facing the pressure from the Admiral, this woman with a big stomach also wanted to run away. Having said that, after being delayed by Bonnie for so long, the Admiral is probably about to reach the Chambord Islands, and he has to hurry up. Luo, Luffy, and others also have an idea. The death of 2 celestial dragons is enough to cause huge waves around the world. If you don't go now, when will you wait? Bonnie walked up to Nan Ye, her eyes sparkling. The more I look at it, the more I feel that this handsome guy has a lot of style, which is really cool. Even if he offended the world government for him, it was worth it. Handsome, come with me. Bonnie's voice was so soft that it was useless even for my old lady. Unexpectedly, Nan Ye shook his head and said flatly. There is also a celestial dragon here. Like a gust of cold wind passing by, there was a sudden silence on the field. Kid, Luo, and the others looked at Nanya like they were looking at a lunatic. This guy, what do you mean? Is it not enough for him to kill a celestial dragon, but also to kill another celestial dragon? Bonnie was also dazed, messed up in the wind. Hey, handsome, are you kidding me? The death of a Tianlong person has put a lot of pressure on my mother, okay? Kill another celestial dragon, are you trying to drive the world government crazy? Confused 3 times. However, looking at Nanyi's calm expression, it didn't look like he was joking at all. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Nanya walked towards the unconscious Xiaolulia. Raise your hand slightly. The female celestial dragon, like her father Roswald and brother Charles Rose, died completely. After doing all this, Nanya just smiled with satisfaction. That's how it looks. Things like Tianlong people, whether they are male or female, it is reasonable to kill one when they see one. Chapter 16. In a short period of time, another Draconian died. Kid, Luo, and the others no longer knew what to say. That man, killing Tianlongren looks like killing some cats and dogs. To the man in front of him, Tianlongren's supreme world aristocratic status seems to be non-existent. Damn, in terms of arrogance, I'm not as good as you. Kid couldn't help complaining. Luo shook his head wryly. Luo's past experience is very tortuous, and he has great ambitions. He has been planning to bring down Doflamingo, the Shishibukai, and even wants to bring down the 4 Emperor Kaido. However, compared with what Nanya did just now, these ambitions seem very small. As for Luffy, since he also killed a Tianlongren with his own hands, he was still in a state of excitement at this time. Gudong. Bonnie swallowed, looked at Nanya as if she was looking at a monster, and stretched out her thumb. I really admire you, handsome guy, you are not an ordinary cow. In her heart, Bonnie was not at all sure whether she could make Nanya her deputy captain. Otherwise? How could it be possible for a man who kills Tianlong and others like pigs and dogs to submit to others? The weird atmosphere in the auction house was broken by a watchful pirate. No, Captain. The Navy has surrounded the entire slave auction site. There are also rumors that the Admiral Huang Yuan has also come to Chambord. Except for Nanya, everyone on the field turned pale. The yellow ape set off from Marin Fando and soon arrived at Chambord. He came with a relaxed and cheerful attitude. Although, on the Chambord Islands at this time, there are 11 supernovas with bounties exceeding -million. But he is an admiral of the Navy, let alone a bounty of over -million, even if the bounty is over 1 billion, so what? The yellow ape stood on a cannonball and landed leisurely on the land of Chambord. Moses. Not in a hurry to catch the pirates, Kizaru turned to the phone bug on his wrist and called his subordinate Jean Momomaru. Oh, you ask, how can a phone bug that is not turned on be used for the phone? Well, this kind of thing is of course random. It's boring anyway. With a lazy attitude, Huang Yuan happened to meet 3 supernovas, Hawkins, Drake, and Urki, and there was APU on the roof not far away. Fighting inevitably broke out. Hawkins transforms into a giant scarecrow. The damage received by the strange monk Urgi actually made him stronger. Drake is a dragon fruit ancient species Allosaurus form ability. The long-handed APU's attack method is a special battle music. The supernovas showed their talents and made people dizzying. Huang Yuan couldn't help sighing deeply. You supernovas are so strong that you look like monsters. It's really scary. Said, kicked out. So the strange monk Urgi flew away. Hawkins' stand-in scarecrow ran out. APU was smashed into the big pit. It was the turn of former Rear Admiral Drake. Drake kept gesturing to Kizaru with his eyes. I am an undercover agent in the Navy, General Kizaru, you have to take it easy. Huang Yuan rubbed his chin and tilted his mouth. Remembering that when he joined the Navy, he was actually following the order of that adult, so he couldn't help but increase the strength on his feet. Drake? WDNMD. I only heard a scream from Drake, just like the strange monk Urki just now, he didn't know where he flew. In the blink of an eye, the 4 supernovas were eliminated, and Huang Yuan still felt a little unsatisfied. He asked the surrounding sea soldiers who were already dumbfounded. Where are there any pirates? They collapsed before the old man finished warming up. Listen, is this a human speech? Who just said that supernovas are scary? This is clearly a supernova with 1 foot. A lieutenant commander hurriedly replied. There are still a lot of pirates in the slave auction in District 1, and the Tianlong people are also there. Really, let's go and have a look. Huang Yuan thought lazily. You said that Admiral Huang Yuan is here. Kid's expression changed wildly. Yes. The pirate who reported the letter nodded in fear. Kid's expression turned extremely ugly. Luo, Bonnie, Luffy, Zoro, Kira, and others all shook their bodies. Luoxia said. We're out of luck this time, and among the 3 generals, Huang Yuan is here. He has the ability to shine fruit, and his speed is the fastest among the 3 generals. Our hope of escaping is slim. Luo's words made everyone's breathing become heavy, and they were almost out of breath. The pressure that General Huang Yuan put on them was too great. Even Luffy, who is fearless, is sweating coldly at this moment. He had seen another general, Aokiji, and knew how terrifying the general was. Sorry, I have troubled you this time. Luffy apologized to his friends. Obviously, if the Straw Hats didn't pay attention this time, they might be wiped out. Desperation spread across the field. Looking at Nan Ye's handsome face, Bo Ni, a girl with a big stomach, couldn't help but sigh. Handsome guy, the yellow ape is here, and now I can't keep you. But the next moment, Nan Ye's faint words directly made Bonnie's red lips so round that they couldn't close them for a long time. That wretched boy Huang Yuan, is it finally here? I'm getting impatient. Chapter 17. That wretched boy Huang Yuan, is it finally here? I'm almost getting impatient. Bonnie's red lips were so round they could fit an egg. Handsome guy, how old are you, to call a 50-year-old Navy general a kid? And still a wretched boy. Reminiscing not long ago, in the tavern, Nanya called the naval hero Karp a shameless old bastard. Bonnie was speechless for a while, and muttered. Handsome, have you always been this crazy? That's the Admiral of the Navy. Kid and the others also took a strange look at Nan Ye. This guy is crazy. However, it seems normal for a ruthless person who dared to kill 2 Tianlong people to be arrogant. It's a pity that if you don't have enough strength, the more arrogant you are, the faster you will die. Now, General Huang Yuan is coming, this man will definitely not end well. Kid would not accompany him to die. Go. Get out of here immediately. Kid was desperate. Every time wasted reduces the chance of escape. Luo, the Straw Hats and his gang also plan to escape. I'm leaving now. Don't you intend to escape? Bonnie looked at the man beside her, she was so calm from beginning to end, which made her unable to understand. It's okay to be arrogant, it's okay to call the general a wretched boy, and it's not impossible to even kill Tianlongren. However, all of this requires strength as a foundation. Does this man have that strength? Bonnie shook her head inwardly. Although, when he was in the tavern, Nan Ye simply showed his hand and killed more than a dozen marines in a flash. But to that extent, all the supernovas present can do it. It is impossible to say that you can deal with the Admiral based on this. Unless this man also hides his strength. But even if it is hidden, how much can it be hidden? Nanya looked too young, maybe even younger than her Bonnie. You're still young, let's run away this time, it's too early to face the general now. Bonnie tried her best to persuade her that she wanted Nanya to be her deputy captain too much, and she didn't want Nanya to be captured by the Navy here. Escape? Nanya laughed dumbfoundedly. There is no such word in my dictionary. Sure enough, it was like this again. Bonnie was annoyed, why did this handsome guy not listen to persuasion? When Bonnie was debating whether to forcibly take Nanya away, Kid, Luo, and Luffy, the 3 pirate groups, had already fled. They rushed to the gate of the auction house. But soon, they retreated step by step. Moreover, his expression became more tense and dignified than ever before. Da-da-da. At the entrance of the auction house, there were footsteps, accompanied by a lazy voice. Want to escape? It's a pity that it's too late. Since the old man has arrived, you should stay here obediently. There is only one person. Tall and wretched with his hands in his pockets, his whole body was yellow. As soon as he appeared, everyone except Nanya held their breath and were extremely nervous. Who is this person, if he isn't Admiral Huang Yuan? It came so fast. Bonnie panicked too. The yellow ape came so fast, they didn't even have time to escape. Bonnie looked at Nanya subconsciously, and saw that Nanya was still calm, even with a hint of playful smile on the corner of her mouth, she couldn't help but startled. The other end. The muscles on Kid's face twitched, can't you escape? It's all because that woman with a big stomach wasted time. Luo tightly held the long knife in his left hand, and pinched his right hand into a claw shape. The members of the Heart Pirates who are familiar with him know the captain's posture and are ready to launch the room at any time. The room of the Fruit of Surgery can exchange their positions with the things outside, which is equivalent to teleportation. But in the face of an Admiral of the Navy, does such a trick still work? Luo was not sure at all. Lu Fei clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Guys, we can only fight to the death. Seeing that the pirates on the opposite side were all ready to fight, Huang Yuan still looked lazy and glanced at the pirates one by one. Yo, there are quite a lot of big fish. Eustace Kid, with a bounty of 3 Baileys. Its combatant, Kira, has a bounty of 1 million Baileys. Trafalgar Law, a bounty of -1,000,000 Baileys. Hey, this is a riot on Judicial Island, and the culprit who attacked the Tianlong people this time, Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, is offering a reward of 3 million baileys. There is also Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter, with a bounty of 1 million baileys. Huang Yuan pointed out all the supernovas' name and bounty, and sighed in admiration. They are all powerful monsters. Oh, there's more. The yellow ape glanced at where Bonnie was. Big stomach Jolie Bonnie, a bounty is offered. Just as he was talking lazily, without warning, Huang Yuan's tone suddenly froze. Dilated pupils. The expression became sluggish. It was like seeing a ghost. What happened? Bonnie was stunned. Why did Huang Yuan stop when he said that? No, Huang Yuan was not looking at herself, but at Nanya beside her. Yes. At this time, Huang Yuan finally saw Nan Ye. His body couldn't stop shaking. Nan Ye also looked at the yellow ape, and chuckled playfully. Why, don't you know me? Boy, I haven't seen you for so many years, you are still as wretched as before. The whole body of the yellow ape was shaken. No more hesitation. Plop. In the gaze of everyone whose eyeballs are about to drop, Huang Yuan knelt down on the ground and shouted excitedly. Boy Polo Salino, my lord. Chapter 18. What is the situation? The highest combat power of the dignified navy, one of the 3 generals, Huang Yuan. He actually knelt down. This is so fake. The supernovas present were in a daze. Kid, Kira, give me a slap, I suspect I'm dreaming. Luo, have you lost your eyesight? Looks like I need to have an operation on my eyes. Luffy, this uncle, is he really an admiral like Aokiji? At this moment, the 3 supernova captains began to doubt themselves and life. And the most shocking. I'm afraid it must be Bonnie standing next to Nan Ye. She saw clearly and with certainty that the majestic generation of admirals was bowing down to the man beside her. Well, I haven't stood up until now. If this scene is spread, how many people's eyes will be shocked? After all, the admiral is the face of the navy. Even facing Admiral Sengoku, they didn't need to salute. In the navy, the general is truly under one man and above 10,000 people. And the most awe-inspiring thing about generals is their tyrannical strength. The navy's highest combat power is no joke. Just now, as soon as the yellow ape appeared, it overwhelmed the supernovas. Thus, it is even more unacceptable for such a general who stands at the top of the world regardless of his status or strength to kneel down to a young man. Incomprehensible. Are you an admiral? Where did the cards go? Where is the domineering? However, no matter how unwilling the supernovas are to believe it, Huang Yuan's kneeling and worshipping are all facts. The scene in front of me couldn't be more fake. Compared with the absurdity and unbelievability of the supernovas, Huang Yuan didn't think there was anything wrong with his kneeling. In those days, when he first met Master Nan Ye, he was still a child. In the past 40 years, he has become a 50-year-old wretched uncle. But Master Nan Ye is still young like a boy. This alone is enough to make Huang Yuan not dare to neglect in the slightest. Also, today's yellow ape is not the child who didn't understand anything back then. After all, he has become an admiral now, and his strength belongs to the top layer of the pyramid. Therefore, he could vaguely feel the ultimate horror hidden under Mr. Nan Ye's plain surface. Master Nan Ye's current strength is probably stronger than when he was in the Valley of Gods. Huang Yuan thought to himself, his expression couldn't help becoming more respectful. Get up, Polo Salino. Nan Ye smiled lightly and said. You are now an admiral of the navy. This is different from the past. You can't just kneel down to anyone. Huang Yuan was shocked. Master Nan Ye, this is beating him. With wrinkled faces squeezed together, Huang Yuan said flatteringly. My lord, what are you talking about? Isn't it natural for the boy to bow down to you? If you don't get up, kid, you won't get up. As soon as the words came out, Kid, Luo, Luffy, and the others immediately had their eyeballs protrude and almost fell off. The heart seemed to be hit violently. The admiral they feared like a tiger was bowing down to people, the kind who couldn't even shout. But that man was a man they didn't pay much attention to before. After all, that man is just the deputy captain of the Bonny Pirates. How strong can he be? But why can the dignified admiral of the navy take the initiative to bow down? They can't figure it out even if they think about it. Nan Ye's eyes flashed. What he said just now was indeed a beating, but also a test of Huang Yuan's loyalty to him. After all, he has been asleep for 40 years. In the past 40 years, Huang Yuan's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes, and his status has also ranked high as a general. Does Huang Yuan still remember the order Nan Ye gave him back then, and does he still remember his identity as an undercover navy agent? Nan Ye naturally wanted to try it out. The result of the trial made him quite satisfied. Huang Yuan finally did not forget his true identity. As for if Huang Yuan showed a strange look just now, or even hesitated for a moment, that's embarrassing. Even if Nan Ye lacks top combat power around him, he will not use Huang Yuan again. Huang Yuan will be obliterated by him without hesitation, with the force of thunder. Fortunately, although Huang Yuan is naughty and likes acting, he still has sharp eyesight. Know what to do and what not to do. Okay, get up. This time, Nan Ye was telling the truth. Huang Yuan hurriedly climbed up, still full of flattery. Nan Ye casually asked. How have you been doing in the navy all these years? Huang Yuan puffed out his chest and said proudly. Report to my lord. Follow your instructions back then. Although the boy has been in the navy for many years, although his status has been rising, he has never forgotten his original intention and his mission. There is also the self-cultivation of playing an ape that you gave to the kid back then. The kid even took it out from time to time and flipped through it, and he memorized it by heart. The boy can play 100 guarantees. These years the boy is definitely a qualified actor. Chapter 19. A qualified actor. Huang Yuan is proud and proud, he has full confidence to say so. During his tenure as Admiral of the Navy, Huang Yuan adhered to the principle of being late for work, leaving early, and not talking about overtime. As for the mission, to catch pirates. Okay, is the salary in place? And even if it is dispatched, if it encounters a stronger pirate, the yellow monkey will raise his hands and surrender with his mouth crooked. Yo, it turned out to be XXX, it's so scary. Never really work hard for the Navy. Let's just say that this time, Huang Yuan's rare initiative to ask for a job is entirely because the so-called supernovas are no different from children in his eyes. He went to Chambord with the attitude of taking a vacation. Also, he won't actually catch these supernovae. Why arrest those who can add to the obstruction of the Navy? It can be said that Huang Yuan is quite competent as a Navy undercover agent. Of course, to a certain extent, it is also the inevitable result of Huang Yuan's full-level actor talent. Nan Ye was aware of this, and that's why he accepted Huang Yuan as a younger brother back then. And let him go to the Navy as an undercover agent. Looking at it now, this decision back then was really incomparably correct. The conversation between the two made Lu Fei, Kid, Luo, Bonnie, and others all dumbfounded. Kid's throat was dry, and he still couldn't believe that what happened before him was the truth. He looked at Bonnie and asked. Girl with a big stomach, isn't he your deputy captain? How could he have anything to do with Admiral Huang Yuan? Luo, Lu Fei, and others also looked over quickly. Obviously, their hearts were full of endless doubts. Bonnie was speechless for a moment. You ask my wife, who is my wife asking? The old lady is also very confused. Okay. Shrugging, Bonnie said weakly. Don't you understand? My old lady was bragging before, but now that the cowhide is broken, my old lady is playing off. Everyone was speechless. In terms of feelings, you keep saying that the man is your vice-captain, are you bragging? Damn, mislead us all. But here is the problem. If that man is not the deputy captain of the Bonnie Pirates, then what is his true identity? It must be amazing. After all, it would take an admiral to respect him. At this time, Huang Yuan asked cautiously. My lord, what should we do with these pirates? Kid and the others were shocked. They saw and heard something extraordinary just now, will they be silenced? Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The muscles of the whole body are tense up. In front of Nan Ye's eyes, a systematic light curtain appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering this selection. 1. Subdue all the pirates present, reward Eisen template unlocking plus 10%. 2. Kill all the pirates present and reward high-level armed domineering. 3. Let the pirates on the scene leave on their own, and reward a big sharp knife with 21 jobs. Nanya narrowed her eyes slightly. Scanned Luffy, Kid, Luo, Bonnie, including the pirates behind them. All the people he saw had goosebumps all over their bodies and were extremely nervous. Nonsense! This mysterious man can kneel down like an admiral of the navy, just think about it, he must be a very terrifying existence. And even if this man's strength is not very good, with the General Huang Yuan here, their fate is not in his control. Nan Ye's eyes flashed. Needless to say, Wang Luffy, he still wants to use it to take revenge on Garp, so he can't kill him. Kid, Luo, and Bonnie are all good, and it's okay to take them as younger brothers. Especially Luo, those who have the ability to perform surgery, it is said that they can perform immortal surgery on people, Nanya is quite interested. Choose one. The reward for the first choice is the unlocking degree of the blue dye template plus 1%, and the reward is also the most generous overall. Therefore, Nanya made a choice without too much hesitation. Then, Nanya looked at everyone in the field calmly, and said lightly. You guys, are you willing to pledge your allegiance to me? What? Pledge to him? How could it be possible? They are supernovas, and their dream is to be the One Piece, how could they be willing to submit to others? Especially the captains of Luffy, Kid, Luo, and Bonnie, their faces became quite ugly. There was no response for a long time. Seeing this, Nan Ye's loyal pony, Huang Yuan, stood up and said threateningly. It's your honor to be your master's subordinates. If you don't know how to praise, the old man's feet will be a little itchy. Kid and the others turned pale instantly. What do you mean? If they don't agree to be Nan Ye's younger brother, will Huang Yuan kill them? His fists were tightly clenched. They want to resist, but the strong oppressive force of an admiral is enough to make them have no room to resist. Not to mention, there is that unfathomable, mysterious man. In the end, how to do? Everyone is racking their brains. Just when the atmosphere became more and more depressing. Boom! Behind the auction house, the wall where the slaves were held was broken. Smoke and dust scattered. A hearty laugh followed. Haha, when I finally come out, I know that no one will want to buy me, an old man. A thin old man with white beard and hair came out of the big hole in the broken wall. Everyone subconsciously looked over. After seeing the face of the old man clearly, he couldn't help shaking his whole body. That is the left and right hand of One Piece Roger, Pluto Rayleigh. Chapter 20. The old man who walked out of the smoke was the legendary king of Hades, Rayleigh. As soon as he appeared, his aura was enough to compete with Huang Yuan. It's really a road that never ends. It's great that Raleigh, the deputy of One Piece King, is here. Kid and Luo were overjoyed. They were almost overwhelmed by Nanya and Huang Yuan just now. Just when they were debating whether to surrender or not. Unexpectedly, Rayleigh actually appeared. Raleigh the Pluto, as Roger's first partner, is so powerful that it goes without saying. This person, even if he is old, is enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Admiral of the Navy. With him present, the pressure of Huang Yuan can be relieved. Let Kid and others finally see the hope of escape. The eyes of the supernovas were shining with hope, looking at Lely and the yellow monkey, they shouted in their hearts. Fight! Fight quickly! The battle between Lely and the yellow ape was absolutely earth-shattering. In that chaos, they have a chance to escape. However, let them down. The first thing Rayleigh looked at was the almost forgotten Murloc Hachi and the mermaid Kaimi. Then, Rayleigh was attracted by the straw hat on Luffy's head. You are the straw hat boy Luffy, right? That straw hat is suitable for a capable man. Rayleigh laughed heartily. The old man has long wanted to see you. Lu Fei was puzzled. Grandpa, do you know me? I heard that kid with red hair mentioned you. Rayleigh explained with a smile. Luffy was overjoyed immediately. Do you know Shanks too? As he spoke, a hint of embarrassment suddenly appeared on his face. So Grandpa, can you do us a favor? We're in trouble now. With Luffy's temperament of never asking for help, he actually asked Rayleigh for help at this time. Raleigh's powers of observation are so keen. From the very beginning, it was discovered that the situation on the field was not quite right. Luffy and the others should have encountered a great threat. But what about the greater threat? Lely smiled indifferently. He is the right-hand man of One Piece, the man known as Hades. Although old, the might of the tiger is still there. Don't worry, no matter what the trouble is, the old man can help you solve it. Rayleigh said confidently. Luffy inherited Roger's straw hat from the red hair, which is equivalent to Roger's heir, and of course Rayleigh must take care of it. He even had the urge to take Luffy as his apprentice. After all, he saw Lu Fei as a very pleasing kid at first glance. Rayleigh's words made Luffy, Kid, and other supernovas excited. They are saved, and Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, will help them fend off the enemies. Next, let the old man take a look. Who is the person who threatens you? Lely turned his eyes and landed on the yellow monkey, and immediately raised his eyebrows. Oh, it turned out to be Admiral Huang Yuan. No wonder it made a group of super rookies feel powerless. Rayleigh's expression became serious, and he was no longer as relaxed as before. An admiral, even he, had to be on his toes. Huang Yuan, you are a veteran and strong man, are you going to be serious about a group of newcomers? Raleigh said solemnly. Let this old man be your opponent. Facing Lely's provocation, Huang Yuan smiled wretchedly. Rayleigh, you are really old, to be so dull. Don't you realize that it's not up to you to decide what's going on here? Raleigh frowned tightly upon hearing this. Yellow Ape, what does this mean? Did Kizaru think that with Rayleigh on the scene, he could still attack Luffy and the others? You must have underestimated yourself. Lely snorted coldly. Kizaru, you are too arrogant. With this old man here today, you don't want to do any harm to Luffy and the others. Huang Yuan chuckled and didn't answer, but moved away, revealing a figure behind him that was blocked by him just now. What? There are still people? Based on my experience, I didn't even notice it just now. Riley was taken aback. He hurriedly looked over at the figure. Next moment, a scene that Luffy, Kid, Luo, Bonnie, and others will never forget, and that completely shattered their hope of escape happened. I see. Raleigh's eyes just fell on the man. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably. His face suddenly turned pale. The legs are shaking. The lips are trembling. You. Rayleigh couldn't understand anything, and his eyes were almost cracked. He couldn't believe his eyes. In other words, he didn't want to believe his eyes. Nanya felt a little emotional in his heart at this time. Many of his contemporaries, Lockes, Roger, and others, are already dead. And under the cover-up of the world government, there are almost no people who know Nan Ye's name, let alone know Nanya. And Lely happened to be one of the few people in the world who knew Nanya. After all, During the Battle of the Valley of the Gods that year, Raleigh watched the battle outside the port. Because of this, Raleigh was even more frightened and flustered at this time. This man is not dead. Moreover, compared with the Valley of the Gods 40 years ago, the appearance has not even changed a bit. Raleigh roared wildly in his heart. He panicked. Panic like never before. He was scared. Fear from the heart. This man, even Captain Roger, can barely deal with the god of death, Nan Ye, who can only be dealt with by joining forces with Roxcap. Chapter 21. Nan Ye, the god of death. This name was known to everyone in the sea 40 years ago. The Tianlong people were scared to pee when they heard this. The navy was horrified when they heard this. The world government will be alarmed when they hear this. And to defeat such a man, even the former sea overlord Rox, the pirate king Roger, and the naval hero Garp cannot do it together. Pity. Such an extremely terrifying existence has been shamelessly erased by the world government. As a result, in this world, almost no one knows the name of the god of death, Nan Ye. Hades Raleigh, who had witnessed the battle in the Valley of the Gods, was naturally not in this ranks. Raleigh's voice trembled, full of endless fear. Reaper Nan Ye, you are not dead. You are still alive and have returned with a young attitude. Why is this happening? It doesn't make sense. Raleigh couldn't figure it out. It's fine if Nan Ye is not dead, but after 40 years, why is he still so young? Not showing any signs of aging? Hey! It seems that you really want me to die. Nan Ye smiled, with playful eyes. Raleigh's face was pale and bloodless. Nan Ye, the god of death, still maintains a young posture. In other words, this man's strength must still be the same as back then. More likely, more terrifying than back then. Although Raleigh has made great progress in strength over the years. Even to some extent, it is no less than Roger back then. But so what? Does it make sense to face the god of death, Nan Ye? No. Even Captain Roger, together with Roxcap, failed to defeat Nan Ye. At this moment, he was alone, so how could he be Nan Ye's opponent? Desperation spread in the bottom of my heart. Today, he might die. After all, the Roger pirates back then had a hostile relationship with Nan Ye, the god of death. Sure enough, Nan Ye spoke out. Raleigh, the king of the underworld, the kid who could only stand by and watch the battle back then now has the title of king. Nan Ye smiled lightly and said. Roger, that bastard, has even become the famous One Piece, what a majesty. A conversation between two people. Shocked the ground's eyeballs. Luffy, Law, Kid, Bonnie, Zoro, Kira, Sanji. All the pirates present could no longer describe their horror in words. What happened before my eyes was too terrifying. That mysterious man not only made the Admiral bow down, but also made Raleigh, the king of the underworld, tremble with unspeakable fear. And from the content of the conversation between the two, it can be vaguely guessed. That man is likely to be a strong man of the same era as One Piece Roger. Who is it? Pluto Lely just seemed to call him Nan Ye, the god of death. Grim Reaper, Nan Ye? Never heard of one. If this person is a strong man who can keep pace with Roger the Pirate King, there's no reason why he won't be famous in the world. Everyone was confused. How did they know that Nan Ye's name was so terrible that even the world government dared not mention it, and they tried their best to erase it from history without leaving a trace? There was only one person, and her delicate body trembled violently. She is Nicole Robin, the devil's son of the Straw Hats. Robin's blue-black eyes trembled violently as he remembered something. Death Nan Ye. Could it be that he is the same person 40 years ago? Robin is familiar with history and is the only person in the world who can interpret the text of history. She is well versed and knowledgeable. Especially her birthplace, O'Hara, is a sacred place for the study of history. In addition to studying the blank 100 years, O'Hara is also very interested in the history of 40 years ago that the world government is trying to cover up. They collected countless classics and studied countless materials. Finally, from the clues of history, I found the name of Nanya, the god of death. 20 years ago. The reason why the world government launched the demon-slaying order against O'Hara was also because they found out Nanye's name. Seeing that Robin seemed to have discovered something, Nami, who was almost frightened, quickly asked in a low voice. "Robin Sauce, do you know who that person is?" Robin took a few deep breaths, barely suppressing the shock in his heart. With a trembling tone, she revealed the information she knew about Nanya. The god of death, Nanya, is a taboo name. He existed more than 40 years ago. Once upon a time, no less than 2 digits of celestial dragons were killed. The Navy directly sent 3 generals, and they were all defeated. And in the place called the Valley of the Gods, Roger the Pirate King, Karp, the naval hero, and a man named Lockes seemed to be added to besiege the death god Nan Ye together, and the result. Robin shook his head in disbelief. "I thought that he had already died in that battle, but I didn't expect." Looking at Nan Ye's handsome and upright figure, Robin pursed her red lips tightly. Unexpectedly, Nanya, the god of death, not only did not die, but was still so young after 40 years. Nami was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. She has grown up so much, she has never heard of such an outrageous thing. "R.O. Robin Sauce, let's persuade Luffy to surrender together." Nami trembled. Facing such a terrifying existence. They Straw Hats, what do they have to resist? Chapter 22. Robin and Nami's Whispers. It was heard by Trafalgar Law, who had been secretly looking for an opportunity and was about to use the room to escape unexpectedly. Like Nami's reaction, Luo was dumbfounded and stunned. The right hand that was ready to activate the room at any time was also put down. Tell the truth. Luo's character, compared to the reckless Luffy and the bloodthirsty kid, is the calmest. Otherwise, in the situation just now, he would not still be thinking about using the room to escape. However, after listening to Robin's interpretation of Nanye's identity, Luo gave up, completely gave up the idea of running away. His background is so big. With bitterness and shock on Luo's face, he looked at Nanya with eyes full of awe. Even Roger the Pirate King, Karp, and Lockes, the CO heroes, are no match for him. No wonder, Huang Yuan kneels down to him. No wonder, Pluto Raleigh trembled with fear as soon as he saw his figure. How could such a big shot win with our few supernovas? Luo was desperate. The current situation is already a dead end. In front of such a terrifying big shot as the god of death Nanya, the possibility of him escaping is zero. And after despair, it was relief for Nanye's previous pledge of allegiance to them. Allegiance to Nanya is the only way to solve today's deadlock. After figuring this out, Luo's tense nerves finally relaxed. He has decided to surrender, swear allegiance to Nanya. There is no shame in submitting to such a big man. After making this important decision, Luo now has the leisure to observe Nanya, the god of death who has countless legends. For so many years, Lord Reaper still maintains the appearance of a young man. Could it be that he has undergone immortality surgery before? Kid and Luffy didn't know that Terran among them had betrayed. The two were still tense, their eyes fixed on the development of the situation on the field. I see. Nanya walked towards Rayleigh step by step. Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, whom they had originally hoped to escape, trembled more and more. Lord Reaper, are you going to kill me? Raleigh asked with a wry smile. Nanya replied lightly, you are in your 70s, I didn't want to bully a bad old man like you. But who told you to be Roger's bastard's second in command? The bastard Roger is dead, so he is lucky. The debt he owed me back then will be repaid by you, Pluto. After hearing this, Raleigh wanted to cry but had no tears. Captain Roger, you are dead, but I have to pay the rest of the debt. Lei Li had the urge to lift Roger out of the coffin, and then told Nan Ye, here, your real enemy is here. But that's impossible, and it's impossible for someone like Rayleigh to actually do that. Hey! Take a deep breath. Rayleigh tried his best to suppress the panic in his heart. Although he knew it was useless, he had to resist no matter what. He couldn't just close his eyes and wait for death, right? At this time, Nanye's number one horseboy, the yellow ape, ran forward and said with a smile on his face. My lord, Rayleigh is an old man, let the boy deal with it, you are always resting by the side. Nanya glanced sideways at the yellow ape. As expected of a qualified actor, he is also very good at flattering. Nanya waved his hand casually, no need, it's better to take revenge on yourself. The hope that had just risen in Rayleigh's eyes was extinguished again. If he was facing Huang Yuan, he still had a little confidence. However, if facing Nan Ye, let alone self-confidence, just being able to stand still and not run away, is already worthy of the title of Pluto that he has won over the past few decades. Hey! After taking a few deep breaths again, Lei Li suddenly cupped his fists and said with a wry smile. Master Reaper wants to kill this old man, so I have no complaints. This old man doesn't have many years to live, so it's an honor for me to die at the hands of my lord. Oh! Nanya raised her eyebrows, quite surprised. Unexpectedly, Lei Li was able to say such a thing, and he was worthy of the title of Hades. Forget it, since you are old, I won't bully you for being old and weak. Nanya thought for a while and said. As long as you can catch me without dying, so what if I let you go? Hearing this, Lei Li seemed to see a glimmer of light in the dense darkness, and was overjoyed. Master Reaper's words are serious. After asking, he quickly slapped himself a big mouth. What a joke, once Lord Reaper Jingkao opened it, how could it be fake? Next moment, Rayleigh, who rekindled hope, mobilized all the energy in his body. Armed color domineering raised to the strongest. Knowledge colored domineering raised to the strongest. Overlord color domineering raised to the strongest. Every cell in his body is screaming desperately. An aura that belongs exclusively to the top-level powerhouses of the pyramid spread throughout the auction house. Except for Nan Ye and Huang Yuan, everyone else felt as if a mountain was pressing on their backs. There were even weaker ones who couldn't bear the pressure and passed out directly. So strong. Too strong. Just by the momentum, my bones are about to fall apart. Kid, Luffy, Bonnie, Luo, these supernovas, watching with sweat profusely, exploded into an extremely imposing rally. Concussion. Don't look at Lei Li's fear and sincerity when he faced Nan Ye just now. He is, after all, one of the strongest people in the world today. The so-called supernova is hard to come by. However, that's how powerful Raleigh is. At this moment, I still feel that I am too weak. Because what he was about to face was Nan Ye, the god of death. Even if it was just Nan Ye's move. Chapter 23. At this moment, Raleigh has reached the peak state of his life. The already aging blood in the body boiled like lava. He has spared no expense, even overdrawing his own lifespan, to enhance his own strength. It can be said. At this moment, Lei Li's strength is definitely not inferior to that at his peak, or even stronger. The huge momentum and pressure brought about are also extremely huge. Not to mention Kid, Luffy, and other supernovas who are sweating. Even Huang Yuan's face changed slightly and became serious at this moment. As expected of Pluto, the right hand of Pirate King Roger, his strength is astonishing. Huang Yuan has to admit that Lei Li's strength has reached a certain level, and he will never be weaker than him, the Admiral of the Navy. Huang Yuan couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, Mr. Nanya did not agree to his request just now, otherwise, if he played, it would be impossible to win Lei Li in a short time. In that case, he would lose face as an adult. Hee. Huang Yuan smiled cunningly. However, if the adults do it themselves, then there will be no problem. No matter how strong Pluto really is. Can you be stronger than adults? Nan Ye's expression was very calm from beginning to end. At most, Lei Li nodded his head slightly after bursting out with a domineering aura. The strength is not bad. With your support, it's no wonder that Guy Roger can become the One Piece. The tone was like an elder evaluating a junior, just a simple compliment. Lei Li cupped his hands. I am ashamed to be affirmed by Lord Death. Even so, it is inevitable to bring a trace of pride. After all, now that he has exploded with peak strength, even if Captain Roger comes, he has to be cautious. Even though Nan Ye, the god of death, is stronger than Captain Roger, he only needs to take one move from the opponent. It's just one trick. Lei Li in this state has regained his confidence, the confidence that belongs to Pluto. Hey! Compliment you? Seriously? Nan Ye smiled. Without further ado, he slowly raised his right hand and stretched out a finger. Raleigh immediately stood ready. The hairs all over his body stand on end. Is the god of death, Nan Ye, finally going to make a move? However, after seeing Nan Ye's movements clearly, Lei Li was stunned. Just hold out a finger. I really look down on him, the king of Pluto. Not only Raleigh was in a daze, but everyone else was also stunned. Kid couldn't help complaining. Even if he is very strong, the other party is Rayleigh, the right-hand man of One Piece. It's too big to use just one finger. Kid is usually arrogant, but at this time he found that compared with Nan Ye, his madness was at least 100 Straw Hat Boys behind. Luffy didn't know that he had become Kid's unit of measurement. He touched the straw hat on his head and muttered. Can you fight with just one finger? Bonnie, a girl with a big stomach, has never closed her bright red lips since she opened them. At first, she also wanted Nan Ye to be her deputy captain. However, when Huang Yuan and Lei Li appeared one after another and showed great sincerity towards Nan Ye, Bonnie knew that she had misjudged her. This handsome guy's strength and identity are by no means simple. However, even if he knew this, seeing Nanya only stretched out a finger to deal with the legendary Hades King Lei Li. Bonnie's opinion is the same as Kid's. Nanya is too big. Need to know. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. Bonnie wondered if she should remind the handsome guy, but she decided to forget it. This kind of duel between strong men is no longer at her level, and she can intervene. One finger, that's fine, so I can pick it up more easily. After being stunned, Raleigh felt a little relieved. After all, the less strength Nan Ye uses, the safer it is for him. However, the mood is still quite complicated. He remembered that once upon a time, he used only one finger to bully others like this. Well, that person is now the Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the first team, Phoenix Marco. In no mood. Someday, someone will use that same finger on him. Call. Putting aside these distracting thoughts in his mind, Raleigh gathered his attention. After all, the other party is the god of death, Nan Ye. Even if it is a finger, he must go all out and not relax in the slightest. Nan Ye stretched out a finger to herself. Then, point to the sky. The inexplicable and obscure words slowly came out of his mouth. The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealed. Unruly talent. The tide negates the paralysis for a moment and blocks the long eyes. What the hell? Spell? Everyone was dumbfounded again. I have no idea what Nan Ye is doing. However, following Nan Ye's spells, the surrounding air suddenly became dim. To be precise, it became pitch black. It was as if night had come suddenly. Raleigh's expression changed drastically. Changed the sky with just a few spells. The crawling iron princess. Clay puppets that keep mutilating themselves. Combine, bounce, bounce. extending to the ground. The spell continues. The darkness is still falling. The supernovas, even Rayleigh and Kizaru couldn't help feeling flustered. There is some great horror coming. Know your own powerlessness. The last chant fell. Nanya pointed her finger at Rayleigh, and the darkness was rippling all over her body, like a demon king judging the world. 90 of Breaking Dao, Black Coffin. Chapter 24. The 90 Black Coffins That Break the Way, Aizen Soyajik's most classic ghost way. The big dog Komamura Zuochen of Gaudi was instantly killed by Aizen's move, and it was the kind that gave up singing. And in the ultimate battle between Benglan and Kurosaki Ichigo, the black coffin that sang completely, although it was shattered by the slap of Jigu, whose painting style was even higher than that of Benglan. But that was purely a jabbering too much. To be honest, at that time, there were not many people in the entire death plane who could take over the chanting of the black coffin in the collapsed blue state. Not to mention, in this pirate world where the combat power is obviously several levels lower. Bang bang bang! I saw Sui Nanyi's voice falling. The pitch-black coffin made of black iron rose from Layleigh's feet. The black iron coffin as deep as ink seemed to swallow the soul of a person into it. Gudong! I don't know who swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and it was especially harsh in this dead silent auction house. Someone was shaking his legs, couldn't stand steadily, and fell to the ground. I was frightened and stupid. This extremely weird and terrifying black coffin has too much impact. Located in the center of the black coffin, Rayleigh, who had just exploded with peak aura, was also dumbfounded at this time. He stared blankly at the black coffin that wrapped him up. Attack with advanced armed color domineering. Attack with overlord colored entanglements. It's all useless. No shaking at all. How so? Riley couldn't believe it. Is the gap between him and Nanya really that big? Ridiculous. Just now he thought that if it was just a move, he should be able to catch it. Thinking about it now, it's ridiculous. The strength gap between the two is basically at the dimensional level. With no room for resistance, Rayleigh was completely wrapped in the huge black coffin in the blink of an eye. His aura, and even his voice were all sealed in the black coffin. The right-hand man of One Piece, the generation of Pluto Rayleigh, seems to have disappeared from the world at this moment. Silence. The silence of the abyss. At this moment, no one dared to breathe loudly. Their eyes were all glazed over. The depths of the eye sockets are filled with fear, the fear that goes deep into the soul. Only Nanya clapped his hands and nodded in satisfaction. The power of this black coffin is quite good, and the scene effect is full marks. Haven't seen those supernova dolls, are they all frightened and demented? The one who woke up first was the most powerful yellow ape. With a plop, Huang Yuan knelt on the ground again and shouted. My lord, your majesty is invincible, there is no rival in heaven and earth. My boy's admiration for you is like a surging river. All right, all right. Nanya impatiently interrupted Huang Yuan's sycophant. This ape actor with a full level of talent really has to act twice at any time. God is sorry, Huang Yuan really didn't act this time. Huang Yuan was really shocked, and also scared. What he said just now came from the bottom of his heart. Previously, although he also knew that Master Nanya was extremely powerful, he had never seen it with his own eyes after all. But just now, he saw with his own eyes that Rayleigh, whose strength was not inferior to his, was wiped out by Mr. Nanya with one finger. Master Nanye's strength is far more terrifying than he imagined. Huang Yuan couldn't help being extremely grateful in his heart that he was Master Nanye's younger brother. With Mr. Nanya as the backer, what kind of navy, what kind of world government, what is it? From then on, if the Lord points to the east, he will go east, and if he points to the west, he will go west, striving to be the number one pawn under Master Nanya. As for the undercover career of the navy, of course, it is necessary to uphold the will of Mr. Nan Ye and carry out the great career of an excellent actor to the end. Not mentioning how Huang Yuan flattered, Nan Ye turned to Kid, Lu Fei, Luo, and others, and said flatly. You guys, what are you thinking about? Be loyal to me, or die. Simple two-way multiple choice question, there is no third possibility. The voice just fell. Trafalgar Law just knelt down and said loudly. Luo is willing to serve the Lord. The first one to make a decision was actually Luo, and Nanya was a little surprised. He glanced at the former and nodded slightly. This boy Luo has some brains, so he might be able to help him a little bit in the future. Next, Kid, who was always arrogant, also knelt down. The powerless defeat of Pluto Rayleigh, as well as the terrifying black coffin, shocked Kid too much. He believed in the concept of respecting the strong. Nanya is undoubtedly stronger than the 4 emperors, generals, and even One Piece. It is not shameful to submit to such a strong man. Not to mention the big stomach girl Bonnie, she originally wanted Nanya to be her vice-captain, although it seems impossible now, but if she became Nanye's subordinate, she would be in the same camp. My old lady can see Nanye's handsome face every day, hee. That's my old lady's advantage. Therefore, Bonnie surrendered very simply. In the end, only Wang Luffy was left. Seeing that Luffy is still hesitating, holding a happy stick, oh, Nami, who is in a good weather, hurried forward and begged in a low voice. Luffy, everyone else has surrendered, let's vote too. Pirate Hunter Soran reminded. Lu Fei, you have to think about it. If you nod, we will be other people's subordinates from now on. If you shake your head, we will probably all die here today. Luffy suddenly fell into extreme entanglement. After a long time, Lu Fei raised his head, looked at Nanya, and asked very seriously. If I surrender to you, can I still be the Pirate King? Chapter 25. As expected of Wang Luffy, he still wants to be the One Piece at a time like this. But Nanya didn't care. For him, he just wanted to use it to get revenge on Garp. As for One Piece, Roger has been hammered by him, so what if Luffy really becomes One Piece? Seeing Nanya seemed to have abandoned the title of One Piece King. Kid, Luo, Bonnie, and the others sighed again, and then they were ecstatic. One Piece, even if it's nothing to Mr. Nan Ye, but to pirates like them, it is the supreme glory. Look at Master Nan Ye's attitude. Obviously, they can continue to compete for the title of One Piece. Luffy also let go of his last knot, and knelt down like Kid, Luo, and others. After all, Nan Ye killed 2 Tianlong people in an understatement just now. With every gesture, the legendary king of Hades, Rayleigh, was powerless to resist. This kind of great power far surpasses the Shanks that Luffy met when he was a child. Luffy has long been convinced by Nan Ye's strength from the bottom of his heart, plus for the safety of his companions, plus he can continue to compete for One Piece. Naturally, Luffy no longer had any reason not to choose to surrender. The Straw Hat Gang, Kid's Gang, Luo's Gang, and the girl with a big stomach, Bonnie, all swore allegiance to Nan Ye at the same time. When this scene spreads out, I don't know how many people will be scared to death. Nan Ye was also somewhat satisfied. Although the current strength of these supernovas is not worth mentioning, they have infinite potential. Given time, he might not be able to become a powerhouse at the level of the 4 emperors general. Just when everything was going smoothly, a weak voice suddenly came from the auction platform. The god of death, my lord. It was the mermaid Kaimi who spoke. She mustered up her courage, but she didn't dare to look at Nan Ye, but said hesitantly. Can you, let Lord Raleigh go? It was to plead for the old boy Rayleigh. Nan Ye glanced over. Kemi, whose upper body was humanoid and lower body was fishtail, immediately trembled all over. Mermaid, Fishman Island. Nan Ye reveals his remembrance. Back then, he also stayed on Fishman Island for a while. Do you know Poseidon? Kemi was startled, and timidly said. Are you referring to our acting king of Murloc Island, Lord Poseidon? Lord Poseidon has passed away, and the current king is Lord Neptune. When Nan Ye stayed on Fishman Island, the king was an old man named Poseidon, and Neptune was still a young man. 40 years passed in a blink of an eye. Naturally, Poseidon had already died of old age, and Neptune's hair was also grey. The exchange between Nanya and the mermaid Kaimi made everyone whisper in their hearts. This lord is truly unfathomable. He actually met the previous king of Fishman Island. How old should an adult be? Luo, who is a fruit of surgery ability, guessed before that the adult may have performed the immortal surgery, or at least some kind of magical method similar to the immortal surgery. The awe in my heart deepened. Nanya didn't know the mutterings of the crowd, and before his eyes, the system's choice appeared again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing the supernova. Start the next choice. 1. Agree to Mermaid Kaimi's request and reward the ability to listen to the voice of all things. 2. Reject Mermaid Kaimi's request, and reward high-level armed domineering color. 3. Let Lei Li go and help him heal, and reward swordsman-level swordsmanship. Nanya rubbed her chin, but didn't hesitate for too long. Forget it, after all, I have a little friendship with that old man Poseidon. That old man insisted on marrying his unborn granddaughter to me, hey. The granddaughter of Poseidon who was not born back then is naturally the current mermaid princess Shirahoshi. For Poseidon's sake, Nanya decided to agree to Kaimi's request. But helping Lei Li to heal his wounds is naturally impossible, and it would be Nanye's mercy if he didn't kill him. Choose one. With the ability to listen to the voice of all things, Nanya has already mastered the high-level knowledge and domineering power. Now with the blessing of the ability to listen to the voice of all things, even Roger, who is invincible in knowledge, has no advantage over Nanya in this regard. During the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, it was because of his unrivaled knowledge that Roger was able to avoid Nanye's ultimate move repeatedly. You can see it's extraordinary. After making the selection, Nanya waved his hand lightly and released the black coffin. Kaimi wept with joy, and was very grateful to Nanya. She didn't expect that Lord Death would agree to her pleading for such an insignificant person. The girl with a big stomach, Bonnie, looked weird for some reason. She looked at Kami several times, and muttered softly. This girl doesn't look as pretty as her old lady. Could it be because of mermaids? Handsome guys like this kind of tone. Not to mention Bonnie's outlandish ideas. The black coffin dissipated. Revealed what was inside. Because of Nanye's initiative to stop, Lei Li was not dead after all. However, his body was dripping with blood, and his arms, calves, and chest were covered with hideous wounds, staining a bloody man. Seeing the frightening appearance of the legendary Nether King Lei Li, everyone gasped and felt chills in their hearts. Master Nanye's methods are too terrifying. In the future, I must not disobey Master Nanye's order. Chapter 26. The huge black coffin completely sealed off the space. When absolute darkness came into view, Raleigh knew he was hopeless. All his confidence and preparations were completely shattered by this strange and unpredictable black coffin. Riley's mouth was full of bitterness. As the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, he had actually carefully studied the attack methods of the god of death Nan Ye before. It mainly includes two kinds, the air of decay and the transformation form of a demon with animal-like abilities. As for the black coffin that enveloped him, Raleigh had never heard of it. This is enough to prove one thing. That is the 40 years since the god of death, Nanya, disappeared, and his strength was even more terrifying than during the battle in the Valley of Gods. But how can one understand this now? He is going to die. Lei Li sighed secretly. The attack from inside the black coffin kept destroying his body. Raleigh closed his eyes, knowing that resistance was useless, so he chose to close his eyes and wait for death. However, just when Raleigh was ready to face death, The black coffin that made him despair had disappeared. Lei Li tremblingly opened his bloodshot old eyes, and he was trembling with excitement after escaping from death. I'm not dead, I'm really not dead. It's Lord Reaper, finally stop. Lei Li's beard and hair trembled, and excited tears flowed from his eyes. But his injury was too serious, even a slight trembling caused him to bleed several hundred milliliters of blood. But life was saved anyway. The powerful ability to restore life held Lei Li to his last breath. Thump! Holding on to his last breath, Lei Li suddenly knelt down on the ground. Much, thank you Lord Death God for not killing me. After finishing speaking, he passed out directly. Master Raleigh, old man. Kaimi, Hachi, and Luffy hurried forward. Don't worry, this old guy is very tough. Nan Ye pouted. The powerhouses in the pirate world are all as strong as monsters. Like Wang Luffy, he was born with a bloodlock aura. Such as white beard, the stomach is burnt through and can still abuse the red dog. For example, Roger and Lockes, who were once hostile to Nan Ye, no matter how severely injured they were, as long as they survived, they would be alive and kicking again within 2 days. Kami and the others breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Nanya with gratitude. The matter here is over. Huang Yuan stepped forward to ask for instructions. My lord, you next. Huang Yuan wanted to know what the adults were going to do next. Are you going to turn against the Navy and the world government? Nanya had a sneer on his lips. Boy Huang Yuan, you continue to lurk in the Navy. Don't reveal the news that I'm still alive. Wait until the top of the war, and then give Garp, the warring states and the world government a big surprise. Huang Yuan's eyes lit up. My lord is going to make a big deal. Maybe the Navy and the world government will perish because of this. Then I am a big hero. The Yellow Ape, who claims to be the #1 horseman under Nan Ye's command and the #1 confidant, immediately patted his chest and promised. My lord, please don't worry, the boy will definitely do his best, and he will do everything he can. Looking at the high-spirited Yellow Ape, Nanya couldn't help laughing. Poor Salino, you continue to carry forward your career as an ape, which is a great achievement. After deciding on the future course of action, Nanya prepared to leave Chambord and go to the Fishman Island on the bottom of the sea. As for the Navy outside, as well as the aftermath, it is natural to leave it to Huang Yuan. In order not to attract the attention of the Navy, Nanya asked Kid, Luo, and Luffy to take their respective pirate groups to act separately, and then rejoin after leaving the range of the Chambord Islands. He himself followed the big stomach girl Bonnie and boarded the Bonnie pirate ship parked at the port. Boat, Captain, it's really great that you're fine. Before, they were like ants on a hot pot. After seeing Bonnie, everyone in the Bonnie pirates was immediately overjoyed. Just seeing Nanya walking beside Bonnie, she couldn't help muttering. Who is this little boy? A steward with the highest status in the Bonnie pirates pointed to Nanya and asked. Captain, who is this man? Bonnie glanced at Nanya secretly, and saw that the other party didn't say anything, and immediately waved her hand, expressing domineeringly and unquestionably. This is your deputy captain. When you see him in the future, you must respect him like your old lady. What? The pirates were dumbfounded. The steward jumped even more hastily. Captain, I'm an old man in the regiment. I've sweated and bled for you. You can't just give the deputy captain to someone of unknown origin. I'm going to do this. Why? Who dares to have an opinion? Bonnie pulled out the long knife at her waist and slashed at the table, which immediately split in two. She really deserves to be the only female captain in Supernova. Her temper is not as hot as usual. Everyone in the Bonnie pirates shuddered, and the steward shrank his neck, not daring to say anything more. They are a female captain, but they will kill people if they disagree with each other. Seeing this, Bonnie put away the knife in satisfaction, and cursed. Look at all of you bears, and you don't even take a pee to take care of yourself. You still want to fight for the vice captain? Live well or what? Just ask if you have this big, handsome guy. All the pirates. Kikai glanced at Nan Ye, then at himself, and immediately lowered his head even lower. The natural gap, what can be done? Chapter 27. Nanya crossed her arms and looked interested. Although Bonnie is a girl, she is quite domineering, and she trains her subordinates like grandchildren. But this woman dared to say that Nanya was her vice-captain. She was quite bold. Nanya couldn't help laughing, but didn't care too much. After thinking about it, maybe it's a good idea to hide myself as the deputy captain of the Bonnie pirates. From now on, I will be the deputy captain of this ship. Nanya said in a joking tone. The pirates, especially the steward, were immediately filled with displeasure. They have been competing for the deputy captain for a long time, but an outsider gave them the first footsteps. God has no eyes. However, but these people didn't notice that upon hearing Nanye's words, her own captain, Bonnie, showed a terrified expression on her usually domineering and pretty face. Old lady. I'm just joking. Master Handsome, don't take it seriously. Bonnie yelled desperately in her heart. Did the handsome man take her joke seriously? Or did the handsome guy deliberately use this method to beat himself? Bonnie groaned secretly in her heart, unable to figure out Nanye's real intention at all. The domineering Bonnie just now disappeared, leaving only the cautious Bonnie. She carefully accompanied Nan Ye, where the crew could not see. Her pretty face was full of flattering and apologetic smiles. Watching the captain and the newly appointed deputy captain walk into the cabin together. The crew members were in complicated moods, and the steward's face was even more ugly. When he couldn't see the backs of Nan Ye and Bo Ni, he finally couldn't help but cursed. Damn it! It's so unfair! My lord, calm down. An older crew member walked up to the steward with a wretched smile on his face. Haven't you discovered the real identity of that person? What identity? The steward looked at the old crew in front of him in surprise. Could it be that he knows the origin of that man? Hey hey hey! The old crew laughed more and more. LSP. My lord, you have to know that the captain is not young, she has reached the girl's thinking. Wait. The steward immediately interrupted, do you think the word girl can be used to describe our Captain Bonnie? Cough cough. The old crew member smiled awkwardly, admitting that the wording was inappropriate. In short, at this age, the captain must be thinking of a man. Captain Bonnie, she just made the mistake every woman makes. Not to mention the two crouching dragon and phoenix chicks on Bonnie's boat. How do they view the relationship between Nanya and Bonnie? Just say. After the yellow ape bid farewell to Nan Ye, he showed his might and captured nearly pirates with ease. With this brilliant victory, Kizaru returned to the Navy headquarters. At the moment Marin Van Duo, Marshal's office. The eyes behind the presbyopic glasses of the Warring States period stared at Polo Solino, who was sitting on a chair and manicuring his nails. Warring States suppressed his anger, and asked in a deep voice. Huang Yuan, can you explain to the old man why you didn't catch a single supernova this time? Huang Yuan paused while he was manicuring his nails, his wrinkled face was full of grievances. Master Marshal, you can't open your eyes and talk nonsense, the old man clearly caught 400 pirates. Snapped. Warring States slapped the table, and couldn't help but curse. The old man is referring to supernovas with a bounty of over -million. It's not those pirates you caught with a bounty of only a few 100,000. The yellow ape's momentum was depressed. But Huang Yuan is worthy of being an excellent actor, so he quickly acted nonchalantly and said lightly. Those supernovas with a bounty of over -million are all powerful and terrifying monsters. I am powerless. What's more, pirates with a bounty of hundreds of thousands are not pirates. Mr. Zhangguo, even if you are a marshal, you can't obliterate the credit of the old man for no reason. Puff. Hearing Huang Yuan's words, Zhangguo almost fainted out of breath. What the hell are you, an admiral of the navy, saying that you can't beat a supernova with a bounty of over -million? If the general with the highest combat power in the navy is so powerful, then why fight the Whitebeard pirates? The navy simply surrendered. The spirit of the warring states period does not come from one place. However, he couldn't deal with the yellow ape. At the level of the general, he is directly responsible to the Tianlong people. Even if he is the admiral of the navy, he is not qualified to deal with it. Furthermore, the warring states period did not dare to deal with the yellow ape. The battle with the Whitebeard pirates is about to start, and it will be a huge disaster for the navy to let a general lose his morale at this time. Call. Take a deep breath and calm down. Warring states tried to calm down, skipped this topic, and asked a more pointed question. So, what about the celestial dragons? Huang Yuan, you are here to protect the Tianlong people. But the 3 Tianlong people are all dead, and the wrath has already come from Wuliaoxing. How do you explain this matter, Yellow Ape? Not only did Huang Yuan not panic, but his spirit was shaken. He knew that the real drama was coming. It's time to show real acting skills. Huang Yuan's expression changed from casual to sad in an instant, then to grief, and finally to deep pain. The kind of pain that penetrated to the bone marrow, as if his own relatives had died. Mr. Warring States. Yellow Ape said in a hoarse and painful voice. This matter, the old man really has an unshirkable responsibility. It should never be, let the world's nobles and descendants of the Creator, the Tianlong people die. Moreover, 3 of them died. I am guilty, unforgivable sin. Huang Yuan beat his feet and stomped his chest, looking extremely remorseful. After hearing this, Warring States couldn't help being moved. Huang Yuan was so regretful that he should stop provoking the other party with this matter. Unexpectedly. Next moment, Huang Yuan suddenly changed his mind. However, I really can't blame the old man for not paying attention. Monkey D. Luffy, who killed the celestial dragon, is too big in the background. I really dare not touch him. Warring States. Chapter 28. Damn Polosolino, you are a real dog. The old man thought your confession was very sincere just now. In a blink of an eye, you fucking started throwing the blame away. I am really worthy of your nickname of the yellow non-stick pan that is secretly circulated in the navy. Sengoku was completely speechless. Huang Yuan is not slippery, he is a wise general and marshal, and he has nothing to do with the opponent. The main reason is that the person who was blamed by Huang Yuan, the straw hat boy named Monkey D. Luffy, is really an impeccable blame man. Even in the Warring States period, they had to admit that Huang Yuan's reason for dumping the pot was somewhat reasonable. Very simple. Just think about how big the backstage of Straw Hat Boy Luffy is. Hero of the Navy, the strongest in the Navy for so many years, the pillar of the world government, and his iron comrades and buddies in the Warring States period, Monkey D. Cap, it's Luffy's grandpa. The youngest 4 emperors in history, the red-haired Shanks with the most overlord look in the world, is the guide of Straw Hat Boy Luffy. The mortal enemy of the world government, Durag, the leader of the revolutionary army who is still more threatening than the 4 emperors, is Luffy's biological father. If there is no Nan Ye, Luffy's backstage in the original book will also add a Hades Rayleigh. What a terrifying lineup this is! All of them are the top powerhouses in the world. If anyone came out and stomped their feet, the sea would tremble 3 times. It can be said that in the world of One Piece, no one can compare to Wang Luffy in terms of the size of the backstage. After all, the Navy, the 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and every faction have top-notch experts who support Wang Luffy. If you want to move Wang Luffy, you must first think about whether your head is hard enough. So, the reason Huang Yuan threw out was so unassailable that Zhang Guo didn't know how to refute it. As such, the root of the problem was successfully transferred from the yellow monkey to the straw hat Luffy. Transferred to the backstage of Luffy. Well, Thinking of this, Zhang Guo let out a weak sigh. What can he do? He is also very helpless. Cap. In the end, Sengoku blamed all his problems on his old comrade in arms, Garp. It's all your fault, bastard. Why is the Straw Hat Kid Luffy your grandson? This moment, Zhang Guo wished he could rush to Karp immediately and spray him with saliva all over his face. Seeing that the focus of attention of the Warring States period had already moved away from himself, Huang Yuan felt extremely proud. Mock up! Fight with the old man? I can't play you to death. Satisfied in his heart, Huang Yuan began to raise his legs again, and trimmed his nails happily. Seeing this, the Warring States almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm in a state of desperation, is it really okay for you to be so leisurely? The more Zhang Guo watched, the more annoyed he became. He quickly waved his hand to let Huang Yuan leave. He was afraid that if he watched it any longer, he would really vomit blood. Huang Yuan leisurely left. Full marks for acting. The acting is perfect. If Mr. Nan Ye knew, he would definitely praise himself greatly. After Huang Yuan left, it took Zhang Guo a long time to restrain his emotions. In any case, since the Straw Hat Boy can't be caught in a short time, then this matter can only be put aside for the time being. There is one more urgent matter before the Warring States period and the Navy. That's the Whitebeard Pirates. The upcoming top war. Compared with this big event, all other things have a lower priority. In this matter, however, the Navy also ran into trouble. That is, the convening of Kaiwohei under the king. Those people in Kaiwohei are all rebellious guys with high-level eyes. However, the strength is extremely strong. In the war with Whitebeard, the participation of Shishibukai is inevitable. However, it is easier said than done to forcibly summon those unruly people. So far, only Amayasha Doflamingo, Tyrant Kuma, and the newly promoted Shishibukai Blackbeard Tiki are the only ones who have clearly stated that the Navy will participate in the war. The remaining Moonlight Mariah, Hawkeye Mihawk, and Pirate Queen Boa Hancock, Warring States didn't know that the mole had been destroyed. So far no news has been sent back. Oh, and there's also a seaman Jinbi. That guy was even more hateful. He went to him directly and asked him to release Fire Fist Ace, otherwise he would help the old man with white beard. In a fit of anger from the Warring States period, he was sent directly to the undersea prison and pushed into the city. Thinking of all these troublesome things, Zhang Guo couldn't help rubbing his brows vigorously. Skull hurts. It's the exact opposite of Admiral Sengoku's burnt out. Nanya is quite comfortable. Since boarding the Bonnie pirate ship, Bonnie has been waiting for her in daily life and food anytime and anywhere. Looking at this violent and savage girl, she was wronged like a little daughter-in-law in front of him, and she didn't even dare to eat too much. Nanya was amused in her heart, and would tease Bonnie a few words from time to time, making the latter even more bitter and cautious. And after leaving the Chambord Islands, the Straw Hats, Kids group, and Luo's group also joined Nan Ye's side one after another. In order not to expose Nan Ye's identity, it was announced to the outside world that the four pirate groups were of course allied to venture into the new world together. This sensational news hit the headlines of the newspaper the next day. Just talking about the Bonnie pirates, the steward who was the most promising to become the deputy captain. These days, he has been secretly observing Nan Ye and Bo Ni. He found that the captain of his own family not only served tea and water to the vice-captain, but even warmed the bed. The steward looked stupid at the time. I feel that what the old crew member said to him before seems to be right, and there seems to be something wrong. The crux of the matter is, the captain who was supposed to be a tigress, why was he so gentle and considerate to that deputy captain? The manager couldn't figure it out even though he was thinking about it. After that, the Bonnie pirates form an alliance with the Straw Hat pirates, the Kid pirates, and the Heart pirates. The steward also met the deputy captains of these pirate groups. The deputy captain of the Straw Hat pirates should be the Three Swordsman Zoro. The vice-captain of the Kid Pirates, not surprisingly, is the gloomy Kira. The deputy captain of the Heart Pirates, that cute furry peebo who belongs to the Fur clan? After seeing these deputy captains, the steward compared them with Nanya, the deputy captain. Can't help but look up to the sky and sigh, want to cry but have no tears. Also the vice-captain. Why is the difference so big? Chapter 29. The Endless Sea. 4 huge pirate ships sailed on the blue sea. If anyone here saw their banners, they would look horrified. Because, these 4 pirate groups are all supernovas known as the Evil Era. But well, these supernovas are now only loyal to one person. Nanya lay on the sun lounger, basking in the sun leisurely. Beside her, there was Bonnie, who looked like a little maid, taking care of her meticulously. Nanya was thirsty, so she immediately handed her the wine glass. Nanya was bored, so she immediately served a lot of delicacies. The crew of the Bonnie pirates couldn't help showing expressions of almost grief and indignation. Who the hell is the captain? Besides, Miss Bonnie, when did you become so good at taking care of others? Bonnie's performance these days has caused the crew members who knew her to have their eyes shattered. It's incredible. Sister Bonnie serves the newly appointed vice-captain as if serving her master. There are veteran crew members with rich experience, but they don't take it seriously and laughed, secretly comforting everyone. Don't make such a fuss. The captain and the deputy captain are in a period of intense fire, and it is not surprising to do anything. Of course. The real situation, like this old crew member who thought he knew everything about LSP, was far from it. After all, Nan Ye's true identity is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Bonnie couldn't be more respectful. At the beginning, Bonnie was still uneasy. After waiting for a period of time, my heart became more stable, and I was even secretly happy. Because, being able to peek at the handsome man from a close distance, and being loyal to her, Nan Ye's good-looking dog, is a great blessing. And the happiest thing for Bonnie is to warm the bed for the handsome man. Not everyone can have such an opportunity. Seeing Bonnie's thoughts, Nanya enjoyed it while laughing. Although Bonnie is not as good as Empress Hancock in terms of appearance alone, she is undoubtedly a great beauty. It's also pleasing to the eye to see him waiting on the saddle. In particular, Bonnie was originally a domineering and savage tigress, but she behaved like a little maid in front of him, so it was inevitable that she would feel a sense of accomplishment. This day, Lei Li, who became the film coder Lao Lei, finally coded all the boats. A group of people began to march toward the kingdom of the Fishman Island under the sea. Under the sea, the scenery is even better than the sea. Corals, aquatic plants, and various colorful fish are beautiful. Revisiting the old place, Nanya was slightly moved. In the past 40 years, this Fishman Island has not changed at all compared to before. Just when everyone was about to land on Fishman Island, suddenly, hundreds of huge sea beasts surrounded the 4 pirate ships. Sea beast. The pirates were shocked. No, that can't be called a sea beast. Looking at the size, it's clearly a sea king. Indeed, each of these sea beasts is more than meters long, and they are genuine sea king creatures. The pirates even turned pale. Neptunes, that is the most terrifying existence in the sea. What to do? Captain. Members of each pirate group hurriedly asked their own captains for help. Supernova captains like Luffy, Kid, and Luo all looked solemn at the moment. In other words, if there are only a few or a dozen sea kings, they can still deal with them based on their strength. But hundreds of... Even on land, it would be extremely difficult to deal with hundreds of sea kings. What's more, it's at the bottom of the sea. They are all devil fruit capable users, and their strength at the bottom of the sea is greatly restricted. Master Shinigami is also a capable person, I guess there is no good way for him. Let's run away quickly. Wait until we get rid of these sea kings before landing on Murloc Island. Even Rayleigh, who was still injured, thought so. After all, devil fruit ability users are abandoned by the sea. No matter how powerful that god of death is, he still has to be on land. Under the seabed of -meters, any capable person has to shrink his head. Unfortunately, I was injured too badly, otherwise, I alone would be enough to relieve your worries. When he was in good health, it was easy to swim alone through the windless belt full of sea kings. Rayleigh shook his head sighing. After Nanya let him go, Rayleigh also figured it out. Roger has been dead for decades, and Lord Reaper has the grace to spare his life. He is old, and he doesn't have many years to live, so he might as well serve Lord Death God from now on. After Nanya learned of this, she was also quite happy. Roger, you bastard, when you besieged me back then, did you ever think that one day, your most trusted partner would become my little brother? Nanya accepted Layli's surrender and assigned him a task. That is, as the chief instructor of these supernovas, let them increase their strength as much as possible before the top war comes. Back to the present. Hundreds of sea kings made all the pirates despair, and they wished they could turn around and run away immediately. But Lord Reaper didn't speak, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Bonnie the pirate ship. Captain, let's go. There are hundreds of sea kings, this is not a joke. The steward and a group of crew members anxiously persuaded. Bonnie looked hesitant. There are hundreds of Neptunes, even she is unavoidably afraid. Looking secretly at Nanya, she saw Nanye's expression was a little weird. Nanya stood up and asked. Little Bonnie, did you hear anything? The head of the domineering big sister Bonnie became Little Bonnie in Nanye's mouth. But Bonnie didn't dare to have the slightest opinion, and hurriedly replied cautiously. Voice? No. Nanya nodded, stopped talking, and walked towards the sea kings outside. The steward and the members of the Bonnie pirates looked at Nanye's back with ugly expressions. How did this guy talk to the captain just now? Even if the captain likes you and treats you perfectly, you can't be so arrogant, can you? The anger that had been endured for many days finally broke out at this moment. The steward was about to reprimand him. Suddenly, the pupils dilated sharply, and the eyes widened. Turned into a stone sculpture. I see. As Nanya approached those sea kings, hundreds of Neptunes neighed in unison. That neighing sound was clearly cheering. Clearly excited. As if greeting their king. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Hundreds of sea kings neighed in unison. It is enough to shake the sea in a radius of 10 miles. Countless fish and sea beasts are scurrying in terror. Even on Murloc Island, the Murloc soldiers guarding the border were also full of fear. Sea kings, you are angry. Why? In the past, these sea kings also wandered around the Fishman Island. However, they are very docile. Not only will it not harm the Murloc Island, but sometimes it will take the initiative to protect it. It seemed that there was someone they cared about very much in Murloc Island. However, at this moment, these sea kings were uncharacteristically screaming desperately. No, listen carefully, the sea kings are not angry, but cheering. Cheers? Impossible, are you cheering for those pirates? The Murloc soldiers looked at each other. They, who are more familiar with the habits of sea kings than humans, finally reacted at this time. Hundreds of sea kings are indeed not angry, but cheering. To a person. That person is. The Murloc soldiers hurriedly looked towards the cheering center of the sea kings. I saw a handsome, young figure standing there. Pirates. Damn it, why did the Neptunes, who are supposed to protect our Murloc Island, show such a gesture to a pirate? This matter is too unbelievable, and His Majesty Neptune must be reported as soon as possible. Over there on the pirate ship. Rayleigh, Luffy, Luo, Kid, and others stared blankly at the performance of the Neptunes around them. They are also full of fog. What happened? These Neptunes don't seem to be coming to attack us. Cheers? They're welcoming us, haha. Look at your big face, do you have the qualifications to be welcomed by the Sea Kings? That's clearly a welcome, Master Death God. The hearts of the people were shaken. I thought that facing these hundreds of Sea Kings, they would have to escape even if they were supernovas. And Lord Reaper, even if his strength is terrifying, there should be nothing he can do at the bottom of the sea. Never thought. Lord Reaper didn't do anything, just standing there caused the Sea Kings to cheer. Actually, compared to cheering and jumping, a more accurate adjective is surrender and adoration. Beasts are coming. Welcome their returning kings. Master Reaper, can even Sea Kings command? The heart was shocked. That's a Neptune. How many Neptunes are there in the entire ocean? What kind of terrifying force is this? Even the legendary ancient weapon Sea King is nothing more than that. Pluto Rayleigh was also shaken violently. Compared with Luffy, Kid, and Luo, who had followed Roger, he understood the scene in front of him better. Listen to the voice of all things. There's nothing wrong with that, Lord Reaper, he definitely possesses the same ability as Roger. No, judging from the performance of these Neptunes alone, Lord Reaper's ability is even higher than Roger's. Rayleigh was right. At this moment, Nanya has the ability to listen to the voice of all things, so that he can hear the voice of Neptune. Nanya was thinking. He knows his own situation, but he can only hear the voices of the Neptunes, and at most the Neptunes are extremely respectful, and cannot directly instruct them. Ding! However, the system sound rang, and 3 options appeared in front of my eyes. 1. Kill all the Neptunes around, and reward the great swordsman-level swordsmanship. 2. Ignore the voices of the Sea Kings, and reward Zanpakuto Shiomaru. 3. Listen to the voice of the Neptune and reward the ability to command the Neptune. Choose 3. In just a split second, Nanya made a choice. Great swordsman-level swordsmanship? With Nanye's strength, there is no need for it at all, and Zanpakudeo Shueiwan is even more tasteless. But the ability to command the Sea Kings is different, that is the real ability of the ancient weapon Sea Kings. Next moment, Nanya closed her eyes and listened attentively to the voices of the Sea Kings. My lord, my lord! This is what the Sea Kings shouted just now. And when Nanya possessed the ability equal to that of Neptune, the voice of Neptune became, King, our king! We have been looking forward to it for thousands of years, and you are finally back. However, in Fishman Island, we still have a queen. My lord, are you going to see her? Queen of Fishman Island? Isn't that the mermaid princess, the genuine Neptune Baxing? Then, the old man Poseidon desperately wanted to marry his unborn granddaughter to Nanya. Nanya recalled the scene back then, and still found it a little funny. Forget it, let's go meet my unmarried wife. Immediately, Nanya gave a command to the Neptunes. Then, without looking back, he casually said to Bonnie, I'm going to meet someone. Then, he jumped on top of the biggest Sea King, and Shiran left. Bonnie opened her bright red mouth wide. The crew of the Bonnie pirates, especially the steward, looked like they had seen a ghost, and they lost their minds. Boat, Captain? The steward asked with a hoarse voice and trembling, then, who is that lord? Even if he was an idiot, he understood at this moment that Nanye's identity was not a deputy captain at all. Joke. Being able to command the existence of Sea Kings, what kind of bullshit deputy captain is he worth? It was the first time that Bonnie knew that the handsome man still had such abilities, and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. After being called by the steward, she came back to her senses. The well-behaved little maid in front of Nanya returned to her unreasonable nature when facing her subordinates. Go away, mother, this is not what you should know. Bonnie cursed, and immediately shouted urgently. Hurry up and set sail for the old lady, and follow the handsome man. Otherwise, the old lady will peel your skin. Chapter 31. Bonnie scolded and urged her men to sail quickly to catch up with the handsome man. Aside, Luffy, Kid, Luo, and others ignored the shock, and hurriedly ordered the boat to sail. However, before they got close, I was surprised to find that the Neptune riding under the feet of Lord Reaper at this time is not an ordinary Neptune at all, but a super-large Neptune. That is a flood dragon. A super dragon with a body length of more than 5,000 meters. On the huge mountain-like dragon head, there are two towering horns. The blue-black scales all over his body exude an icy cold luster. The so-called king of the four emperors' natural enemy offshore is like an insignificant little loach in comparison. The flood dragon just flicked its tail casually, and it set off monstrous waves. Whoa! As if triggering a tsunami, the huge current surged swiftly. Not good. Hurry up and stabilize the hull. The pirates screamed in horror. After a full quarter of an hour, the sea current stabilized. Looking again, even the shadow of a Neptune is gone. Bonnie and the others couldn't help but looked at each other. This Master Nan Ye is gone, what should they do? Finally, O'Reilly said. Anyway, it's impossible for Lord Reaper to have an accident. Let's land on Murloc Island first, and then slowly look for him. Everyone looked at each other speechlessly and could only follow suit. Fishman Island, Underwater Dragon Palace. Several Murloc soldiers rushed over in a hurry. Your Majesty, it's not good, something serious happened. Neptune, the current king of Murloc Island, looked over in surprise. Why so panic? The Murloc soldier hurriedly said. It's the Sea Kings around Murloc Island are abnormal. Aquaman. Neptune turned pale with shock, obviously aware of the horror of Sea Kings. What did he think of and hurriedly asked. Is it caused by seeing? Neptune's daughter, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, has the ability to summon Neptunes. When Shirahoshi was young, because Princess Otohime was injured, Shirahoshi screamed and immediately attracted countless huge sea kings. Neptune knew even more that his daughter was the legendary ancient weapon, Sea King. It's not Her Royal Highness, but a pirate. What, a pirate? Yes, that person looks. The Murloc soldiers described Nan Ye's appearance and the situation at that time in detail. Neptune was dumbfounded. Those sea kings with violent temperaments who can't communicate with anyone except their own daughter Shirahoshi. Would you take the initiative to greet a young human pirate? If he didn't know that the soldier would never tell lies with his eyes open, he would almost have accused him of lying. How did that happen? Humans, young humans, look like. Suddenly, a memory that had been hidden for a long time popped out from the bottom of my heart. This memory shocked Neptune a lot. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That lord died 40 years ago. And, even if you are still alive, you must be old. Neptune kept shaking his head, trying to deny his guess just now. But the more you deny it, the clearer the image of that adult in your mind will be. The more it corresponds to the person, the Murloc soldier said. Neptune's whole body trembled violently, his face turned pale. Could it be that? Is it really that grown up? Neptune was shaken. If it is that adult, then it is not surprising that he can command the Sea Kings. Moreover, if that adult really returns for their Fishman Island, this is even more great news. Neptune desperately suppressed the fear and excitement in his heart. He ordered in a trembling voice. Immediately. Immediately. Go invite that lord to the palace. No, I will invite you personally. Nanya gently stroked the horns of the dragon under the seat, feeling as cold as chalcedony. Woohoo! The dragon under his seat immediately uttered an extremely obedient cry. Nanya smiled slightly. I really like Xiaolong. At the same time, the shape of the dragon reminded Nanya of someone. Beast Kaido. The trainee pirate on the Rocks ship. Now it is King's Landing New World, the famous 4 Emperor Kaido. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods that year. After Nan Ye disappeared, Roger and Garp immediately turned to deal with Lockes. Once the Captain Lockes died, the once powerful Lockes pirates fell apart immediately. The Aunt Charlotte Lingling, who is the old man on the boat, gave him a fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form because she saw that Kaido's little brother is strong. Let Kaido escape from the Valley of the Gods. Afterwards, Kaido relied on this carp to jump into the Dragon's Gate. He who secretly controlled the Wano country directly became the 4 emperors on par with Big Mom. Thinking of Kaido's mother, Nan Ye's mouth turned cold. Those 2 guys, although they didn't attack him back then, were the subordinates of that bastard Lockes. If you have a chance, you might as well take them both. Think so? Xiaolong took him to a palace. This palace is beautifully decorated. The whole body presents a kind of pink, revealing the lovely tone unique to girls. In the center of the palace, a mermaid was there alone. The mermaid has long pink wavy hair, an extremely stalwart chest, and smooth skin dotted with pearl-like luster. What is even more dazzling and admirable is her stunningly beautiful and colorful pink fishtail. The fishtail is crystal clear, and the scales on it are dazzling, and beautiful. The beauty of this woman is no longer inferior to Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world. It was Nan Ye, who couldn't help but be amazed when he saw it on the first day of junior high school. Even in his previous life, he already had an impression. But how can the impact of the paper man be compared with what you see with your own eyes? Chapter 32. The arrival of Xiaolong caused quite a commotion. Bai Xing raised his head in a daze. Seeing the huge Xiaolong, she, who is naturally timid, not only was not afraid, but was a little happy. It's you, have you come to play with me again? Shirahoshi's cute tilted head, beautiful oval face, is an innocent smile from the heart. Woo-oh! Xiaolong responded. Bai Xing smiled even more happily. Although he didn't understand what was going on, Bai Xing knew that he was born with the ability to understand the voices of Neptunes. Thus, the Neptunes are feared by others like tigers, but Bai Xing is not afraid at all. Even, she was lonely since she was a child, but she also made friends with the Sea Kings. The huge dragon in front of him is one of Bai Xing's best friends. You two really look like a pair of good friends. Suddenly, a voice came from above Xiaolong's head. Bai Xing nodded innocently, yes, we are good friends. Done. Only then did the cute Bai Xing realize that there are other people here. Wurong couldn't help but turn pale with fright, and shrank her whole body in the corner. Who is talking? Nanya was amused by Bai Xing's cute performance. With a slight flick of his sleeves, she suddenly fell from the top of Xiaolong's head. Shirahoshi's jewel-like sky-blue eyes immediately reflected the image of a handsome young man. The inner tension and fear also subconsciously relaxed. Such a good-looking adult must not be a bad person. Bai Xing comforted himself like this in his heart, summoned up his courage, and stammered and asked. You, who are you? To Bai Xing, Nanya was indeed not a bad person. But, it doesn't prevent Nanya from turning into a big bad wolf who bullies Little Red Riding Hood the moment she sees Bai Xing. He thought of teasing. I am the husband you have never seen before. Do you understand, Xiao Beixing? What? Bai Xing was dumbfounded. Then, in the big eyes, Pu dropped pearls. You are my husband? Don't people know you? How can this be? The little girl cried, crying so sadly. Because, Nan Ye's joke aroused Bai Xing's sadness. For more than 10 years, she had to hide in this palace all the time because of avoiding someone's marriage proposal. Woohoo! Xiaolong protested. How can you bully the hostess if you protest against your host, also directly bullied and cried. Rao was Nan Ye's thick skin, so he couldn't help touching his nose in embarrassment at this moment. Seems like the joke went a little too far? Don't cry, little white star. Nan Ye stretched out her hand, wiped away Bai Xing's tears, and said softly. The words just now were just a joke. I'm actually a friend of your grandfather Poseidon. Grandpa's friend. Bai Xing blinked his big watery eyes, and looked at Nan Ye suspiciously. How could he know his grandfather who had passed away for many years when he was so young? Immediately. After realizing it, Nan Ye's big hand was still resting on her cheek. Can't help but blush. Nan Ye withdrew her hand calmly. Well, it feels good, very smooth and moist. He smiled and said, I didn't lie to you, I also know your father King Neptune. Bai Xing immediately let go of his heart. She was pure-hearted and smiled again. It turned out to be a friend of Grandpa and King Father. He was rude just now. Don't blame Bai Xing, my lord. Nan Ye smiled and was about to speak. Suddenly, there was a huge boom outside the hall. Boom boom boom. There was a constant boom, like a constant explosion. Ah! Bai Xing screamed and covered his ears, endless horror was revealed in his beautiful eyes. Again. He's here again. This time, he will definitely kill him. Father, brother, hurry up and save Bai Xing, woo woo woo. Seeing Bai Xing's reaction, it was obvious that such a rumbling sound had already become her nightmare. The smile on Nan Ye's face disappeared. It gets very cold. Bitingly cold. As a time traveler, of course he knew what Shirahoshi's nightmare was. It seems to be something called Vanderdaken. After listening to the reports from the soldiers, Neptune left the Dragon Palace in a hurry. Flying towards the coast of Fishman Island. Has that adult returned? It must be that adult. Neptune felt extremely excited and apprehensive. Sha Xing and other sons following Neptune were full of confusion. My lord father, why did you lose your composure like this? Isn't it just some pirates, as for? A group of people rushed to the coast without the slightest pause. Looking around, Neptune was immediately disappointed. No, there is no figure of that adult. Just some irrelevant pirates. The pirates that Neptune saw were Bonnie, Luffy, Kid, and Luo who finally landed on Fishman Island. None of them knew Neptune. Seeing Neptune coming with a crowd, they thought it was an enemy, and they all became vigilant. At this time, Rayleigh came out. Haha, long time no see, Neptune. Rayleigh, who had been to Fishman Island with Roger, naturally knew Neptune. Oh, it's Rayleigh, I didn't expect to see you again. Surprise appeared on Neptune's face. But under the surprise, it is still hard to hide the loss. After all, I couldn't see that adult after all. Rayleigh stroked the white beard on his chin, rolled his eyes, thinking about the reasons and consequences of Neptune's coming here. Soon he realized something, and he laughed. Neptune, are you here to meet that lord? Hey, I can tell you that the lord has indeed returned. Chapter 33. When he heard Raleigh's words, Neptune couldn't believe his ears. You're telling the truth, Raleigh. Rayleigh stroked his beard and sighed slightly. He understood Neptune's feelings. When he saw Mr. Reaper for the first time in Chambord, why couldn't he be in disbelief? Raleigh said in an affirmative tone. I dare not lie to you about this kind of thing. In fact, we are all newly recruited subordinates of Lord Death. Neptune was trembling with excitement. For a moment, I burst into tears. My lord, it's really great that you didn't die. Rayleigh, tell me, where is your excellency now? I'm going to visit your excellency. Rayleigh spread his hands, expressing that he didn't know either. We are also looking for Lord Reaper. Sir, he stepped on a huge dragon with a body length of more than 5,000 meters and left. Neptune was taken aback. His son Sha Xing and the others were even more dumbfounded. How big is a dragon that is more than 5,000 meters long? The most important thing is, who is the lord that the father is talking about? The huge flood dragon. Neptune was thoughtful, and after a while, his expression was lifted. I know where my lord has gone. He should have gone to Shirahoshi's place. Mermaid Shirahoshi? Hearing this name, Raleigh also suddenly realized. That's right, Shirahoshi is the ancient weapon Neptune, and also has the ability to command Neptunes. Those Neptunes, of course, should take adults to meet the real Neptune. It is not too late. Led by Neptune, everyone immediately went to the palace where Shirahoshi lived. Outside the palace where Shirahoshi lived, the rumbling sound continued. Nan Ye's eyes flickered with coldness. He told Xiaolong, "You stay here with Bai Xing." Xiaolong shook his head obediently. Nan Ye moved. There was a ripple in the space. Instant step. Disappeared in place in the next second. Bai Xing raised his big eyes that were already red from crying, and looked worriedly at the place where Nan Ye disappeared. My lord, is he going out to deal with the people outside? No, that person is very powerful. Bai Xing was worried about Nan Ye's safety, so he got up and went after him. Buzz. Xiaolong stopped Bai Xing and said something. Bai Xing was stunned, and said in a daze, uncertainly. You said that the strength of that adult is invincible in the world, so there is no need to worry at all. Woohoo! Xiaolong immediately nodded vigorously on the huge head. Outside the palace, a crooked guy with an axe in his hand. Throwing it casually, the axe immediately flew towards the gate of Bai Xing's palace automatically like a homing missile. Rumble. There was a huge impact sound like an explosion. Vanderdaken smiled smugly. He is a target fruit capable user, and his strength is enough to walk sideways in the territory of Murloc Island. And today, he came here to forcibly take away the all-powerful mermaid Princess Bai Xing. Princess Baixing, you will never escape from my grasp. Vanderdaken threw his head back and laughed wildly. The reason why he is so confident is because he brought 2 helpers today, 2 powerful helpers. One is Hody Jones. The other is on land, known as the Vicious Supernova, the gangster with a bounty of 800 million Baileys, Capone Becky. The ambitious Capone Becky, smoking a cigar and squinting. He looked at Vanderdaken and Hody Jones with disdain. If it weren't for the faster and more efficient collection of desserts from Murloc Island, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to cooperate with these 2 guys. Hurry up and end things here, I have to collect a lot of desserts. Becky urged impatiently. He collected Fishman Island desserts in order to curry favor with Big Mom, so he joined the Big Mom Pirates. Of course, joining the Big Mom Pirates is only the first step in Becky's plan. His real purpose is to kill Big Mom. Be the first supernova to bring down a 4 emperors. Such ambitions are not insignificant. Therefore, Becky is very urgent and does not want to waste time here. Vanderdaken and Hody Jones were ready to go all out without further delay. After all, they also need the help of Capone Becky to capture the entire undersea dragon palace. However, just when the 2 were about to start, without warning, a figure appeared in front of him. Who? Vanderdaken and Hody Jones were shocked, and Becky's expression changed. That person's appearance was so strange that they didn't notice it just now. Nan Ye's eyes were indifferent, and she glanced at Vanderdaken and Hody Jones. Both of them are here, and it happened to be solved together. Then, saw Capone Becky. Hey! Unexpectedly, there is also an extremely evil supernova. Let's kill together by the way. Quickly answer, who are you? Why are you here? Vanderdaken asked loudly. But the man on the opposite side was like a high god, who didn't bother to talk to him at all. Nanya raised a finger flatly, not even bothering to say a word. Not good. With Nanyi's finger raised, all the hairs on Becky's body stood on end. There is an unprecedented premonition of danger. It was as if the god of death from hell was knocking on his door. Who is this person? One finger actually made me feel this way. Becky was so terrified that she yelled without hesitation. No, you can't kill me. I'm the subordinate of the 4 emperors. Nanya snapped her fingers. Becky was overjoyed immediately, thinking that the name of the aunt had scared the other party. But the next sentence from the other party completely stunned him. Aunt Siwang, what is she? A sneer. The 4th one, Bai Lei. From the fingertips, a mammoth thunder shot out. With the blessing of unlocking 60% of the blue dye template, a low-level breakthrough like Bai Lei is incredibly powerful. With lightning speed, it passed through the sea water, covering the bodies of Capone Becky, Vander Daken, and Hody Jones. Ah! In the thunder light, there was a shrill scream. After 10 seconds, the 3 of them were reduced to ashes, not even a trace of scum was left. Chapter 34. Lightning flashes from fingertips. What Vander Daken? What supernova Capone Becky? Including Hody Jones, who later became a small boss. Under the surging white electric light and thunder, everything was wiped out. The whole process did not exceed a second. However, but it happened to be seen by Neptune, Rayleigh, and his group, who rushed over non-stop. Wang Luffy, I was dazzled. Your Excellency is amazing. You can even shoot lightning. The girl with a big stomach, Bonnie Fang's heart was pounding, and her red lips whispered. It's so handsome. It's so handsome. That kind of casual attitude, that kind of demeanor of obliterating the enemy at will, wow. No way, my old lady has completely fallen. Unlike Luffy and Bonnie, who are fans of the 2 brothers and sisters, Kid and Luo are terrified. Kid swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face turned pale. Among those 3 people, the one in the black suit should be the gangster Capone Becky. He is also a supernova just like us. Law glanced at Eustace Kidder beside him. The meaning of the other party is obvious. Since adults can kill Capone Becky, who is also a supernova with them, then, it also means that adults can also kill them at will. Luo smiled, as the first person who took refuge in Nanya and knew the true horror of Nan Ye's name as God of Death. Luo has always imagined Nan Ye's strength to the maximum. It's just that every time Nanya makes a move, his limit will be refreshed. Master Reaper's strength is beyond what we can imagine. Luo sighed from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, Kid was warned. Kid is in charge, don't think about it. Otherwise, I will finish you without your lord's action. Kid was angry, his face flushed red. What are you talking about? My loyalty to the adults can be learned from heaven and earth. Kid may have had some small thoughts before, but by now, it has completely disappeared. Seeing this, Luo smiled without explaining. Anyway, Luo boasted that he was the first to surrender to Master Nan Ye, and he was the most loyal person to Master Nan Ye. If other supernovas, especially Kid, don't care about life and death, if they dare to do anything against them, he will solve the traitor for the adults without hesitation. When the supernovas have different ideas. The moment Neptune, king of Fishman Island, saw Nan Ye plop, kneel directly on the ground. There was a cry of excitement in his tone. My lord, you are really back. Ha ha, great! Great! Do you know, my lord? When the news of your death in the Valley of the Gods came, my father refused to believe anything. Even before he died, he still told me Master Death will not, he is the god of death, and the underworld dare not take him in. Neptune's voice choked. His father was naturally the acting king of Fishman Island, Poseidon. After hearing this, Nanya couldn't help feeling a little sad. He and the old man Poseidon are friends who have forgotten their age. He had promised the other party that he would help Fishman Island realize its 1,000-year wish. Therefore, Poseidon was very grateful to him, and decided to marry his unborn granddaughter, who is now besieged, to Nan Ye. Thinking of that unruly old man, Nan Ye also laughed. Nan Ye stepped forward and helped Neptune up with her own hands, with a slightly weird expression on her face. If besieged really married him, then Neptune in front of him would be his father-in-law. The father-in-law knelt down to him, "Not very good. When you see me in the future, there is no need to perform this great gift." Nan Ye smiled. Neptune was excited again. Behind him, Sha Xing and his sons were all dumbfounded. My father, the king, actually bowed down to a human who looked younger than them? How could they not be shocked? Father, who is this lord? Shark Star hurriedly asked Neptune in a low voice. Only then did Neptune think of his sons, and immediately ordered. Quick, come and pay your respects to your lord. After Shark Star and the others saluted Nan Ye, Neptune informed them of the origin of Nanya and Murloc Island. Hearing that the young man in front of him turned out to be Nan Ye, the god of death who shook the world 40 years ago. Sha Xing and the others were completely speechless. Then, there was an almost subconscious panic. Joke. That's the god of death, Nan Ye. Because Fishman Island is located in the deep sea, the influence of the world government is relatively weak here. Therefore, only the part of history from 40 years ago is stored in the royal palace of Fishman Island. Especially the records about Nan Ye, the god of death, are even more comprehensive. Naturally, those were left by Poseidon, and Neptune preserved them, and only the core members of the royal family could watch them. Knowing Nan Ye's true identity, after Sha Xing's initial panic, he was as excited as Neptune. Lord Reaper is back. For their Murlocs, it is a great thing. From then on, no one can threaten Murloc Island. Some greetings. Neptune suddenly remembered something, his eyes flickered, and he asked cautiously. That? Your Excellency should have seen the little girl by seeing. No. I don't know if the agreement you made with your father back then still counts. Chapter 35. He mentioned his daughter by seeing again. It's about Nan Ye's agreement with Poseidon back then. Neptune's implication is self-evident. Nanya had a strange expression. It seems that this Neptune has inherited his old man's will, insisting on forcing Shirahoshi to himself. Hey, not right. Think about it another way, if you marry by seeing Neptune became his father-in-law, wouldn't that old man Poseidon become his grandfather? What the hell, it turned out to be to take advantage of me. Thinking back to the character of that old urchin of Poseidon, maybe he didn't have such a plan back then. Hey! Good guy, the calculation is deep enough. If it weren't for your granddaughter being so fragrant and moist, how could my master allow your scheme to succeed? The conversation between Nanya and Neptune involved secrecy, and everyone else consciously kept a distance. There was only one person who sneaked over to eavesdrop. When he learned that the handsome man had a marriage contract with that mermaid princess by seeing, his eyes widened in surprise. Immediately, a trace of evil spirit appeared on her pretty face. This eavesdropper is not Bonnie, who is it? Damn, I haven't made a move yet. I was caught first. Although Bonnie warmed Nanyi's bed, it was only for warming the bed. And Bonnie didn't know the existence of Empress Hancock, so she always thought that she was the woman closest to the handsome man, and she was proud of it. But at this moment, she unexpectedly heard that the handsome man has a fiancé. With Bonnie's usual delicate personality, how can she bear it? Bonnie thought viciously, later, I must show that mermaid princess some color. However, when she walked into the palace, she saw Bai Xing's face that crowned the world. Her face, figure, and even personality are all far superior to her. Bonnie was silent. Silently looking at Bai Xing's pink fishtail, the beautiful oval face, especially the exaggerated chest. Eyeballs are bulging out. How can it be so big? Bonnie looked down at herself again, though she couldn't see her toes either. But compared with Bai Xing, it is not an order of magnitude at all. Bonnie wanted to cry but had no tears. Come on, she wanted to impress others just now. Unexpectedly, we just met. Others beat her to pieces with all-round perfection without dead ends. Bonnie couldn't help crying. Alas, it seems that it is impossible for her to monopolize the handsome man. At the very least, it is impossible for her to compete with the stunningly beautiful mermaid princess in front of her. Nanya didn't know that Bonnie, a little maid, had thought so much in such a short period of time. But he also noticed that there was something wrong with Bonnie's expression. Anyway, this woman was also on the boat and served him for a while. Nanya was going to talk to Bonnie at night. Night, coming soon. Shirahoshi was called by her father, King Neptune. The others also went to rest separately. Nanya stood with her hands behind her back, looking at the magnificent beauty of the underwater palace. Behind him, there was a slight sound of footsteps. Obviously the person who came was very cautious. "Handsome, big, my lord." Accidentally, she almost called out the handsome guy, but Bonnie quickly changed her words. "Do you have anything to do with me?" Nanya glanced at Bonnie faintly, which made the latter feel even more panicked. Could it be that I wanted to show that mermaid princess a little bit of color during the day? Did adults know? Could it be possible that adults can read minds? Bonnie panicked even more. She didn't know where to swing her hands. "Your abilities are amazing." Suddenly, Nanya spoke. Bonnie was relieved that it wasn't the thing she was worried about, it was about her abilities. Bonnie has nothing to hide. "My devil fruit ability can change people's age at will. From a newborn baby to a toddling old man, I can do it." Bonnie's tone was quite proud. Her ability is unique in the world. Even a handsome and invincible gentleman would definitely not be able to do it. Nanye's eyes flickered. The ability to change a person's age at will is really powerful. However, the premise is that Bonnie can touch the enemy. A top-level powerhouse like Rayleigh, or one with enough knowledge, would never give Bonnie a chance to touch him. Bonnie's ability obviously also has many weaknesses. For these, Bonnie also did not hide. But the change of age has a time limit, and when the time is up, it will return to its original state. Also, if the opponent's strength is too much stronger than mine, my ability will also have no effect. Saying that, Bo-Ni glanced at Nanya, and added in her heart. Just like a handsome man, no matter how the old lady touches it, it is impossible to cause a little bit of influence. Nanya nodded slightly. This is reasonable. If there is no limit to Bonnie's ability, wouldn't it be against the sky? And Nanya looked Bonnie up and down suddenly, and the corner of her mouth curled up in a way that the latter couldn't understand. "It is enough to be able to change back and forth between Luoli and Yuji, what more bicycles are needed?" A hey smile made Bonnie feel creepy. Nanya then asked. "So, what about your identity? It must not be simple." Bonnie's expression froze for a moment, almost froze, and her body also became stiff. Her identity. That was the last thing she wanted to think about. Chapter 36. Jolie Bonnie. The only female captain in this supernova. Not only is his ability very strange, but his identity is even more mysterious. In the original, after Bonnie was caught by Blackbeard who got the double fruit ability, Akainu, who has been promoted to Admiral of the Navy, went out to redeem Bonnie himself. When Akainu saw Bonnie, the first sentence he said was even more thought-provoking. "Your escape really made the old man break out in a cold sweat." What kind of identity will make Akainu, who has become the marshal, break into a cold sweat? Even Nanya was quite curious about this puzzle. Bonnie fell silent for a while. After a long time, he forced a smile and said, "My respected Lord Reaper, can you allow people not to answer this question? However, I can tell you that I have a lot to do with the most noble existence in this world." The most noble existence in this world? 5 old stars? Or, the more mysterious Lord Im? Nanya took a deep look at the woman in front of her. Immediately burst out laughing, even if this woman is the daughter of Wulioxing, or even that Im. She is a little maid who warms her own bed. Little Bonnie, the air at the bottom of the sea is inevitably humid. I will leave the task of warming the bed tonight to you." Nan Ye's simple words immediately made Bo Ni out of the depressed mood. Bonnie is shy on the outside, but happy inside. "Ha ha ha, I must put the handsome man to sleep tonight." Bonnie went to warm the bed with wishful thinking in her arms. However, her delusion finally came to nothing. Because Bai Xing came over, Bonnie could only leave unwillingly. Before leaving, she was still staring at Bai Xing's chest, muttering sourly. "It's a big deal, isn't it? The handsome guy probably won't be able to grasp it, heh heh." Bai Xing felt that Bonnie's eyes were a bit strange, but she was pure-hearted and didn't think too much about it. Instead, he said politely, "Goodbye, Sister Bonnie." Then, Bai Xing looked at Nan Ye. Her cheeks, which were originally as white and flawless as jade porcelain, gradually became stained with carmine. Heart beat like a deer, thumping and thumping. Thinking of what his father said to him just now, Bai Xing became even more ashamed. "It took a long time before I mustered up the courage to say softly like a mosquito. Greetings, greetings to my husband, my lord." After finishing speaking, the whole face turned into a red apple. The extremely shy Shirahoshi immediately covered his face with his hands. Nan Ye, on the other hand, was a little confused. Bai Xing called him my husband. That old fellow Neptune, what did he tell Shirahoshi just now? At this time, Neptune also came outside the Nanya gate and saw his daughter's shyness. There was a gratified expression on the old face. Bai Xing must have called out that title to Master Nan Ye. Nan Ye saw Neptune. He walked out directly and asked with a strange expression. "What did you tell Bai Xing just now? Why did she call me, hey?" Neptune quickly apologized, and said with a smile on his face. "My father married Bai Xing to you back then, sir, you have to admit it." Nan Ye was speechless. Shirahoshi wasn't even born then, okay? The old man has already told Bai Xing everything. Neptune explained. Bai Xing didn't object either. "In short, I will entrust you, my lord, from now on." After finishing speaking, he bowed his hands and said goodbye respectfully. So ever. That's how the matter was settled. Nan Ye didn't object anymore. In fact, Bai Xing's mind is pure and innocent, like a piece of white paper, without any flaws. Such innocence and beauty, no matter in the past or present, are extremely rare and precious. Naturally, it was impossible for Nan Ye not to like it. This day, Nan Ye and Bai Xing traveled under the sea in a jiaolong. So beautiful. Bai Xing's big sky blue eyes are full of little stars. She was unable to go out because she was harassed by Vanderdaken since she was a child. "Never have I been happier than today. My lord, thank you." Bai Xing bowed his head and said shyly. Soon, Jiaolong carried the two of them to a sea area full of sea kings. "Here is the lair of all Neptunes around." Nan Ye took Bai Xing's delicate hand like jade, and said, "Little Baixing, after I leave, these sea kings will be handed over to you to take care of." Bai Xing was stunned, and his tone was full of attachment and reluctance. "My lord, are you leaving Fishman Island now?" Nan Ye nodded. The time for the top war is not far away, and he can't spend too much time on Fishman Island. Nan Ye was going to Bahai. There was a blind boy whom he had pointed out. Now, the strength should not be weaker than the general. Although Bai Xing was reluctant to give up, he knew that the adults had important things to do, so he nodded his head vigorously. "Don't worry, my lord, I will definitely work hard." Chapter 37. Fishman Island, the underwater palace. Nan Ye sat at the top, and below were the younger brothers he had just taken in. Namely Wang Luffy, Kid, Luo, and Bonnie. "You guys stay on Fishman Island first, and learn from Lelado. At least, before I come back, I must learn to be domineering." Although these supernovas have great potential, they may not become powerhouses at the level of the four emperors in the future. But now, they don't even know how to be domineering. Going to the New World can only be to deliver food, not to mention participating in the top war where the strong are like clouds. As Nan Ye's younger brother, it's outrageous to be so weak. Wang Luffy, Kid, and the others blushed. They have always thought highly of themselves, and they still want to go to the New World to bring down the four emperors. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of adults, their strength is not even an onion. Several people clenched their fists. Make up your mind, and then you must practice hard, so that the adults will look at you with admiration when you come back. Correct. Before leaving, Nan Ye remembered something and glanced at Wang Luffy. The Navy is about to fight the Whitebeard pirates. Do you know what caused it? Due to the arrival of Nan Ye. Wang Luffy was not slapped by the big bear to go to the daughter country, so he still looks confused. I don't know. It's Fire Fist Ace. He was captured by the Navy and will be publicly executed. What? Wang Luffy's whole body shook violently, and his eye sockets turned red all of a sudden. Nan Ye smiled. Wang Luffy's reaction was within his expectation. He said meaningfully. On the day of the execution, your grandfather Garp will also be there, so you have to be prepared. Done. No matter how shocked Wang Luffy fell into, Shiran left Fishman Island. Wait until Nan Ye leaves. Kid sneered at Wang Luffy and said. It seems that you have a very close relationship with that Fire Fist Ace. Also, your grandfather is the naval hero Garp. Hehe, what a great background. Kid laughed more and more sarcastically. However, you are now the Lord's subordinate. If you dare to half-heartedly treat the Lord, I will not let you go. Luo couldn't help but glanced at Kid, his face was speechless. This is his line, okay? In other words, ever since Capone Becky was crushed to death by an adult, Kid never had any other thoughts. Unexpectedly, he even snatched the title of No. Adult, no, the title of No. Pony. The first horseboy, of course, is the General Huang Yuan with full acting skills. On this point, Luo Du was convinced. Wang Luffy, who was in a state of confusion, did not hear what Kid said. Otherwise, with his character, it is estimated that he will have a fight with Kid. In short, in the days that followed, Wang Luffy came to his senses and began to practice almost crazily with Lei Li. Kid and Luo were both dumbfounded by completely ignoring their own physical condition. This straw hat boy, do you want to die? Leave Murloc Island behind. Nan Ye only took the 5,000-meter-long Jiaolong he named Xiaoqing to Bahai. In order not to be too noticeable, Nan Ye asked Xiaoqing to dive into the deep sea and pull the boat for him on the bottom of the sea. Nan Ye lay leisurely on the deck. Without Bonnie's little maid to serve. The little girl who didn't have Bai Xing shyly called master husband in his ear. Nan Ye was really not used to it for a while. On the way to Bahai, encountered many waves of pirates. Seeing that Nan Ye was alone and there were countless treasures on board, they immediately became greedy. The treasure was put on the boat by Neptune, and Nan Ye didn't look at it much. But for him, gold and silver treasures are no different from garbage, but they are treasures that pirates have robbed. Kill! Kill that young man, seize his boat, and rob his treasure! The pirates roared excitedly. To be able to bump into so many treasures, and there is only a young man on the opposite side, is really lucky. However, when they were just approaching Nanya, there were still 1,000 meters left. The originally calm sea suddenly turned into a huge wave. The waves rolled over, engulfing all the pirates in the blink of an eye. Whoa! From the bottom of the sea, Xiaoqing begged for merit, clearly saying, Master, Master, reward me quickly. Nanya casually threw a piece of barbecue down. Xiaoqing immediately cried out more cheerfully. This scene. It happened to be seen by the personnel on a huge warship. This huge warship is comparable to the warships of the Navy. On the sail, A66 flag is extremely eye-catching. Anyone who was born in Bahia will be familiar with this sign. Because this represents the most powerful country in the North Sea, the Kingdom of Germa. The Kingdom of Germa even once conquered most of the North Sea. In the territory of the North Sea, even the Navy is no match for Germa. Especially the modern king of Germa, Vinsmoke Gage, is even more of an iron-blooded and ruthless figure. All he wanted was to restore Germa's former glory and conquer the entire North Sea. For this ambition, Jiaji spared no expense. His wife, children have all become his tools. And this moment, standing on the Germa warship are Gage's son and daughter. The woman is sexy and enchanting, with red lips and pink lips, and her straight and slender legs are estimated to exceed 1 meter. The man was covered in green, with curved eyebrows and a wild and rebellious expression. Oh, that guy actually put such treasures on the ship. Haha, if you don't snatch them all, you will be sorry for my name, Mr. Yuji. Yang Ji, don't act rashly. The woman with a voluptuous figure was indeed Vinsmoke's eldest daughter, Vinsmoke Reiju. Reiju's expression was rather dignified, and she warned Yang Ji. Didn't you see what happened to those pirates just now? That man is anything but simple. The one that caused the huge waves just now is probably a sea king. Chapter 38. Aquaman class? Yang Ji laughed, tears almost came out of his eyes. Who is he? He is the fourth son of the dignified Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Mr. Yang Ji. Will be afraid of a mere Neptune? Reiju, you are cowardly, don't stop me from getting rich. Yang Ji squeezed his fist and said confidently. What about Neptunes? It just happened to be killed for today's dinner. Call out. Before Reiju continued to dissuade him, Courage put on his combat uniform and flew towards Nanya's ship. Germa is a high-tech country, and the battlesuit is the highest embodiment of Germa's technology. Putting on the battlesuit, Yuji's strength has greatly increased. His face was full of arrogance. He jumped continuously in the air, and soon approached within 1,000 meters of Nanya. Reiju was on the warship, frowning, watching Yuji's reckless and rude behavior, feeling very dissatisfied in her heart. On the one hand, she doesn't like to steal people's money for no reason like this, and their Germa kingdom is not pirates or robbers. On the other hand, it was the huge wave that wiped out the pirates just now, which gave her an inexplicable bad premonition. That hidden under the surface of the sea, I am afraid it is not an ordinary Neptune. Haha, nothing happened at all. Yang Ji approached within a kilometer of Nanya and was not attacked by any. The sea is also very calm, with no tendency to create huge waves. Yang Ji laughed triumphantly. It must be the Sea King, who was afraid of the young master and ran away in despair. Even more arrogant. Looking at the many treasures on the ship ahead, his heart was full of enthusiasm. Get rich. Mr. Yang Ji is going to make a fortune today. My father will definitely praise him greatly. At this moment, Yang Ji's eyes are all the treasures on board. As for Nanya lying on the deck, he just ignored the past joke, an ordinary-looking young man. In front of his Lord Yang Ji, can he turn the sky upside down? Hey! Boy! There were 500 meters away from Nanya's ship, and Yang Ji directly shouted arrogantly. Hand over all the treasures on the boat to Lao Tzu, and I will spare you. From start to finish. Nanya, who had been resting with her eyes closed, finally opened her eyes. Random glances. Roar? Germa? Have you reached the border of Bahai? He glanced at the arrogant Yang Ji again, and clicked his tongue. Are young people today so courageous? How dare he talk to Nanya, the god of death, like that? But Nanya has no interest in attacking an ant like Yang Ji, he just told Xiao Qing. You go teach this kid a lesson. Xiao Qing, who had been waiting for Nan Ye's order for a long time, couldn't wait, and immediately emerged from the bottom of the sea. Boom! A head like a mountain suddenly appeared. The violent turbulence of the sea caused hundreds of feet of waves to rise. Whoa! The crash of the waves! In an instant, it was like a storm, crackling and falling from the sky. The accident happened too fast. Yang Ji, who was full of ambition, was blown away by the huge waves before he could react. Then, the waves fell, and he was drowned even more. Even Reiju, who was several miles away, also suffered. The whole body was drenched by the falling sea water, and the clothes were tightly attached to the body. But Reiju didn't care so much. She stared at the mountain-like head that suddenly emerged from the bottom of the sea. The head alone is bigger than ordinary sea kings. What shocked Reiju even more? It was this head with 2 horns, clearly a dragon head. This is a flood dragon. It's actually a flood dragon. Even if Jiaolong is in the Sea King category, it is still in existence of overlord level. Moreover, judging from the size of the dragon's head, the body length of this flood dragon is definitely over 5,000 meters. A 5,000-meter-long Jiaolong. Ordinary islands are not so big. Reiju couldn't help taking a deep breath. Such a big dragon is rare in the world. And what kind of existence is a man who can drive such a dragon? Leiju's beautiful eyes couldn't help but look deeply at Nan Ye. Who is this man? Ah! Damn it! Not to mention how Reiju guessed Nan Ye's identity. But he said that Yang Ji was blown away by the waves, and was drenched again, and he was furious immediately. But when he saw clearly that the monster in front of him turned out to be a super giant sea king, the legendary dragon, Yang Ji was dumbfounded all of a sudden. Is this too big? Yang Ji swallowed a mouthful of saliva unconsciously. In front of Xiaoqing, he is as insignificant as an ant. No. What about the dragon? I have Germa's battlesuit. Yang Ji's expression turned grim. If he goes back now, he will definitely be laughed at by Reiju. He can't afford to lose face. But actually, even if Yang Ji wanted to escape, he couldn't escape. Because Xiaoqing will not let him, a guy who dares to disturb his master, be spared. Rumble. I only heard the deafening roar of Jiaolong. The dragon wags its tail. The tail wrapped in blue and black scales slammed on Yang Ji's body. Yang Ji let out a scream of pain. Germa's battlesuit? That would indeed give Yuji a huge boost in strength. But compared to the power of Jiaolong, what is it? The strength of the two is not at the same level at all. I see. Vinsmo Kyuji had no power to fight back, and Xiaoqing whipped him around like a sandbag. Soon, Yang Ji's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and all the bones in his body were broken. If it weren't for the protection of the battlesuit, he would have died long ago. Seeing this, Leiju couldn't help but turn pale, and quickly bowed down to Nan Ye respectfully. My lord, can you let my brother go? Chapter 39. My lord, my brother was just reckless for a while, can you let him go this time? Reiju begged Nan Ye directly. She is a very smart woman and knows who the real mastermind is. That terrifying dragon must have been driven by the mysterious man in front of him. Nan Ye didn't want to talk to Reiju at all. He is not a saint, how could he care about the life of an ant who dared to offend him? No, the system's voice sounded at this moment. Ding! The current state of the host meets the trigger selection conditions, please start the selection. 1. Raven Smock Yuji's life, reward Zanpakuto Hiran Meru. 2. Kill Vinsmo Kyuji, reward Zanpakuto 1000 Sakura. 3. Kill Vinsmo Kyuji and Vinsmo Reiju, and reward A-level ninjutsu Chidori. What? Nanya raised her eyebrows in surprise. The reward for the third choice actually has ninjutsu from the Naruto plane. He always thought that the system's rewards could only come from the Death God world and the Pirate world. It seems that the world of Naruto will be added. It's a pity that Uchiha Nezusa's signature ninjutsu Chidori is very tasteless to Nanya at this time, and there is no value in choosing. Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura, this is a good sword. It can make the sword light scatter in the air like cherry blossoms, and its power can be said to be quite impressive. However, Nanya paid more attention to Huang Yuan. After all, this knife is the strongest in the ice system. Nanya already felt regretful that he didn't choose Huang Yuan last time, so he couldn't miss it this time. As for letting Vinsmoke Yongji die, Nanya didn't care at all. The life of the ants, whether they exist or not, is irrelevant. Choose one. A cold white knife appeared in Nanya's hand. Nanya stood up and waved the ice wheel pill casually. An extremely cold breath permeated the air. Nanya nodded in satisfaction. As expected, the ice element is the strongest, and the accompanying ice attack is probably comparable to frozen fruits. Reiju's pretty face showed horror. The man swung his knife casually, and the air almost froze. She was so far away that her skin felt a bone-chilling icy cold. Immediately, she heard Nanya say again faintly, "Stop it, Xiaoqing." Xiaolong Xiaoqing, who was playing with Yongji like a sandbag, stopped immediately and dived into the bottom of the sea again. Reiju's heart shook again. Sure enough, the flood dragon really obeyed this man. Who is it? Such a strong person should not be unknown in the sea. Someone rescued Yongji. Yongji's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, he looked like a pig's head, and he couldn't speak fluently. But, damn it, my uncle actually. Shut your stinky mouth. Leiju scolded sharply, and immediately faced Nanya, bending her waist to 90 degrees. Thank you for your grace of not killing, Germa is grateful and will definitely repay your kindness. Although I don't know who Nanya is undoubtedly a powerful person. Reiju knew what kind of attitude to use. Nanya waved his hand indifferently. He didn't forgive Yuji because of Reiju's pleading, and naturally he didn't explain anything. Xiaoqing, let's go. About to leave. Reiju felt anxious. She was very curious about Nanya, and she didn't want to miss the opportunity to meet such a young and strong man. Wait, my lord, we Germa haven't thanked you yet. Nanya didn't pay any attention at all. Xiaolong pulled on the bottom of the sea, and the boat soon began to move. Reiju was even more anxious. Suddenly, she thought of something, and suddenly shouted. My lord, we are also going to meet a strong man on this trip. That strong man, although he is blind, is probably stronger than you. Reiju knows that the strong have arrogance in their hearts, and it's normal to ignore weak people like them. But the strong will invariably feel dissatisfied with other strong people, especially those who may be stronger than themselves. These powerhouses are eager to win, and no one will obey the other. Reiju wanted to attract Nanya's attention in this way. And sure enough, Nanya stopped and looked at Reiju. Are you telling the truth? Reiju was overjoyed, smiled happily and said. How dare the little girl deceive you, sir? As long as you are with the little girl and others, you will be able to meet the blind strong man in a few days. Oh, by the way, that person is also a swordsman. Seeing that Nanya was holding a knife in his hand, Leiju naturally thought that Nanya was a swordsman. Blind, powerful, swordsman. The combination of these labels, isn't it the kid who smiled at Fujitora? Who else could it be? Nanya couldn't help showing a look of remembrance in his eyes. Then, when he first met Fujitora, Fujitora was still a half-grown child. But because he was jealous of evil and could not see the darkness in the world, Fujitora stabbed his own eyes blind. What a stubborn boy! Nanya sighed in a low voice, and agreed to Reiju's request. Reiju pursed her lips and smiled sweetly, with a seductive look in her eyes. Beautiful eyes gleamed at Nanya. This lord is not only powerful, but also so handsome. Even if you can't find out his identity, it's worth it to be able to walk together for a while. Good guy. Another woman who is greedy for Nan Ye's body just like Bonnie. Chapter 40. Nanya agrees to go on the road with Germa. And under Reiju's various requests, he boarded Germa's warship. He leaned comfortably on the sun chair, and Reiju personally served the wine. Reiju smiled like a flower, tentatively said. Just now I heard the adults call that dragon Xiaoqing, which is quite appropriate. Xiaoqing's name comes from the extremely hard blue-black scales on her body, so Reiju said this. Nanya just drank lightly. Reiju bit her lower lip slightly, she was more or less a great beauty. The man in front of him treated her like air. In her beautiful eyes, she couldn't help showing some resentment. Afterwards, Reiju asked as if nothing had happened, I don't know your name? Where did you come from? This is the real purpose of Reiju's conversation. Nanya glanced at Reiju with a half-smile. How could he fail to see Reiju's little thoughts? He turned a corner to find out where he came from. Nanya didn't bother to hide anything, and simply said two words, Nanyat. Nanyat. Reiju chewed on the name, then looked at the handsome face of the man, and the unfathomable and deep aura exuding from his body. She couldn't help feeling that only such a name could be worthy of this man. That is, it still lacks a domineering nickname. Well, the kind of nickname that makes people almost pee when they hear it. Thinking of this, Reiju couldn't help but pursed her lips into a smile, full of flair. Although Nanya only said his name, he didn't reveal any more information. But Reiju is also satisfied, at least she knows the name is not. After Reiju resigned tactfully, Nanya casually glanced at the expressionless sailors on the warship. These people are all clones of Germa, without any emotion at all, like cold robots. In fact, except for King Gage and Reiju who just left, everyone in Germa is no different from robots. Oh, by the way, there is also a younger brother who is now Nanyi's younger brother, Vinsmoke Sanji. Reiju returned to the cabin. Lying on the hospital bed, Yang Ji yelled at her angrily. Why did you let that man board the boat? You still serve him like a master, Reiju, what do you want to do? He caused me to become like this. Reiju quietly looked at Yang Ji's hysteria, and waited until the other party finished yelling, then smiled coldly, and said sarcastically. It's not Mr. Nan Ye who harmed you, but you, a stupid and unaware fellow. Besides, what are you yelling at me here? If you have the ability, go out and find Mr. Nan Ye. Yuji suddenly froze. If he dared to look for Nan Ye, he would have gone already. After being tortured by Jiaolong, he feared Nan Ye, the master of Jiaolong, like a tiger. How dare he be presumptuous? Yang Ji was ridiculed, and became even more angry in his heart, roaring crazily in his heart. If it weren't for that dragon, I would be afraid of that man. Hateful. When I see my lord father, I must make him look good. And Reiju, you guy who eats inside and out, I'll wait for you too. In Yang Ji's view, Nan Ye's strength lies in that giant sea king-like dragon. Without Jiaolong, Nan Ye couldn't possibly be his match for Mr. Yang Ji. Therefore, Yang Ji decided to forbear for the time being. When they reach their destination, let the science troops of Germa Kingdom deal with that dragon. Yang Ji personally went to seek revenge on the man outside. With this thought in mind, I waited for several days. Finally, the destination has arrived. This is an ordinary small town. Different from the chaos in the entire Bahai area, this place is stable and harmonious, and everyone has a reassuring smile on their faces. After all, there is the mayor here, no matter how vicious the pirates are, no matter how powerful the forces are. When you arrive in this small town, you will behave well and dare not be presumptuous. No, even the kingdom of Germa, which claims to be the most powerful in the entire North Sea. When they came here, they all obeyed the rules and did not dare to act rashly. All of this is because of the indescribable strength of the mayor. Also, their Lord Mayor is blind and can't see anything. At this time, in a tavern in a small town, the Germa royal family, except Reiju and Yuji, are all here. Snapped. Suddenly, Gage's eldest son, Wensmo Kyazi, slammed the wine glass heavily on the table, suppressing his anger and roaring. Father, we've been here for almost 10 days, but that blind bastard doesn't even see us. Are we going to endure like this? When Jiaji heard this, his face twitched. How can he not get angry? In fact, he was already on fire. If that blind man wasn't too powerful, he would have ordered the entire town to be slaughtered. However, if that blind man hadn't been strong, he wouldn't have come here eagerly, begging him to join his Germa kingdom. Original. In order to realize his ambition to rule the North Sea, Jiaji wanted to strengthen Germa's strength. However, even if he turns his own children into emotionless killing machines, he will still be far away from ruling Bahai. Therefore, Jiaji had the idea of wooing the strong, or forming an alliance with some powerful forces. This is why Geiji came here and stayed for 10 days. No, the beautiful woman intends to be ruthless. Fujitora ignored Kaji's wishful thinking at all, and didn't even see him. How can this not make Gage angry? However, limited by the opponent's strength, he dared not have the slightest dissatisfaction. At this time, suddenly a clone trooper came in and reported. My lord, Master Yang Ji and Miss Reiju have returned. However, Master Yang Ji was seriously injured, as if he was beaten. What did you say? Geiji slapped the table to pieces. His face was extremely hideous. Who the hell dared to beat my son? Furious. Geiji clearly transferred his anger towards Fujitora to the person who beat Yuji. He didn't dare to trouble Fujitora, and didn't he dare to find other people? In fact, apart from Fujitora, there is no one in Bahai that Geiji dare not mess with. After all, he is the man who wants to rule Bahai. Go. Go to the coast. I want to see who has such courage. Chapter 41. Gage is furious. With Fujitora these days, he's had enough. After hearing that Yang Ji was beaten, he became even more angry. He wants to vent. He is going to kill. And the guy who hit Yang Ji may not be guilty of death. But I can only blame that man for being unlucky, who just happened to bump into Gage's anger. So ever. Without hesitation, Gage immediately took his 3 sons and hundreds of Germokran soldiers to the coast. A group of people is mighty and powerful. The whole town was in an uproar all of a sudden. People huddled on the side of the road in horror, looking at Germa's army in horror. What are Germa and the others planning to do? Aren't they afraid that the mayor will blame him? Or, are they going to tear themselves apart with the mayor? Hehe, the mayor's strength is extraordinary, how dare Germa offend him? It seems that Jiaji's son was beaten, and Jiaji took people to take revenge. So that's the case, then that person might be in trouble. Germa is so motivating, maybe he will kill someone. Hiss. That's terrible. Hurry up and report to the mayor. At the moment when Geiji led the crowd to the coast, and when the residents of the town rushed to call Fujitora, Nanya has already landed on this small island that he visited once more than 40 years ago. Smile, that kid has managed the island well. Nanya nodded slightly, affirming Fujitora's ability. His words were heard by Reiju next to him, and Yuji behind him who was bandaged all over his body. The two couldn't help being stunned together, looking at Nanya's young face, his expression became extremely strange. If they remember correctly, the owner of this island, together with Germa, Fujitora is not necessarily his opponent. His real name is Yuxiao. He was already an uncle in his 50s or -s, but Nanya actually called him a kid? Puff. Reiju couldn't help covering her pink lips with her hand, smiling prettily. Master Nan Ye, how old are you, and you are actually called Uncle Fujitora? Giggle, you really know how to joke. Nan Ye smiled and didn't explain anything. After being stunned, Yang Ji in the back looked at Nanya with a kind of gloating eyes. This guy is really more arrogant than him, even a strong man like Fujitora dares to insult him with words. It should be known that Fujitora is an existence that their entire Germa dare not offend. Yang Ji sneered. It's good that this person is so arrogant, maybe he doesn't need to do it himself, that Fujitora will solve it. And where is Fujitora now? The answer is in the casino. Although Fujitora is blind, his domineering aura has reached its peak. You don't need eyes to see everything in the world. Now, Fujitora was sitting at the gaming table, leisurely betting. The owner of the casino carefully accompanied him, and asked cautiously. Master Mayor, you have been here for almost 10 days. Those people from Germa Kingdom are still waiting. Do you really not even see them? Without even thinking about it, Fujitora said directly, no see. Gambling is obviously more important than meeting Germa. The reason why Fujitora is so straightforward is because he knows the reason why Germa came to him. Want him to join Germa? Hehe, Fujitora finds it ridiculous when he thinks about it. He, Fujitora, had already bet his entire life on a certain adult when he was young. Even though that adult has not heard from him for 40 years, Fujitora's loyalty and obsession have not changed at all. He firmly believes in it. That lord, sooner or later, will return. Fujitora has been waiting, even if he dies of old age, he has to wait. The casino owner didn't know what the mayor was thinking, and he didn't dare to say more. Suddenly, there was a commotion from the outside world, and a group of small-town residents rushed in. Lord Mayor, something is wrong. Germa may be going to kill someone. What's going on? Fujitora suddenly became serious when he heard the word murder. Residents explained. It was Jiaji's son Yang Ji who was beaten. It seems to be done by a stranger. A resident from the coast just rushed over and hurriedly said. Yes, he is a foreigner, a young foreigner, and he looks like. Described Nan Ye's appearance dancing and dancing. After everyone talked in a hurry, they looked at the mayor together and waited for the mayor to make a decision. However, the mayor's expression at the moment made them stunned. I saw that the always calm and wise Lord Mayor was trembling all over his body, and there seemed to be tears on his white pupils. This. Everyone was astonished. How could the mayor lose his composure? And the more outrageous ones are yet to come. Fujitora rushed forward, and in an instant came to the resident who had just described Nan Ye's appearance, and asked in a trembling voice. What you said, is it true? Did you read it wrong? The man was dumbfounded, but he could tell that the young man seemed extremely important to the mayor. Could it be nephew or something? After guessing wildly, he hurriedly replied, the villain is definitely not mistaken, otherwise the mayor may punish the villain. Fujitora's tears fell all at once, and he murmured like crazy. I'm back. Your lord is really back. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Heaven has eyes. Suddenly, Fujitora remembered something, and suddenly shouted loudly. Some of you just said that Germa and the others are rushing to the coast. The residents didn't know why, and nodded in response, yes, Lord Mayor, they brought hundreds of people with them. Boom. Moment. Unprecedented terrifying murderous aura erupted from Fujitora. In the shocked eyes of all the residents. The mayor, who has always been kind to others and has a very good temper, let out a monstrous roar. Germa. If you dare to offend your lord in the slightest. I, Fujitora, swear to the sky, I will let you Germa bleed like a river, and you will be removed from the sea. Chapter 42. The monstrous roar. Shatter the sky. Even the clouds in the sky were torn apart by that anger. The residents of the town were inexplicably terrified, they had never seen the mayor so angry before. Who is that young man? How can he make the mayor pay so much attention to him? Do you not hesitate to destroy the entire Germa? Residents are full of doubts. And Fujitora naturally didn't have time to explain at this time. He pulled out his knife and swiped at the ground. Immediately, a conical clod rose into the air. Fujitora stood on the clod and flew towards the coast at extreme speed. Quick! Follow the mayor! Residents of the whole town flocked to the coast. At the same time, Jiaji, who wanted to vent his anger, led several hundred meters of German soldiers, and finally met Nan Ye and his party. Seeing his son Yangji with a bruised nose and swollen face, and how many bones were broken in his body, he looked miserable. Gage was even more furious. Who is it? Who dared to hurt his son, Geiji, like this? Gage suddenly looked at Reiju, and shouted. Reiju, do you know who did it? As soon as Leijufu saw Gage approaching menacingly, she knew that something was wrong, and became worried about the safety of Nan Ye. Although, Leiju knew that Nan Ye was a young and strong man who could drive Jiaolong. But Germana is not a vegetarian either. Especially when his father, Jiaji, came out in person, there were not many people in Bahai who could block his father's anger. Therefore, Leiju hurriedly defended Nan Ye. Father, this is actually a misunderstanding. Not finished yet. Yang Ji, who had endured for many days, broke out directly, ran to Jiaji, and complained loudly. Father, it's that little boy who beat him. Reiju can't help but avenge her son these days, and even the little boy who serves her is meticulous. Father, your daughter has turned her elbows out since she found the little boy. Reiju blushed when she heard that, and looked at Yangji angrily. You're talking nonsense. I'm looking for a little boy, this lord is clearly. After stammering for a long time, Reiju didn't know how to introduce Nan Ye. After all, she only knew Nan Ye's name and nothing else. Moreover, she asked Nan Ye to come on board and took the initiative to serve her. To a certain extent, it is indeed a gluttonous Nan Ye body. But in this case, how could Reiju have the nerve to say it? Humph, I've got nothing to say. Yang Ji was even more triumphant. Reiju couldn't be more ashamed, and secretly glanced at Nan Ye. I wonder if Nan Ye will be angry because of this. However, Nan Ye's expression was very calm from beginning to end, he just looked at the town, as if he was reminiscing about some past events. Reiju breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt an indescribable sense of loss. But soon, Reiju packed up her mood, calmed down, and said. My lord, this young lord can drive Jiaolong, I don't think we Germa should be rude to him. Drive the dragon. As soon as these words came out, Jiaji was shocked. Flood dragon, the worst is also the Neptune type. No wonder this young man was able to beat Yangji into such a state, it turned out that there was still such a method. Whoa! As if to confirm Reiju's words, Xiaoqing suddenly emerged from the bottom of the sea. Make huge waves. A dragon head like a mountain, under the sunlight, shone with a cold and ferocious luster. Ah! Flood dragon, what a big flood dragon! Many people were frightened, such a big dragon is rare in the world. Gage also took a deep breath. Looking at the size of Jiaolong, the length may exceed 5,000 meters. Super large Neptune class. Giant flood dragon. Jiaji looked deeply at Nan Ye. For the first time, he paid more attention to the other party. It's really not easy for this young man to drive such a big dragon. But a sneer suddenly appeared on the corner of Gage's mouth. What about Jiaolong? What about the 5,000-meter long Jiaolong? They are Germa. Murder country Germa. How could he be afraid of a flood dragon? A mere flood dragon can't scare the old man. Just listen to Jiaji's cold voice. Even if the heavenly King Laozi is here today, someone has to pay the price for Yangji being beaten. Father! Reiju's face turned pale, and she hurriedly tried to dissuade her, but was interrupted directly by Geiji. Reiju, I will settle the score with you for your problem later. To actually face an outsider, it is a disgrace to our Vinsmoke clan. Reiju's pretty face suddenly turned pale. It seems that today she can't stop her father no matter what. Nan Ye, don't let anything happen to you. Reiju clenched her fist tightly. She even made up her mind that if Nanya was in danger later, she would turn on her battlesuit and take him away from the island first. Haha. It's cool, it's really cool. Yang Ji laughed wildly. The aggrievedness of these days is finally released today. However, when he saw Nanyi's still calm expression, his face darkened again. Damn! This bastard, don't you know how to panic? Forget it, it's nothing more than pretending, let's see how long he can pretend. Jiaji and the others also noticed Nanyi's calm expression, but they all thought that the other party was faking. After all, Germa is out this time with all of them, how could anyone not be afraid? Gage squeezed his fist and was about to order to do it. Suddenly, a roar like thunder came from the sky. Gage, Germa! If you dare to touch your lord, this old man will crush you to ashes. Chapter 43. There was a loud roar of thunder in the sky, which shocked everyone. Only Nanya had a smile on his face. In fact, since he first landed on this small island, he has already sensed Fujitora with his knowledgeable domineering. While reminiscing about the past, he waited for Fujitora's arrival. As for Germa, as for what Kaji Yuji. Hehe, Nanya is like a god on high, looking down on the ants in the world. The main thing is revisiting the old place, goodbye old friends, Nanya is in a good mood today, too lazy to kill. Present. Nanya raised her head slightly, looking at the figure rushing from the sky with a look of relief. With a smile, this kid has also grown up. It was the complete opposite of Nanyi's leisurely indifference. The cold sweat on Jiaji's forehead flowed down instantly. What did the thunderbolt say just now? Grown-ups? Will Germa be crushed to ashes? What's the situation, why did that Fujitora say that? Gage was puzzled. Who is Fujitora calling? Could it be the young man on the opposite side? Reiju also opened her pink lips into a circle. She knew that her father Kaji had been waiting here for 10 days, but he hadn't seen Fujitora. Unexpectedly, as soon as Nan Ye came, Fujitora rushed out on his own initiative. In particular, it seems that Nan Ye is still called an adult. Reiju found it quite incredible. That's a gravity fruit ability user, Fujitora. According to legend, this person even possesses the strength of an admiral of the navy. Otherwise, how could his father, Jiaji, come all the way here just for this person, and would be willing to wait for 10 days? It shouldn't be called Nan yet. Reiju thought uncertainly. She stared at Nanyi's handsome and indifferent face with her beautiful eyes, but she didn't have any confidence in her heart. After all, except for Nanya, there are either people from Germa or residents of the town, and it is impossible for Fujitora to call him an adult. On the contrary, the group of them should be called Fujitora-sama. Sudden. Reiju remembered something. When Nanya first landed on the island, she seemed to have said a kid with a smile. At that time, Leiju was still laughing at Nanya, who really knew how to make jokes. Could it be that Nanyi's title is not a joke? This man is really qualified to call Fujitora, who is as powerful as an admiral, a smile boy? Gage was surprised, and Reiju was confused. Everyone in Germa was terrified, and the residents of the town were shocked beyond words. Who is Fujitora calling? Who is that young man? The answer was soon revealed. Because Fujitora, who fell from the sky, knelt down in front of Nanya with a plop. I was so excited that I couldn't control myself, and I was so trembling that I couldn't speak. My lord! You! Fujitora burst into tears, his originally tall and mighty body looked like a child at the moment. The whole place was silent. Geiji was hit by a bolt from the blue. Reiju's beautiful eyes widened, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Yang Ji was terrified and uneasy, roaring crazily in his heart. My God! Impossible, how is this possible? Fujitora actually called that little boy. Yang Ji panicked, completely panicked. In the early days, he always thought that Nan Ye's support was only that Xiaolong. As long as Germa and the others hold the dragon, Yang Ji himself can single out Nan Ye and make him look good. Never thought. They, Germa, begged to see Fujitora for 10 days, and they actually called Master Nan Ye, and they actually knelt down to Nan Ye. Yang Ji felt as if he had seen a ghost, and his entire world view collapsed. The residents of the small town were equally astonished. They thought that Nan Ye might be the mayor's nephew or something, so the mayor was very anxious. I never dared to think that that young man turned out to be the mayor's lord. Isn't that their ancestor? Wow! No matter how unbelievable the residents were, since the mayor knelt down, how could they still stand? Almost at the same time, all the town residents knelt down together. The scene became even weirder, and the atmosphere was frighteningly depressing. Jiaji's skin is broken. I only heard Nan Ye's comforting voice. Yuxiao boy, you are already so old, you don't need to kneel down, get up. With that said, Nan Ye stepped forward and helped Fujitora up. This is the treatment that Huang Yuan did not have at the beginning. When Huang Yuan knew about it, he would definitely cry out in grief, why is my position as the number 1 horseboy being robbed? Fujitora grabbed Nan Ye's hand tremblingly, his voice choked. My lord, I knew you would be fine. Even if the world government tried their best to publicize that you were dead, I never believed it. Nan Ye sighed even more. Fujitora's loyalty is beyond doubt. He patted the other person on the shoulder and said, I have returned, and it won't be long before I can settle accounts with the world government. Speak up. After Nan Ye woke up, he immediately thought of taking revenge on Garp, Roger, and Rox who besieged him. However, Nan Ye's ultimate goal and biggest enemy is the world government, still a celestial dragon. Even if the system didn't give such a choice this time, Nan Ye would still do it. He wants to continue with his first failed choice. And this time, he will never fail again. Fujitora fell to his knees again, his forehead hit the ground heavily. My lord, you want to attack the world government, please let the boy Fujitora be the vanguard. Chapter 44. Germa, Geiji, Reiju, Yuji, everyone was dumbfounded. Attack! Attack the world government? What the hell, are you sure you're not joking? How does it feel like you are talking about attacking a small country? That's the world government. Undoubtedly the biggest force on the sea. Even Kaiwahei and the 4 emperors cannot be compared with the world government. Good dong. Gage couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. He thinks that his ambition is huge enough to rule the entire North Sea. What an ambition! But, compared to what Nan Ye just said, that's nothing. Compared with Bahai, which has no huge power at all, the world government is not in the same order of magnitude at all. In other words, their kingdom of Germa is also one of the countries that belong to the world government. Who is it? Jiaji's heart at this moment is full of infinite doubts and fears. From Fujitora's reaction, it can be seen without a doubt that this young man is by no means that simple. This time, he hit the iron plate. At this time, Fujitora thought of everyone in Germa, and with killing intent in his heart, he asked respectfully. Master Nan Ye, Germa dared to offend you just now, how should we deal with them? This question immediately made all members of Germa shudder. Fujitora's tone was clearly full of killing intent. Is this trying to wipe out the entire Germa? Yang Ji is completely demented, and he doesn't know why things have developed to this point. Shouldn't it be that when he arrived here, he felt elated, and that guy let himself be pinched? Why now, their entire Germa's life and death depended on that man's next sentence. Reiju bit her pink lips. The reversal of things happened so fast that she couldn't accept it for a while. But, Reiju knew a little bit. That was Fujitora, who was as powerful as a general, completely obeying Kusuna's orders. As long as Nan Ye speaks, Fujitora will kill all Germa without hesitation. Reiju subconsciously went to look at Nan Ye. Reiju couldn't understand this enigmatic man more and more. Now, Germa's fate is in the hands of the opponent. How would he deal with Germa? How will I deal with myself? When the whole Germa fell into panic, the King Kaji fell into a state of extreme shock because of Fujitora's address to Nan Ye just now. Nan Ye, Master Nan Ye. This name, where does it seem to have been heard? A distant memory that had been buried in dust for decades slowly surfaced from the depths of my mind. With the flood of terrible memories, Geiji's breathing became rapid, and Geiji's pupils dilated sharply. The body trembled like chaff. He remembered, and remembered that horrific title 40 years ago. Even though he was still young at that time, he knew what that title represented. That is absolute horror and death. Reaper Nan Ye. Jiaji finally knew Nan Ye's true identity. For a moment, he felt as if he was in a cold cellar, his blood almost froze. The blood on his face faded completely, paler than paper. Boundless fear and despair filled the whole body. Because he actually offended the legendary god of death, Nan Ye. That god of death, Nan Ye, who killed no less than double-digit Tianlong people and almost overthrew the entire world government. It was ridiculous and ignorant to think that I wanted to teach Nan Ye, the god of death, a lesson just now. In front of Nan Ye, the god of death. What is Tagaji, their entire Germa kingdom? In this deadly atmosphere, everyone was waiting for Nan Ye's next words. But how could Nan Ye care about a mere Germa? Is it necessary for a high-ranking god to talk nonsense with an ant? Nan Ye patted Fujitora on the shoulder, ignored Germa at all, and just smiled and said, "Smile boy, I haven't seen you in 40 years, your domineering is also very powerful. Well, do you want to compete with me?" Fujitora suddenly showed a terrified gesture, and smiled wryly. "My lord, you're a brat. Even if your strength has improved a lot over the years, how can you compare with your lord?" Nan Ye smiled and said, "Just make 2 gestures at random, don't be afraid." Seeing that Nan Ye didn't seem to be joking, Fujitora had no choice but to agree. But in my heart, I was eager to try. After all, his current strength has already ranked among the top powerhouses in the world. Fujitora also wanted to know how big the gap between him and Mr. Nan Ye was. So ever, the two came to the surface of the sea. Fujitora stood on the suspended stone. Nan Ye stepped on the air directly. He has unlocked 60% of the blue dye templates, and walking through the air is only the most basic method. But in the eyes of others, it is far from the case. You don't need to rely on any external objects, and it seems that you can fly directly into the sky without using physical skills such as moon steps. In this world of pirates, few people can do it. Even Fujitora has to rely on a stone. People watched the duel on the sea almost blankly. Germa was even more confused. Shouldn't they be dealt with? Why do they seem to be completely ignored? Only Reiju chuckled. Looking at Nan Ye's figure, her beautiful eyes shone with brilliance. This man must have ignored Germa all of them. Humph, do you want to be so handsome? But Reiju also has to admit, such an absolute strong posture, such a kingly demeanor standing on the top of the clouds and looking down on mortals. The lethality to their women is not ordinary. Chapter 45. Nan Ye stood in the air. In front of him were the 3 options just given by the system. 1. Compete with Vinsmoke Yuji and reward the animal Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit. 2. Compete with Vinsmoke Gauge, reward Hirako Mako template, unlock 50%. 3. Compete with Fujitora with a smile, and reward the reincarnation eye pupil technique to explode the star. Without thinking too much, Nan Ye chose 3 directly. Needless to say, the first reward was completely useless to Nan Ye. The second Hirako Mako template is also very strong, but Nan Ye, who has the blue dye template, naturally doesn't need it. The most important thing is, what a fart to compete with two ants, Yangji and Jiaji, to lower your compulsion for nothing? Nanya shook her head and chose 3 directly. In particular, Nanya was quite satisfied with the third reward, Earth Explosion Star. After all, a guy named Pain, because of a sack of rice, directly destroyed Konoha with Shinra Tense. An Earth Explosion Star is a more powerful skill than Shenluo Tianzheng. After the selection, Nanya can already use the Earth Explosion Star. The power is equal to the time Pain captured 9 tails. Thinking of the characteristics of Earth Burst Star, Nanya suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The Earth Explosion Star creates a gravitational ball to absorb everything on it. And Fujitora is a person with the ability of gravity fruit. Logically speaking, he should be able to create such a gravity ball. If Fujitora has learned how to explode the star, then his strength will undoubtedly increase a lot. For Nanya, it was a good thing. Fujitora, next, I want to teach you a trick, you have to watch it. Hearing this, Fujitora was stunned. Sir, is this to teach yourself by the way during the contest? Immediately afterwards, excitement and ecstasy welled up in my heart. Master Nan Ye's strength is so powerful. Even if the 3 bastards Lockes, Roger, and Karp joined forces, they would not be able to defeat the Lord. It is his supreme honor to be guided and taught by an adult. Fujitora endured his excitement, and bowed his hands respectfully. Thank you, my lord, please enlighten me. Below. People held their breath, looking forward to the next battle. In their minds, Fujitora's strength is comparable to that of an admiral in the navy, and Nanya can be called an adult by Fujitora, so his strength must not be underestimated. But Nanya looks too young after all, it is unlikely that he will be strong, and he is probably on equal terms with Fujitora. The duel between the two is bound to be a stalemate battle between dragons and tigers. Reiju thought so too. She had never seen Nanya make a move, so she estimated that it should be similar to Fujitora. But even that is enough to make people feel horrified. After all, how old is Nanya? More than 20? With the strength of a general at such a young age, the future achievements are simply unimaginable. Then, with all eyes on them, Kuzuya and Fujitora were ready to make a move. With the sword in his hand, Fujitora's domineering aura of knowledge and knowledge was raised to the extreme in an instant. Although he can't see with both eyes, but under the blessing of the pinnacle of knowledge, there are few people in the world who are more sensitive than him. Moreover, he is also a gravity fruit-capable person, who can freely control gravity. This is the source of his strength. Adjusting the state to the peak, Fujitora inevitably developed a little confidence. He is not the child when he first met an adult, but a top powerhouse in his prime. However, as soon as such confidence rose, Fujitora's face changed. Because, under the induction of his knowledge, he can't detect the next possible attack of the adult at all. As we all know, the color of knowledge can predict the attack of the enemy, and even see the short future. Fujitora is undoubtedly at this level. But he can't predict the next move of the adult. What does that mean? It means that the adult's knowledge and domineeringness is even higher than him. Hiss. Fujitora couldn't help being shocked. His sense of knowledge has reached its peak, but he is still not as good as an adult. Fujitora couldn't help but smile wryly. The strength of your lord is really all round, without any shortcoming. Nanya also noticed that because he was more knowledgeable than Fujitora, Fujitora couldn't sense his movements. Ever since, Nanya took the initiative to withdraw her knowledge. In the mouth. Look out, kid. This has something to do with your fruit ability. Then, Nanya clasped his hands together and placed them on his chest. Automatically without wind. An imposing manner of great majesty rippled out. Fujitora held his breath, and Master Nan Ye took the initiative to put away his knowledge, which moved him very much, and even concentrated his attention by %. However, what the adults said still made him feel puzzled. Is it related to his fruit ability? Could it be that the adults want to teach him the development of gravity fruit? This is unlikely. After all, there is only one gravity fruit, which has already been eaten by him. In this world, no one should be able to manipulate gravity. What do adults mean? Fujitora was puzzled and focused. And the next second, he froze. I only heard the adults spit out slowly. Earth explosion star, barren cut antenna. Immediately, in the induction of Fujitora's knowledge, a force that is obviously of the same origin as his gravity fruit has slowly risen. Chapter 46. Impossible. In this world, besides him, is there anyone else who can use the power of gravity fruit? Fujitora was dumbfounded. He even suspected that his sense of knowledge and color was wrong. But immediately, he shook his head. He couldn't have felt wrong. As a person with gravity ability, how could he sense wrong gravity? As expected of an adult, you can even use the power of gravity fruit. Fujitora was so shocked that he adored Nan Ye even more. At this time, Nan Ye snorted. Smile kid, sense carefully. This is not just gravity. What? Not just gravity? Fujitora was startled. And the next moment, he understood what Master Nan Ye meant. Because, a huge suction force acted on him. Hey! Fujitora staggered and was almost pulled by the suction force. Fujitora, who reacted, hastily resisted with the ability of the gravity fruit. The horror on his face. Yes, that's not pure gravity. To be precise, it is gravity. Can gravity still be used as gravity? It's incredible. But the unthinkable is yet to come. With the gravitational ball rising from Nan Ye's palm, he flew high into the sky and stabilized. A gravitational force that was many times stronger than before exploded completely. Rumble. The sea immediately boiled. Countless sea water was sucked into the air like anti-gravity. Even the sea beasts under the sea were all sucked up. The sea beasts struggled frantically in mid-air, their eyes revealing endless fear. With low intelligence, they can't figure out the situation at all, they only know that they can't control their bodies at all. Even Xiaoqing, the dragon with a body length of more than 5,000 meters, is full of awe in the dragon's eyes. If the owner hadn't ordered it to go farther just now, it would have been sucked into the air, without the slightest resistance. Click! Suddenly, the ground on the island shattered. The stones were also sucked into the small gravitational ball in the air. Is this the power of a god? People are completely dumbfounded. Looking at all this blankly, it was like being in a dream. Reiju's pink lips were so wide that she could almost stuff an egg, her heart trembled endlessly. She thought that she had overestimated Nan Ye's strength as much as possible. How could she have imagined that her overestimation was still just an underestimation, a huge underestimation? Nan Ye's strength is clearly far beyond her imagination. Yang Ji lost his mind as if he had seen a ghost. That man is so strong, he even wanted to single out the other party before, he didn't know how to write the word dead. Since Ji guessed Nan Ye's true identity, the panic on his face has not disappeared. At this moment, I saw Nan Ye's godlike power. Gage screamed almost in despair. You can't be wrong. You can't be wrong. For a man with such terrifying strength, who else is there besides the god of death, Nan Ye? The man who disappeared in the Valley of the Gods 40 years ago has really returned. Extreme fear. Extremely shocked. If the news of the return of the god of death Nan Ye is spread, the 4 emperors, the navy, and the world government will all be shocked. The entire sea will surely set off monstrous waves. Compared to the shock of the people on the island, Fujitora's shock was only worse. At this moment, he is resisting with all his strength, the increasingly powerful suction. He inserted the sword deeply into the stone, and the fruit of gravity pushed it to the extreme. But even so, Fujitora still felt that he was about to be sucked in. In fact, his body is already slowly approaching the gravitational ball. No matter how much you resist, it won't work. Sweat dripped from his forehead. The muscles of the whole body are tense. Fujitora has done his best. Understood, kid. At this time, Nan Ye's voice came over. While resisting the suction with all his strength, Fujitora replied with difficulty. Master, my lord, I have some understanding. Oh. Fujitora quickly expressed his feelings. My lord's trick is essentially a means of using gravity, but it just changes gravity to gravity. But how did your lord do it? Please forgive my ignorance, but I can't figure it out. Nanya nodded slightly in relief. Fujitora has realized the most critical point, which is to convert gravity into gravity. As for how to convert? Nanya smiled slightly, and told Fujitora the trick. Everything in the world has gravity, or it can be said to be gravity. The root of gravity lies in density and mass. However, you who have the fruit of gravity can ignore this point. Because you can directly impart gravity to other objects. As long as you impart enough gravity, it will produce a strong gravitational force. Finished. Nanya cancelled Earth Explosion Star. If he continues to suck like this, I am afraid that the small islands and towns below will be destroyed by him. Fujitora, on the other hand, didn't notice this at all. Nan Ye's words made him fall into a certain state of epiphany. Gravity is gravity. Gravity is gravity. Fujitora kept repeating this sentence in his mind. A skylight that no one had noticed opened before him. Fujitora suddenly realized. In an instant, he peeped into a wider and wider world. When Fujitora woke up from the state of epiphany, he already knew how to convert gravity into gravity. Fujitora was trembling all over, and couldn't get any more excited. He prostrated himself on the ground, looked up at Nan Ye's figure, and kowtowed devoutly. Thank you, my lord. Preaching. Chapter 47. Preach. Yes, in Fujitora's view, what Mr. Nan Ye taught him just now is undoubtedly a kind of preaching. It opened up a whole new world for him. The comprehension of the fruit of gravity has improved to a higher level, and the strength has also improved. How is such a great grace different from preaching? You must know that a top powerhouse like Fujitora happens to be at the peak in all aspects at the age of 4 or 50. It is basically impossible for them to increase their strength. Instead, it will gradually become weaker as the body ages. Just like Whitebeard, he can stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Rox in his prime. During the top war, it is difficult to fight a red dog. Another example is Rayleigh. In the original book, when he fencing with the yellow ape, he soon gasped for breath. He certainly would not have been like this when he was young. Therefore, the powerhouses of One Piece world are greatly affected by age. Once a certain age is reached, the strength will not advance but retreat. The only exception is probably that guy Garp. Knowing this, one can naturally understand Fujitora's excitement and gratitude. Nanya asked Fujitora to get up, and said with relief. It's your creation that you can understand something. Let's try it out. Fujitora respectfully accepted the order, yes, my lord. Then, Fujitora found an iron ball the size of an egg and held it in his hand. He took a deep breath and activated the fruit ability, but the gravity was continuously imparted to the iron ball. Gravity is gravity, as long as the gravity of the iron ball is enough, it can explode a strong gravity. Since it was the first time to try this, with Fujitora's strength, he was sweating profusely soon. Fortunately, the result is satisfactory. After receiving Fujitora's gravity, the iron ball floated into the air. The powerful gravitational force exploded. Not far away, several big trees were sucked up. Countless gravel and seawater were continuously absorbed near the iron ball. Undoubtedly, Fujitora succeeded. Although the power is far inferior to Nanye's Earth Explosion Star, Fujitora is only using it for the first time and is not yet proficient. After mastering it proficiently, its power will naturally be greatly improved. But Fujitora himself was not very satisfied, he was ashamed. The boy is stupid, he can only do this. Then, he was full of longing. I don't know when, the kid will be able to cultivate to the point that the adults just now. Nanya couldn't help laughing. Fujitora's heart is quite big. Speaking of it, if it is true that gravity can be superimposed infinitely, Fujitora may not be able to do it, and it has the same effect as ordinary skyburst stars. Of course, it's just an ordinary Earth-exploding star, and it's impossible to reach the level of a six-way Earth-exploding star. The latter can directly create a moon. However, ordinary starburst is enough, at least in the world of pirates, few people can resist it. When Nanya discussed with Fujitora how to enhance the power of Fujitora's version of Earth Burst. On the small island below, Vinsmoke Gage finally made a decision. A decision that could change Germa's future fate. My daughter, Reiju. Gage quietly came to Reiju, his tone unprecedentedly kind. When Reiju heard this, she couldn't help being extremely surprised, her father had never spoken to her so gently. Gage didn't give Reiju time to adapt, and asked directly in a low voice. Is it really that kind of relationship between you and Lord Death? Reiju was stunned for a moment. The god of death in my father's mouth refers to Nanyeba. What kind of relationship do I have with him, what? Reiju said in embarrassment, no way. Yuji was talking nonsense before. Gage clearly showed a disappointed expression on his face, but he still kindly encouraged. Then Reiju, you have to work harder in the future. If you can become Lord Death's concubine, even a maid, it will be a great thing for us Germa. Reiju's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Gage in disbelief. Is this what a father should say to his daughter? But if it's for Germa's benefit, my lord father can do anything, so what's the point of sacrificing a daughter? After so many years, I should have gotten used to it. Reiju gave a bitter smile in her heart, while Qiao's face was full of coldness, neither agreeing nor refusing. Gage didn't care what Reiju thought, he then came to Yangji. Bit by bit, his face became grim. Yangji looked in horror at the ferocious expression on his father's face, which he was all too familiar with. That expression that father would only show when he was about to kill someone. Kill? Who is father going to kill? Yangji hurriedly turned his head, but there was no one behind him. Is it me that father wants to kill? Why? Yangji panicked, frightened, and even more at a loss. I only heard Jiaji's murderous voice coming to my ears. Yangji, don't blame your father, if you want to blame it, blame you for provoking Lord Death. For the future of our entire Germa, you must die. Speaking of which, being able to die for Germa is also your birth duty and honor. Go at ease, Yuji. A sharp pain spread in his chest. Yangji's consciousness was lost very quickly. At the last moment, he exhausted his last strength and shouted in Jiaji's ear. Old man, if you want to die, why don't you die? Then, I lost my breath completely. Reiju, Iji, the remaining children of Gage watched this scene in shock, their faces turned pale and they were speechless. Jiaji acted as if nothing had happened, and said in a cold voice, everything is for Germa. Chapter 48. Everything this old man does is for Germa. Yangji offended Lord Death God, death is not a pity. Jiaji is cold-blooded and ruthless, and has no scruples about the relationship between father and son. Reiju said angrily, it's all for Germa, it's all for your own ambition. After a long time, he calmed down and asked coldly. Father, what are you doing all this? Nan Ye, he, really scares you so much? Jiaji asked her to take the initiative to serve Nan Ye, and killed Yang Ji who offended Nan Ye. Obviously, her father's fear of Nanya has reached its peak. Much more frightening than the 4 emperors. Humph, 40 years ago, you were not born yet, so it's not surprising that you don't know the name of Lord Death. Geiji showed a strange expression of extreme fanaticism, extreme fear, extreme excitement, and other emotions mixed together. Reiju and the others were stunned. 40 years ago? Could it be that Nan Ye, who seemed to be in his 20s at most, existed 40 years ago? Do you know the deeds of Lord Death God back then? He personally killed no less than 2 digits of Tianlong people. What? There are no less than 2 digits of Tianlong people. Everyone in Germa couldn't help but gasped. Tianlong people, those are the nobles of the world, the Tianlong people who are known as the descendants of the Creator. Moreover, killing is not 1 or 2, but more than 2 digits. It's amazing. Won't the world government go crazy? Isn't the Admiral not dispatched? Iji asked in disbelief. Of course the world government is crazy. Of course the Admiral is dispatched. And, as soon as they were dispatched, 3 admirals were directly dispatched. In addition, I don't know how many times as many warships as there are in the Demon Slaughter Order. Geiji's words made everyone dumbfounded. The 3 most powerful generals of the Navy are dispatched together. Also brought countless warships. Who can stop such a terrifying lineup? Who dares to stop? Even the 4 emperors who ruled the New World had to run away with their tails between their legs in desperation. What was the result? Then, the Lord Death God, did you escape successfully? Escape? Ha ha ha. Jiaji sneered loudly, his face flushed with excitement. It's the Navy that escaped. Master Reaper defeated the 3 generals with his own power. Destroy all the warships. Whoa! As soon as this remark came out, it immediately caused a huge uproar. The 3 generals teamed up, and they all lost. All the warships were destroyed. Everyone looked at Nanya in midair again. In addition to awe, there was endless terror in their eyes. This man is terrible. Yi Ji yelled inwardly, Yang Ji died well. He actually offended such a big man, father killed well. Leiju pursed her pink lips tightly, looking at Nanya with complex eyes. Every time, she thought she understood Nanye's strength. But after knowing some facts about the other party, she realized that what she knew before was only the tip of the iceberg of the other party's strength. That's not all. Gage continued. Master Reaper even joined forces with Rocks, the overlord of the sea, to kill the Valley of Gods together. Does the Valley of the Gods know? It was the residence of the Tianlong people at that time, and the root of the world government. At that time, the Tianlong people were almost killed by Lord Reaper. The world government was almost destroyed by Lord Reaper. People no longer know what kind of expression to show. They have been shocked to the point of numbness. Numb. It's like listening to a Bible. Hateful. Jiaji suddenly beat his feet and chest. That stupid Lockes betrayed Lord Reaper at a critical moment. He joined forces with 2 old bastards, Roger and Karp. 3 old bastards don't talk about martial arts, and besieged Mr. Reaper. Although Lord Reaper didn't lose to those 3 bastards, he still caused indelible scars to those 3 bastards, such as Lockes' broken arm, Roger's half-beard, and Karp's chest wound. However, everything still falls short. Lord Reaper also suddenly disappeared, and the whole world thought that Lord Reaper was dead. Unexpectedly, Lord Death is still alive. He has returned. He is stronger than before. You say, we Germa, are we qualified to be an enemy of such a god of death? Gage's last sentence, he almost shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone in Germa was silent. Reiju was also silent. She finally fully knew Nan Ye's identity. It was countless times more terrifying than her previous maximum imagination. It is not an exaggeration to call such a man who once pushed the world government into a desperate situation a god. So, Germa is not even an onion in front of Lord Death. The old man has decided that the kingdom of Germa will withdraw from the world government starting today. Swear allegiance to Lord Death. No one objected to Gage's decision, nor would he. Almost at the next moment, all members of Germa yelled in unison. Allegiance to Lord Reaper. Quit the world government and be loyal to Lord Reaper. The roar is shocking and shocking. Midair. Nan Ye glanced down slightly in surprise. Fujitora smiled and said, Germa is wise, and being able to be loyal to your lord is a blessing they have cultivated in their previous lives. Immediately, all the people in Germa, under the leadership of Jiaji, knelt down deeply towards Nanya in mid-air, and shouted. All colleagues in Germa pay homage to Lord Reaper. Chapter 49. All Germa colleagues pay homage to Lord Death? The axe helps all colleagues to salute the evil god? Inexplicably, Nanya remembered a famous scene in her previous life. Ah! I couldn't help but smile in my heart. Looking down, Yang Ji is dead, and looking at Jiaji's frightened and agitated appearance, it is true that he surrendered sincerely, not a fake. It seems that his identity was recognized by Geiji. Nanya thought for a while. Although Germa's strength is not worth mentioning in his eyes. But in Bahai, it is undoubtedly the largest force. Even in the New World, its power cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, the ant in the original book would not have deliberately planned to obtain Germa's technological power. Generally speaking, Germa's strength is still acceptable, and it will be good to block the mid-level naval forces in the future. Thinking so, Nanya said lightly. Since you want to be loyal to me, then you should know what to do, Gage. Gage trembled uncontrollably. Master Nan Ye's tone did not refuse. It means that not only will Germa not suffer disaster this time, but they will also get an unprecedented opportunity. What is it not a great opportunity to be able to serve under Lord Death? It is much stronger than forming an alliance with the four emperors. After all, the four great emperors of today's new world are nothing more than the younger brothers who stood in the distance and watched Lord Death alone against Lockes, Roger, and Karp. Everything. Jiaji directly kowtowed 3 times on the ground and said loudly. Reporting to my lord, I understand what to do. Now go and destroy the branch of the navy stationed in Bahai. The elimination of the Bahai Navy branch is a declaration of Jiazi Jiao, expressing his determination to be incompatible with the navy and the world government. Nanya didn't say anything more. Gage is indeed a smart man, he knows everything. Next, Nanya only needs to wait for the other party's news. Gage didn't hesitate at all, and set off immediately. Gather all Germa's troops, take his few remaining children, and rush to the North Sea branch of the navy. Before leaving, Leiju bit her pink lips, her beautiful eyes looked at the handsome man in the distance with complex eyes. Fangzhen sighed quietly. How could they have imagined that from the first time they met now, in just a few days, the other party became their loyal master of Germa? Perhaps, even oneself have to pay for it. Thinking of this, Reiju's pretty face turned red. North Sea branch of the Navy. Among the branches of the 4 seas, this branch is quite powerful. Not only are there more than Marines, the officer is even a vice admiral. Originally, the strength of this branch would be even more. However, due to the upcoming battle between the Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates, the warring states marshal transferred most of the troops of the 4 seas to Marin Fando. However, even if the troops were reduced, the sailors of the branch were not worried at all that someone dared to attack them. After all, the navy is the biggest force on the sea. Even if it is a branch, its majesty cannot be provoked by ordinary people. However, on this day, the sailor at the post suddenly yelled in horror. It's not good! It's not good! Someone is attacking us! Who has eaten the heart of a bear and dared to attack our navy? Yes, it's Germa! What? All the sailors turned pale with fright, and the siren rang through the entire naval branch in an instant. The head of the branch, the vice admiral, was also alarmed and hurried over. Seeing the connected Germa kingdom on the surface of the sea, it suddenly fell into an ice cellar. The kingdom of Germa is a maritime country, and when it goes out to conquer cities and lands, it has always used the power of the whole country. That's why the Vice Admiral was so panicked. Why did Germa come to attack the Navy? Aren't they a member of the world government? The Lieutenant General was confused. The member countries of the world government are supposed to be on the same side as their navy. Naturally, Jiaji would not answer this person's doubts. All I heard was Gage's fierce roar. Boys, kill me! Kill all the navy! Fight for the adults! Kill! Kill the navy! In an instant, the shouting and killing sound shook the sky. With a huge advantage in military strength, no matter how the navy resists, it cannot escape the fate of extinction. That Vice Admiral was beheaded by Jiaji himself. Before dying, the Lieutenant General stared angrily at Gage with his blood-red eyes open. Vinsmoke Gage, you are so bold, aren't you afraid that the world government will blame you? World government? Gage looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, with a face full of sarcasm. You don't know how long the world government you rely on can survive. Soon, the whole world will be under the domination of adults. What did you say? The Lieutenant General felt endless shock in his heart. Endless astonishment. Will even the world government be destroyed? Who is the adult in Jiaji's mouth? With this full of doubts, the Lieutenant General died completely. Humph, I don't know whether to live or die. Gage cast a disdainful glance at the Lieutenant General's corpse lying on the ground. Immediately, he raised his right hand high and shouted. Well done, guys! From now on, we will follow the Lord and kill the Navy headquarters. Kill Marie Joya! At this moment, Gage's original ambition to rule the North Sea is completely gone. Because. And kill the Admiralty, kill Mary Joa. Kill all the celestial dragons. Compared to destroying the world government, what is the mere ambition to rule the North Sea? Chapter 50. But for half a day, Jiaji wiped out the Bahai branch of the Navy. With this nomination certificate, Nan Ye took advantage of the opportunity to accept Germa, the younger brother. Night. The whole Germa was having a carnival, and Gage was so excited that his face flushed. It is great luck for Germa to become Lord Reaper's subordinate. While drinking happily, Jiaji's eldest son, Yuji, suddenly said worriedly. I remember that you were in contact with the Big Mom pirates before, and it seems that you are going to get married. Now you regret it, will there be any problems? Gage sneered when he heard the words. And 4 emperors? Now we have pledged our allegiance to Lord Death, and the 4 emperors are nothing. Back then. So ever. Jiaji fought the Valley of the Gods again, and Nanya fought against the 3 most powerful masters alone, while the current 4 emperors could only be spectators on the sidelines, which was exaggerated to Yuji and others. Yuji and the others were shocked when they heard this. Lord Reaper, you are so powerful that it is unimaginable. Only Reiju, with her beautiful eyes twinkling, didn't know what she was thinking. Until the banquet is over. Reiju came to the door of a luxurious room alone. Here is Nan Ye's residence. Reiju bit her lower lip, her face was blushing, her pretty face was full of hesitation, as if she was struggling with something. After struggling for more than 10 minutes, Reiju finally made up her mind. Gathering up the courage, he knocked on Nan Ye's door. Inside the house, Nan Ye's knowledgeable look has already sensed Reiju's arrival. Can't help but bring a hint of playfulness in the eyes. This woman is so late, what is she looking for him for? Come in. Nan Ye said lightly. Squeak. The door opens. Reiju's tall and graceful figure walked in. A pair of long legs over 1 meter long, occupying more than half of her height. The skin is white, the lips are pink, and the figure is beautiful. In particular, this woman also has the title of Toxic Powder, who can absorb toxins, which adds a sense of seductiveness to her. I have to say that Reiju is a genuine beauty with her own unique charm. In terms of beauty alone, it is only below Hancock and Shirahoshi. Nan Ye, my lord. Reiju spoke, but hesitated to speak. The corners of Nan Ye's mouth curled up slightly, and she just quietly looked at the seductive woman in front of her, as if she wanted to see through her body inside and out. Reiju couldn't help feeling a little ashamed and a little flustered. Hey! Taking a deep breath to calm herself down, Reiju knelt down on one knee and said respectfully. My lord, the little girl wants to ask you one thing. Oh, what is it? Nanya raised her eyebrows slightly and remained calm. The little girl once had a younger brother named Sanji, who left Germa when she was very young. The little girl knows that adults have great powers, and hope that adults can help find my brother. If Sanji can be found, then no matter what the adults tell the little girl to do, the little girl will, all. When Reiju said this, her pretty face was flushed red. But soon, she made up her mind and said firmly. No matter what the adults tell the little girl to do, the little girl will do it. Nan Ye's expression couldn't help but become weird. Reiju begged him to find Sanji, willing to pay any price. The point is, Sanji is in the Straw Hat Pirates on Murloc Island, so there is no need to look for it. Nanya narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked Reiju up and down. Oh, woman! You are obviously greedy for my body, but you use this method to get around, do you think I can't see it? If Reiju knew what Nanya was thinking, she would be ashamed and annoyed. She really didn't know that Sanji was already under Nanya's command. At this time, the sound of the system rang. Ding! The current status of the host has been detected, triggering the selection. 1. Reject Vinsmoke Reiju's request and reward high-level armed domineering color. 2. Agree to Vinsmoke Reiju's request and reward Zanpakuto for killing Jizo. 3. Let Vinsmoke Reiju suck out the toxin for you, reward Eisen template unlocking plus 10%. Nan Ye. Is this still an option? Whether it is to agree or reject Reiju's request, Sanji is on Murloc Island, is it all the same? And the third reward is plus 10% for unlocking blue dye templates, even a fool knows how to choose. Just let Reiju suck out the toxin for herself? I am not poisoned. Nanya was speechless. Is there a bug in this system? Although speechless, but do not delay the choice. Nanya thought, choose 3. Immediately, the unlocking degree of the blue dye template reached 70%, and Nanya's strength increased by a large amount. Next, is to complete the task of the system. Nanya thought for a while and said directly. Reiju, you have the ability to suck toxins. I just got a kind of poison in my body, you help me suck it out. Reiju froze, staring blankly at Nanya. Master Nanya was poisoned? How can it be? Master Nanya is full of anger and has a ruddy complexion. Does he look a little poisoned? Besides, with Master Nanya's terrifying strength, who can poison him? Then, why did Master Nanya say that he was poisoned? Reiju couldn't figure it out, and even got a little confused. In fact, Nanya was also very helpless. This is one of the system's options. For the reward of the system, Nanya chose this option to unlock the blue dye template. But he is not poisoned, how should Reiju inhale? So the two stared at each other. After a long while, Nanya said helplessly. Well, since you can inhale poison, you should also poison it. So, let me be poisoned first. Reiju. Is Master Nanya trying to make her happy? How can there be someone who poisons people first and then sucks them out? Chapter 51. Reiju felt extremely speechless for Nanya's request. Master Nanya actually asked her to poison her first. Then it means that Master Nanya is not poisoned at all at this time. But let yourself suck out the toxin for him again, isn't this embarrassing? But Nanya is an adult after all, and Reiju still wants the other party to find his younger brother Sanji. No matter how difficult, no matter how incomprehensible the conditions, Reiju can only do it. Then, an extremely weird scene happened. Reiju first put a simple poison on Nan Ye's legs. This poison has no effect on Nan Ye at all. Nan Ye only needed a little force to force out the toxin. But of course he wouldn't do that, and he still had to complete the system's tasks. Next, Reiju sucked out the poison, and finally successfully completed the task. Reiju's pretty face was still a little hot, and she always felt that she was being teased by Mr. Nan Ye. But she didn't dare to say what was in her heart, she just remained respectful. Nan Ye, on the other hand, was lying comfortably on the chair, feeling comfortable all over, and he was also relieved to have completed the system task. Glancing at Reiju's eyes, there was also a trace of gentleness. Originally, he didn't care about this woman. After all, with Hancock, Shirahoshi, and that little maid, Bonnie, the rest of the women are already difficult to get into his eyes. But Reiju has advantages that other women do not have, which makes Nan Ye quite satisfied. Little Reiju, Nan Ye said with a light smile, from now on, you can stay by my side as a maid. Is it just a maid? Reiju inevitably showed disappointment in her heart. But soon, the disappointment was replaced by a hint of joy. After all, it was her destiny to stay with a man like Mr. Nan Ye. Then, Master Nan Ye, my younger brother Sanji. Reiju still has Sanji's safety in mind. Sanji Blackfoot, he is in Murloc Island, you will meet soon. Nan Ye directly informed Reiju of the whereabouts of the Straw Hats and Sanji. Reiju was finally relieved. Immediately, he realized that since Mr. Nan Ye knew Sanji's whereabouts just now, he told her to do that kind of thing. Humph, what a bad guy. Can't help but give the other party a blank look, showing all kinds of organs. Nan Ye smiled slightly, and naturally did not explain too much. Now that Reiju has become his maid, it doesn't matter how you understand it. That night, Reiju naturally stayed behind to perform her duties as a maid. Naval Headquarters, Marin Van Do. Marshal Zhang Guo, who was nervously preparing to take on the war affairs, suddenly received a piece of news that made him feel like a bolt from the blue. The Kingdom of Germa, the strongest country in the North Sea, has rebelled, quit the world government. Moreover, the entire Bahai branch was given to a nest. Snapped. Warring States slapped the desk. The desk immediately fell apart. Zhang Guo's face was ashen and terrifying, and he let out a roar. Germa, Vinsmoke clan, how dare you! Warring States couldn't figure it out anyway, why did Germa do this, and how could he have the courage to do so? Hateful! If it weren't for the fact that all the combat power of the navy is now concentrated in Marlinfander to guard against the Whitebeard pirates, the old man will definitely make Germa pay a heavy price. Anger boils. Warring States has not been so angry for a long time. It is really Germa's mutiny at the critical moment when the top war is coming, and the blow to the morale and prestige of the navy is unpredictable. Yo-yo, Mr. Warring States, don't be angry, it's not good for the elderly to be angry. A wretched, vaguely gloating voice came from the side. Warring States glared at the person who spoke, and said loudly. Huang Yuan, the impact of the shampoo incident has not subsided yet. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Huang Yuan shrugged indifferently, and said in a strange way. The incident at Chambord, I have explained it long ago. The Tianlong people have already pinned the blame on the Straw Hat Kid Monkey D. Luffy. Mr. Warring States, you can't wrong a good person. Zhang Guo's face became more and more ugly. In the Chambord incident, the Straw Hat boy Lu Fei killed the Tianlongren. Wu Liaoxing was furious and blamed all the crimes on him. And, let the Warring States arrest the Straw Hat Kid Luffy as soon as possible. But that Straw Hat Kid is Karp's grandson. This time, Warring States was going to execute Garp's godson Ace, and then another of Garp's grandson, Garp still had to fight him desperately. Even if things go wrong, Garp may turn against the world government. The Navy cannot afford such consequences. The world government can't afford it either. Therefore, Sengoku did not go to capture Luffy on the pretext of trying to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. The purpose is to stabilize Garp. In his own heart, Warring States didn't want to get into trouble with his old comrade in arms, Karp. So, upon hearing Huang Yuan mention the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, Sengoku could only change the subject and talked about another major event. This major event is also the fuse that caused the Warring States period to become more and more bad-tempered recently. Kizaru, the old man asked you to investigate the pirate Queen Boa Hancock and kill Admiral Mole and others. How is it going? The news of Mole's death finally reached the ears of Warring States through Daughter Kingdom. The Warring States immediately fell into a rage. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock not only didn't care about the Navy's mandatory call-up order, but even dared to kill Mole and the others. What audacity! Warring States immediately deprived the Pirate Empress of Kaiwohei status, and asked Kizaru to investigate, and it would be best to catch Boa Hancock. How did the Warring States know that he assigned Huang Yuan to do this job, which was the biggest mistake from the beginning? I see. Huang Yuan cut his nails leisurely, while leisurely replied. Pirate Empress, that's the former Kaiwohei, the strength is so terrifying. The old man is powerless, Mr. Sengoku. In a word, the Warring States period was pissed off again. Chapter 52. Huang Yuan's acting skills are getting deeper and deeper. The ability of non-stick pans is also getting stronger. The whole person is not slippery, and the Warring States period has nothing to do with the yellow ape. Depressed for a long time, the Warring States could only let Huang Yuan leave, sitting alone in the office and sulking. Fortunately, only Boa Hancock and Shishibukai had problems, and everyone else agreed to the Navy's call. Thinking of this, Sengoku was slightly less depressed. Except for Doflamingo, Tyrant Bear, and Blackbeard who responded to the Navy at the beginning. The remaining Moria and Hawkeye Mihawk also agreed not long ago to attend the top battle and participate in the decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates. But even so, there are only 5 people in Kaiwohei in the end. Because of his relationship with Whitebeard, Hixia Jinbei was sent to Jincheng City by the Warring States period. The pirate Queen Boa Hancock also had a major accident suddenly. As a result, Chiwohei, who was originally 7 people, became 5. After going to the top of the war, I have to worry about how to make up for the Kibutei quota. The Warring States period began to suffer again, and it was not easy for him to be the Admiral of the Navy. But Warring States would never have imagined that he hadn't discovered the thing that he should feel the most headache and even frightened. Huang Yuan walked out of the marshal's office, the loose smile on his face gradually turned into a sneer. Hehe, do you want me to catch the Pirate Empress? Do you want to kill me? I don't know that the Pirate Empress is probably an adult's woman. When Nanya was in Chambord, he briefly told Huang Yuan about his relationship with daughter country. He also ordered Huang Yuan to report to him immediately if the Navy wanted to attack daughter country. The thoughtful Huang Yuan immediately heard from Nanye's words that the relationship between the adult and the Pirate Empress was unusual. Maybe, that Pirate Empress is the future mistress of his yellow monkey. Therefore, Huang Yuan went crazy to investigate daughter country, let alone capture Hancock. And even if he didn't do anything, the Warring States was still fooled by him. Oh, this is the strength of an excellent ape actor. Huang Yuan proudly hummed a ditty. North Sea. The kingdom of Germa floating in the sea. The throne that originally belonged to Geiji alone was sitting on a young man at the moment. As for Geiji himself, he stood respectfully at the bottom. In addition to Geiji, there are several of his children, as well as Fujitora who left the town and followed Nan Ye to the death. The young man was Nan Ye, listening to Geiji's report, with a few wisps of amusement on his face. You mean, 2 of the 4 generals of the Big Mom pirates came here at once, and they have already arrived outside Germa's gate. Jiaji hurriedly said respectfully. Yes, my lord. Nan Ye's expression became more playful. Why did they come? Jiaji suddenly showed fear and apprehension, and replied cautiously. They're all villains. The villains didn't know that the adults were still alive, and they were blinded by the lard, so they actually wanted to form an alliance with the four emperors, so. In the original. In order to realize his ambition to rule the North Sea, Jiaji wants to form an alliance with a certain powerful force. And Dima happened to need Germa's technological strength, so the two hit it off and decided on a marriage strategy. For this reason, Jiaji also called Sanji, the son he had abandoned long ago, back as a tool for marriage. As a result, the Straw Hat Gang made a big tea party, and Wang Luffy became the fifth emperor after that. The plot of the previous life flashed in my mind. Nan Ye glanced at Jiaji, but he didn't expect that he and the Big Mom pirates had come into contact with each other 2 years ago. But it's just as well. And, Charlotte Lingling, that old woman was a member of the Rock's ship back then, so we might as well take her first. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold arc. Nanya said lightly. Call those two guys in. Yes, my lord. Geiji hurriedly asked Iji to go outside and called the people from the Big Mom pirates to come in. Yuji didn't dare to neglect, and hurried out. At the port outside Germa Kingdom, 2 tall and burly men were standing proudly on a huge warship. Seeing that only Yuji came out to greet him, the two immediately frowned and snorted coldly. Where is Geiji? Why are you the only one? Germa, do you still want to ally with our Big Mom pirates? When he questioned Sanlian, his tone was full of arrogance, and he completely ignored Yazi, the prince of the Germa kingdom. Yuji gritted his teeth with hatred. The two people in front of them, one named Charlotte Snug and the other named Charlotte Cracker, were both generals of the Big Mom pirates. Although the strength ranks the last 2 of the 4 generals, they are all big pirates with a bounty of more than -million, and their strength is extremely tyrannical. Relying on their strength and their backing from the Big Mom pirates, the two have always maintained a superior attitude, and Iji has long hated them. Today, seeing the arrogance of Snuggle and Cracker again, Iji kept his expression on his face and sneered in his heart. You two bastards, you won't be proud anytime soon. And your entire Big Mom pirates must surrender at the feet of Lord Reaper. Chapter 53. Yuji thought bitterly in his heart, but smiled on his face. 2 distinguished guests who came from afar, please forgive my father, who is in poor health and cannot come to greet you in person. Cracker sneered, his ranking was above Snug, and the bounty was as high as 8 million Baileys. Therefore, the two are completely dominated by Carry Rack. I saw Sen Leng's voice saying. I don't care if Jiaji is really sick or not. There must be no mistakes in this marriage. By the way, Mom is in a bad mood because she didn't eat the snacks from Fishman Island recently. If you Germa show up like a moth at such a time, hee. The meaning of threat is beyond words. The Murloc snacks mentioned by Cracker are related to Capone Becky's death. Original. Capone Becky wants to pull Big Mom off the horse. The first step of the plan is to use the Fishman Island snacks, join Big Mom pirates, and after gaining the trust of the other party, wait for the opportunity to attack Big Mom. Unexpectedly, the Becky plan was wiped out by Nanya with one finger before it even started. That's why Cracker said that Aunt has been in a bad mood recently. Even their children were frightened. In this marriage with Germa, 2 4-star generals were dispatched at once, just to prevent the slightest mistake in this matter, which would make Aunt even more angry. Yuji's expression became terrified, and he said repeatedly. How dare Germa offend Lord 4 Emperors? The bottom of my heart is more and more sneer. Oh, 4 Emperors? The mere 4 Emperors are nothing in front of Lord Death. Later, you will know your ignorance and insignificance. Then. Yuji never mentioned anything about Nanya to Cracker and Snug at all. He just wanted to make the 2 of them make a fool of themselves in front of Lord Death, and slap them in the face severely. With such sinister thoughts, Yazi brought Cracker and Snug into the palace of Germa Kingdom. Germa is a kingdom of science and technology. Along the way, the two of them saw many high-tech weapons. The two couldn't help being overjoyed, and their mother will be very happy now. I also thought that Germa is still useful after all, so I might as well be more polite to them in the future. Thinking so, the two followed Yuji and entered Germa's palace. The expected grand welcome did not appear, but the atmosphere was quite weird and even cold. Cracker and Snug's expressions changed. Scanning the hall, I saw that on the high throne, the person sitting was not Jiaji, but a young man. Geiji stands at the bottom. In addition, there are only a few children of Geiji and a blind man in the hall. Both of you, hurry up and salute Lord Death God. Suddenly, Yuji, who was respectful to the two just now, suddenly turned around and shouted. The expressions of the two crackers changed wildly. What Lord Reaper, what salute? What the hell is Germa doing? Yuji, you are so brave, how dare you talk to me like that? Snag was very angry and immediately drew his sword. Cracker stopped Snuggle. His mother attached great importance to this marriage with Germa, and he didn't want to make any mistakes. But what does Germa mean? Do you want to break the contract? Cracker looked directly at Gage, his expression extremely gloomy. Gazi, give me an explanation. Otherwise, 10 of you Germas won't be able to bear my mother's anger. The cracker was lifted out of Big Mom. Big Mom's horror and fear, he believed that Jiaji would not be unaware. In no mood. Jiaji actually looked up to the sky and laughed, with a face full of ridicule. 4 emperors Big Mom, in the past, I really didn't dare to offend that old woman. But now, what is a mere 4 emperors? Crackers and Snug gets change color. How dare Gage be so arrogant? How dare they ignore their mother? What is his reliance? Just rely on the kingdom of Germa? Joke. If the kingdom of Germa was stronger than its mother, it would not have taken the initiative to ask for a marriage with its mother. So, what is the reason for such a large contrast between the front and back of Germa? Is it? Cracker suddenly thought that just now Yuji asked them to salute Lord Death. Is that Lord Shinigami, the reliance of Geiji? Cracker frowned and looked around, trying to find the so-called Lord Reaper. In the palace, apart from Germa's people, only 2 people did not know Cracker. One was a blind man, and that blind man gave Cracker a very bad feeling, as if the other party was stronger than himself. Could it be that this blind man is the so-called god of death? It doesn't look like it. This person looks respectful, and stands at the bottom of the head like Geiji. Then there is only one person left. That's the young man sitting on the throne. He, Lord Reaper? Cracker expressed doubts. He was completely unaware of any strong aura in this person. The most important thing is that this person is too young, and Cracker is unwilling to trust him from the bottom of his heart, which is the reliance that can make Gage even his mother no longer be afraid. At this time, leaning lazily on the throne, Nan Ye, who had always been playful, spoke. That yellow-haired girl, Charlotte Lingling, is getting bigger and bigger. It's interesting. Chapter 54. That yellow-haired girl, Charlotte Lingling, is getting bigger and bigger. Cracker and Snug almost wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. Someone actually calling their mother, Huang Maoatu? Their mother is the Big Mom of the 4 emperors who rule the New World. Even if it is the Navy and the world government, they must be ready when they face their mothers. Where does this young man have the qualifications and courage to call his mother a yellow-haired girl? Cracker was quite confused for a while, and subconsciously asked Nan Ye, who was sitting on the throne. What did you call mother just now? Nan Ye chuckled and said casually. Charlotte Lingling, what's your name if it's not a yellow-haired girl? 40 years ago, when Nan Ye beat Lockes violently in the Valley of the Gods, the ant was just Lockes' younger brother. It's only natural for Nan Ye to call Auntie a yellow-haired girl. It's perfectly normal and there is no problem. But crackers, they don't know. They didn't know Nanya, they just thought Nanya was a young man with some status. However, no matter how status you have, no matter how extraordinary you are, even if Germa is under the control of the opponent should not be so arrogant. Who is their mother? Majestic Four Emperors. The four emperors who surpassed billions of pirates. Even if it is a taboo name, it is not something that ordinary people can call, let alone being called a yellow-haired girl. This is simply insulting a four emperors. Insult them, Big Mom pirates. The hot-tempered Snug immediately fell into a rage. The sword in his hand pointed directly at Nanya and roared angrily. You bastard, how dare you insult Mom? I'm going to kill you. Bold. Presumptuous. Snag, you are looking for death. As soon as Snag finished speaking, Nanya hadn't said anything before several loud shouts rang out. Accompanied by shouts, Geiji raised his sword, and Iji, Reiju, and others all put on their battle suits. Even more shocking is Fujitora. Fujitora directly pulled out the sword from its sheath, and a terrible pressure crushed Snag. Snag's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that Germa would dare to attack him, the general of the Big Mom pirates. I couldn't help feeling a little flustered in my heart. Although his strength is not weak, he does not have much confidence in Shang Jiaji and his children. In fact, Snag, the General Star's shame, even lost consecutively to Kid and Urki in the original book, and was directly removed from the ranks of General Stars. But at this moment, what made Snug feel even more flustered was the ordinary-looking blind man. Just by drawing his sword, he felt a powerful pressure far surpassing that of Germa. That is substantial pressure, as if there is a mountain on your back. I can hardly even stand upright. Snag. Cracker sensed that something was wrong with Snug, and hurriedly looked over, his face twitching involuntarily. It's gravity that presses on Snug's back. Unexpectedly, that blind man is actually a person with the ability of gravity fruit. Cracker looked at Fujitora with deep fear, then turned to Geiji, and said in a deep voice. Gazi, have you thought it through? Are you really going to break the contract? Can you bear the anger of your mother? Crackers make a last-ditch effort. He didn't believe it, Germa really didn't have any scruples about offending a group of four emperors, and he wasn't afraid of their mother at all. Ha ha ha. Gage laughed sarcastically, pointed at Cracker's nose and cursed. You ignorant child, you still can't see the situation clearly. In front of Lord Death, there is no room for the four emperors' Big Mom. Lord Reaper again. Cracker fully understood. What makes Jiaji so unscrupulous is because of the god of death. Cracker looked at Nanya on the throne again. This young man who dared to call his mother a yellow-haired girl must be the god of death in Jiaji's mouth. However, he has never heard of this name, Cracker. If Jiaji can rely on him, and he is not even afraid of their Big Mom pirates, then this person's strength is at least at the level of the four emperors. How could such a man be unknown in the sea? Cracker couldn't figure it out. Who is this mysterious man? Nanya naturally didn't bother to explain anything to the Crackers. He was a little tired and didn't bother to pay attention to the four generals. He stood up, stretched himself, and said to Reiju. Little Reiju, come here and warm the bed. Then, he casually glanced at Cracker and Snug, and said lightly. As for these two, kill them. Then, Nanya walked out of the palace, and Reiju followed closely behind. Yes, my lord. Fujitora, Kaji, and the others quickly knelt down on one knee, respectfully accepting orders. Then, looking at the two of Cracker, he no longer concealed the murderous intent in his eyes. Dare to be disrespectful to adults, there is only one end, death. Fujitora was extremely indifferent, and his killing intent was raging. Cracker and Snug, totally dumbfounded. That god of death, actually left like that, and ordered other people to kill them both? Hey, Even if you are very powerful, very awesome. But the two of us are mother's sons, and we are still generals. How dare you despise your mother so much? Cracker and Snug really wanted to question Nanya like this. It's a pity that Nanya returned to the bedroom early to enjoy Leiju's service. They couldn't ask, and they wouldn't have the chance to ask again. Because Fujitora and Kaji approached them with cold killing intent. Chapter 55. Why did it become like this? Cracker and Snug originally came to Germa with a high-spirited attitude. Where would you think? Germa actually betrayed her mother. Speaking of it, my mother didn't really want to marry Germa, she just wanted to seize the other party's technological power. However, even if they turned their faces, it should be their Big Mom pirates who turned their faces. Why would Germa dare to do this? Just relying on that Lord Reaper that no one knows? Cracker thinks it's ridiculous that Germa may really be crazy. It is conceivable that if this matter is reported to Wanguo, mother will be furious. Germa will be torn to pieces by the angry mom. And he, Cracker and Snug, probably won't escape punishment either. Hateful. Cracker hated Germa's betrayal at this moment. Staring fiercely at Jiaji who was walking towards him step by step, he roared resentfully. Gage, you will regret what you did today. Also, do you think that just a few of you can kill my Cracker? I'm a general. A sharp long sword appeared in Cracker's hand. He is a biscuit fruit capable person, powerful and not afraid of Germa's siege. What's more, beside him is his younger brother, Snag, who is also a general. It's just that Snag is under the pressure of Fujitora's gravity and is trying his best to resist, so I'm afraid it won't play much role. Cracker also knew that his greatest threat was not from Germa, but from that blind man. Snag, as long as you can temporarily hold that blind man for a while, it will be a great achievement. I will get rid of Germa and the others as soon as possible, and then come to help you. Cracker directly assigned the tactics, assigning the most difficult Fujitora to Snug. Snag cursed endlessly in his heart. He who is under the pressure of Fujitora's gravity, how can he not know how terrible Fujitora is? Even if everyone in Germa is added together, I'm afraid they are no match for the blind man. However, in this critical situation, Snug couldn't refute Cracker. After all, Cracker is stronger than him and ranks higher than him, so it should be dominated by Cracker. Damn it, try it. It's just a blind man, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Snag figured it out, and launched a ruthless attack. He raised his head to the sky and roared, raising the domineering arrogance of his whole body to the peak. In an instant, he was temporarily freed from Fujitora's gravity. After all, Snug is a big pirate with a bounty of more than -million, not the kind of pirate who is ravaged by others. Cracker was overjoyed to see Snug exerting all his strength. What he is most afraid of is that this younger brother is afraid of Fujitora, and dare not make a move against Fujitora. In that case, Cracker would have to face Germa and Fujitora at the same time, and it must be a tough fight. Well now, after all, Snug still had some guts, and even took the initiative to attack Fujitora. Then it's my turn. Cracker looked at Gage and the others with ferocious eyes. Without Fujitora, who made him very afraid, only Germa and the others, he was not afraid at all. Clap clap clap. All of a sudden, Cracker slapped his hands, and biscuit soldiers appeared in the hall one by one. These biscuit soldiers are not simple. Luffy in the fourth gear is very difficult to break. Ha ha ha. Cracker laughed wildly. Gazzy, you are too small for me. Do you think that if you have a lot of people, you will win? Today I will tell you what is the strength of a general. Gage's expression couldn't help becoming dignified. In fact, how did he not know that Cracker was a formidable opponent? The reason why Jiaji dared to despise the Big Mom pirates so much, all the reliance came from the god of death, Nan Ye-sama. However, Lord Reaper is going to rest now. That's right, in the eyes of a strong man like Lord Reaper, what is a cracker? It is estimated that it is no different from an ordinary mortal, and it is not worthwhile for Lord Death to do it himself. In any case, what Master Death has ordered must be done. Even if the crackers are strong, their Germa's technological power is not that simple. Just when the two sides were about to start a fight, suddenly, there was a shrill scream from the side. That scream was clearly Snug's voice. The sinister smile on Cracker's face suddenly froze, and he looked towards Fujitora in astonishment. The next moment, he felt as if he had seen a ghost, and his whole body was shaken. In his pupils, his younger brother Snag, who belongs to the same star as him, has had his head chopped off by Fujitora. What the hell, it's been less than 30 seconds since Snug rushed up. How did Snug die so easily? The crackers are unbelievable. Although his strength is stronger than that of Snug, he is far from being able to instantly kill Snug. It can even be said that the entire Big Mom pirate group, except for Big Mom herself, not even Katakuri, the leader of the stars, can't instantly kill Snug. But the blind man in front of him did it. The strength of this blind man is stronger than what Cracker had guessed before. They may even reach the ranks of the top powerhouses. Crackers are like being in an ice cellar. All confidence is gone. If this person is a top powerhouse, then his Cracker will undoubtedly die today. Another thought that made Cracker feel creepy came to mind. Since this blind man is a top-level powerhouse, what about that Lord Reaper who can command him? Is that Lord Reaper stronger than this blind man? Will it be stronger than my mother? Chapter 56. Thinking that Lord Reaper might be stronger than his mother, Cracker suddenly realized. No wonder Germa dared to betray the agreement with his mother. No wonder, Gage is not afraid of his mother's anger. It turned out that their reliance was here. However, this is just Cracker's guess after all, and he has no chance to verify it. Because, the Fujitora in front of him will kill him. Cracker had no energy left to think about anything else. All the muscles in his body were tense. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Looking at Fujitora in awe, his voice became extremely dry. Can you tell me, who are you? Fujitora had no expression on his face. Killing Snug in seconds was just a small attempt. Next, he will kill Cracker to complete the task assigned by the adults. Old man, his name is Fujitora Yuxiao. Fujitora's voice was low, and he drew a knife in his hand, lying in front of him. It's just a pawn under your lord's command. Then, without waiting for the Cracker to be shaken after hearing this sentence, Fujitora swung his knife violently and shouted. Gravity Knife Tiger. Moment. The world was temporarily paled. It seems that even the space is distorted. A terrifying horizontal gravity, like a prehistoric beast, rushed towards the Cracker and the biscuit soldiers beside the Cracker. There was incomparable horror in Cracker's eyes. Gravity can actually support it horizontally. The common sense of people in pirate world is that gravity is downward, and they don't know that gravity can also become horizontal. Naturally, they don't even know that gravity can even be transformed into gravity. Boom! Under the bombardment of the tiger, the extremely hard biscuit soldiers were all shattered in an instant. Even the biscuit armor wrapped in the Cracker was blasted into powder. Cracker's armed look domineering, can't resist Fujitora's attack at all. Unable to control himself, the Cracker was directly blasted out of the hall. Strong! Too strong! After being blasted hundreds of meters, Cracker managed to stop his body. Blood flowed from his mouth, and Cracker yelled inwardly. This person is definitely a top powerhouse. A top powerhouse just like my mother. Desperation spread in Cracker's heart. Facing a top powerhouse, how could he survive? Can't even escape. Not to mention, apart from Fujitora, the even more mysterious Shinigami-sama never made a move from the beginning to the end. How strong will this person be? Crackers are simply unimaginable. Today. At this time, Fujitora, Germa, and the others also came out of the hall. Kaji looked at Fujitora in awe. It was also the first time he saw Fujitora make a move, and it really was a powerful and terrifying monster. At the same time, Jiaji felt extremely wise in his decision to resolutely seek refuge in Lord Death. In particular, his daughter Reija seems to have become the adult's maid. From now on, Germa can be said to sit back and relax, and only need to saddle up for the adults. Even, as long as I have done enough credit, my lord might hand over Bahai to him to manage in the future. Geiji has no doubts about Lord Reaper being able to destroy the world government and rule the world. Not to mention how Gage imagined the bright prospects of the future. However, Fujitora didn't kill him while the cracker was still alive. Fujitora also wanted to use the cracker to test a trick taught to him by Master Nan Ye himself. Keep making as many of your cookie soldiers as possible. Cracker was taken aback when he heard the words, and immediately felt a burst of shame. After the humiliation, he was fortunate again, thankful that the other party gave him a chance. Without the slightest hesitation, the crackers immediately tried their best to make biscuit soldiers. As long as enough biscuit soldiers are made, he might still have a chance to escape. Clap clap clap. The extremely hard biscuit soldiers appeared one after another, and the number is constantly expanding. Soon, there were as many as 1,000. Ha, this is Lao Tzu's full effort. Cracker watched excitedly, surrounded by 1,000 biscuit soldiers. He has grown so big that he has never produced so many soldiers. It can only be said that the desire to survive made the cracker burst into unprecedented potential. 1,000 biscuit soldiers, even top-level experts, should be able to stop them for a while. My chance to escape is here. Cracker is ecstatic. From despair to hope, from hell to heaven. How could a cracker not be ecstatic? Not bad. Even Fujitora nodded in approval of the cracker. But Fujitora's next sentence made Cracker feel extremely uneasy. There are so many biscuit soldiers, it's worth a try. Then, under Cracker's staring gaze, Fujitora threw an egg-sized iron ball into the air, accompanied by a voice that made Cracker feel chills all over. Gravity Ball Earth Explosion Star. The iron ball thrown into the air by Fujitora suddenly burst out with a strong suction force. Whoa, whoa! The 1,000 biscuit soldiers that Cracker desperately made were sucked by the iron ball without any resistance. How is this possible? Cracker was so dumbfounded that his jaw almost fell to the floor. Isn't he a gravity fruit ability user? Why would he use gravity? Fujitora smiled. That's right. Gravity can be transformed into gravitational force. If the adults hadn't told him, Fujitora would never have thought of it in his life. Not to mention, outsiders like Crackers. My lord, he is a god who transcends the rules of the common world. How can we mortals understand? Fujitora sighed almost reverently. There are no surprises. After the appearance of Fujitora's version of Earth Burst, 1,000 biscuit soldiers, including the Cracker himself, were all sealed. In midair, a huge sphere appeared, making all members of Germa look dumbfounded. Chapter 57. Even though Cracker and Snug are both general-level masters, how can they be the opponents of Fujitora, who has comprehended the Earth Explosion Star? In just a moment, the two sons of the ant were killed by Fujitora. Inside the bedroom. After Nanya heard the news, there were no surprises. With Fujitora's current strength, it's enough to face Big Mom. Then, Nanya gave the order to march towards the new world 10,000 kingdoms. Since the ant hit Nanya's gun, Nanya didn't intend to let her go. After all, Big Mom was also a member of Rock's ship. Bahai is actually quite a distance from Big Mom's lair, Wangguo. When Cracker and Snug came to Germa, it took a lot of time. However, Nanya naturally wouldn't waste too much time for an ant. He directly ordered Fujitora to use the power of the gravity fruit to lift the entire Germa into the sky, and then fly from the sky to all nations. Even for Fujitora, it is extremely strenuous and difficult to support such a large country and to use it for a long time. However, Nanya ordered this on purpose. He was training Fujitora. Fujitora obviously knew this and had no complaints. Although he has comprehended the Earth explosive star, his strength has gone a step further. But compared to Master Nan Ye, it is still far inferior. Master Nan Ye wanted to train him, but Fujitora was too happy. Starting from the sky, the speed is extremely fast, and there is no obstacle. In just 1.5 days, they reached the territory of all nations. Boom! Fujitora lowered the Germa kingdom into the sea, gasping for breath. For a day and a half, no one else felt anything, only Fujitora was exhausted. Nanya would not really regard Fujitora as a tireless livestock envoy. He smiled and said, "Yuxiao boy, you've worked hard this time, just rest, you won't be needed to play in the future." Fujitora breathed calmly, and respectfully worshipped Nan Ye. "If you can serve the adults, the boy will not work hard." Nan Ye smiled and said nothing more. His gaze turned to Wangguo in front of him. "This place must be the territory of that yellow-haired girl, Charlotte Lingling. Ha, that bastard little brother of Lockes back then is really looking like a dog now." With cold eyes flashing, Nanya took a step forward. The next moment, the figure suddenly disappeared in place. Afterwards, Fujitora and Germa looked at each other in blank dismay. His Excellency's speed was too fast for them to see clearly, let alone keep up. "I'm going to catch up with you now, Mr. Fujitora, you can stay here and rest." Gage said so. Although Fujitora wanted to attack the nations for the Lord, but the Lord had just let him rest, and Fujitora would naturally not disobey, so he agreed. Gage was overjoyed. Fujitora has made a lot of contributions to the adults, but their Germas have done very little. This time, he must make a great contribution. Gage selected several hundred of Germa's most elite soldiers, took Reiju, Yuji and several other children, and set foot on the border of 10,000 kingdoms. The world consists of 35 islands. With Cake Island as the center, 34 islands are dotted around. On it, whether it is stones, plants, books, or gates, they all have life and can speak. In such a unique and strange country, people of almost every race in the world exist. And the ruler of this strange country is only one person. That is Aunt 4 Emperors, Charlotte Lingling. The aunt is cruel and has a weird temper, even her children are afraid of her. In the early days, the reason why Cracker didn't dare to screw up his marriage with Germa was because he was afraid of being punished by his aunt. It can be said that the terrifying shadow of Big Mom has penetrated into the soul of everyone in Wangguo. And so, at the current Cake Island, when the aunt angrily kicked over the table, everyone, including Katakuri and Smoothie, kept silent. "Germa! Gage! How dare you betray your promise with my old lady? Killed Cracker and Snuggle too!" Big Mom let out a loud scream. Everyone hastily covered their ears, even so, the eardrums were still hurting from the shock. "Bastards! Cracker, Snuggle, it's all because you two are so weak. That's why you messed up my mother's business. Gage, how dare you Germa betray my old lady?" Big Mom would scold Germa for a while and Cracker and Snug for a while. Apparently, the aunt who was dazed by her anger was almost unconscious. Katakuri's eyes could not help showing extreme worry. Once the mother loses her mind, the whole world will suffer. "Mom, calm down. I will go to Bahai myself and deal with the Germa family." "Yes, mother, it's not worth being so angry about a mere Germa." All the children persuaded together, they all knew the consequences of aunt's loss of control, which was extremely serious. But the aunt didn't listen at all, screaming, "I'm going to kill Germa. Kill Gage. Kill everyone." The pupils have a tendency to lose focus. Katakuri turned pale with fright. "Mom, this is a sign that he is about to lose control." All the children couldn't help but panic, some people were already planning to run away. Once the mother loses control, it doesn't matter if you are her child or not, you will kill anyone you see. Just when everyone was worried about the state of the ant, no one knew that a handsome and young figure had come to the most secret place in the world. There is the place where the red history text is stored. Chapter 58. The red history text is one of the 4 necessary signposts to go to the final island of Ralph Drew. Although Nanya has no interest in becoming the One Piece. But, for the secrets of this world, for the blank 100 years that the world government is desperately trying to cover up, Nanya was also quite curious. For 800 years, this secret is probably only known to that bastard Roger. Oh, Rayleigh should know too. But Nanya naturally didn't bother to ask what he wanted, he would take it with his own hands. Now, coming to this cake island, Ant's life and death are completely under Nanye's control, so there is no need to worry. Let's take a look at the red history text first. Nanya, who has the ability to listen to the voice of all things, does not need to understand the weird characters on the stone tablet, and can understand it naturally. So that's how it turned out. To get to Raftlu, you have to go through another island. Nanya nodded slightly. This historical text records one of the geographical coordinates, and at the same time, the other 3 geographical coordinates are required to finally find Ralph Drew. Sudden. A surprised voice sounded from behind. Who are you? You can actually understand the text of history. This sounds extremely pleasant, like the tinkling of spring water. Obviously the owner must be a beautiful and charming young girl. Nanya had his hands behind his back. He had already noticed that someone was coming, but he had no intention of hiding it at all. After all, what was he like? Even if the ant came in person, she was not qualified to let Nanya avoid it. The visitor was even more surprised to see that Nanya didn't dodge, and didn't even look back at her. Her body couldn't help but tense up, and she stepped forward cautiously. Seeing Nanye's handsome and young face, her big beautiful eyes could not help but light up. Good, so handsome. Here's Charlotte Brin's first thought, followed by another. Why did this handsome guy come here? The security here is quite strict. Seeing that the other party didn't pay attention to her, Brin saw that Nanye's handsome appearance also made her nervous subconsciously relax. Brin didn't call out immediately, but opened her red lips slightly, and couldn't help asking. You, who are you? Can you tell me? Still no response. Brin couldn't help but feel frustrated, this man is too aloof. If it weren't for him being handsome enough, my mother wouldn't take the initiative to talk to him. Brin was impatient and continued to ask. Can you really understand the text of history? It is said that the only person in this world who can understand the text of history is Nicole Robin, the son of the devil. Speaking of this, Brin suddenly touched his fair forehead covered by bangs. Maybe, after I open my eyes, I can also understand the main text of history. Brin's father is a three-eyed tribe, and she also inherited the third eye of the three-eyed tribe. It is said that once the third eye is opened, it will have incredible power, and reading historical texts is one of the abilities. The reason why Big Mom kept Brin was for this reason. Brin thought she was talking to herself, but the man still wouldn't talk to her. No, the man's magnetic voice finally came. Are you Charlotte Brin? Is your father Erlang Shen? Nanya finally looked at Brin. Hearing Nanye's words, Brin couldn't help but cover her red lips lightly, and smiled coquettishly, showing the liveliness and beauty of a girl. Erlang God? Ha 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 ha. That's just a nickname given to me by my father, whom I haven't met much. He's not the second child in the family, let alone a god. It's really funny to have such a nickname. Brin smiled prettily, she hadn't been this happy in a long time. She suddenly realized, how could the young man in front of her know her deceased father? You know my father? Brin's eyes widened. Nanya smiled gently. Originally, he was too lazy to talk to Brin. However, now that she knew that the other party was the daughter of an old man, she showed a bit of relief from the elders looking at the younger generation. Erlang God, het. A few strands of remembrance appeared in Nan Ye's eyes. This nickname was not given by your father himself, but by me. After all, his third eye is quite similar to the Erlang God I remember. Original. More than 40 years ago, Nan Ye also met a three-eyed tribesman, who was Brin's father. Nan Ye saw that the third eye of the other party was somewhat similar to the Erlang God Yangjian, so she jokingly nicknamed the other party Erlang God. Fast forward 40 years, the man is dead, and his daughter has grown up so much. Brin was dumbfounded. This young man really knew his father, so how old is he? Why do you look so young? Nanya looked at Brin's cute look, and pinched the other's face like an elder loving a junior. Just call me uncle. Brin's pretty face suddenly turned red. How can you pinch a girl's face casually? Moreover, calling you uncle, how do people call it exit? Just by looking at your appearance, you always seem to be about my age, okay? It's too old to be called uncle. Brin shook his little head like a rattle, a sly flash of cunning flashed in his big beautiful eyes, and he said. Or, let me call you brother. Chapter 59. Nanya was taken aback by Brin's mischievous laugh. In fact, Brin's mind was not as pure as it appeared on the surface. In the original book, she tricked Sanji into a dizzy situation. However, this is mainly due to the persecution of the aunt and the childhood shadow of Brin who was discriminated against since she was a child. Brin's heart is not bad. But in the eyes of elders like Nan Ye, Brin's small thoughts made her look even more cute. Nan Ye couldn't help but pinch Brin's face again. You little rascal! Brin pouted his cheeks and rubbed the side of his face that was about to be pinched red, his eyes were quite resentful. As an elder, why do you like pinching people's faces so much? However, he seems to have agreed to call him brother. Brin couldn't help jumping with joy in his heart. For a long time, although she lived in Wangguo, she had dozens of hundreds of brothers and sisters. However, those brothers and sisters never gave Brin any warmth of family affection. Even her biological mother, Auntie, bluntly hated her third eye and blatantly discriminated against her. But today, she met Nan Ye, a former friend of her father. Brin, who was sensitive, immediately realized that the other party's love for her was sincere, without any utilitarian thoughts mixed in. This moved Brin almost to tears. So, is there anyone who really cares about her? Clap clap clap. The tears were really like pearls, falling down one by one. Nan Ye was silent. He probably understood why Brin was crying, and sighed slightly in his heart. Stretching out her big hand, she lifted Brin's bangs from her forehead and wiped away the tears flowing from her third eye. Nan Ye said. Your third eye is very beautiful. Het, maybe when you open your eyes, you can awaken Sharingan. Writing round eyes. Brin was taken aback. What is Sharingan? I have never heard of it. However, when her brother said that her third eye was beautiful, Brin could hear it clearly, and her pretty face couldn't help but blushed. For the first time someone said that. After a burst of sweetness in her heart, Brin suddenly remembered something, and her face became urgent. Brother, why are you here? Here is the place that mother cares most about. Once mother finds out, it will be terrible. Brin appeared here because she often came here to check whether her third eye was open. Others, even aunt's children, are strictly forbidden to enter and leave here, let alone elder brother as an outsider. If my mother finds out, my brother will definitely be killed. Brin was so anxious in an instant. She finally found the feeling of family affection, and she must not let her brother have any accidents. Brin took Nan Ye's hand and said. Brother, come with me. I know there is a secret way, and I can leave here safely. Nan Ye looked at the eager girl, but stood there without moving, just uttered two words, no problem. Found by Aunt? That's just right, save yourself going to her. Bryn didn't know what Nanya was thinking, so she stomped her feet anxiously. Brother, you don't know, Mom is throwing a tantrum right now. Big Mom is really throwing a fit right now. To some extent, she was even on the verge of losing control. Katakuri and the others were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. At this time, the eldest son Perospero suddenly said, "How about making a big cake? Mom likes cake the most." Katakuri immediately said, "Okay, let's do it right away. Instruct the chef to make it in a hurry." Understood. Minister Butter immediately ran out. Cake. It seems that this word has attracted the attention of the crazy ant. The ant called out immediately. "Cake, cake, I want cake." Katakuri hurriedly reassured, "Mom, wait for a while, it will be ready soon." "No, I want it now. Besides, I only want the cake from Murloc Island." "Cake from Fishman Island." The ant went mad for a moment, frantically destroying everything around her. Katakuri and Perospero looked at each other, and cold sweat immediately flowed down. Finished. Mom was initially so enraged by Germa's betrayal that she almost lost her mind. Now, I remembered the cake from Fishman Island again, and even suffered from food cravings. Eating disorder, this is the most terrible disease for ants. Once the disease occurs, the 6 relatives will deny it, and kill anyone they see. Unless you can find something that Big Mom wants to eat, Big Mom will keep destroying and killing. But, where can they find the cakes from Murloc Island now? Damn Capone Becky! It's all your fault, why did you let Mom know about the cake from Murloc Island, but it hasn't been delivered yet? Katakuri hated Becky so much at the moment. He and everyone in the Big Mom pirates didn't know until now that Becky had been killed by Nanya. I thought that Becky, like Germa, missed the appointment with Big Mom. Just when everyone was terrified of the terrible consequences that would happen because of the ants' outbreak of eating disorder. A pirate minion suddenly crawled in from the outside, shouting panically. "It's not good! It's not good! Germa and the others have already entered the world." Chapter 60. Germa has entered the world? Katakuri, Perospero, Big Mom's children wondered if their ears had heard it wrong. Germa, isn't it far away in the North Sea? How could it be possible to come to Wonguo suddenly? Don't talk nonsense. Mom is in a bad situation, we're not in the mood to joke around with you. Katakuri shouted sharply. The pirate was sweating profusely, and his tone was almost crying. How dare you fool the ministers, Germa is really here. Everyone's face changed suddenly. Katakuri immediately used his tyrannical knowledge and arrogance, and sure enough, there was a violent fluctuation from the outside world, which should be an ongoing fight. Germa came so fast. The most important thing is, before we bothered him, he actually came to your door. Katakuri felt a little weird. Where did Germa have the courage to take the initiative to attack Wonguo? Is it just because he killed Cracker and Snuggle that he is arrogant enough to think that he can conquer the whole kingdom? Ha ha ha, what a big joke! Not to mention the mother who is the 4th emperor, even he, Charlotte Katakuri, has the strength to destroy Germa. Germa is really reckless. They're so arrogant. We must give them a little color, just to calm the anger of mother. All the ministers clamored, eager to go out and teach Germa a lesson. Katakuri stopped everyone and said, "Mom's situation is the most important thing now. You stay here and do your best to wake up Mom. As for Germa, I'm enough alone." With Big Mom out of control, the strongest Katakuri naturally became the leader. Everyone has nothing to say about his decision. There is no doubt that Katakuri can destroy Germa alone. After all, Katakuri is the leader of the stars, with a bounty exceeding 1 billion monsters. Outside world. The Germa army led by Geiji is fighting with the pirates of the Big Mom pirates. In the absence of the ministers and the ant herself, Germa's army clearly had the upper hand. But Jiaji is also very smart not to underestimate the enemy and rush forward. After all, this is a group of 4 emperors. It is not an exaggeration to say that the strong are like clouds, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers. Reiju, have you sensed where the adults are? While fighting, Gage asked Reiju. The most urgent thing is to rush to the adults' side. In that way, Germa would have enough confidence to fight to their heart's content. After all, if the adults were not around, and they met the 4 emperors, they would really want to cry without tears. Reiju closed her eyes, trying her best to sense with her knowledge. She has the closest relationship with Nan Ye, and is most familiar with Nan Ye's breath, so she is the person who is most likely to sense where Nan Ye is. Found it! Finally, Reiju opened her eyes and pointed in one direction. Gage was overjoyed, and hurriedly led Germa's army in that direction. That direction is more strictly guarded than other places, and it is obviously an extremely important place in the world. Jiaji and others fought hard, and finally came to a secret hall. My lord is inside. Reiju looked at the hall and said. Gage breathed a sigh of relief, and finally found the lord. Just about to go in, a heavy footstep accompanied by some kind of strong pressure came from behind. Jiaji seemed to be stared at by a ferocious beast, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. The minister of the Big Mom pirates is here. Moreover, it is definitely not an ordinary minister. Jiaji hurriedly looked at the person coming, his expression subconsciously changed. The person who came was actually the head of the 4 generals, Charlotte Katakuri, the number 2 member of the Big Mom pirates. It is said that this person's knowledge and arrogance have even been cultivated to the point where he can see the short-term future. It is a very difficult enemy. Fortunately, they have already come to the adults, so there is no need to worry too much. Geiji quickly relaxed, and sneered at Katakuri. Why are you the only one here? Where is Aunt? With that old woman's temper, can she still bear it? Germa betrayed the agreement with Big Mom, and with Big Mom's temper, logically speaking, she would definitely come to kill Germa herself. But Aunt he has lost control and can't come at all. Katakuri frowned. Jiaji's performance was too relaxed, as if he was confident. Even when I saw him, I was only nervous at the beginning, and then dared to yell why my mother didn't come. Gage, where does the courage come from? Katakuri couldn't figure it out, but he couldn't be bothered to think about it now. Why bother with things that can be solved by fighting? Don't talk nonsense. Katakuri looked extremely indifferent, holding a long trident in his hand. Since you Germa dare to betray your mother and dare to come here, you must be prepared to die. Suffer to death. Katakuri suddenly raised the trident in his hand, and without saying a word, he was about to strike directly and kill everyone in Germa. However, at the moment when Katakuri was about to strike, a red light flashed in his eyes, and under the domineering prediction of knowledge, he saw that the gate of the palace with the red historical text was about to open in the next moment. Katakuri subconsciously stopped his movements. Chapter 61. Inside the hall. Looking at Nanya, who was as if nothing had happened, who didn't seem to care about the danger that might be discovered by her mother, Brin stomped anxiously. That's Mom. Brin, who lived under the shadow of the 4 emperors since she was a child, knows how terrible her mother is. In the whole world, there is no one who is not afraid of mother. But the elder brother she just met didn't seem to take her mother seriously at all. Nanya looked at Brin's anxious look, smiled, touched the other's little head, and was about to tell Brin her identity. Suddenly, there was a sound of fighting from outside. Brin's pretty face turned pale. Oops, someone is here. Now I can't leave even if I want to. I couldn't help but worry about my brother's safety. Elder brother. Brin suddenly made up his mind and said. If someone breaks in later, you should hide first, and I will send them away. Brin looked determined. Even if she turned against her mother, she would not let her brother get hurt. After all, Brin, who had never felt family affection, cherished Nan Ye's love so much. For brother Nan Ye, even her own life, Brin would not hesitate. Unexpectedly, Nan Ye said lightly, "There is no need to be so troublesome, the people who come outside are my subordinates." Brother's subordinate. Brin's beautiful eyes widened, and she was immediately overjoyed. That's right, after all, my brother is a contemporary figure of his father, so he must have his own power. Great, then let's go out quickly, brother, let's leave Wangguo with them. Although she was extremely reluctant, Brin was even more worried about Nan Ye's safety. Nan Ye didn't tell Brin that Katakuri was also outside. Otherwise, he, the little sister he just recognized, will have to worry for a long time again. So ever. The two opened the door of the hall together. Outside the main hall. Hearing the sound of the door being opened, everyone had different expressions on their faces. Geiji was overjoyed, "My lord, he finally came out." Katakuri has a dignified expression, "Has someone already broken into the place where the historical text is hidden?" And when the door opened to reveal two figures, everyone was stunned again. "Brin, why are you here?" Katakuri saw Pudding at first glance. Brin also saw Katakuri, her pretty face turned pale immediately, and she tightly grasped her brother's big hand. Katakuri's expression immediately darkened, suppressing his anger. "Brin, who is this man? You betrayed your mother." Reiju stared at the hands held together by Brin and Nanya, with a hint of hostility in her beautiful eyes. "Humph, where did another vixen come out in such a short period of time?" Jiaji didn't care so much, he knelt down in front of Nan Ye, and said respectfully. "See you, sir." The atmosphere on the field suddenly became weird. The king of Germa Kingdom, Geiji, actually bowed down to a young man? Katakuri couldn't believe it. Looking at Nan Ye, could this man be the support of Jiaji's boldness? Katakuri asked gloomily again. "Brin, tell me, who is he?" Brin just shook her head with a pale face, tightly grasping Nan Ye's big hand, without saying a word. Actually, Brin is panicking now, very panicked. She never expected that brother Katakuri, the strongest under her mother's command, actually came here. If it was someone else, Brin still had the confidence to fool them. But Katakuri brother can't. His strength is second only to his mother's, and he can predict the future with his knowledgeable domineering aura. It is impossible for Brin to deceive Katakuri. Therefore, only Brin panicked, and the panicked mind was almost in a mess. Seeing that Brin was silent, Katakuri's expression became extremely gloomy. Undoubtedly, his sister, who was supposed to marry Germa, betrayed his mother just like Germa. It really makes no sense. All of them are too daring. When the mother is dead. Anger surged in Katakuri's heart, and Katakuri's arms trembled slightly because of the anger. Now, the only solution is to kill Germa. Kill that man. Katakuri made up his mind, he wants to kill. A powerful momentum erupted from Katakuri. In the Big Mom pirates, besides Big Mom, Katakuri is the only existence who has awakened the domineering look. That's why he can become the number 2 member of the Big Mom pirates. That's why he was recognized by the Navy as a monster with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. To some extent, Katakuri, who is calm and powerful, is even more terrifying and difficult than Big Mom who gets sick at every turn. Who is not afraid of such a vice-emperor level powerhouse? Didn't you see that hundreds of Germa soldiers fainted to death because they couldn't resist Katakuri's domineering look? Humph. Seeing this, Katakuri also smiled confidently. What about Germa? What about that mysterious man? They will not be his Katakuri opponents. But in the next second, a faint voice sounded, causing Katakuri's expression to change drastically. Your domineering look scared little Brin. After Nan Ye said these words, an indescribable majestic momentum rose from him. This is not a domineering look, but a pure aura, an aura that belongs only to the strong. This aura dominates the world, as if it wants to destroy the world. Katakuri's domineering look, after encountering this aura, melted instantly like snowflakes encountering magma. There is no room for resistance. Chapter 62. The powerhouse aura that emerges from Nan Ye's body dominates the world and looks down on the world. Katakuri's domineering look is like a mouse meeting a cat, and dare not compete with it at all. No, it's not that I dare not, but can't. The two are not at the same height at all. Katakuri was shocked. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. Who is the man next to Brin? The man Germa bowed to. To have such a powerful aura that shakes heaven and earth. Brin, who was holding Nan Ye's big hand tightly, even opened her red lips into a circle. The leader of the four generals, the powerful Katakuri brother, actually lost to Nan Ye brother in the competition of momentum? Brother Nan Ye, are you so powerful? Even though Reiju had only seen Nan Ye's strength not long ago, she was still amazed at this moment. If you can overwhelm the Overlord's color with just aura, no one in the whole sea can do it, right? Reiju's beautiful eyes were dazzled, and the man's demeanor looking down on the world really broke her heart. It is my luck to be by such a man's side, even if it is just a maid. Reiju remembered the day when she became Nan Ye's maid again. Master Nan Ye asked her to poison her first, and then suck out the toxin. Reiju still thinks that Master Nan Ye was deliberately teasing her. It's disgusting to think about it. Katakuri regained his composure after a brief shock. His purpose of intimidating the audience with his domineering look obviously failed. That's right, since the other party can be counted on by Germa, and he doesn't hesitate to offend his mother, he must have some strength. Katakuri took a deep breath. Overlord color is not enough, then use other methods. Overlord color is not Katakuri's most powerful move, his strongest is actually knowledge color domineering. Even the mother's knowledgeable color may not be stronger than him. Katakuri's biggest reliance is to be able to see the color of knowledge in the short future. You are indeed extraordinary. But if you want to surpass me just by your aura, it is wishful thinking. Katakuri looked at Nan Ye, and said in a deep voice. Next, I will use my best and most powerful moves to defeat you. Make you and Germa completely lose all hope. As soon as these words came out, Brin became nervous again. She whispered to Nan Ye. Katakuri's most powerful move is the knowledgeable domineering. He can even see the short future. Brother Nan Ye, you should run away quickly. Don't blame Brin for worrying. Even though Brother Nan Ye is very strong, Brother Katakuri can see the future. That means that when the two sides are fighting, all the moves of Brother Nan Ye will be predicted by Brother Katakuri. This, how to fight. There is no hope of winning at all. At least Brin couldn't think of how Brother Nan Ye could win. Therefore, Brin hoped that Brother Nan Ye would escape quickly, safety was the most important thing. How could Nan Ye fail to see what Brin was thinking? She smiled lightly, and pinched Brin's little face. Don't worry, your brother Nan Ye is stronger than all your other brothers and sisters combined. Brin pursed her rosy mouth when she heard this, and she believed in her heart that brother Nan Ye was bragging. Stronger than all his brothers and sisters combined? How strong should it be? I guess it can compete with my mother. How is it possible? Brin didn't believe it, but brother Nan Ye didn't want to escape, so she had no choice but to watch the next development with worry. Aren't you going to run away? Very good, it's still kind, but you will regret it soon. Katakuri sneered. Nan Ye knew that he could see the future, but he didn't escape, which surprised Katakuri. But it was just an accident. Katakuri never underestimated his opponent, he will go all out in the future. With absolute superiority and strength, crush the enemy. Let the other person know what is real despair. Then, let's get started. Katakuri closed his eyes, and all the energy in his body gathered at this moment to the peak. When he opened his eyes again, the scarlet light shone in his eyes, like a hunter about to hunt. Seeing the color domineering, activate. A strange air current swirled around Katakuri. The world reflected in Katakuri's eyes is already different from others. The world in his eyes at this moment is the short future in a few seconds. Don't look at just a few seconds later, but it is enough to decide the outcome of a battle. Katakuri glanced at Nan Ye. Let me take a look at your future. Katakuri was concentrating, his sense of knowledge had reached its peak. However, next moment, Katakuri's expression changed. The future world imprinted in his eyes actually disappeared. He didn't see the future. Impossible, how could my sense of knowledge fail? Katakuri hastily turned his head and looked at the others, whose future he could still see as usual. Turning to Nanya again, the future disappeared again, and the color of knowledge and knowledge failed again. Cold sweat dripped from Katakuri's forehead. At this time, if Katakuri can't figure out the root of the problem, then he is not Katakuri. There is only one reason why he can't see Nanye's future, because his knowledge is invalid. That is, the other party's knowledgeable domineering, but also above his Katakuri. Chapter 63. There is no doubt that the man on the opposite side is even more domineering than him. Therefore, his domineering arrogance will fail. That's why he couldn't see the other party's future. After understanding this, all of Katakuri's confidence and reliance were shattered. Domineering and domineering, it can't compare with the aura exuded by the opponent. Knowledgeable and domineering, the other party is even more unfathomable. What else can Katakuri rely on to win the opponent? Yes, he also has powerful physical skills and powerful armed domineering. But will that work? Impossible. Even the Overlord's color and his most powerful knowledge color have failed. How could it be possible to win the opponent with physical skills and armed color? An unprecedented sense of powerlessness spread in Katakuri's heart. He knew that although he hadn't really fought against the opponent, he had already lost. Completely defeated, being crushed in all directions. Katakuri stared at Nanya firmly. Who is this man? Why is he so powerful, but he has never heard of the other party's name? The scene at this time, in Brin's opinion, was too weird. Katakuri, who just said that he would use the most powerful move to defeat Brother Nan Ye, was suddenly sweating profusely and looked extremely nervous. What the hell is going on? She raised her small head and looked at Brother Nan Ye suspiciously. Nanya naturally understood why Katakuri suddenly panicked. Katakuri is a smart man. After discovering that the Overlord's color and the knowledgeable color are far inferior to him, he understands Nanye's strength. Speaking of which, among the Big Mom pirates, what Nanya admired the most was Katakuri in front of him. In the original, when Katakuri fought with Luffy, for the sake of fairness between men, he picked up the trident and stabbed himself in the stomach. It has to be said that Katakuri is the only real man in the Big Mom pirates. Nanya appreciates Katakuri's true temperament, and coupled with the relationship with Xiao Pulin, he has already developed a slight desire to subdue the other party. Then, I only heard Nanye's voice saying, "Charlotte Katakuri, your strength is not bad. Your knowledge and color are also among the best in the world." Nanya stood with his hands behind his back, and there was no intention of belittling Katakuri in his flat voice. Katakuri looked at Nanya in surprise. What does the other party mean by this? Is he going to let him go? So, I can give you a chance to see my future. Katakuri froze for a moment, his eyes almost glazed over. That man actually said that he would take the initiative to withdraw his knowledge and let him have a look at the other party's future. This is what kind of tolerance? What a strong demeanor. This is the real man. Katakuri has always been a hot-blooded man in his heart, eager to become an indomitable man. At this moment, he was deeply impressed by Nanye's demeanor. Here, you, my lord, your magnanimity makes Katakuri admire you. Katakuri actually used the title of an adult to Nan Ye, and he said respectfully. Then please forgive my rudeness. Since Nanya promised to let Katakuri see his future, Katakuri would certainly not refuse. Taking a deep breath, Katakuri urged again, his powerful sense of knowledge enough to see the future. His eyes fell on Nanya. This time, he saw it. Saw this man's future. Then, Katakuri's whole body trembled violently, showing some kind of incredulous expression. It's like seeing a ghost, it's like seeing the scariest thing in the world. It took a long time before Katakuri came back to his senses. Thump. Katakuri fell to his knees directly on the ground. The voice trembled and said, "The kid actually wanted to fight the Lord just now, I really don't know what to do. Thank you, the Lord, for saving the boy's life." Katakuri's kneeling made Brin look stupid. Brother Katakuri, who is said to have never even touched the ground on his back, actually knelt down to Brother Nan Ye? What's up? Brin looked confused, and asked hesitantly. Brother Katakuri, why are you? Katakuri smiled wryly, and explained to Pudding. Brin, do you know what kind of future I just saw? Brin shook her head. I've just seen a million futures. The consequences of those futures. Katakuri looked up at Nanye's eyes, full of boundless awe. It's all the same. That is, I was instantly killed by an adult. Hearing Katakuri's words, Brindan was dumbfounded. In a million futures, Brother Katakuri was all killed by Brother Nan Ye with one blow. This is unbelievable. That's Katakuri with a bounty of more than 1 billion, even his mother may not be able to kill him instantly. Brother Nan Ye, is he so powerful? Brin stared blankly at Brother Nan Ye who was standing close to Chi-Chi. She felt that she probably didn't really know Brother Nan Ye, and Brother Nan Ye might have an identity that she couldn't imagine. At this time, Kaji, who had been silent all this time, spoke. He laughed and said to Katakuri, "Don't talk about 100 million futures, even 1,000 million or -million futures, you will only end up being killed by an adult. Katakuri, it's not because you're not strong, but because of what you're facing. It's Lord Death." Chapter 64. Lord Death? Katakuri was taken aback, as if he had heard this name somewhere before. Thinking about it, it seems that when I was a child, my mother mentioned this name when talking on the phone with Beast Kaido. Reaper Nan Ye. Yes, it's called Death God Nan Ye. When my mother mentioned this name, Katakuri has never forgotten that look of extreme fear, even fear. What kind of existence can make 4 emperors like mother terrified? The young Katakuri was very puzzled. He once asked his mother this question secretly, but he didn't want his mother to fly into a rage and beat him up. And warn young Katakuri never ever mention this name again. It's like, that name is my mother's nightmare. This is Katakuri's first impression of the god of death, Nan Ye. After decades, he has almost forgotten the name. Unexpectedly, the owner of this name appeared in front of him. Geiji was not surprised by Katakuri's shocked expression. Otherwise? In this world, is there anyone who will not be shocked when he hears the name of Lord Death? Even the Navy, even the world government, is no exception. Brin stared wide-eyed, feeling more and more confused. Lord Death, is this the title of Brother Nan Ye? It's quite domineering, only Brother Nan Ye is worthy of it. But is the title famous? Why has she never heard of it? Of course Brin had never heard of it, 40 years ago, 20 years before she was born. At that time, Katakuri was just a baby who had not been born for a few days. But Katakuri accidentally learned of this name from the call between Big Mom and Kaido, and only then did he know how terrible this name is. Brin was not the case. He grew up so big, and today was the first time he heard the title of Nan Ye, the god of death. Her father, whom she hadn't met much back then, never mentioned Nan Ye's name to her. Brother, are you famous? Brin asked innocently. Nan Ye couldn't help laughing. It's the first time I've seen Brin react like this when I'm used to seeing people who are terrified when they hear his name. Nanya nodded Brin's little nose and said with a smile. Back then, it was a bit of a bad name. Everyone in Germa was speechless immediately after hearing this. When you were old, was your name Bo? The so-called 4 emperors of today should be smashed to death with a piece of tofu. Leiju also gave Nanya a blank look. This villain is so modest, why should he let people live? Immediately, he looked at Brin again, and the initial hostility in his eyes gradually disappeared. Leiju could tell that Pulin really cared about Mr. Nan Ye. And although this young girl is a bit cautious, she is still pure and kind in nature, so she doesn't need to think that the other party is a vixen. The eyeballs rolled suddenly, maybe she would become sisters with Brin in the future. Anyway, it is impossible for a man like Master Nan Ye to be the only woman. Ever since, Leiju looked at Brin's eyes again, with a kind of intimacy, and a strange sense of narrowness. Katakuri trembled even more after knowing Nan Ye's true identity. Nan Ye, the god of death, is a character that even frightens his mother, and he is definitely the most powerful person he can't imagine. Katakuri's eyes were filled with awe. Lord Reaper possesses not only the bearing of a strong man, but also supreme strength. Such a man is worthy of Katakuri's following. But, Mom! Suddenly, Katakuri's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the relationship between Brin and Lord Reaper, it seems that they are quite close. Maybe, he can ask Lord Death to help him realize the thing he has long wanted to do. Boom! Without hesitation, Katakuri knocked his head heavily on the ground. Knock out blood. My lord, little. I want to ask you one thing. Katakuri trembled violently, as if he was doing something that required a lot of courage. If you agree, kid, I'm willing to be a cow and a horse for you for the rest of my life, going up the mountain of swords and going down the sea of fire, no matter what. Oh! Nanya frowned, quite surprised by Katakuri's sudden appearance. However, he asked calmly, what request? Katakuri kowtowed again, shouting with all his strength. The boy begged Lord Shinigami to defeat the 4 emperors Big Mom. As soon as these words came out, the audience was shocked. Geiji looked at Katakuri strangely, and muttered in his heart, this guy is really cruel, even his mother betrayed him without hesitation. How did he know that Katakuri's dissatisfaction with Big Mom has a long history? The aunt has a violent temper, and she kills her children whenever she says they want. This is unbearable for Katakuri, who cherishes family affection the most. If it weren't for the fact that he was not as powerful as Big Mom, Katakuri might have already done something to Big Mom. Brin obviously knew this, and stared blankly at Katakuri with tears streaming down his eyes. She was also one of the tragedies born under the violent rule of the aunt. Nanya couldn't help sighing. Katakuri's request was unexpected but reasonable. In the original book, he fought with the Straw Hat Luffy, and he did not hesitate to let him into the sea, and taught Luffy how to use knowledge, just to let Luffy defeat Big Mom in the future. It is enough to show that Katakuri's dissatisfaction with the aunt has already penetrated deep into his bones. For such a request, Nanya naturally had no reason not to agree. Anyway, he was going to take the aunt for surgery. Just as he was about to answer, the system's voice rang. Chapter 65. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering selection. Start selection. 1. Agree to Charlotte Katakuri's request and reward high-level domineering. 2. Reject Charlotte Katakuri's request, and reward a supreme sword with 12 crafts. 3. Kill Charlotte Katakuri, reward Zanpakuto 1000 Sakura. Choose one. Without any hesitation, the first item was Nan Ye's choice. Moreover, it also rewarded the high-level Overlord color, which was the icing on the cake for Nan Ye's strength. As for the second and third rewards, the Supreme Sword and Qian Ben Sakura, it doesn't matter much to Nan Ye. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection, reward the high-level domineering color. Amidst the system's congratulations, Nan Ye also said to Katakuri, who was kneeling on the ground. Get up, even if you don't ask, I will not let that yellow-haired girl Charlotte Lingling go. Katakuri was ecstatic, almost crying, and continued to bow his head. Thank you, Lord Reaper. Thank you, Lord Reaper. From now on, this kid will be Lord Reaper's pawn. The wish that has been waiting for decades can finally come true today. How could Katakuri not be ecstatic? He was very grateful to Nan Ye at this moment. In addition to being impressed by Nan Ye's demeanor and strength, Katakuri's loyalty to Nan Ye is even more than that to Big Mom. Brin, who was crying, said anxiously at this moment. No, no. Mom's strength is too scary. Brother Katakuri, how can you let Brother Nan Ye take risks? Brin didn't know Nan Ye's real identity, and she had never heard of the title of Nan Ye, the god of death. Therefore, she just thought that Nan Ye's strength was stronger than Katakuri's. But so what? Can you beat Mom? Impossible, Mom is horrible. 10,000 times scarier than Brother Katakuri. Thinking of Big Mom's terror, Brin's face was as pale as paper. She held on to Nan Ye's sleeve tightly, for fear that Nan Ye would challenge the ant. Katakuri hesitated for a moment. Although I know that Lord Reaper's strength is unfathomable, but my mother's strength has become more and more terrifying in the past few decades. Can Lord Reaper defeat Big Mom? Katakuri doesn't know. After all, he only heard of Nan Ye's name from his aunt when he was a child, and Katakuri didn't know about Nan Ye's glorious deeds 40 years ago. Seeing Katakuri's hesitation, Geiji sneered from the bottom of his heart. What's a Big Mom? It's just the younger brother of Lockes. Even Lockes was beaten up by Lord Reaper, let alone a mere ant. Reiju stepped forward at this time, pulled Pulin away from Nan Ye, wiped the tears from Pulin's flowery face, and said softly. Sister, you have greatly underestimated the strength of the adults. The 4 emperors are not in the eyes of the adults. As she spoke, she glanced at Nan Ye, and Fang Xin couldn't help but sigh. That's right, for this man, even the 4 emperors can only be described as mere. You are. Brin looked at the tall, graceful, and long-legged sister in front of her in a daze. Reiju covered her mouth and smiled, her beautiful eyes were full of narrowness. I'm the older sister who came before you, Sister Brin. Nan Ye glanced at Reiju speechlessly. How could he not understand what about sisters and sisters? However, Nan Ye really treated Brin as a younger sister, and didn't have too many thoughts. After all, Brin is the daughter of an old man, and she is only 16 years old. Leiju noticed Nan Ye's eyes, and smiled even more coquettishly, making Nan Ye quite helpless. Don't mention this. Let's just say that at the moment, everyone, led by Katakuri, headed towards Big Mom's place. On the way, Katakuri reminded. Mom, because of Germa's betrayal and because she couldn't eat the cake from Murloc Island, she has lost control. As Katakuri said, Big Mom is completely out of control. The ant suffering from cravings is like a humanoid tank, destroying everything around her crazily. The original palace was completely destroyed by the ant. The whole Cake Island has become a mess. Cake. Murloc Island cake. Give me the Fishman Island cake. Big Mom let out piercing screams while destroying. Around, all the ministers headed by Sparrow were having splitting headaches stimulated by the screams. Mom, Mom, please calm down. An ant's child couldn't stand it anymore and went to stop it. Unexpectedly, the ant glared at him. Suddenly, a terrible soul threat pressed on the man. Life or die. Mom, it's me, don't kill me. The mother's child let out a horrified scream, but it was useless. The next moment, his entire lifespan was taken away by the ant. Boom! The shriveled mummy-like corpse fell to the ground. Sparrow and the others seemed to be seeing ghosts, with endless horror on their faces. Such a terrifying ant who killed her own children in the blink of an eye, who would dare to stop her, how to stop it? Where's Katakuri? Why hasn't he come back yet? Just Germa, does it take that long? Suddenly, someone mentioned Katakuri. Couldn't he have run away alone because he was afraid of his mother? Don't talk nonsense, brother. Katakuri is not that kind of person. Big Mom is crazy, no one can control it. Everyone couldn't help pinning all their hopes on Katakuri, who was second only to Big Mom in strength. While anxious about Katakuri's whereabouts, suddenly a person shouted in surprise. Big brother Katakuri is back. Hey? Brin is also at the side, why is there Germa? There is also a young man I don't know. Everyone looked over quickly, their brows furrowed. Just about to question why Katakuri didn't kill Germa and the others. The next moment, the strange young man who was subconsciously ignored by them said a sentence that stunned everyone. The yellow-haired girl of Charlotte's family, do you remember me? Chapter 66. The yellow-haired girl of Charlotte's family, do you remember me? As soon as Nanya said these words, the jaws of Perospero and other ministers almost dropped from shock. Who is this guy? To actually call their mother a yellow-haired girl, what a fool! Perospero, Smoothie, and the others looked at Nanye's young face as if they were looking at a monster. It was the first time they had seen such a courageous person when they grew up so big. I couldn't help giving Nanya a thumbs up in my heart. You are the first one who dares to talk to Mom like that, you are not an ordinary cow. So the question is, who is such an awesome person? They had never seen Nanya before. For a moment, Perospero and others almost forgot the existence of Germa, and the first sentence they asked Katakuri was about Nanya. Katakuri, who is this guy? He's too brave. That's right. Fortunately, my mother is out of control now, and she is out of her mind. Otherwise, if she hears being called a yellow-haired girl, she might be so angry. Katakuri, you want to die, don't take us with you. Mom's anger is not something we can bear. Katakuri frowned, looked at his brothers and sisters, talking in a hurry, and suddenly said coldly. Enough. Immediately, the noisy voice stopped. After all, Katakuri is the second in command of the Big Mom group, and his majesty is still profound. Everyone kept their mouths shut, not daring to touch Katakuri's brow. After all, Mom is already out of control, and if she offends Katakuri again, the sky of the Big Mom pirates will collapse. Only the eldest son, Perospero, is entitled to speak. Katakuri, no matter what, this person is rude to mother, you have to explain it. Katakuri took a deep breath, and then said something that was not shocking and endless. This lord, is the savior of our nations. He is the one who defeated Big Mom. Boom! One stone creates 1,000 waves. The whole Cake Island is boiling. Even those who were afraid of Katakuri's strength all cursed one after another. Katakuri, did you take the wrong medicine? You actually said that man is the savior of our nations. Ha 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 ha, you even said you were the one who beat your mother, you laughed so hard. Katakuri, you don't know the horror of your mother, do you? In this world, is there anyone who can beat your mother? Even if it's the other 4 emperors, even if it's an admiral, they can't say they can defeat Mom. If you want to say that the only one who can beat my mother is probably the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard is old, and I heard that he is still hanging on the bottle, and his strength is not as good as before. Mom is invincible, Katakuri, don't get dizzy. There was a lot of shouting and cursing. Only those who know Katakuri know that he never targets indiscriminately. Since Katakuri dared to say that, that young man must have something extraordinary. But no matter how extraordinary he is, can he defeat his mother? Even Bree, who believed in Katakuri the most, shook her head silently. Mom is too strong, so strong that it makes people desperate. 550 Katakuri, what do you mean? Are you going to betray your mother? Perospero asked the crux of the problem at this time. His expression also became extremely nervous, and he couldn't believe it. Katakuri just called his mother by his first name, the meaning behind it is terrifying. The rest of the ministers also realized this in an instant, and they all took a breath. If Katakuri really betrayed his mother, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, all the members of the Big Mom pirates turned their attention to Katakuri, waiting for the other party's answer. But Katakuri was facing south under the eyes of everyone, knelt down on both knees, kowtowed heavily, and shouted, "Master Reaper, please take action and defeat Big Mom." Dead silence. It was like a cold wind blowing from hell, and everyone was terrified. The leader of the 4 generals, the second in command of their Big Mom pirates, really betrayed Mom. This thunderous shocking news made all the ministers dizzy and almost fainted. Katakuri. Perospero's long tongue was knotted. Do you know the consequences of doing this? When mother wakes up, you will die without a place to bury. The children of Smoothie, Daifu and other top-ranking ants shouted angrily. Katakuri, you are too bold. Do you think we will let people hurt Mom? Katakuri stood up abruptly, and the trident whore appeared in his hand. The earth dragon pointed sharply at the ministers. Katakuri said coldly, "None of you is allowed to move today. Otherwise, I will kill him." All the ministers were taken aback by Katakuri's murderous aura, and stepped back involuntarily. After all, Katakuri is the strongest monster after his mother, with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Even if these ministers are added together, they may not be Katakuri's opponents. Perospero's eyes were lost at this time, and he kept muttering in his mouth. "Katakuri, you are crazy, you are really crazy. After Mom wakes up, no one can save you." The ministers were intimidated by Katakuri's murderous intent, and they didn't dare to speak out. They just looked at Katakuri and the so-called god of death whom Katakuri relied on with dead eyes. "Humph. Even if we don't make a move, even if Mom is insane, it's not something you can deal with. I guess you can't even break Mom's steel balloon." In a way, they were right. The true strength of Big Mom lies in her physical defense that even cannons and sharp swords cannot penetrate. In terms of defense alone, Big Mom is even higher than Beast Kaido. An obvious fact is that Ant has lived for so many years and experienced countless fights, but she has no scars on her body. This is something no other, top powerhouse can do. Ant's physical defense can be called perverted. Not to mention, Dama also has various buff bonuses such as Overlord Color, Soul Fruit, etc. Ant's fearfulness and power can be seen. This is also the reason why the ministers believed that even if their mother lost control, Katakuri and Nanya would not be able to defeat their mother. Breen became more and more worried. If it wasn't for Leiju to hold her back, she would have to go up and stop brother Nan Ye. And 4 emperors. At this time, Nan Ye smiled, a little contemptuously. Looking at Big Mom's huge body that was still being destroyed, he shook his head. "You who have separated from rocks have indeed achieved some fame in the past few decades. However, you can't even control your own mind and emotions. Compared with the 3 bastards Lockes, Roger, and Karp, you are still worse. Too many. But forget it, I'm barely qualified to let me make a move." Nanya walked towards the ant step by step. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. The ministers under Dama's command gloated and mocked in their eyes. That young man walked towards his mother so undefended, he would probably be slapped to death by his mother later. Katakuri was overwhelmed with excitement. Lord Reaper is finally about to make a move. Is the 4 emperors finally going to lose today? Everyone in Germa was full of reverence and admiration. Every time Lord Reaper makes a move, it will collapse their worldview and refresh their concept of the strong. And this time, what kind of terrible method will Lord Reaper use? Brin's face was worried, and her heart was almost in her throat. Can brother Nan Ye really beat his mother? Beside him, came a comforting voice. Sister Bryn, don't worry, he. Rachel looked at the back of the man walking towards the Siwang ant like a stroll in the garden, her beautiful eyes were full of obsession. He is the strongest man in the world. He is much stronger than we imagined. Cake. Murloc Island cake. Bring it to my mother. The ant who has lost all sanity has no idea what is going on around her. Not to mention Nan Ye's arrival. She just crazily destroyed everything around her. In a short period of time, most of the entire town was destroyed by her. Suddenly, in the eyes of the ant, a figure appeared, which seemed to be somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Normally, ant might think about who that is. But at this time, the ant only had the Fishman Island cake in her mind, and she screamed directly at Nanya. Are you here to deliver a cake to my old lady? Where is the cake? Take it out to my old lady quickly. Nanya looked at the ant and shook her head. Such an ant, no matter how strong she is, cannot become a real powerhouse. Seeing that Nanya didn't speak, the ant immediately became angry. Without saying a word, he slapped him with a slap. If you can't get the cake, let the old lady die. Big Mom's simple slap, but the momentum is huge. The sound of the wind whizzed, bringing a huge coercion, and the tall buildings next to it were directly crushed and collapsed. Ha ha ha! That young man is sure to die. Mom's slap, not many people in the whole sea can take it. Even if you don't die, you must be disabled. Mom's horror is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The ministers of the Charlotte family had smiles on their faces. That Shinigami-sama that Katakuri was talking about, I'm afraid he will die in the next second. Haha, when the time comes, you must take a closer look at the expression that the traitor Katakuri will show. Katakuri also couldn't help becoming nervous. Can Lord Reaper handle it? Bryn's face was pale, and her big eyes were almost cracked. Under everyone's sarcasm or nervous gaze, Ant's slap finally landed on Nanya's head. However, when Nanya was still an arm's length away from the top of Nanya's head, he seemed to be frozen and could no longer fall down. What happened? Mom's slap, is something blocking it? All the ministers were puzzled, and hurriedly opened their eyes wide and looked carefully. Followed by the sound of gasping for air rang out one after another. A finger, he actually blocked it with a finger. Mom attack! This is ridiculous. This is impossible. The ministers were stunned, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Their terrifying mother, the majestic mother of the four emperors, can be blocked with a finger? Tell me, who would believe it? But the facts are right in front of them, and they can't help but not believe it. After all, Mom just slapped her hand briefly, and it's not too surprising that she can block it. That's right, that's just a flat A for Mom. The ministers desperately comforted themselves in this way in their hearts. No matter what, they didn't want to believe that someone could block their mother's attack so easily. It must be the mother, who didn't use much force at all. However, Katakuri, who knows Big Mom very well, can tell that Big Mom has already used a lot of strength, and is even increasing her strength. However, Lord Reaper was still so casual, he didn't even bend the finger that was stretched out a little. Katakuri couldn't help but tremble. Lord Reaper is indeed powerful, even stronger than Mother. His big gamble this time was right. On the field. Row is that the ant has lost her mind, and her expression at this time has changed drastically. The old lady's attack was blocked with a finger. Already. Impossible. Impossible. My old lady is the fourth emperor. The ant who had already lost her mind was so irritated that her eyes turned red. She raised her hand and waved it again. This time, she used her milking strength. The corner of Nanya's mouth curled up with a trace of ridicule. Color. Big Mom's physical strength is indeed strong. But Nanya who unlocks 70% of the blue dye template, the skin can be instantly transformed into steel skin, which is harder than Big Mom's steel balloon. If Big Mom wants to deal with him with her powerful physical body alone, then her thinking is too simple. Nanya is too lazy to play house games like this with her aunt. Play. His fingers curled up. Grandma's palm fell. Nanya flicked her finger. Bang! Like the piercing screech of metal hitting. Where Nanye's fingers touched the ant's slap, sparks sparked. You know, neither side used armed domineering color. This means that the hardness of their skin is comparable to steel even without using armed colors. This is amazing. Big Mom pirates, Germa, everyone looks stupid. Are these still humans? What a monster! And then, what shocked them even more was that Auntie's body was like a balloon. Nanya bounced it out with one finger. Boom! The ant flew upside down and crashed countless buildings. Things. The sound of cracking and explosion kept ringing. But there was an eerie silence at Big Mom Pirate's place. They stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what expressions to show. This time, they couldn't comfort themselves anymore, and their mother didn't use any more force. Mom just now, she obviously exhausted all her strength, but she was sent flying by the other party's finger. Ha! I am dreaming, I must be dreaming. Some ministers couldn't bear this kind of blow, and kept slapping their faces, trying to wake themselves up from their dreams. More people swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva, and then moved towards Katakuri silently. Among them, the eldest son Perospero is included. Hi, Katakuri. Perospero's ugly face was full of embarrassing smiles. You called that Lord Shinigami-sama before. Hehe, what is the origin of Shinigami-sama, can you tell me? Perospero, the cunning fellow, saw Nan Ye seemed to really have the strength to defeat Big Mom, but he took the initiative to talk to Katakuri, and even called Nan Ye the god of death. Obviously, his motives are not pure, and he has a tendency to swing from side to side. Katakuri couldn't see this, but he didn't point out Perospero. Katakuri's purpose is to defeat Big Mom. As long as Big Mom loses, the others are not worth mentioning. Katakuri believed that those who accused him of betrayal just now would immediately change their positions and seek refuge with Shinigami-sama after Big Mom was defeated. Therefore, Katakuri did not reject Pelospero's inquiry, he responded. I don't know about the origin of Lord Reaper. But I can tell you one thing, that is, my mother mentioned the name of Lord Reaper to Kaido of Beasts many years ago. Words, the expression on my mother's face at that time, is the fear we usually show when we face our mother's anger. Hiss. Hearing this, Perospero's cold air rose up behind him. Is that god of death so terrifying? Even the mother will show a look of incomparable fear. No, if mother had known the god of death a long time ago, why would she have attacked him just now? To this question, Katakuri sneered. It's not like you haven't seen your mother suffering from food cravings. That's the real denial of 6 relatives, even killing your own relatives. Mother's head now, besides knowing about the Fishman Island cake, who else can I think of? Perospero was immediately speechless. Because what Katakuri said was right, no, the mummy lying over there was the son that his mother killed not long ago. Perospero's eyes flickered. If Shinigami-sama is really as strong as Katakuri said, then he has to throw himself at the opponent as soon as possible. As for betraying his mother, Perospero didn't care at all. In the past, their loyalty to Big Mom was nothing more than their fear of Big Mom. After all, Big Mom doesn't take their lives seriously, so how could they be too loyal to Big Mom? The other ministers should be thinking about the same as Perospero at the moment. It's just that they still have doubts now. After all, Big Mom was only a small defeat, probably not even injured, and the outcome is still ambiguous. These cunning ministers did not want to make a decision so prematurely. Jiaji on the side saw this and sneered in his heart. These guys at both ends of the snake and mouse will all kneel on the ground and beg for mercy after the adults defeat Big Mom, right? Thinking about the ugly appearance of these high-ranking officials of the four emperors group who were usually aloof and begging for mercy later, Jiaji felt refreshed. Let you dare to fight against Lord Death, everyone deserves it. When people have different ideas. The ant who was flicked away by Nanya finally crawled out of the pit. The ant's hair was disheveled, and although she didn't suffer any injuries, she looked more embarrassed than ever before. Mom is angry. Go mad with anger. Ah! I'm going to kill you. The ant raised her head to the sky and roared, her eyes were red. She opened her mouth wide, and suddenly from her throat, she let out a scream that pierced the sky. Accompanied by an incomparable overlord-like arrogance sweeps all directions. Chapter 67. Big Mom's gigantic eccentricity tore apart the clouds in the sky. What's even more frightening is that her strange voice also has substantial damage, coupled with the domineering dewy sweep, the terrifying coercion sweeps all directions. Ah! My eardrums are shattered. In just an instant, hundreds of people's eardrums ruptured and passed out. This terrible sight made Kata, Perospero, and even Gage turn pale and terrified. Big Mom's domineering look is many times stronger than Kataku's previous domineering look. This old lady, her strength is really terrifying. Gage felt chills in his heart. If Germa hadn't turned to Lord Death, they would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed by the four emperors. Can that Grim Reaper really beat Mom? Perospero, who had wavered just now, wavered again. The destructive power caused by the strange sounds and domineering looks on my mother alone is terrifying to the extreme. It was hard for Perospero to imagine that anyone could win such a mother. Call. Kataku was about to exhale, suppressing the fear of Big Mom in his heart, he said with a firm face. Master Reaper will definitely be able to defeat Mother. Yet, Perospero, as well as the ministers, still didn't quite believe it. That man, even if his physical strength is stronger than Big Mom's, what about showing his air? The mother cooperates with the strange domineering look, and the destructive power is eye-catching. Didn't you see that the whole Cake Island is about to collapse? Sister Dongju, Brother Nan Ye, will be fine, right? Seeing Brin, who had just breathed a sigh of relief from Aunt Nanya Bofei, her heart ached again. Dongju scratched Brin's little Kyung's nose and smiled. Didn't I say it? No one in this world is stronger than Nanya Tai. Huangju's confidence in Nanya has not changed from the beginning to the end. Aunt Siwang is indeed very strong, but the man she serves will only be stronger than him. Nanya was at the focus of Big Mom's attack. All the surrounding buildings were destroyed by Big Mom's strange sound and overbearing color. Only the ground under his feet is free from Sitong's waves. Nanya showed a hint of interest. The mother seems to have shown her true strength, it is more interesting than the house trick just now. The corners of Nanyi's mouth hooked slightly. Domineering color? Coincidentally, not long ago, he had just obtained the reward of a high-level overlord color, and he just used it to test his power. Nanya put his hands behind his back, and his clothes were automatic without wind. With him as the center, the air rippled to the periphery like ripples. An indescribable coercion covers all directions. This coercion even surpassed the strangeness and dominance of the ant, and everyone affected by the coercion felt that they were carrying a towering mountain on their backs. Good weight. This pressure is stronger than Mom. Does that man also have a domineering look? It seems that the domineering look is even higher than my mother. The ministers were so shocked that they couldn't straighten their waists under pressure. Fortunately, when Nanyi's coercion came, the pressure brought by the mother disappeared. No, it's not disappearing, but being driven away and covered. Because of the different levels of overlord color, Nanyi's overlord color directly overshadows Tama's overlord color. The mother seems to be aware of this too. Where is her heart? I saw the ant clenched her fists, and her stronger and more ferocious domineering look was released by her. The crazy and out-of-control mother, desperate to compete with Nan Ye. Well done. Nan Ye also laughed. It has been a long time since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods that no one dared to confront him like this. The heroic spirit in Nan Ye's heart gradually increased, and he took a step forward, intending to stand in the void. Peng Yang's family is as wise as Wang Yang, pouring out to their heart's content. The celestial phenomena are attracted. The sky begins to twist. From time to time, there is a black lightning, tearing the air. This is the real Overlord color, including the Overlord color winding. Boom! The ground of Cake Island is cracked and seems to be collapsing. Everyone in the Tama pirates looked terrified. This scene surpassed their cognition. Can Overlord color be so strong? And when Nan Ye's domineering look finally collided with Dama's all-out domineering look. Moment! The sky is torn in two. This is a celestial phenomenon that can only be caused by a strong boiled lamb at the level of the four emperors. People were shocked. At this point, no one dares to doubt Nan Ye's strength. Dongju's beautiful eyes shone coldly, looking at the godlike man in mid-air, his heart beat like a deer, just like when he helped a man inhale toxin for the first time. Bulletin Lin, who was beside Dongzhen, was completely dumbfounded. At first, Brother Nan Ye was convinced by Katakuri Goblin, and he knew that Brother Nan Ye was very strong. However, after all, she had never seen Nanya make a move with her own eyes, so she didn't dare to expect to be compared with her mother. Even if Sister Dongju told her that Brother Nanya was the strongest person in the world, Brin still couldn't help but feel worried. But now, this worry automatically dissipated. Can fly mother with one finger, can compete with Mother Yufeng in the color of the Overlord, will Brother Nanya be weak like this? Immediately afterwards, Brin realized that he was wrong again. Nan Ye's domineering look is not about being able to compete with her mother, but it is even better than that, even to the point of being crushed. Original. As the dragon was torn in half, it quickly tipped to one side. Obviously, one side's domineering color point has an absolute upper hand, and the other side is directly defeated. In the blink of an eye, the situation of opposing courts disappeared, and it became a one-sided posture. Nanya stepped on the void, with a calm expression, not angry and majestic. At this moment, King is cheering for him. Undoubtedly, it was Nan Ye's side that formed an overwhelming advantage. The screaming of the ant finally stopped, and a dazed and puzzled expression appeared on her face. Her weirdness and dominance failed? Lost to someone? Ant's mind is a mess, I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out. Just one thought, and that was cake, Murloc cake. By this time, the ant still hadn't recovered her sanity. Nan Ye shook his head and laughed, defeating such an ant made him lose any sense of accomplishment. Forget it, let's use my mother to try a few more tricks. Call out. With a flash of white light, a long knife filled with icy breath appeared in his hand. The strongest Zanpakuto of the ice system, Hiran Meru. It was the first time Nanya had the opportunity to use the Bing Lunwan since he got it. No way, who called Nanyi's opponent before, and he solved it with a single finger? Young girl of the Charlotte family, I hope you will not disappoint me. Below. Kotaku, Geiji, Perospero, and the others showed astonishment. God of Death suddenly took out a knife? Could it be that he is still a great swordsman? A smirk could not help appearing on the corner of his mouth. Lord Reaper is really powerful in all directions and without dead ends. The ant who stood opposite Nanya instinctively sensed the danger. Almost subconsciously, the ant yelled. Zeus Yellow Rome Theus. Immediately. A black thundercloud and a yellow fire cloud flew to Dama from a distance. Mom, do you want me? Mom, do you want me to burn people? Prometheus, the judge, walked around the ant excitedly. They have been sleeping in the room just now, and they don't know anything about the situation outside. At this time, I rushed over, thinking of inviting pets in front of my mother. Hey, Mom seems to be suffering from cravings. Sens noticed something was wrong. Zeus J Yellow Rome Theus 1. Tai Ma didn't give Cook any time to think, she grabbed a cloud with one hand and screamed, "Thunderfire strikes! It's Mom!" Shen Si, the yellow Prometheus immediately turned into a vicious look, one like the god of Thor and the other like the god of Vulcan. Huge thunder fell from the sky. Huge flames blow out in Big Mom's hands. Then, the ant merged the two together, and the thunder contained the flame, the fire, and the electricity contained the thunder. Formed a genuine thunder and fire double critical strike. Blast towards Nan Ye directly. This blow fully showed the power of the four emperors, it was truly terrifying. That's what it looks like. Nan Ye watched as the ant put the Bing Luan on her chest. Even when he picked up the scabbard, he could still feel the icy coldness coming from this Zanpakut. It is indeed the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice system. Zanpakuto also has thought, soul and pride. When Big Mom's lightning strike hit, Hiranmaru was obviously enraged. Its pride does not allow hot things to exist in front of it. What's more, it is a provocative attack. Nanya understood Hiranmaru's thoughts, and laughed, laughing heartily. He held up the water wheel pill, sending out a heroic meaning. Then sit on the top of the sky, Daiguren Hiranmaru. Hiranmaru immediately responded with the excited sword cry that couldn't wait. Immediately ashamed. An extremely icy breath erupted from the body of the Hinlunwan sword. The people below were shocked to find that wisps of water fell from the sky. It's snowing? Not ice. Reaper's swordsmanship comes with ice-like attacks. It can even affect the weather. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Unheard of. Even the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk, can't do this. And then, what made everyone feel that the world view was shattered was that Lord Reaper held the raised knife in his hand, and from the tip of the knife, a giant frost dragon more than meters long flew out. The breath of the water-covered giant dragon shaking its head and waving its stars is even colder, as if even the space is about to be frozen. Faced with the powerful attack of the Big Mother, Sitong, the ice-covered giant dragon, is not afraid to go head-on. Sens and Prometheus are too shocked. How did this ice-covered dragon appear? The young man on the other side actually has such a means? But then Shen Si, Prometheus, looked ferocious. So what if the ice-covered dragon looks extraordinary? They are the products of Mother's soul. They are the thunder and fire of the sun and heat. They are not afraid of any ice. Let's melt this ice dragon together, and then burn that guy who dared to fight against Mother. Sens and Prometheus roared wildly, and the thunder and flames they emitted were even more fierce. Boom! Frozen dragon and thunder fire crit finally collide. In an instant, the sound of the handover of gold and stone resounded everywhere. Zi la la! The trend of incompatibility between fire and water is even more obvious. This trick, who will win? Mom, or the mysterious Lord Death? All eyes were attracted by the mid-air collision. They were all shocked, excited, frightened, and excited. And under the attention of everyone, the ice-covered dragon suddenly let out a proud and loud dragon chant. Immediately, that ferocious lightning strike was actually frozen by the frost dragon. Together with the grim-looking Prometheus, they were also frozen together. It can be clearly seen that after being frozen, Shen Si and Prometheus still have unbelievable stunned faces. They are made by Mother's soul, why would they lose to a knife? Even if they were killed, they would never have thought of the existence of Bing Luan. That is Wei I's Hongdagon sitting on the frosty sky. All hot things in the world bow their heads before its high-grade head. Chapter 68. Midair. The thunder and flames that were originally fierce and arrogant, now turned into smooth ice. Boom! The ice cubes fell from the sky, hit the ground hard, and became shattered. Thunder and flames disappeared. Zeus and Prometheus are also dead. Boom! Sparrow swallowed hard. He's freaking out. Zeus and Prometheus, which were created with the Mother's own soul, couldn't even block a move from Lord Reaper. Frozen directly into ice cubes, shattered into ice chips, and died. Katakuri. Perospero had a flattering smile on his face. Could you speak a few words of kindness for me in front of the god of death later? You know, it wasn't that I didn't want to submit to the god of death before, it was just my mother. No, it's that the ant is too fierce, and I was afraid of being killed by her. By this time Perospero dared not waver again. He made up his mind to betray his aunt directly and fall to Nanya. After all, in the battle just now, anyone who is not a fool can see that my mother has used all her breastfeeding strength, even Zeus and Prometheus have used it. But so what? Lord Reaper crushed all of Mom's moves with just one finger and one sword effortlessly. Mom's steel balloon didn't work, and the domineering look is not as good as the Lord Reaper, and Zeus and Prometheus even went straight to dash to kill them. What else will Mother use to fight against Lord Death? There is no doubt of defeat, there is no suspense. Knowing this, Perospero did not hesitate to become a boy. The rest of the ministers, few of whom were sincerely loyal to the ant, all gathered around Katakuri at this time, and flatteringly said, "Brother Katakuri, my brother was so blind just now that he dared to question Lord Reaper's strength, brother should fight." As he spoke, he slapped himself hard on the face. "Master Reaper is invincible, brother Katakuri, you are the first to turn from darkness to light, you really deserve to be our mighty brother Katakuri. Brother Katakuri really has the foresight, we will follow brother Katakuri and always follow Lord Shinigami. As for Mom, Big Mom is so hateful. She always doesn't take our lives seriously, and the dissatisfaction with her within Wanguo has long been everywhere. Not long ago, the ministers who scolded Katakuri for betraying Big Mom. At this moment, like a clown, wagging his tail and begging for mercy, boasting Katakuri to the sky, and denouncing Big Mom's evil deeds. This ugly face made Jiaji sneer and felt great. Let you all be so arrogant before, now you know how to be afraid. Katakuri frowned. To be honest, he was quite uncomfortable with the ugly faces of these brothers and sisters. However, Katakuri didn't show it like Geiji. His purpose is only the ant. It would be better for other people to choose to surrender to the god of death. Katakuri said. Only Lord Reaper can decide on your disposal. I will speak for you, but no matter how Lord Reaper decides, I will carry it out without hesitation. Katakuri is clear about his own position, everything is centered on Shinigami-sama, and he is just a pawn under the command of Shinigami-sama. Perospero and the others immediately grimaced, feeling uneasy. I don't know that the terrible god of death will deal with them. Charlotte Lingling is very confused now. She who had already lost her sanity was more like dementia. His pupils were pale and his expression was dull. Zeus, Prometheus, cried the ant. There was no reply, and the two pets who were still vying for favor with her just now couldn't feel the slightest breath. Zeus, Prometheus is dead. Mom finally came to her senses. Her expression was even more bewildered, full of disbelief. Those are the products of her soul, how could anyone kill them? Ah! What the hell is going on here? The ant went crazy, like crazy. Delirious, she couldn't figure out what happened. She yelled maniacally, made strange noises crazily, and released her domineering look. She was a crazy woman. At this time, she seemed to have noticed Nan Ye, and suddenly screamed. It's you, is it you? Killed my lovely Zeus and Prometheus. I want your life. Auntie's eyes were red as if they were about to bleed. In normal times, being crushed by Nanya like this, the ant would have been as afraid as a tiger. No, in fact, if the ant hadn't suffered from food thinking, she would recognize Nanya at the first sight when she was awake, and she wouldn't have the guts to attack Nanya at all. But my aunt is now delirious, she doesn't know anything, she can't see anything clearly. She's just raging rage. Accompanied by anger, is the mad killing intent to destroy everything. Big Mom is like a human tank, going on a rampage, destroying everything in her path. I'm going to kill you, the ant screamed angrily. Napoleon! The hat was held by the ant and turned into a long knife. Napoleon, who was supposed to respond cruelly to ant, was full of fear and powerless. Road. Hey Mom, I'm here. Unlike the ant who lost her mind, Napoleon knew exactly what had just happened. Zeus and Prometheus, which were also created by the mother's soul, were instantly killed by that man with a sword. How could Napoleon not be shocked? It didn't want to fight against Nan Ye at all. However, as the sole product of the ant, it can't resist the life of the ant at all. It could only be held by the ant in her hand, and rushed towards that terrifying man. Die! I must be finished this time. Zeus, Prometheus, I'm going down to accompany you too. Napoleon closed his eyes in fear. The ant didn't know about this. She rushed towards Nan Ye and shouted, Emperor Sword! Although there is no flame entanglement of Zeus, but the ant has used the Overlord color entanglement. In an instant, black lightning descended. This is the exclusive Overlord color. The ant who can become the 4 emperors, obviously, like Lockes back then, will use the Overlord colored entanglement. However, Big Mom's domineering entanglement is still much worse than that of Lockes. Lockes was beaten up by Nan Ye back then, let alone ant? Nan Ye smiled. At this point, he was too lazy to entangle with the ant any longer. He already understood the strength of ant. It is enough to be called the 4 emperors, but there is still a big gap between the 3 bastards Lockes, Roger, and Karp. If Big Mom is the top powerhouse standing at the top of the pyramid, then those 3 people in the Valley of the Gods are the top powerhouses among the top powerhouses, and they can be called the strongest. Any supreme being is a unique existence in the world. But so what if he was the strongest? He was still beaten by Nan Ye. Het. Recalling the battle at the Valley of the Gods back then, Nan Ye felt more and more that the battle with the ant was like a child's play. He was in no mood to play anymore. It's time to end this farce. Nan Ye stepped into the air and stood. The ice wheel pill held in the hand, under the sunlight, exudes a biting and cold glow. Just looking at it makes people feel a chill that pierces the soul. Nan Ye raised his right hand, and the blade of Hiran Meru pointed to the sky. The yellow-haired girl of Charlotte's family, I might as well tell you that the sword in my hand is called Zanpakuto, and it is a sword for cutting off souls. Nan Ye's tone was indifferent. You once ate the soul fruit, and the power of your soul is unmatched in the world. However, in front of this knife, no matter how powerful the soul is, it is just a target to be beaten. Big Mom's soul fruit should come from a nun. Her Napoleon, Zeus, Prometheus, and homies all over the world, all rely on the power of the soul fruit. It can be said that in terms of soul strength alone, Big Mom is the number 1 in the world. However, so what? What she is facing at the moment is Nan Ye's Zanpakuto. No matter how powerful the soul is, it is just a sacrifice under Nan Ye's knife. But the crazy ant didn't know this. She waved the Napoleon wildly and screamed, I'm going to kill you. My power is unstoppable. Power? Do you dare to call it power? Nan Ye shook his head and laughed, and then the smile disappeared, becoming cold and indifferent. Like a high god, looking down on the ants who are overwhelmed. Nan Ye is like the plane of the god of death. Aizen killed the captain of the 13th guard team in an instant, and said indifferently. Ignorant yellow-haired girl, let me tell you, the so-called power is used to describe this kind of thing. Next moment, Nan Ye's Zanpakuto falls. Bang! Hiran Meru collides with Emperor Sword. Napoleon felt a sharp pain all over his body, and then lost consciousness. Click. Napoleon was broken into 2 pieces from the middle, no more than 1 second before and after. The momentum of the Hiran Yuan has not diminished at all, and it is still going down. Boom. The ice wheel landed on Big Mom's right shoulder. Big Mom's so-called steel balloon body, like paper paste, was easily broken by Hiran Meru. Wow! Big Mom's entire right arm was chopped off. Ah! Grandma screamed terribly. The physical pain is only second, the most painful thing for Ant is the soul. It is the soul that was cut in half. The soul is torn apart, the inhuman pain is far beyond the comparison of being cut off with an arm. The ant wailed desperately and rolled on the ground. Snot, tears, and blood are flowing everywhere. A majestic 4 emperors is so miserable. Everyone in 1.4 who saw this scene was terrified and chilled in their hearts. Plop plop. The ministers of the Big Mom pirates could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts, and fell to their knees, prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The mother they thought was terrifying and invincible in the world was so easily defeated by Lord Death. Crushing defeat. At this moment, they no longer had the slightest thought of resistance in their hearts, only fear and uneasiness. Even Katakuri trembled all over. He knew Lord Reaper was very strong, otherwise he would not have asked him to defeat Big Mom. However, he never expected that Lord Reaper would be so strong. In front of Lord Reaper, a 4 emperors would be as weak and powerless as a chicken. Thump. Katakuri also knelt down, and he almost couldn't help but pay homage to the god of death who looked down on the world. Germa was very excited, and the god of death was so powerful that they felt that they had followed the wrong master. Reiju was dazzled. Brin's small face was shocked, and the stars of admiration in her beautiful eyes lit up one by one. Even Fujitora, who was resting outside the 10,000 kingdoms, sensed something at this time, walked out of the room, knelt down deeply in the direction of Nanya, and shouted with a choked voice. "My lord! With such a powerful Lord Reaper here, how can the world government and the Tianlong people not perish?" Chapter 69. This battle was not as intense and stalemate as everyone had imagined. On the contrary, although the momentum was earth-shattering, it ended quite quickly. It really ended too fast, so fast that people couldn't react. You must know that at the top level of the 4 emperors general, it is impossible to tell the winner or loser in a short period of time. At least have to fight for a few days and nights. But the ant was absolutely certain, in less than 10 minutes, she was defeated. An arm was also removed. Half of the soul was cut off. This can only explain one point. That is the person Big Mom is facing, who is not at the same level as her at all. Is this the real strength of Shinigami-sama? Katakuri was in a trance. He has always longed for Big Mom to be defeated, but he never thought that Big Mom would be defeated so destructively. Actually, even Geiji, who was in awe of Nan Ye, did not expect this point. After all he had heard were rumors about Nan Ye, and he had never seen it with his own eyes. Although Jiaji thought that Lord Shinigami could definitely defeat Big Mom, he didn't expect it to be so easy. Looking at Lord Reaper's appearance, it seems that he didn't use much strength at all. Master Shinigami's strength has already surpassed my comprehension. Jiaji fell to the ground in awe. At this time, Nan Ye, who was in mid-air, fell down. The ant was still rolling on the ground in pain. Seeing Nan Ye's return, the ministers of the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri and Germa all bowed their heads. Even little Brin showed a trace of fear on her small face, and she didn't dare to get close to him, brother Nan Ye. After all, 26 Nan Ye beat her mother, who was terrified in her mind with all gestures. How could Brin not be afraid? Nan Ye smiled. It is human nature to be afraid of the strong, but he didn't care. Stepped forward, pinched Brin's tender face, smiled lightly and said, "I didn't lie to you before, brother, I am stronger than anyone in the world." Nan Ye's gesture of pinching her face made Brin's fear disappear in an instant. With a joyful expression on Brin's face, she threw herself into Nan Ye's arms, and said in a weeping voice, "Woohoo! Brother Nan Ye, you're fine, it's really great." Reiju looked at this scene thoughtfully, a strange narrowness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Leaving Brin to Reiju's care, Nan Ye turned his head and glanced at everyone in the Big Mom pirates. The ministers headed by Perospero knelt on the ground in panic, not daring to breathe. They know that the time has come to decide their life and death. Lord Reaper, how will he deal with them? It's not that no one wants to escape, but they can't bring up the courage at all. Even my mother was easily defeated by the man in front of me, how could they escape? What's more, Katakuri, the strongest among them, has already joined the opposite side. These high-ranking officials of the four emperors clearly understand that they have no resistance at all. He could only kneel down and beg for mercy, hoping that Lord Death would see their pity and spare their lives. But they were thinking too much. How could Nanya care about these ants? After a slight glance, Nanya set his eyes on Katakuri. These people, leave it to you to deal with. Katakuri couldn't believe his ears, and when he realized it, he immediately kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. From now on, I will be so heartbroken that I will do whatever I want. Katakuri is a man who attaches great importance to family affection, otherwise, he would not do everything possible to defeat Big Mom. Nan Ye's treatment undoubtedly made Katakuri even more devoted to him. Please rest assured, my lord, I will definitely discipline these people strictly in the future and make them swear to serve my lord. All the ministers were also ecstatic, their own lives were finally saved. Hastily followed Katakuri and shouted desperately, May I swear to serve my lord? Nan Ye's expression didn't change, she just nodded slightly. The members of the Big Mom pirates are actually quite powerful. Although Nanya didn't like it, it didn't hurt to accept it. When it comes to war, let them and Germa deal with the trash fish in the navy. Thinking so. At some point, the ant's screams finally stopped. Boom boom boom. Charlotte Lingling dragged her bloated and seriously injured body, and crawled towards Nanya little by little. The ministers of the Charlotte family couldn't help showing panic subconsciously. Big Mom's prestige in their hearts is too deep, even though they have taken refuge in Nanya, their fear of Big Mom still cannot be erased. Mom, do you still want to fight Lord Death? Humph, this crazy old woman is just looking for death. All the ministers scolded the ant for not knowing what is good or bad, and they didn't have the slightest bit of shame about being 2 or 5 youngsters just now. It is enough to show that if they were not afraid of Big Mom's forceful suppression, these people would have betrayed Big Mom long ago. Also, the ant is moody, even if she takes the life of her children. In the entire 10,000 kingdoms, almost no one is sincerely loyal to Auntie. Under everyone's gaze, Big Mom finally climbed up to Nanya. Just when everyone thought Big Mom was going to hold back, Big Mom suddenly cried, crying bitterly. If it wasn't for lack of courage, she would even want to hold Nanya's thigh and cry. Ah! Regret, old lady, I regret that I should have fallen ill at this time. I didn't recognize you, Lord Reaper, and dared to challenge you. This is God punishing me. Ant cried out loudly. It hurts so much. Auntie's children and Germa's people all looked at each other in blank dismay. What trick is this old woman playing? Only Nan Ye knew that after he cut off half of the ant's soul, the ant had already woken up. The ant who woke up finally recognized who Nan Ye was. And it is. After losing half of her soul and a right arm, Big Mom broke away from the state of craving in an instant. His sanity gradually recovered, and his thinking gradually became clear. Then, the ant remembered everything that had just happened. At that moment, Dama seemed to be hit by a bolt from the blue, and she was completely dumbfounded. What the hell did she do just now? She actually challenged that god of death, Nan Ye. If you say this out loud, the Captain Lockes back then would have to give her a thumbs up. What kind of character is the Grim Reaper? She was the ant of the Lockes crew back then, so she couldn't be more clear. That's a real demon. A real monster. Even the world government was almost subverted by the god of death, Nan Ye, by himself. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Captain Lockes, Roger, and Karp, the combined power of the 3 most powerful men, even failed to defeat the god of death, Nan Ye. The god of death Nan Ye, just like his title, is the god who brings death to people. She Charlotte Lingling, even though her strength has greatly increased in the past 40 years, she has become a strong person at the level of the 4 emperors. But where did Xiangxin Beizai have the courage to attack the god of death Nan Ye? I don't know how to write the word death. That's why. The moment the ant woke up, the ant was terrified. She hated her cravings more than ever before. He hated himself for losing his mind when the god of death, Nan Ye, came. The ant really wanted to look up to the sky and yell, "My old lady is really bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Didn't he suffer 8 lifetimes of blood mold?" Even when she was awake, she would not dare to challenge the god of death, Nan Ye, even if I lent her 100 guts. But it happened, and it's no use hating cravings and regretting it. The only thing Big Mom can do now is to beg for mercy, to surrender, to Lord Nan Ye, the god of death. Regarding the matter of surrender, Big Mom has no psychological barriers at all. Speaking of which, 40 years ago in the Valley of the Gods, if Nan Ye hadn't disappeared suddenly, the ant would have surrendered to Nan Ye at that time. Well, I have to bring in another little brother Kaido. So, this is nothing more than surrender 40 years late. All of the above are the root causes of ant crying at Nan Ye's feet at this moment. Master Reaper, the yellow-haired girl, I really didn't mean it just now. If I am clear-headed and know that it is your old man who has come, I will surrender on the spot. How can I dare to attack you? Master Reaper, it's all my stupid cravings. I swear to God, I will never eat sweets again. Big Mom's children, including Katakuri and Pudding, were dumbfounded. Mom! Mom actually said that she would never eat sweets again? Fuck, sweets are my mother's life. In order to eat sweets, the ant did not know how many crimes she committed, and she did not know how many of her own children were killed. But now, ant actually swears that she will never eat sweets again? This shows one thing. That's my mother's fear of the god of death, and the desire to eat sweets. Even Nanya felt a sense of ridicule. Charlotte Lingling, a yellow-haired girl, is really afraid of him, really deep in her bones. Nanya didn't know that, as early as in the Valley of the Gods, the ant was already in awe of him. Seeing that the ant was still rolling and crying on the ground, Nanya was speechless for a while. Where is the dignity of the 4 emperors? It's too shameless. But I have to say, Ant's shameless crying really worked, and Nanye's killing intent towards her gradually faded. The main reason is that it was the bastard Lockes who shot Nanya back then, and it actually had nothing to do with Big Mom. The reason why Ant was used for surgery was purely because Lockes was dead, and Nanya couldn't find anyone to take revenge, so she reluctantly chose Ant. If the Ant knew this, she would definitely scold the 18th generation of Lockes' ancestors. Lockes, who is a dog, if he dies, he will hurt his wife. Why don't you eat shit when you step on the horse? Present. Nanye's killing intent towards Dama has faded, and she is really too lazy to do anything to someone who has no fighting intentions like Dama. He was too lazy to take care of himself, and left Wangguo directly, returned to Germa's warship, and handed over the following matters to Katakuri. Nanye's departure made a big rock in everyone's heart finally fall to the ground. Lord Reaper was present, each of them seemed to be carrying a mountain on their backs, and they didn't dare to breathe hard. At this time, seeing that the god of death, Nan Ye, had left, the ant stopped crying and rolled around, and got up from the ground. Eyes, glanced at her children. All the ministers were shocked. Mother would not settle accounts with them, right? They just took refuge in Mr. Reaper. No, Mom seems to have surrendered too? The ministers were apprehensive, and the ant was indeed angry, but the reason for the anger was unexpected. You bastards, why didn't you wake up my mother? Why? The victimized old lady was beaten so miserably by Lord Death God, it's all your fault. Chapter 70. The reason why the ant spread her temper on Perospero and other children is unimaginable. It's not because they surrendered to Nan Ye, but because they didn't wake up the ant, which caused the ant to surrender a step late. This? Sparrow, Smoothie, and everyone including Katakuri have strange expressions. If the emotional mother didn't suffer from food cravings, she would be the first to surrender? I'll go. Has the Lord Reaper made mother afraid to such an extent? Doesn't even have the slightest thought of resistance? The ministers really wanted to shout, "Mom, you are the fourth emperor. You wanted to surrender from the very beginning. You are so useless." The ant seemed to see what they were thinking, sneered, and cursed. "What do you know? When Lord Reaper was invincible in the sea, you are still in my mother's stomach. Even the boss of rocks back then is far from being the opponent of Lord Reaper." Everyone took a deep breath. They really didn't know Nan yet, but they knew very well about Lockes, the mother's former captain. That one is the sea overlord of the era before One Piece Roger. Even the mother is just the younger brother of the other party, and even the strength is not ranked among the top 3 on the Rocks ship. Such a terrifying figure at the overlord level is far from being a match for Lord Reaper. Everyone seemed to be listening to the heavenly scriptures, knowing such a secret for the first time. The ant told them about Nan Ye's deeds and the battle at the Valley of the Gods. Usually, Big Mom kept Nan Ye's name secret, and even Katakuri beat him up just by mentioning it. The reason is that the ant thought that the god of death, Nan Ye, was dead, and she didn't want to hear the name that frightened her. But now, the god of death, Nan Ye, is not only not dead, but not even old, and still maintains a youthful posture. And the battle just now let the ant know that the strength of Lord Nan Ye, the god of death, is even more terrifying than that of the Valley of the Gods. Regarding Nan Ye, the ant was afraid from the bottom of her heart, and she surrendered without any hesitation. At this time, the ministers finally understood why Mother was so afraid of Lord Death. It turns out that Lord Reaper did so many earth-shattering events 40 years ago. But why, 40 years later, no one knows the name of Lord Death? After this question was asked, the ant's face was ridiculed. It's not that the world government thinks that Lord Reaper is dead. In order to maintain the so-called authority, it covered up that period of history just like covering up the blank 100 years. They are guilty and afraid of Lord Death. Everyone suddenly realized. Lord Reaper, who made the world government fearful and had to erase its traces from history, really is. They no longer know what adjectives to use to express their shock. But the ant became impatient and yelled directly. "Quickly sew up your right arm. If you can't catch up with Lord Reaper, I will skin you all." The ant had a broken arm and lost half of her soul, so it can be said that she was seriously injured. On an ordinary person, such an injury is fatal enough. Even if you don't die, you must be demented. However, the ant's physique is too strong. Although she is weak, she can still be alive and kicking. Moreover, with Huang Yuan's medical level, her right arm, which was cut off by Nan Ye, could still be stitched on. Although it is definitely not as good as the original, it can still be used normally. Another thing to note is that being cut off half of the soul may not be a bad thing for the ant, but a good thing. The reason is, Big Mom's soul was extremely powerful when she was born. In addition, she has the soul fruit, and her soul power has skyrocketed a lot. As a result, the ant's emotions are changeable, her personality often undergoes earth-shaking changes, and she even suffers from cravings and loses her sanity. To a certain extent, these are the after effects of the soul fruit, which brought great soul power to Dama. To put it simply, Big Mom's willpower is not enough to control such a huge soul power, so it is easy to lose control. Therefore, losing half of her soul will affect Big Mom's strength, but it will also make her less likely to lose control, which is naturally a great thing. And the ant in this state is still a powerful 4 emperors. Not to mention how the ant was in such a hurry that she asked everyone to sew up her right arm. Just talking about Nan Ye, when he returned to the Germa warship, he ordered to return to Fishman Island. The purpose of his coming out this time is to find Fujitora. Now that the goal has already been achieved, and by the way, I have taught my ant a lesson, conquered all nations, and everything has gone smoothly, and it is time to return to Fishman Island. As for Wang Guo's future plans, before Nanya left, he told Katakuri to lead everyone to the naval headquarters during the war on the top. Nanya wants to give the Navy headquarters and the world government a big surprise. Nanya has never forgotten this. Oh, and an ant. If that yellow-haired girl had any brains, she would take the initiative to follow behind Nanya's buttocks and be an honest little brother. Otherwise, Nanya might kill her casually. It was precisely because Aunt knew this that she rushed to have someone treat her. Night. Coming soon. Nanya was lying comfortably in the bedroom, but there was a trace of doubt on her brows. Why didn't his long-legged maid come to warm his bed today? How did Nanya know that at this moment, Leiju was secretly pulling Brin into a small room? Sister Leiju, what do you want from me? Brin looked suspiciously at the long-legged sister who took good care of her. Leiju's beautiful eyes were narrow, staring straight at Brin's young and beautiful face. Seeing that Brin was about to blush, she smiled and said, "Sister Brin, do you like adults?" Hey! Brin was stunned. Immediately, it was realized who the adult in Sister Leiju's mouth was referring to. The little face is red and red, like a red apple. He lowered his head, twisted his two snow-white little hands together, and his voice was like a mosquito. Sister Leiju, why did you ask this suddenly? Leiju's smile became narrower. Seeing how shy Sister Brin is, I know you must like adults. Brin lowered her head and said nothing, apparently acquiescing. Hee, don't be embarrassed, I actually like you too. Besides, I not only like the strong demeanor of you, but also your body. Ah! As soon as Brin heard such bold words, she couldn't help but blushed and said, Sister Leiju, you have been talking for a long time, but you are too embarrassed to say such a bold word. Leiju looked disapproving. Isn't it? In this world, how many women are not greedy for an adult's body? She just had a dream that every woman would have. But since Brin was too shy to admit it, she didn't force it, and changed the subject. So, Sister Brin, do you know what your lord likes? Brin immediately raised his head, and asked with bright eyes, what do you like, brother? Nanya made Brin feel the family affection she had never experienced before, and made the shadow left by her aunt in her heart disappear. Brin is very grateful to brother Nan Ye, but she doesn't know how to repay her brother. At this time, when I heard something that my brother would like, I couldn't wait to inquire about it. No matter what it is, Brin will definitely work hard to make her brother happy. Leiju smiled mysteriously, put her red lips next to Brin's ear, opened and closed her mouth, and said something. After Leiju finished speaking, Brin's ears were completely red. Brother, does he really like that? Brin stammered, her little heart was beating wildly. What Sister Leiju told her just now is really embarrassing. Of course my lord likes it. Leiju said affirmatively, my lord has made me do it many times. Sister Leiju has done that to my brother so many times. Brin's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at Sister Leiju's beautiful red lips, imagining that her heart beat even harder. Don't worry, Sister Brin. It's actually not uncomfortable to do that. Well, it even tastes good. How can there be something bad on your lord? Leiju patted Pudding on the shoulder, her eyes full of encouragement. Brin took a deep breath and clenched her fists tightly. She made up her mind to make her brother happy. The most important thing is that Sister Leiju has done it many times, but she hasn't done it once. How can this be the case? Although she, Brin, has not known her brother for long, but her brother is undoubtedly her closest person. For the sake of my brother, it doesn't matter even if I go to the Mountain of Swords and go down to the Sea of Fire, Li Wangzhao. What's the point of doing something like that? Brin decided to do it now. She took another deep breath to cheer herself up. Then turned around, and walked resolutely towards Nan Ye's room like a warrior. Leiju was able to maintain a serious posture at the beginning, but after Brin turned around, she couldn't hold back at all, and smiled coquettishly. Leaning forward and backward with a smile, her tender body trembled wildly. It took a long time for Lei Ju to hold back her smile, looking at Nan Ye's room with unstoppable pride in her beautiful eyes. Let's say, when Brin came to Nan Ye's room. Nan Ye was slightly surprised. Little Brin, what are you doing here? Brin lowered her head and whispered to Nanya what Sister Reiju had just told her. It was only now that Nanya knew the reason for Brin's visit, and she couldn't help but have a strange expression, even a little ironic. It turned out that what Reiju told Brin was about the misunderstanding about taking toxins last time. At that time, in order to complete the system's tasks, Nanya made mistakes, and the system did not withdraw the rewards afterwards. This became a special secret word between him and Reiju. Unexpectedly, Reiju told little Pulin about this. What a nonsense. Chapter 71. Vinsmoke Reiju is nicknamed Toxic Powder. Her ability to absorb toxins is not comparable to Brin. Therefore, Nanya didn't ask little Brin to do such a thing. After all, Brin is the daughter of an old man, and she is 16 years old. In Nanyi's heart, she really regarded Brin as her younger sister. Brin was relieved when she learned that she didn't need to inhale toxins for her brother, but also a little disappointed. She really wants to do something that her brother likes. Nanya pinched Brin's pink face, said a few words of relief, and let Brin leave. Then, his expression became unkind, and he got up and went to Reiju's room. Reiju seemed to have already realized that Nanya came to her door. The slender hands are crossed on the lower abdomen, and the long straight legs are put together in a cute posture of if you make a mistake, you will stand upright and get beaten. At the same time, Leiju blinked her pitiful big eyes, looking at Nanya innocently and begging for mercy. Reiju was originally a real beauty, and this expression added a bit of endearing charm to her. But how could Nanya be deceived by Reiju's appearance? Unmoved, he went straight forward, stared at Reiju's big eyes, and sneered. The strategy of diverting disasters to the east is very skillful. After finishing speaking, he lay down on the chair. Reiju's expression was aggrieved. How can there be? She is also doing it for the good of Sister Pulin. Can't the adults see it? Pulin also likes you very much. But Nanya had already closed her eyes and did not answer. Hey! 567. Reiju snorted in dissatisfaction, but she also knew that today she would not be able to escape punishment. But that kind of punishment, in fact, she was very happy in her heart. Otherwise, Brin would not have been urged to do such a thing. It didn't take too long to return to Fishman Island from 10,000 Kingdoms. When Nanya came back, Lei Li, Neptune and others came out to greet her. Bai Xing happily ran to Nanya, and shyly called out, "Husband, my lord." Unlike Bai Xing who only saw Nanya alone, Bo Ni, the little maid, looked at the two daughters Leiju and Bulin behind Nanya at a glance. Ah! I'm so mad. Where are the two vixens again? Leiju noticed the unkind look in Bonnie's eyes, and heard Bai Xing call Nanya Master Husband. It was not a big surprise. How can a man like Master Nanya have fewer women around him? And when she saw Shirahoshi for the first time, Reiju, who is also a woman, couldn't help but feel sincere admiration for Shirahoshi's beauty. The mermaid princess is indeed the most beautiful woman in the world. Reiju is very self-aware. Although she is also a great beauty, she is still not as good as the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. However, Reiju won't argue with Shirahoshi, but it doesn't mean she will give in to Bonnie. Reiju and Bonnie are about equal in beauty, and each has its own advantages in figure. Therefore, Reiju stared directly at Bonnie, making the latter even more angry. The intrigue among the women will not be shown for the time being. It is only said that after Lei Li had met Nanya, his eyes immediately fell on Fujitora, and his expression was frozen. He has a feeling that although this person is blind, his strength may not be weaker than him, he is definitely a top expert. Fujitora, old man, is a pawn under your lord's command. I have met your Excellency Pluto. Fujitora noticed Lei Li's gaze and greeted him proactively. Fujitora. Raleigh chewed on this strange name, and couldn't help but secretly sighed. It's really terrifying for my lord to go out and bring back a top expert who is not well known but not weaker than him. Counting the powerhouses of this level around my lord, there are Admiral Kizaru, Raleigh, and Fujitora in front of me, there are 3 of them. Even if you don't count as an adult, this combat power is enough for any force in the world not to dare to underestimate it. Riley actually missed one person, and that was Big Mom. Although Aunt was seriously injured by Nanya, she will recover in a short time. The Aunt who sewed her right arm was undoubtedly among the top powerhouses. These are the 4 top powerhouses, plus Nanya. If the world government finds out about this, they will probably be too scared to sleep from now on. After the 2 parties introduced each other, they walked into the underwater dragon palace. Nanya sat on the throne and asked Lei Li. Those supernovas, how is the training going? When Nanya left Fishman Island, he had made Lei Li the instructor of the supernovas, and told them to at least learn domineering before he came back. Otherwise, even though those few supernovas are well known, they won't even be domineering. In a scene like the war on the top, it will have no effect at all, and can only be a super soldier. Of course, Nan Ye's main purpose is to train Wang Luffy. The 3 celestial dragons who died in Chambord were all blamed on Luffy by the world government. The world government wants to kill Wang Luffy and hurry up. Nanya really wanted to see how the old bastard Kapu would choose between his own grandson and Tianlongren this time. Still, like in the Valley of the Gods, are you determined to be the lackeys of the Tianlong people? Ha! With a sneer in his heart, Lei Li replied. My lord, Luffy and the others have already, initially learned to be armed with arrogance, but it takes time to practice the arrogance of knowledge. Nanya nodded slightly. Being able to learn the basics of armed domineering in such a short period of time is already considered an extraordinary talent. As for the color of knowledge, it took Luffy, Kid, and others 2 years to master it in the original book. Luffy and the others are still practicing outside. Do you need to summon them? The top battle is approaching, and everyone is working hard to practice. In particular, when Luffy learned that his brother Ace was going to be executed by the Navy, he practiced like crazy day and night. Would Kid and Luo be willing to fall behind Luffy? The 3 of them didn't waste a single bit of time. They fought desperately, and they were stronger than the other 2. Therefore, except for Bonnie who sneaked back because she wanted to see Nanya, the 3 of Luffy were still in the training ground at this time. However, there is not much time left for them right now. Instead of burying their heads in hard training, it is better to go out for a real battle. Nanya just had this idea. No, after Trafalgar Law came back, he actually knelt down in front of him and brought up this matter. My lord, our strength has reached a certain critical point. Without going through a life and death struggle, it will be difficult to grow no matter how much we practice. Nanya frowned slightly, and listened lightly to Luo's continued. So, I would like to ask my lord, let us go out for a trial. Luo took the initiative to ask to go out for a trial, wanting to engage in a life and death fight in order to break through his strength. And since he dared to raise this matter with Nanya, he had already thought about the goal of the trial. Nanya's eyes flickered, remembering Luo's identity, and suddenly smiled. You want to kill Kaido Doflamingo? Luo, who was about to say the name Doflamingo, suddenly trembled. Unbelievably looking up at Lord Death God, he hasn't said anything yet. How does the Lord know what he thinks in his heart? Could it be that adults still fail to read minds? Or, is it the ability to see and hear? Luo was inexplicably terrified and prostrated himself on the ground, not daring to speak again. Nanya couldn't explain anything, thought for a while and said. You really should go out for a trial. Doflamingo is a good opponent. Forget it, your request, I agree. Luo Vinian was overwhelmed with gratitude immediately. Thank you, my lord, for your fulfillment. Obviously, the adults seemed to know the enmity between him and Doflamingo, but still agreed to him. How could Luo not feel excited? After Luo retreated, Nanya immediately announced to everyone that tomorrow he will go to the New World Dressrosa to defeat Shishibukai Doflamingo. The banner of this battle is to use the 4 supernova pirates, Luo, Luffy, Kid, and Bonnie, to go out for the first time since the alliance. Not to mention how Kid, Luffy, and others geared up after learning about it, and wanted to fight a big fight before the top war came. Let's say, Germa, who returned to Murloc Island with Nan Ye, finally met Vinsmoke Sanji. Nan Ye was too lazy to take care of the family affairs between them, but when Leiju came to him, her eyes were red, as if she had cried. Nan Ye couldn't help laughing. Rage rolled Nan Ye's eyes. Although she didn't say anything, she was very grateful to Nan Ye for helping her find Sanji. Since then, Reiju has worked harder to inhale the toxin. Early the next morning, 4 majestic pirate ships set sail. Go to the New World. Head to Dressrosa, the stronghold of Don Quixote Doflamingo in the Shishibukai. As soon as the news came out, there was an uproar all over the world. The supernovas who just made a big fuss in the Chambord Islands have not been quiet for a long time, and are they going to challenge a Shishibukai again? People can't help but wonder, which side will be the winner in the war between the supernova and the veteran Kibukai. Chapter 72. The 4 supernovas attacked at the same time. The momentum was so huge that it was hard to hide. Soon, the news hit the headlines of the newspapers. Naval Headquarters, Marine Vando. Sengoku grabbed the newspaper on the table, smashed it on Karp opposite him, blew his beard and stared and shouted. Garb! It's your grandson again, Straw Hat Luffy. It's not enough for him to kill Tianlongren, he even wants to go to the New World to move another Chihuahua. Your grandson? Do you think our navy is not chaotic enough now? Warring States used the word again. Yes, if you think about it carefully, the Straw Hat Luffy has already defeated the 2-7 Ryukai. One is Crocodile Sand Crocodile and the other is Moonlight Maria. The former has been removed from Kaiwahe's name and has been beaten into the 6th floor of the promotion city. The latter is safe and sound, and will assist the navy and participate in the top battle. Contention. The defeat of the 2 Kaiwahe has already brought countless troubles to the navy. Now, Straw Hat Luffy is going to drag down a Chihuahua. Especially, the identity of this Chihuahua is not simple. Warring States is very clear about the identity of Doflamingo's Tianlong people. After all, Doflamingo's younger brother Rosandi was once a subordinate of Warring States. This is only one aspect. On the other hand, now is the critical moment when the top war is coming. The combat power of any Kibutai is very important to the navy. There should have been 7 people in the Kaiwahe, except for the pirate Queen Boya 567 Hancock and Hai Xiaojinping, there are only 5 people left. If Doflamingo is defeated again, then there are only 4 people in Kaiwahe. Could it be that Kaiwahe will be renamed Siwahe in the future? It's absurd. It's no wonder that the Warring States Congress was so angry that they didn't even give Karp, his old comrade in arms, any face. Garp picked up the crumpled newspaper, looked at it, and then burst out laughing. That kid, Luffy, is really capable. How dare you challenge the great pirate of the New World so soon? Seeing Karp's attitude that a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, Warring States was even more angry. Garp, if you are not a naval hero, the old man insists on making you responsible for your family's affairs. Karp almost laughed out of tears. This old man can't bear such a big responsibility. You. Warring States slammed the table heavily and glared. But there was nothing he could do about Karp. In fact, he was just venting the depression in his heart, and he didn't really embarrass Garp. The two are old friends and comrades in arms, and they both know each other very well. Well. Zhang Guo sighed and sat down helplessly. In recent days, his head hurts more and more. As the deadline for executing Fire Fist Ace was getting closer, Sengoku always had a very bad feeling in his heart. That extremely bad feeling wasn't even caused by the white beard. So, who is it? Zhang Guo couldn't figure it out. It seemed that there was an extremely scary person who was ignored by him. Is it Straw Hat Luffy? Or someone in those supernovas? Warring States looked at the newspaper again, and there were reward orders from Kid, Luffy, and others. Warring States shook his head, impossible. Although these supernovae are known as the extremely evil generation, they are still too young. An admiral of the navy is enough to wipe them out, and it is impossible for the Warring States to have such a bad premonition. Perhaps, it's just an illusion caused by being too tired recently. Even though Zhang Guo put this matter behind him, he still had a lot of things to deal with, and Karp was also sent out by him. As for Doflamingo, he was helpless. The navy is now focusing all its energy on dealing with the Whitebeard pirates. Even the Bahai branch was destroyed by Germa, and the Warring States period endured it. Doflamingo, just wish you luck. Garp walked out of the marshal's office, the hippie smile on his face gradually disappeared. Instead, there is a heaviness and depression that has never been seen before. His godson Ace will be executed by the navy, and he can only watch helplessly. His grandson, Lu Fei, actually killed the Tianlongren, which can be said to be endless with the world government. Compared to this matter, it's no big deal for Luffy to fight Doflamingo. Although Karp seemed normal, he was already in a state of anxiety. He is worried about Luffy's safety. If the world government catches Luffy and wants to execute him, what should Garp do? One end is the justice in the heart and the pressure of the world government. On the other side is the lives of his own grandson Luffy and his godson Ace. Garp has been suffering all the time during these days. Luffy, since you have gone to the New World, don't come back. Especially, don't come to save Ace. Don't come to the Navy headquarters. Garp could only pray so much. Because, once Luffy comes to the Navy headquarters, then the Navy, there is no reason not to arrest Luffy, the villain who killed the Celestial Dragon. At that time, he, Karp, will be cornered and there is no way out. New World. Dressrosa, the Royal Palace. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the veteran King Shishibukai, looked at the newspaper in his hand while drinking fine wine, and sneered disdainfully. Fo. A group of little kids with no hair at all, actually want to attack me. Who do you think I am? Doflamingo scanned the reward order in the newspaper, becoming more and more disdainful. He's not Mariah's trash. Even in Kaiwahe, his strength is in the middle and upper reaches. Not just a few fledgling so-called supernovas who can touch porcelain casually. In the end, Doflamingo's eyes fell on Luo's reward order. Fo. It's all because of you, Luo. Do you think you can defeat me by uniting a few evil generations who don't know the so-called? Doflamingo stood up abruptly, exuding great confidence all over his body. You underestimate my former boss, Luo. Immediately afterwards, Doflamingo immediately ordered to gather all the family cotters in Dressrosa. He wants to use absolute advantage and absolute strength to make Luo and the group of supernovas realize what despair is. Most importantly, Doflamingo doesn't want to waste time with a bunch of kids. Almost all of his mind is on the upcoming war on the top. Compared with the world's strongest Whitebeard pirates, what is the alliance of 4 supernovas? He, Don Quixote Doflamingo, is a born king. It is the 4 emperors like Whitebeard who should be facing each other, not a few brats. Following King Doflamingo's order, the entire Dressrosa immediately became chaotic. The cotters and pirates of the Don Quixote family came from all directions and gathered in the towns on the coast. They are here to destroy those supernovae who don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. And no one noticed that. A handsome young man in his 20s at most has quietly set foot on the land of Dressrosa. The young man put his hands in his pockets, casually looking at this country known as the Goblin and Passion. If it's not Nanya, who is it? The attack on Doflamingo this time is a test task Nanya gave to the supernovas, and he will not make a move. He even left Rayleigh and Germa on Fishman Island, fearing that Flamingo would lose his will to fight. Only let Fujitora sweep the formation. After all, Fujitora has no reputation yet. And Nanya himself, alone, came to Dressrosa first. Naturally, he came here not for Doflamingo, but to find the unique symbol of this country, the goblin. The so-called goblins refer to the little people. Back then, when Nanya was traveling around the world, he was accidentally injured, and happened to be seen by the little human princess at that time. The little human princess used tears to heal Nanya's injuries, which were not serious at all. Nanya had a good impression of the kind-hearted little human princess. Since we are going to attack Dressrosa, let's take a look at the little people. He vaguely remembered that the current situation of the little people was not good. Especially the current little human princess, Manxuli, seems to be imprisoned by Doflamingo. After all, she was old with the last little human princess, so Nanya planned to rescue Manxuli. He walked on the streets of Dressrosa like a leisurely stroll. He also saw the Don Quixote family cotters who had gathered here, but he brushed them all away without paying any attention to them. Since Nanya asked Luo and Lu Fei to deal with Doflamingo, he really didn't intend to make a single move. Unless there is an unlucky guy who doesn't have long eyes and takes the initiative to provoke him. Nanya walked towards the royal palace of Dressrosa, step by step, while admiring the scenery of this tropical country. With his strength, he was able to rescue Manxuli without anyone being able to detect it. Therefore, Nanya is not in a hurry, just treat it as a vacation in the Maldives in his previous life. Suddenly, an enthusiastic and graceful dance attracted Nanya's attention. It was a charming woman with beautiful long brown hair and a pair of deep light brown eyes. Wearing a long red and white dress with purple spots on her body, her toes are pointing to the ground, dancing lightly, like a blooming violet. Nanya admired it for a while, but found the feeling of watching dancers in bars in her previous life. Hey! Shaking his head with a slight smile, Nanya continued to walk forward. The woman dancing on the stage, the code name of the Don Quixote family, is Violet. Her real name is Viola. Although Nanya's stay was short, Viola still noticed it. After all, there is no other person in the whole pirate world who has Nanya's good looks. Nanya just stood there, and the lethality to women was huge. Otherwise, why do you think Bonnie and Reiju are so greedy for Nanya's body? It's not all because of their looks. No, Nanya was once again targeted at 1.4 by a woman because of his undisguised looks. Viola stared blankly at Nanya's back, and stopped dancing involuntarily. Just as the onlookers were dissatisfied, Viola continued to jump the time. Viola showed a smile on her face, and said to everyone, "The little girl already has her own heart, I'm sorry, everyone." Then, she jumped off the stage and chased after Nanya. The crowd of onlookers booed excitedly. In Dressrosa, the emotions between men and women are quite direct, public confession can be seen everywhere, how can it be called a country of passion? However, it is rare for a goddess of Viola's level to take the initiative to confess her love. The onlookers seemed to have discovered a new world, and looked at the figure Viola was chasing, wondering which man was so attractive that the violet goddess could actively pursue him. Nanya also sensed something was wrong behind him. He frowned slightly, could it be that he was discovered? Impossible, in this era, except for some old men, almost no one knows him. So, what's going on? Nanya turned around with doubts, and the charming woman who was dancing on the stage just now came into his eyes. "Hello." The woman smiled, with a rose in her hot red lips. "My name is Violet." She introduced herself. Then he handed the rose in his mouth to Nanya. "Excuse me, sir, can I marry you?" Chapter 73. Nanya, even Nanya, couldn't help but be taken aback by the woman's bold confession. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation since he traveled so far. Viola looked at Nanya's dazed appearance, and laughed. Unexpectedly, such a handsome guy is cute and silly. Cute? If Nanya knew that he was the god of death who beat the 4 emperors and cried bitterly and the world government was terrified, and was considered cute by others, he probably wouldn't know how to complain. Nan Ye quickly recovered. He looked at the woman whose real name should be Viola in front of him, and glanced at the rose in her hand. Well, it was another woman who was greedy for his body, so she couldn't help shaking her head and laughing. Then, without saying anything, he turned and left. Faced with a goddess of Viola's level, she confessed her love in public, but she was able to keep her face unchanged, and even turned around and left. Immediately, Nan Ye's image in the eyes of the onlookers became extremely tall. That man turned around without dragging his feet. How chic he is. Yes, if a beauty like Miss Violet can confess to me, I will be happy for a whole year. He didn't even say a word to Miss Violet. This is a real man, you shouldn't spoil women casually. If I were a woman, I would probably fall in love with such a man. Ah! I think I have fallen in love with him. Could it be that you like fencing? The words of the onlookers fell into Viola's ears, and now it was her turn to be stunned. Her confession was rejected. Refuse without mercy. A feeling of dissatisfaction and unwillingness surged into Viola's heart. She is a goddess-level beauty after all, so even if that person wants to reject her, he should at least be polite. 26. Originally, Viola only confessed her love in public because she saw that Nanya was so handsome and couldn't hold back the impulse for a while. But after confessing, she immediately realized that with her own identity, she couldn't do such a thing. Otherwise, that handsome guy might be harmed. Therefore, Viola had already made up her mind, and said I was just joking just now in the next sentence. But she never expected that the other party ignored her at all and left directly. This time, on the contrary, it aroused Viola's competitiveness and dissatisfaction. What, isn't she beautiful? Just not attractive at all? Viola thought, unconvinced, and was about to go up to the handsome guy to ask for clarification. Suddenly, the handsome guy who was not far in front of him just now disappeared suddenly in the next second. Viola's beautiful eyes shrank suddenly. So fast. That handsome guy looks not only good-looking, but also powerful. Who the hell is he? Where did he come from? Viola can be sure that Nanya is not a native of Dressrosa. Because, with such good looks and such strength, it is impossible for her not to have any impression of Dressrosa. Viola's eyeballs rolled, she was full of interest in Nanya, and her flaming red lips curled up. The speed is indeed very fast, but this princess has the ability to stare at the fruit, so I won't let you escape. Viola is the daughter of the previous generation of King Dressrosa. It was only when the country was captured by force and conspiracy by Doflamingo that it was reduced to the current state. Immediately, the staring fruit ability was activated, and the entire Dressrosa was in Viola's field of vision. Her staring fruit can cover a radius of 4,000 miles, and it is a real clairvoyant. Found it! Viola's red lips curved even more, but the next moment her face changed. In her field of vision, that cold handsome guy was heading towards the palace. There, the top cotters of the family gathered. And, the scariest Doflamingo. Without hesitation, Viola set off immediately and found Nanya very quickly. As for the crowd of onlookers, they were naturally left behind. Hey! Nanya frowned in surprise. He was followed by this woman? Then, looking at Viola's deep light brown eyes, Nanya suddenly realized. This woman has the ability to stare at the fruit, but she didn't think of it before. Why are you going to the palace? Viola stared straight at Nanya, even ignoring his rejection of her confession just now. Nanya shrugged indifferently. Why, there is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, can't you go? Viola said very seriously. Can't go. Absolutely can't go. It's more dangerous than Longton and Tiger's Den. Ha! Hearing this, Nanya just smiled lightly. Viola couldn't help being impatient. This man is so disgusting. Just now he was so rude to refuse his own business, and he hasn't settled the score with him yet. Now, I kindly persuaded him not to go to the palace, but he didn't appreciate it. If it weren't for seeing how handsome he is, I wouldn't care about him life and death. Thinking extremely depressed in her heart, Viola gritted her silver teeth bitterly. But seeing Nan Ye still looked nonchalant, he couldn't help being even more angry. In short, you can go anywhere, but you can't go to the palace. Vio stretched his arms to block the way forward. Nan Ye shook his head helplessly. But he didn't bother to say anything more to this woman, and once he moved, he used Shunpo again to disappear in place. Yet, Viola immediately shouted in embarrassment, a hateful man who doesn't know a good heart. However, as long as you are still in Dressrosa, you cannot escape the sight of this princess. That's the truth. To a certain extent, there are some bugs in the search of the staring fruit. What's more, Viola already knew that Nan Ye's destination was the palace, so he narrowed down the scope of the search. So, when Viola found Nan Ye again, the latter was also a little speechless. Of course he can easily get rid of Viola, but Nan Ye is not the kind of person who only knows how to kill. He usually only kills two kinds of people without mercy. One kind of people is the high level of the world government, such as Tianlong people. One kind of people is the running dogs of the world government, such as the Navy. Viola was obviously not among them, and this woman was indeed kind. When Viola found that she couldn't dissuade Nan Ye no matter what, she said angrily. Then I'll follow you and see what you do. Nan Ye said calmly without turning her head, whatever you want. Viola stomped her feet angrily, her silver teeth almost gnawed. She had no choice but to follow behind. On the way, she kept telling Nan Ye how terrifying Doflamingo was. Nan Ye just smiled and said nothing, and when she was really annoyed by the nagging, she replied. Didn't you say that a group of supernovas are coming to attack Doflamingo? He will step down soon. Viola was taken aback. She had obviously heard the news, too, and had hoped for those supernovae. But hope turned to disappointment once she checked the information on those supernovas. How can a group of young pirates who are entering the new world for the first time and who probably don't even know how to use domineering can defeat Doflamingo? Doflamingo, that's not an easy man to deal with. He's scary, he's a demon. Viola's eyes showed deep fear, as if Doflamingo was her nightmare. Demon. Nan Ye smiled. 40 years ago, world government, Lockes, Roger and others often used this word to describe him. Viola looked at Nan Ye and sighed. You are from outside. I don't know the horror of Doflamingo. I don't blame you. I just want to ask you now, what is your purpose in going to the palace? Viola didn't blink her eyes, for fear that the other party would say that she was looking for Doflamingo. Hatred. In that case, she would not be able to save the other party no matter what. Nan Ye didn't hide anything, and said casually. To save someone. Well, this generation's little human princess should be named Manswili. Viola suddenly realized that this man was a foreign aide invited by the little people, and he came to take care of their princess. She thought she knew Nan Ye's identity, so she said. If you just save one person, it shouldn't be too dangerous. I'll go with you. I know where Manswili is being held. As a cotter in the Don Quixote family these years, Viola certainly learned a lot about the family. Actually, Doflamingo imprisoned the little people, but there was not only one Manswili, there were hundreds of people. And those hundreds of small humans all work in the Smile Factory. The Smile Factory is Doflamingo's core secret, and even Viola doesn't know it well. Nanya didn't refuse this time. With Viola leading the way, it saved him the time to find it. Next, the two sneaked into Dressrosa's palace smoothly. After all, Viola has lived here for decades, and is very familiar with every corner of the palace. She turned 7 times and 8 times, almost avoiding every patrolling soldier. Finally, Nanya and Nanya came to the place where the little human princess Manswili was imprisoned. This is it. After 567 rescues Manswili, you must leave Dressrosa immediately, and you must not let Doflamingo find out. Viola solemnly exhorted. At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Violet, you traitor! What are you doing here with outsiders?" The voice was as sharp as a mean woman. Viola's face suddenly changed drastically. Such a distinctive voice cannot be someone else, it must be Pika, one of the highest cadres in the family. This is too bad. Viola worried. Pika's strength is quite powerful. Moreover, he is also a shishi fruit-capable person, who can control the walls of the palace. Both of them couldn't escape even if they wanted to escape. "Viola, don't you want to rescue the little human princess? GGG. You used to be the princess of Dressrosa, but you two are the same princess in distress." Pika laughed loudly. Viola's pretty face became paler. Pika's eyes then fell on Nan Ye. "Humph, Viola, let the young master decide your question. I will kill this man." In the words, killing intent pervades. Viola immediately yelled, "No, you can't kill him." Pika looked at Viola disdainfully, "Do you think you can stop me? I am the highest cadre of the family." After speaking, Pika directly controlled the ground under Viola's feet, and threw Viola aside. Pika's whole body fell into the ground. "Boy, die!" In the stone, Pika moves very fast and can change positions at will. Even if others cut off the stone and cannot find his body, he will not be injured. Therefore, Pika has sufficient self-confidence. The man he wants to bring Viola back to, will kill with one blow. Viola, who was thrown far away, was in a state of panic. Is that man she just met not long ago going to die? It's all my own fault for failing to stop him from coming to the palace. In Viola's worried eyes. In the eyes of Pika, who seemed to see a dead person. Nanya spread her hands helplessly, and she agreed not to make a move, but she still met a stupid idiot who didn't have long eyes. He glanced at Pika, who had dug into the soil, and said with a smile, "A mere stone man, how dare he come to me to be arrogant?" Chapter 74. The stone man hides and pretends that I can't see it. Although Pika got into the ground, but under Nanye's invincible worldly knowledge and domineering arrogance, there was nowhere to hide. Nanya unfolded her slender palm and stretched it out casually. At this moment, Pika and Viola were both in a dazed state. Just now, what did that young man call Pika? A stone man? Viola couldn't help looking at Nanya. Is the foreign aid invited by this little human race really powerful, or is it just pure arrogance? Pika is the top cadre of the Don Quixote family. His strength is second only to Doflamingo. After being stunned for a moment, Pika was immediately furious. He, Pika, has never been so underestimated. Even the young master respects him very much. This guy is so outspoken, he doesn't know what to do. I will kill you. Let you know what regret is. Pika screamed angrily. The next moment, his speed under the ground suddenly increased sharply, and he flew towards Nanye's back at extreme speed. Stone fruit, the ability to freely shuttle through stones, is perfect for sneak attacks. Be careful. Viola's face paled. In her mind, Nanya should have some strength, as can be seen from that weird speed alone. But Pika is undoubtedly a strong player. Can Nanya beat Pika? Viola has no idea. Under her anxious and worried eyes, I saw a ray of crimson fire appearing in Nanye's palm. Then, listening to Nanye's lips and teeth opening and closing, he spit out a few words, Broken Way 31, Red Cannon. The crimson light turned into a crimson cannon. Call out. The speed of the artillery is at its peak. Pika was still shuttling underground, but the red cannon had already blasted to the top of his head. The scorching temperature above his head made Pika feel something was wrong. He raised his head subconsciously, and then endless horror was uncontrollably revealed in his eyes. Impossible! How did he find out my location? What kind of ability is this? That man actually has such means. No. I'm not willing. Accompanied by an incomparably miserable roar and a huge explosion, Pika's body was thrown directly from the ground. He rolled to the ground, his body glowing with crimson flames that not even stones could extinguish. "No, I don't want to die yet." The crimson flame burned everything, and quickly burned Pika to ashes, leaving not even a trace of scum. Viola's beautiful eyes were wide open, and the whole person stood there in a daze, like a sculpture. The top coder of the Tang Tang family, Pika, who was one person below Dressrosa and above 10,000 people, just died like this? Just like that, he was instantly killed by one blow. He died without any resistance. Viola couldn't believe it, and couldn't believe what just happened before her eyes. "Hey, what are you doing there? Let's go." At this time, Nan Ye's still rambling voice came over. Viola trembled, as if waking up from a dream, looking at Nanya, who was like a normal person, couldn't help but said, "Aren't you excited after killing Pika?" "What? Excited? Excited ass. If Pika were replaced by the three bastards Lockes, Roger, and Karp, Nanya might still show a bit of joy. As for Pika, he was nothing." Nanya was too lazy to talk to Viola, who seemed to be shocked by her worldview. He came to the iron gate where Manswili was imprisoned, and with a wave of his hand, the incomparably strong iron gate was immediately torn to shreds like paper. Nanya walked in. Seeing this, Viola had a weird expression, and there was a faint hint of excitement. Did she catch it this time? Judging from the situation where Pika was killed in seconds just now, that man is far more than just good looking. I am afraid he also has extremely powerful strength. Maybe even stronger than Doflamingo. Thinking of this, Viola's beautiful eyes brightened. No wonder, Nanya is not afraid of entering the palace at all, so he has such support. Everything seems reasonable. That is definitely a strong man, a very strong man. However, where did the little people invite such strong foreign aid? Viola was a little puzzled, so she also walked into the iron gate. "You, who are you?" Manswili, the little human princess who was huddled in the corner, looked at the male adult who walked in through the iron gate, and asked timidly. She was about the size of Nanyi's little finger, but her eyes were not small. She had blonde hair and was wearing a snow-white dress. Nanya smiled and said, "Your mother is Kaido, right? Are you a friend of your mother?" Manswili's face was full of joy, and she was no longer afraid. Since this grown-up elder brother knows his mother, he must be a good person. Small humans are generally simple-minded and trust others easily. Nanya sighed lightly. Sure enough, Manswili was the daughter of the little human princess of the previous generation who had treated him. Nanya put Manswili on her shoulders and said, "Let's go, we don't have to stay here anymore." "Really?" Manswili said in surprise, "That's really great. This grown-up brother is indeed a good man, and he came to save himself." When Viola walked in, she happened to see this scene. Her beautiful eyes flickered, her expression hesitated, as if she was struggling with something. "Princess Viola, you are here too." The little people had good friends with the former King Liku's family, so Manswili naturally knew Viola. Viola panicked. She had told Nanya that her name was Violet. I looked at the man's expression, but he didn't look surprised at all. Viola felt more and more that Nanya was unfathomable, but, could he deal with Doflamingo? Even if this man can instantly kill Pika, Doflamingo is much stronger than Pika. Original. After seeing Nanya's strength, Viola has already moved to ask Nanya to help her defeat Doflamingo. For this, she is willing to pay any price. Well, of course, even the body is not bad. However, Viola's only scruple is whether Nanya is really strong enough to defeat Doflamingo. She hesitated and couldn't speak for a while. When Nanya was about to leave, she finally made up her mind and asked in an extremely expectant tone. "You, or Doflamingo, who is stronger?" Nanya glanced lightly. He didn't bother to answer this question. Even Beast Kaido, who would shed cold sweat when Doflamingo heard his name, was a younger brother in front of Nan Ye. Let alone a mere Doflamingo? In Nan Ye's eyes, there was no difference between Doflamingo and Pika, who had just been instantly killed by him. Although Nanya didn't speak, Viola seemed to have a tacit attitude. This man must be stronger than Doflamingo. Plop. Without any hesitation, Viola directly knelt down. Please defeat Doflamingo. Save Dressrosa. Little girl is willing to pay any price. Nanya frowned. Why did he save everyone? He was not the savior. Just at this moment, the sound of the system just sounded. Ding! The host triggers the selection condition and starts to select. 1. Agree to Viola's request, and reward Viola with 100% loyalty. 2. Reject Viola's request, and reward Zanpakuto Ruohawojija. 3. Neither agree nor reject Viola's request, and reward the immortal body of the thousand-handed clan. The choice rewards this time are very generous, and they are immortals with sharp blades. However, Nanya had already made a decision in his heart, and directly said with his mind, choose 2. Thus, the Zanpakuto of Mr. Yamamoto, the strongest in the soul world, came into Nanye's hands. Although it can't be solved for the time being, it is powerful enough to burn mountains and seas. After all, Yamamoto is the only person who makes Aizen in Bengayu's state extremely afraid. Viola, I will not attack Doflamingo. Playing with the flowing blade in his hand, the hot feeling from the blade is completely opposite to Hiran Meru. Nanya said. Doflamingo, it's a trial mission for those supernovas. Trial mission? Viola looked up blankly. Could it be that the reason why those supernovas came to attack Doflamingo was because of the trial task assigned by the man in front of him? This guess made Viola startled. Who is this man? Oh, Cao will be here. They are already here, and the speed is not slow. Nanye's knowledgeable look has already sensed the breath of Luo, Kid, Luffy, and Bonnie. Is a supernova coming? Viola immediately clairvoyances to see. Sure enough, on the coast of Dressrosa, 4 huge pirate ships stopped there. Those supernovas of the so-called extremely evil generation are impressively on top of it. Viola also saw that terrifying Doflamingo flying from the kingdom towards the coast like a rock spreading its wings. As well as the cotters and members of countless families, they have already gathered on the coast. A battle between a supernova who has just entered the new world and the veteran Shishibukai is about to begin. Nanya smiled slightly, moved his body, and came to the highest point of Dressrosa, looking down. Here, you can clearly see the situation on the coast. Let him take a look at the achievements of those supernovas. At the moment when the Battle of Dressrosa was about to start, someone was also rushing there. That person, just after her right arm was sewn, immediately set off from Wangguo in a hurry to chase after Nanya. Big Mom rushed to Murloc Island first, but she learned that Lord Reaper went to Dressrosa. Ant did not dare to take a breath, and hurriedly set off again to Dressrosa. The ant at this moment is standing on a thundercloud named Hira, Li Wangzhao. Since Zeus and Prometheus were killed by Lord Reaper, the ant made Hira with her soul. Big Mom standing on Hira was covered in sweat. Her injury is not completely healed, and she has driven such a long way. No matter how tough she is, she will inevitably be out of breath. However, the ant did not dare to stop and rest. Because, if she didn't arrive in time and was considered betrayed by Mr. Reaper, then she would really be dead. It's not as simple as breaking an arm and losing half of the soul. So, the ant desperately urged Hira, who had been complaining for a long time. While thinking of Doflamingo in Dressrosa, he has a close relationship with Kaido, the little brother. Even Big Mom herself had a lot of dark dealings with Doflamingo. If Doflamingo offends Lord Reaper and involves Kaido, then, shake. Thinking of this, the ant immediately showed a gloating expression on her face. Back then in the Valley of the Gods, Big Mom gave Kaido a yuya fruit. Unexpectedly, Kaido used this carp to leap over the Dragon's Gate and became the 4 emperors driving side by side with her. Even when talking to her, she was arrogant. Thinking back to the intern Kaido back then, when he saw the ant, he would have big sister Lingling's head every bite. Humph! You're going to be unlucky now, let's see how Lord Death will fix you. Big Mom was beaming with joy, imagining Kaido crying for his father and mother when he was beaten by the god of death, and she was very happy. Her aunt was cut off by the god of death, Kaido can't accept nothing. Chapter 75 New World, Dressrosa. Don Quixote Doflamingo, dressed in a coquettish fiery coat, flies from the sky like a big bird. Coast. There are 4 majestic pirate ships, on which 4 supernova captains stand at the forefront, gearing up. In addition, there is also a blind purple-robed uncle sitting in the rear. This is Luffy, Kid, Bonnie, and Fujitora who came from Fishman Island. Doflamingo fell from the sky to the ground. Down below, the cotters of the Don Quixote family immediately gathered behind him. Brother Ming's knees were outward, and his walking posture was like a crab, domineering and defiant. Fo. Luo, Straw Hat Luffy, you little devils, you really dare to come, you are not small. Trafalgar Law's eyes turned red the moment he saw Doflamingo. Doflamingo. Today, I will avenge Mr. Corazon. Corazon, Doflamingo's younger brother, Luo's savior, is secretly a subordinate of the warring states. More than 10 years ago, he was killed by Doflamingo himself. Ha ha ha. Doflamingo seemed to have heard a big joke. You brat, it's 100 years too early to kill me. And you, what kind of bullshit generation, are you just a group of little devils playing pirate games? Doflamingo was arrogant, and his laughter was extremely wild and piercing. And he does have the qualifications to be arrogant. One is his identity. He used to be a celestial dragon and could talk to the world government. The second is his strength, the middle and upper reaches of the 7 martial seas, controlling a country in the New World. The third is his backer, Kaido, the 4 emperors and beasts. Doflamingo is in the dark world, codenamed Joker, involved in all aspects of dark transactions. Its biggest achievement is the artificial devil fruit trade with Kaido. As a result, Doflamingo gained Kaido's big backer. Even in the entire New World, the entire second half of the Great Route, he is not afraid of anyone except the 4 emperors. Not to mention a few new pirates who entered the New World for the first time. You bastard, you are too arrogant, I will beat you up. Luffy couldn't help it, and wanted to do it. Wait a minute, Mr. Straw Hat. Luo stopped Luffy. Doflamingo is not so easy to deal with. We must go together and do our best. Otherwise, if the mission fails, we will be ashamed to go back to see the adults. 567 Luffy had no choice but to hold back his temper. On the other hand, Doflamingo frowned. My lord? What lord did Luo just mention? Could it be that they came this time under the orders of someone? It seems that this boy Luo has found a new master after leaving Don Quixote's family. Buddha, but so what? He has Kaido as a big backer, Luo's master, can he be stronger than the 4 emperors Kaido? Luo explained Doflamingo's ability to Luffy, Kid, and Bonnie. Doflamingo suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a few missing members in his family cotters. Pika and Viola, why didn't they come? Doflamingo asked in a deep voice. Torre Paul, one of the top cotters, expressed his bewilderment. Doflamingo frowned even deeper. Forget about Viola, she is the daughter of King Liko of the previous generation anyway, so it is normal not to help him. But Pika shouldn't not come, he was one of the first few people to follow Doflamingo. Suddenly, the phone bug on his chest rang, and Brother Ming connected. What's wrong? What happened? On the other end of the phone is the guard of the palace, his tone is extremely flustered. Master King of the country, it's not good. Princess Manxiuli of the Little People was rescued, and Lord Pika was also killed, and there was not even a body left. What did you say? Doflamingo's body shook, his eyes widened in disbelief, his brows twisted into twists. Who who is so bold, dare to break into his palace? Dare to kill his top cotters? Doflamingo was trembling with anger. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. Could it be the adult that Luo Fengke was talking about? Doflamingo stared at Luo immediately. Luo, did you do it? Luo, Lu Fei, and others also expressed their bewilderment. But soon, they were sure that adults must have done it. Who but your lord can despise Doflamingo's royal palace? Be like this. Humph, brother Doflaming, I told you, today is your death day. Luo did not respond to Brother Ming's question at all. Doflamingo was even more furious. These brats are really too presumptuous. Do you really think that Doflamingo is made of mud? Okay, very good. Doflamingo laughed angrily. Since you all want to die, then I will fulfill you. Boom! A big battle breaks out. Members of the Don Quixote family scream and go forward. The crew members of the 4 supernova pirate groups are facing each other without fear. In just a moment, there was blood, and the shouts of killing became louder and louder. And the key to this war lies between Doflamingo and the 4 supernovas. I saw that Doflamingo watched the wolf as an eagle, rushed directly in front of the supernovas, and countless sharp threads fell from the sky. Go to hell! A bunch of little brats! Doflamingo was so self-confident that he didn't pay attention to these people at all. He wanted to kill 4 people in one move. After all, his line is extremely difficult to detect, and it is even sharper than a sword. Luo, it is impossible to block it. However, to his surprise, Luo and the others blocked them all. Domineering. Doflamingo couldn't help being taken aback when he saw Luo's arms turning black. Fofo, have you already learned how to be domineering? You underestimate them. Shoot together. Taking advantage of the moment when Doflamingo was stunned, Luo let out a loud roar. Luffy, Kid, and Bonnie each use their own abilities to launch fierce attacks. It has to be said that after learning domineering, their strength is even higher than that of Shampoo. Although it is still not comparable to the 2 years later in the original book, it should not be underestimated. The battle among the 5 has progressed to a fierce stage from the very beginning. You come and go, the 2 sides have a great time fighting. Doflamingo is worthy of being the mighty Shishibukai, fighting against 4 of them alone, he is still ferocious. As for Luo and Lu Fei, they were a little scared. Doflamingo's strength is not comparable to those of the Shishibukai they encountered before. Even if 4 people besieged him, they would fight very hard. If there were not 4 people today, but 2 or 3 people, I'm afraid they would have been defeated long ago. However, in fact, Doflamingo was even more frightened than them. Why did these brats grow to such a strength? It shouldn't be. Brother Ming was still very angry. He originally wanted to use absolute advantage to destroy several people with the force of thunder. Unexpectedly, the battle actually fell into a stalemate. Damn! They have become so strong, could it be because of that adult? Luo said. The highest point in Dressrosa. Nanya watched leisurely as Luffy, Luo, and the others fought against Doflamingo. At first, the supernovas obviously underestimated Doflamingo's strength and were at a disadvantage. But fighting and fighting, the strength of the supernovas became stronger and stronger. Breaking through in battle, this is probably the treatment only available to every protagonist group. Right. Of course, this further shows that the potential of these people is not bad, and they may not be able to become the powerhouses of the 4 emperors in time. How could they push Doflamingo to this extent? Behind Nan Ye, Viola couldn't believe it. Supernovas, are they really so powerful? Or is it because of this man? Viola stared blankly at Nan Ye's back, always feeling that this man was as unfathomable as a cloud of fog. A moment. Doflamingo was almost furious. He felt ashamed for not defeating Luo and the others for so long. He flew high into the sky, and even planned to use a birdcage to trap everyone to death. Suddenly, glancing from the corner of his eye, Doflamingo suddenly discovered that there are still people at the highest point of Dressrosa. That is. Doflamingo quickly looked carefully. A young man, sitting on the shoulders of the little human princess Manswili, behind him is Viola, that bastard woman. Doflamingo guessed Nan Ye's identity in an instant and was overjoyed. This person must be Luo and the master of those supernovas. Capture the thief first, capture the king. As long as you catch this person, why don't Luo's brats let him handle it? Ha 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 ha. Doflamingo looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Now it's easy, just grab that one person. Immediately, Brother Ming flew towards Nan Ye at high speed. Below, Luo, Kid, Lu Fei, and Bonnie also saw Nan Ye at this moment. Their faces changed drastically, and they roared angrily. Bold! Don't disturb your lord! Brother Doflamingo, you bastard, coward! Continue to fight me if you have the ability. Brother Doflamingo, please stop immediately. The roar of Luo and the others made Doflamingo even more proud. That so-called adult probably isn't very strong, otherwise Luo and the others don't need to be so worried. How did Brother Ming know that Lord Reaper had told Luo and the others that he would not make a move long before he came? Now, Brother Doflamingo actually took the initiative to provoke Lord Reaper. Even if Lord Reaper did not make a move, he would have to. What if Doflamingo is crushed to death by an adult? Wouldn't they have failed in this trial mission? This is why Luo and the others are really worried. Doflamingo didn't know, he was extremely arrogant at the moment, and flew to Nan Ye, laughing loudly. You are Luo's master? Fofo, you don't look too good. Oh, and Viola, you also took refuge in this guy? Just in time, I will catch you all today. Doflamingo's eyes showed boundless ferocity. He wants to kill everyone. Countless threads, covered with armed domineering, turned into sharp swords, shooting at Nan Ye and Viola. Doflamingo watched excitedly and expectantly. The next moment the two were shot like hedgehogs. Viola's pretty face was pale, her delicate body trembling. Doflamingo cast too much shadow on her. Even if she knew that Nan Ye was not easy, she couldn't contain the fear in her heart at this time. Manswili closed her eyes in fear, clutched Nan Ye's shoulders tightly, and shouted. Big brother, go, go! That person, say a big villain. Nan Ye put her hands behind her back and smiled when she heard the words, but she didn't even look at Doflamingo, and only said to Manswili. A big villain? Hee, wicked people have their own way, Zio Manswili, you don't need to be afraid. Ah! Manswili opened her eyes and looked at her big brother suspiciously, not knowing what it meant. But immediately, she heard a monstrous roar from high above the sky. Eoker, you reckless brat! How dare you do anything to God of Death? I will kill you today. Even if that bastard Kaido comes. Original. At some point, the ant had already arrived in Dressrosa. And it happened that Doflamingo attacked Nan Ye. Ant is not only not worried, but happy in her heart. On the way she came, she kept thinking about how to let adults know that Eoker and Kaido have a close relationship, so as to drag Kaido's little brother into trouble. In the end, God was helping her, so she hit the opportunity of Joker to adults. Ever since, the ant roared and shouted the above words. Well, it's mainly the last sentence, it doesn't work if that bastard Kaido comes. This sentence, with the wisdom of the God of Death, is enough to know the relationship between Kaido and Joker. Ha ha ha! Brother Kaido, you are going to be unlucky, don't blame your big sister Lingling. While the ant was thinking excitedly, the movements of her hands were not slow at all, and she slapped it from the sky. With the strength of the ant's body, all the colored threads covering the arms were crushed, and they were shot directly on Doflamingo's body. Doflamingo is like a kite with a broken string, flying thousands of meters away with a whiff. Crashed down countless buildings and hills, and then smashed hard on the ground. The red glasses he had been wearing all the time were all broken. When Doflamingo managed to get up from the pit, his internal organs were almost displaced, blood-stained, and he was in a mess. He raised his head and looked at the person who slapped him away. A deep chill rushed into his heart. It turned out to be the Big Mom of the four emperors, who is as famous as Kaido of beasts, his big backer. Why is Big Mom here? Why did he attack him? Why did you call that man Lord Shinigami? No, where did you hear the name Death God? That's right, 40 years ago, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Doflamingo, who used to be a celestial dragon, knows many secrets that ordinary people don't know. Therefore, he knew about the battle in the Valley of Gods. Therefore, he had also heard of the name Death God. So, Doflamingo freaked out. He felt like he was hit by a thunderbolt. His mind went blank. There were only 4 characters. Death God Nan Ye. Chapter 76. Reaper Nan Ye. This name taboo is written by the blood of countless Navy and Tianlong people. He, alone, made the entire world government panic. The so-called Sea Overlord Rockes, the so-called One Piece Roger, the so-called naval hero Garp. They have all been beaten up by this man named Death God Nan Ye. He is well-deserved and undoubtedly the strongest in history. 40 years ago, the world government tried its best, and the 3 most powerful men joined forces to obliterate it. Yes, obliteration, wasn't the god of death, Nan Ye, obliterated in the Battle of the Valley of Gods 40 years ago? Why is it still appearing here now? Doflamingo can't figure it out, can't figure it out. A dead person, why is he still alive? Why will he return? Even, he still maintains such a young posture. Doflamingo, lost his soul, looked in a trance. Back then, when he found the name Nan Ye, the god of death, with his identity as a Tianlong man, his heart was already filled with endless fear. With the strength of one person, he almost destroyed the world government and almost killed all the Tianlong people. That guy is the real devil. The real devil. Although he, Doflamingo, is full of evil and is often called a devil, but compared to him, he is at best a little devil. The gap between the two is an immeasurable gap. At that time, Doflamingo was overjoyed by the news that the god of death, Nan Ye, had died. Don't look at him clamoring to destroy the world ruled by Tianlong people on weekdays. However, that was nothing more than hysterical hysteria because he couldn't regain his identity as a celestial dragon. As far as the fact is concerned, Doflamingo still enjoys the convenience brought by his former status as a celestial dragon. For example, only he can become the middleman of the dark world, but the world government will not touch him. So, Doflamingo is glad that Nan Ye is dead. Otherwise, if that person is alive, he may be killed by the other party as a Tianlongren. However, Doflamingo would never have imagined that after decades of rejoicing, that god of death, Nan Ye, suddenly appeared in front of him safely and soundly. It's like God, playing a huge joke on him. How can Doflamingo not be terrified? How can he not be terrified? Viola's delicate body trembled, her light brown eyes were full of disbelief. As famous as Kaido, one of the 4 emperors who reigned in the New World, Aunt Charlotte Lingling came to dress Rosa. That's fine, why? The majestic aunt of the 4 emperors actually treats Nan Ye with respect, even to the point of flattery. Viola's worldview was instantly shattered. She looked at the man in front of her in shock, and suddenly realized that my previous imagination of him was still too simple, so simple that it was far from his real identity. If you think about it, you will know that Doflamingo, who Viola thinks is extremely terrifying, has nothing but the 4 emperors Kaido as his backer. But another aunt of the 4 emperors knelt down in front of Nan Ye. Yes, after slapping Doflamingo with a slap, the aunt knelt down towards Nan Ye and flattered her. Yellow-haired girl, I am late to save you, please forgive me, Lord Death. The 4th aunt called herself a yellow-haired girl? Viola once again felt that her worldview had collapsed. Is this still the 4 emperors who surpassed billions of pirates? No matter how it looks, he looks like a slave or servant. Big Mom didn't care what Viola thought. It's a joke, kneeling to God of Death is a matter of course, okay? Who dares not kneel? She, Charlotte Lingling, is the first to disagree. Only the ant continued to flatter. Master Reaper, I'm afraid you don't know that this joker actually has a lot to do with that kid Kaido. Cough cough, I have actually done business with him a few times, but Kaido is the big guy in the joker business, too. Big backer of joker. Although the ant just yelled when she patted Fido Flamingo, she had already given Kaido some eye drops. However, the ant still thinks it is not enough. She will continue to trip Kaido and let Kaido know the price of being disrespectful to her, Charlotte Lingling. Nan Ye glanced at the ant and smiled playfully. Auntie's small thoughts, how can he not understand? The two teenage boys on the rocks boat back then, now they have a big rift. What? However, Nan Ye didn't bother to pierce Ant's little thoughts. In fact, Nan Ye had already planned to go to Wano country since he decided to let the supernovas attack Doflamingo. After all, he has already subdued Big Mom, the 4 Emperor-level combat power, and it is only natural to subdue Kaido. The most important thing is that Nan Ye thinks that he still lacks amount that can go up to the sky and into the sea. Xiaolong Xiaoqing can only move in the sea. Beast Kaido perfectly meets Nan Ye's requirements. Thinking of this, Nan Ye spoke lightly, interrupting Auntie's words. Enough, Kaido, I have my own concerns. The finishing here is up to you. After finishing speaking, Nan Ye simply waved his sleeves and disappeared. The ant was ecstatic in her heart. Kaido, that old boy, is bound to be unlucky this time. He kowtowed quickly, this subordinate takes orders, and I send you off, Master Death. After Viola stayed for a while, she realized that Nanya had already left, and hurriedly wanted to chase after her. But he stepped forward and took it back. What reason does she use to chase after her? How could such a man lack a woman to serve him? Moreover, Dressrosa is the place where she grew up. After experiencing the dark rule of Doflamingo, now she finally sees the light. How can she be willing to leave here? Even her niece, Rebecca, is still in the arena, waiting for her to rescue her. Ever since, Viola just stared at Nan Ye's disappearing back in a daze, and seemed to be insane for a moment. The other end. Doflamingo finally recovered from the extreme shock. Doflamingo's first thought after waking up was to escape. Run as hard as you can. Escape to the Navy headquarters. No, it's the Holy Land Marijoya. He wants to tell the world government and the whole world about the return of the God of Death, Nan Ye. The world government will definitely be more flamingo and panicked than him. At that time, the whole world will unite to fight against the God of Death, Nan Ye. That is his only chance for Doflamingo to survive. Run away immediately. Leave everything behind, Dressrosa, family quarters, everything. As long as I can escape, everything I lost can be regained. Doflamingo didn't dare to hesitate anymore. At this moment, he exerted the ability of the Fruit of the Line to the extreme. The Fruit ability awakening was directly activated, and all the surrounding buildings were turned into powder. Then, let those white lines block the pursuers, while he used the empty path to fly desperately towards the sky. Well. You still want to escape in front of my old lady, Joker, you really don't have any self-knowledge. Big Mom stepped on Hira, destroyed all the white lines in the blink of an eye, and stood in front of Doflamingo. Doflamingo turned pale with astonishment, and roared wildly. Big Mom, are you going to kill me? I'm backed by Kaido. Gg. Kaido. The ant laughed happily. That old boy Kaido will soon be taught a lesson by Lord Death, thinking about it makes me very happy. So, Joker, you'd better die honestly. This is an order from Lord Shinigami. As she said that, Big Mom slammed down her fist. Doflamingo looked pale. Not to mention the God of Death, Nan Ye, just the Siwang ant is enough to make him have no way to go to heaven and nowhere to go down to earth. Without any accident, Doflamingo was tortured and killed by the ant single-handedly. The cadres of the entire Tang Jaihe family were also beheaded by the ant. Among them, the supernovas who knew that the mission had failed and were ashamed were also involved. Soon, all the forces of Doflamingo were wiped out. From then on, Dressrosa will no longer have a figure like Doflamingo. After that, King Liku, the previous generation of kings, appeared and once again took charge of Dressrosa, with Nanya as the master. Viola was also restored to her princess status, and her niece Rebecca was rescued. When Viola stood at the top of the palace, looking at the warship that had disappeared in the distance, Rebecca walked over suspiciously. "Auntie, what are you thinking?" Viola sighed and said with a wry smile. "I was thinking, there is really such a man in this world, who is the dream of all women." "What?" Rebecca opened her rosy mouth in surprise. "How could my aunt say that? She is also a woman, Rebecca. Didn't my aunt include her?" Not mentioning Rebecca, I was surprised and puzzled by Viola's words. At this time, Nanya was lying comfortably on the sun lounger. Beside her, the little maid, Bonnie, was serving. Luo, Kid, Luffy and others pleaded guilty to Nan Ye, but they failed to kill Doflamingo with their own hands. This trial mission was considered a failure. At the same time, they also brought back a message. It is said that a certain cadre of the Don Quixote family called Wano country before he died, and informed the news that Beast Kaido Dressrosa had been captured. Of course, the cadre didn't know Nan Ye's identity, and only said that they were captured by the supernova. Therefore, Kaido of Beasts is very likely to come to avenge Doflamingo. Of course, the main purpose of Beast Kaido is not to lose the man-made devil fruit. Nan Ye nodded lightly, expressing his understanding. The ant behind her was ecstatic when she heard it. "Brother Kaido, if you can take the initiative to deliver it to your door, that would be great." At the same time, in Wano country, Kaido did get the news that Doflamingo was defeated. "Ah!" Kaido uttered a thunderous roar, grabbed the wine gourd on the side, and began to drink wildly. By the time he finished drinking a gourd of wine, Kaido was already in tears. "Joker! Why did you get defeated? It's all because you are too weak." Kaido raised his head to the sky and let out a roar, the muscles all over his body swelled up like hills. Accompanied by this roar, there were huge explosions all around. "Joker, it doesn't matter if you die, but what about my business?" Chapter 77. The country of Wano, the island of ghosts. The governor of the 100 Beasts Pirates, the boss of Kaido, let out a monstrous roar. The 4 fields are horrified. Even the 3 disasters on the big billboard of the 100 Beasts Pirates showed a fearful expression. The guy Joker was actually defeated by a group of young pirates. What a waste! Plague Quinn, who had a mustache, cursed endlessly. If it wasn't for the Joker, why would Boss Kaido be so angry? The calmer Yan Huangjin frowned and said, "The person who called from Dressrosa didn't speak clearly, and we don't know whether the Joker is alive or dead now. Also, maybe it wasn't those few supernovas who defeated the Joker, maybe someone else." The last sentence was Yin's own guess, but he wasn't sure either. "It's best to send someone to Dressrosa to have a look." Yin finally added. Kaido, who was going crazy, heard this, and immediately said, "Yes, send someone to Dressrosa immediately. If that bastard Joker is not dead, I must take him back. There are also those supernova brats who dare to destroy my business. I want them all to die without a place to bury them." Kaido became really angry, and his killing intent boiled. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall, rugged man wearing a steel mask stood up and said in a loud voice, "Boss 567 Kaido, let me go. I will definitely take the EOKR back. By the way, kill all those supernovas." This man was as thick as a bull, and his whole body was filled with a barbaric aura. He was the drought disaster Jack with the youngest experience among the 3 disasters. Even though Jack is ranked last among the 3 disasters, his strength is quite terrifying. The bounty is more than 1 billion, comparable to Katakuri, the second in command of the Big Mom pirates and the leader of the generals. With Jack on the way, what are a few supernovas? Their combined bounty is not as high as Jack alone. Kaido was overjoyed when he heard the words, and told Jack to leave immediately without wasting time. Immediately, Jack took his men, drove a huge beast's pirates warship, and rushed towards Dressrosa with all his strength. Jack was heading towards Dressrosa, and the supernova pirate ship departing from Dressrosa was also heading towards Wano country. The distance between the two places is not too far. Walking towards each other in this way, the distance is equivalent to being shortened by half. Ever since. Only half a day later, the two sides suddenly met. The so-called meeting of enemies is extremely jealous. Jack recognized it at the first sight. The opposite was the pirate ships attacking the Joker's supernova. Ha 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 ha! Jack looked up to the sky and laughed, looking around. It's God's help, let me find them so quickly. It seems that we will be able to go back soon and have a business with Boss Kaido. The minions around him also laughed wildly. That's right, Master Jack, your luck is even the envy of the little ones. You can complete the task so quickly. Boss Kaido, including Lord Yan and Disaster, will definitely look at you with admiration. Jack raised his head proudly, triumphantly. At this time, the four big pirate groups, Luffy, Kid, Law, and Bonnie, found Jack almost at the same time. It's Kaido's subordinate, one of the three plagues, Drought Jack. Luo said with a solemn expression. 3 disasters? It is said that the 3 disasters of the 100 Beasts pirates are all monsters with bounties exceeding 1 billion. Kid also looked serious. Although they are proud, they are also very clear that it is very difficult for them to fight a Doflamingo now, let alone the 3 disasters. Fortunately, facing the Drought Jack this time, it is probably not their turn to make a move. Kid and Luo subconsciously looked at the luxurious warship next to them. It was originally the warship of Lord Reaper, but Lord Reaper was no longer on it at this time. On the top, there are 2 terrifying existences that even Kid, Law, Luffy, and other supernovas have to look up to. One is a blind swordsman named Fujitora Ichishou. The other one was the Siwang ant whose eyes almost fell out of shock when Kid and others saw it for the first time. At that time, Kid and the others were shocked when they saw the ant showing respect to Master Nan Ye, riding on the saddle. After all, Ant is a genuine 4 emperors. For pirates like them, the gold content or deterrent power of the 4 emperors is even higher than that of the admiral. However, it is such a 4 emperors who rule the new world. When facing Lord Death God, he still acted like a servant, not daring to breathe. While Kid and the others were shocked, they couldn't help sighing deeply. Their decision to surrender to Lord Death was really extremely wise. Jack on board. The 2 sides have been getting closer and closer. He could already clearly see the figures on the opponent's ship. Little ones. Jack raised a thick arm. At this moment, he was full of ambition and high-spirited. Because he will soon destroy the supernova and regain the Eoker. He will be praised by Kaido boss and admired by his 2 brothers. Jack took a deep breath, and was about to yell for the little ones to rush forward with him. Suddenly, Jack noticed that on the deck of the most luxurious warship in the middle opposite, there were 2 heavy figures with an imposing manner even far above him. One of them, Jack still knows. That is, the same name as Kaido's boss, the 4 emperors Big Mom. Jack didn't know the other blind swordsman, but he felt vaguely from his intuition that he might be a top-notch powerhouse not weaker than the 4 emperors. Hiss! Jack gasped. The words I wanted to shout were stuck in my throat. Why is Aunt Siwang here? Who is that terrifying blind swordsman? Jack was full of question marks. He was stupefied, the complacency and high spirits just now disappeared in an instant. At this time, the younger brothers around Jack also noticed that the ant and Rattan on the opposite side shouted in fear. Tiger! 4 emperors, why is the 4 emperors ant on that ship? Could it be that the ant and those supernovas are in the same group? That's right, if it's Ant Siwang, then the Joker won't be wronged if he loses. These pirates who clamored to destroy the opposite side just now were panicking. There is actually a 4 emperors on the opposite side, and there is also a blind swordsman who looks unfathomable. Here, how do you fight? Hit with your head? I can only ask Boss Kaido to come in person. J. Master Jack. The little brothers said to Jack anxiously. Let's run away quickly. The 4 emperors are actually on the top. This battle is impossible to fight. Master Jack, if you run away this time, even Boss Kaido won't blame you. The situation turned in an instant. Just now, the younger brothers who had complimented Jack for his upcoming great achievements are now one by one persuading Jack to run away. Jack's big copper bell eyes were almost cracked, and the pupils were bloodshot. He didn't say a word, but the sharp teeth under the steel mask were about to be crushed by him. Master Jack, run away! A younger brother rushed forward and pulled up Jack's sleeve. Snapped. Jack slapped it flying with a slap. At this moment, Jack figured it out, he won't run away, he can't afford to be ashamed. In his life creed of Drought Jack, there is only recklessness, only rushing forward. No matter who the enemy is, he will not run away. Jack suddenly let out an angry roar, it must be done. You bastards, who are you? I'm Drought Jack. On a luxurious warship. Ant is in a very bad mood now, very bad. Because Lord Reaper went to teach that little brother Kaido a lesson, and he didn't bring her with him. Original. The reason why Nanya is not on this ship is because he has already gone to Wano country. The purpose of going to Wano country is to teach Kaido a lesson. On the other hand, it was Nanya who suddenly remembered that there was another extremely magical thing in Wano country. Even Nanya wanted something like that. That is, the shishi fruit that can travel through time and space. Traveling through time and space, this is something that even Nanya at this time can't do. The previous owner of shishi fruit, Tianlongren, originally came from 800 years ago. When he was dying, he sent Kojiki Momonosuke and Chizayaju to 20 years later. Naturally, Nanya didn't care about Momonosuke and Chixiao Juxia, what he cared about was the whereabouts of shishi fruit after Kojiki's death. Probably still in Wano country. Nanya was not sure, so she decided to go ahead and search for it. An ant was thrown down by Nanya because her speed was too slow. At this time, the ant felt extremely depressed because she couldn't see Kaido being beaten by the adults, and she was in an extremely bad mood. Therefore, on the other side, it seemed to be the ship of Kaido's Drought Jack, rushing towards her. Grandma was furious. If you can't see that old boy Kaido being beaten, then take a breath of anger at his subordinates. Without further ado, Big Mom stretched her hands to the sky, grabbing a newly created fire cloud and thunder cloud with one hand. Under the shocking eyes of Kid and others. In Drought Jack's frightened eyes. Grandma screamed and yelled. Fire in the sky! Thunder! Boom! Huge flames and thunder descended from the sky at the same time. Bombarded Jack's warship. Fujitora on the side glanced sideways at Big Mom, he will not be behind this crazy 1.4 old woman. The famous sword was out of its sheath, and Fujitora let out a deep shout, Gravity Sword Tiger! In an instant, the terrifying horizontal gravity roared out, even the space was distorted. Boom! Under the thunder flames of Big Mom and the gravity bombardment of Fujitora, Jack's warship had no resistance at all, and instantly shattered into pieces. The pirates above, crying for their father and mother, screaming and wailing. Burned to death by flames. Electrocuted to death by thunder. Crushed to death by gravity. No one survived. Oh, and the only one alive is Drought Jack. But Drought Jack was also extremely miserable at this time. The steel mask was directly shattered, and his body was cut open countless times. The whole body was dripping with blood and excruciating pain. Thump! The warship was destroyed, and Jack's huge body fell directly into the bottom of the sea. From the beginning until now, he didn't even have a chance to transform into a mammoth. Total failure. Was crushed without any suspense. After realizing this, Jack lay on the bottom of the sea, motionless. He was thinking, is his head too hard? Perhaps it is a wise decision to go back to Boss Kaido. Chapter 78. Jack lay alone on the bottom of the sea. For the first time in his life, he felt that his head might be too painful. On the opposite side, there are the 4 emperors and a blind man who is not weaker than the former. Even if Boss Kaido is here, you have to weigh it carefully. He, however, went straight up. As a result, he was caught in seconds. All the people under him were killed, and he was the only one who was still alive. As a devil fruit capable user, the reason why Jack fell into the sea and survived is because he has the blood of the Murlocs. The sharp teeth under his steel mask are the symbol of the Murlocs. Jack spewed blood. No doubt he was seriously injured by Big Mom and Fujitora's attack just now. However, he is worthy of being an animal type ability user with a lot of meat, and he is also an ancient animal type. Therefore, he was still conscious and did not pass out. Jack suddenly realized something. The 4 emperors, and the blind swordsman, seem to be going to Wano. Are they going to deal with Boss Kaido? No, he must return to Wano as soon as possible and tell Boss Kaido the news. Jack is extremely loyal to Kaido. Even at this time, Kaido's safety is still on his mind. Immediately, Jack used the unique ability of the Murlocs to summon countless fishes, dragged his body, and returned to Wano country at high speed. In the sea area between Dressrosa and Wano country, a sudden and devastating battle broke out. Naval Headquarters, Marin Van Do. Marshal Warring States also received the news that Doflamingo was defeated, and possibly even died. He has a splitting headache. Has another Shishibukai fallen? However, it is at the critical moment of the upcoming battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Losing Doflamingo, and removing the 26 Empress Boya Hancock and Kai Xiajin Pi. There are only 4 people left in Kaiwahe now. Is it really necessary to change the name to Siwahe? While Warring States smiled wryly, he felt even more desolate. How did the Navy get to this point? It doesn't make sense. The war on the top has not yet started, and their navy should be at the peak of morale and force before the war. However, accidents happened one after another. Another 3 celestial dragons died, and the pirate empress rebelled and killed Vice Admiral Mole, and now it's Shishibukai Doflamingo who is alive or dead. The navy during this period is really troubled. And at the root of these troubled times, there is a certain figure, that is the Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Boom! Warring States slammed the table. It was that brat again. Since the members of the Don Quixote family were all killed by the ant, the navy didn't have much eyeliner in Dressrosa. Therefore, the news from Dressrosa is very vague. However, to defeat Doflamingo, who else can defeat Doflamingo except those supernovas and Garp's grandson Luffy? The whole world thinks Luffy and the others did it. After all, the alliance of the 4 supernova pirates to jointly attack Doflamingo has been known to everyone before. Cap! Warring States yelled at Karp opposite him, suppressing his anger. This time, the old man can't save you either. The 5 old stars want to see you, so go and explain to them yourself. Garp's grandson, Wang Luffy, has caused too much trouble, and the Warring States period can't be suppressed. You know, Doflamingo was once a celestial dragon. Together with the 3 celestial dragons of the Chambord Islands, the blood debt attributed to Luffy is 4 celestial dragons. Since the establishment of the world government 800 years ago, except for the god of death, Nan Ye, who made the 5 old stars keep a secret. Never before have so many celestial dragons died at the hands of the same man. Therefore, the 5 old stars were furious, and they must arrest Luffy, and even the Warring States could not shirk it. Pass. At this time, Garp looked pained. Luffy, you are so courageous, why do you want to fight against the Tianlong people? Like him, is it not good to be a sea soldier? Garp's heart is bleeding, this time the 5 old stars will definitely not let Luffy go. Garp, is he going to watch his own grandson being killed by the world government? How should he choose? It can be said that in the Chambord Islands, Nanya wanted to use Luffy to take revenge on Garp, and it succeeded. A success beyond expectations. Garp has fallen into extreme pain and entanglement. Should he continue to be the lackey of the Tianlong people, or betray the world government to save his grandson's life? He can only choose one. This is psychological torture, far more painful than physical obliteration. Nanya has no sympathy for Garp. Although he contributed to it, he was the driving force behind Garp's pain. But, in a way, it was Garp himself. Back then, in the Valley of the Gods, Nan Ye was about to kill almost all the celestial dragons and destroy the world government. But Garp's old bastard, he is still single-minded as the lackey of the Tianlongren. Join the 2 bastards Roger and Lockes to deal with him. I really don't know what that old Garp is thinking. It is the biggest cancer in the world. Don't kill them and then go fast, but go all out to protect them, and why do you pretend to be justice? Is it funny? From Nan Ye's point of view, Garp is just a coward who blindfolded himself and didn't want to open his eyes to see the world. No matter how strong the person is, and how many powerful pirates he kills, so what? Even the Tianlong people and the world government dare not resist, they are destined to be a waste. In the original book, Garp sits and watches his grandson Ace get killed, but dare not lift the table, and can only cry alone. Isn't he a waste? And this time, Nanya added fire to it. Garp's grandson Luffy, under his deliberate guidance, has been fighting with the world government forever. At that time, his grandson Luffy will be killed. Let's see what Garp will do. The above is the plan that Nanya made early on. Everything was going quite smoothly as he expected. Just wait for the day when the top war comes, and give Garp, the Navy, and the world government a big surprise. As for this moment, Nanya has come to Wano country. He was walking on the bustling streets of the capital of flowers. The lights and festoons here are very beautiful, but people's faces are full of numbness. This Wano country is almost carved out of the same mold as an island country in the previous life. The purpose of Nano country, where Nanya came first, was to find the seasonal fruit. He went to Kuri to search for Kojiki Oden's residence. However, nothing was found. Nanya suddenly remembered that it seemed that Tianyu had a daughter and was not sent 20 years later. Maybe, this woman knows some news. Nanya took a leisurely stroll, while admiring the unique style of Wano country, while coming to the capital of flowers. Based on the memory of her previous life, the daughter of that Dayueshi, Kojiki Hiyori, should be the most beautiful woman in the flower capital, Waranzaizi. In the largest joy field in the capital of flowers. There are huge crowds of people here every day, men come and go, spending money like water. But there is a woman, but it is difficult for men to see no matter how much money they spend. And once there is no money, they will be kicked out directly. That woman is the most beautiful woman in the capital of flowers and the most beautiful woman in the entire Wano country, Waranzaizi. When Nanya walked into the joy field, only an old woman with heavy makeup came to welcome Nanya. Nanya had a half smile, threw out a big bag of Baileys, and said in an arrogant tone, "Go and call your top card here, I have plenty of Bailey." Coming here, Nanya deliberately spoke like this, making him feel like an ancient young man visiting a brothel. How to say? This feeling made Nanya a little novel. You might as well keep playing. The old bastard held Bailey in his hand, and his face almost turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile. So many Baileys were thrown out by this young boy. Such arrogance, even the general's mansion can't do it. The so-called money can turn ghosts. The old bastard immediately led Nanya into the boudoir of the Waranzaizi without saying a word. This place is not accessible to ordinary people. But who is Nanya? That is the real god of wealth. Xiao Zai, you must serve this young master with all your heart. This young master may have more money than the general's mansion. The bustard secretly told Xiao Ziyai. Xiao Ziyai nodded slightly, and said obediently, "My daughter knows." Immediately after the old bustard went out, Xiao Ziyai looked at Nanya. As soon as she saw Nanya, her beautiful eyes lit up with starlight. She thought that the rich people were all bad old men. Unexpectedly, this son is really a young son. Also, very handsome. He was so handsome that Xiao Ziyai almost felt suffocated the moment he saw it. If 567 wanted her to accompany such a handsome young man, then she would be fine with no money. While Xiao Ziyai was looking at Nanya, Nanya was also looking at Xiao Ziyai, whose real name was Guanjai. This woman is indeed worthy of being the #1 beauty in Wano country. She was wearing a soft red kimono, dotted with pale yellow cherry blossoms. Her figure is extremely round, and her crimson lips are spotless and red, like cherries. Even in the dark, there will be a bright luster. Her skin is white and delicate, and her hair is raised in a high bun, covered with knobble belts, showing an astonishing luxury. Her eyelashes are extremely long, and the pair of beautiful eyes hidden in the gap between the eyelashes are always habitually with a touch of timidity, combined with her noble attire and beautiful face, it adds a bit of confusion. Even Nanya, who is used to beauties, has to admit. The beauty of this woman is only slightly inferior to Hancock and Shirahoshi, and even higher than Bonnie and Reiju. Little Zi from my family, I have seen this young master. Xiao Zi, who has been in this happy place all year round, has an ability to observe words and emotions, which is far beyond normal people. She could naturally see the appreciation and admiration in Nanye's eyes, and she couldn't help feeling a little proud in her heart. Her beauty, even this handsome Mr. Pian, has to be impressed. However, apart from being amazed at the beginning, Nanya soon calmed down. He sat down on the chair with great determination. Xiao Ziyai immediately stepped forward to serve the wine, and leaned softly in Nanye's arms. This is Xiao Zi's first time ever. You know, even though Xiao Ziyai laughed at Yan when those big shots came to her in the past, they were just acting on the spot, and she would never let them take advantage of her. Right now, there is a smile on Xiao Zi's face. But sincerely, it can only be said that Xiao Zi's performance today is very different from before. Probably, she has never seen a man like Nanya who makes her heart flutter. However, such a character as Nanya didn't care too much. Nanya just took the wine handed over by Xiao Ziyu playfully, and drank it all in one gulp. He lowered his head, looked at the beautiful woman in his arms with a half-smile, and said something that made Xiao Ziyai tremble. Do you know the whereabouts of the fruit of time? Chapter 79. Xiao Ziyai is in a good mood today. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is the best day in her life of incognito. Because she met a man who made her heart flutter at the first sight. There is a saying that the so-called love at first sight is nothing but greed. But Xiao Ziyai doesn't think so. In her words, it was a feeling of not knowing what was happening, going deeper and deeper. Therefore, Xiao Ziyai is sincerely serving men to drink, which is completely different from the previous hypocrisy. She thought that she would inquire about the man's name and address later, so that she could keep in touch with him more often in the future. When Beast Kaido is kicked out of Wano country one day, then maybe she will be able to restore her original identity and be with a man. Xiao Ziyai is having a sweet dream. Suddenly, the man asked, Do you know the whereabouts of Shishikuo? As soon as the words Shishikuo fell into her ears, Xiao Zimei's dream was suddenly shattered. Her tender body trembled violently. How could he know Shishikuo? That's mother's ability. Xiao Ziyai panicked. Could it be that this man was sent by Kaido or Orakai to test her? Xiao Ziyai took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She leaned against Nanye's arms. The smile on her beautiful face became stiff and forced. This young man, what time is fruit? The little girl has never heard of it. Yes. Nan Ye smiled faintly, and glanced at the beauty in front of her. This glance gave Xiao Ziyai a feeling of horror. It seems that she didn't wear anything on her body, and Nanya could see through it inside and out. Xiao Ziyai tightly pursed her red lips, and tightly grasped her two white jade hands. At this moment, she was really scared. Could it be that his identity is really exposed? But why this man? But it was this man who made her heart flutter at the first sight. Seeing that Xiao Ziyai seemed a little emotionally unstable, Nan Ye frowned. This woman was able to be alone at a young age, hiding her name in Wano country for so many years. It stands to reason that emotions should not be so easily out of control. Nan Ye didn't know, it was all because of him. If someone else came here, Xiaozi would only panic for a short time at most. Even if Kaido and Orakai found out, she would have been prepared to treat death as home. No matter what. She was already fascinated by Nanya, and even thought of the child's name. But it turns out that Nanya is probably the subordinate of her greatest enemy. How can Xiaozi's emotions remain stable? Nanya thought about it for a while, but she was too lazy to care about why Xiaozi did this, and was about to explain his identity and purpose of coming. Suddenly, there was a huge noise outside the door. Immediately afterwards, the door was pushed open. The old bastard of the joy field, probably never would have imagined. She just received a rich young man who doesn't take money seriously. In a blink of an eye, another big man with a lot of money came. This big man is a real big man. Few people in the entire Wano country can afford it. Because, that is the big billboard under the command of Governor Kaido, one of the three plagues, Mr. Quinn, the plague. Yo yo yo, Mrs. Quinn, what kind of wind has brought you here? The old bastard hurriedly bowed her waist and stepped forward to greet her. Quinn, with a small mustache and a big belly, asked the old bastard. Where is Xiao Ziyai? Hurry up and ask her to accompany me. It turned out, Boss Kaido has been throwing a tantrum on Oni Island because of the possibility of Joker being killed. Quinn didn't want to be scolded, and he was in a bad mood. So, Quinn came here, wanting to relax and relax. In fact, Quinn coveted the beauty of the Warren Xiaozi from the bottom of his heart. Why don't you call? Thinking of Xiaozi's pretty face, Quinn couldn't wait. But when he found that the old bastard was still standing in front of him, he didn't move, so he couldn't help being furious. The old bastard had a bitter face and was about to cry. Xiao Ziyai is not free right now. She is accompanying that rich young man. But how dare the bastard say that to Quinn? She knew that Master Quinn was the most ruthless of the three disasters, killing people without blinking an eye. If she dared to resist at all, Lord Quinn would definitely kill her in the next second. He even used poison to make her life worse than death. The old bastard's back was wet with sweat, and he wanted to find other excuses, but he couldn't think of any. Forget it, let Xiao Ziyai come out and accompany Mrs. Quinn. At worst, return the money of that rich young man. In Bailey and the fear of Quinn, it was the latter who ultimately prevailed. The old bastard planned that even if Nan Ye's money was refunded, she would have to ask Xiao Ziyai to come out to accompany Mrs. Quinn. She doesn't want to be killed by Master Quinn. Lord Quinn, I'm going to call Xiao Ziyai right now. The old bastard nodded and bowed hastily. Was about to leave. A palatial sedan chair carried by 4 people unexpectedly entered the fun field at this time. As soon as the sedan chair came in, the whole happy place suddenly became a sensation. Because, the person sitting in the sedan chair is none other than the current general of Wano country, Orakai. General Orakai, you actually came here. He must have come here for Xiao Ziyai, the Warren. Only Xiao Ziyai can make General Orakai so condescending. That's right, except for the Warren Xiaozi, who in this place is qualified to let General Orakai come in person. Hiss. General Orakai's love for Warren Xiaozi is really shocking. Ha ha ha, after all, she is the most beautiful woman in our Wano country. Is there any man who can't admire Xiaozi? The guests around were talking about it. And in the eyes of everyone or awe, or disgust, or envy. Orokai, the contemporary Wano country general, stepped out of the sedan chair arrogantly. He looked around and sneered. How can these lowly and inferior people be worthy of Xiao Zi's face? He is the only Orokai who can be worthy of Xiao Zi in the entire Wano country. Moreover, he can even condescend to come to this place to meet Xiao Zi. Zi must be so moved that her eyes blurred with tears, even if she decides to marry him on the spot. 33.8% 22:18 Chapter 7 5/8. Maybe. Thinking of this, Orokai couldn't help laughing proudly. But then, he noticed a person, and the smile on his face disappeared. Quinn? Why is he here? Big Snake's expression darkened. Could it be that Quinn also came to look for Xiao Zi? Quinn also noticed the Big Snake at this time, and he also looked bad. In Quinn's view, Orokai's general position is only attached to Kaido's boss. Orokai himself is a waste. Quinn looks down on Orokai at all. I even think that if Xiao Zi is rationed to a Big Snake, it would be a waste of money. A flower stuck in dog shit. So. When the Big Snake stared at Quinn gloomily, Quinn also stared back. Between the two, it was obvious that there was a lot of gunpowder. The whole playground was suddenly quiet. Many guests even sneaked away. Otherwise. One is Wano Shogun Orokai, and the other is Plague Quinn. Both of them are not something ordinary people can afford. And the two of them obviously want to be jealous of the Warren Xiaozi, and there may be a lot of chaos later. What are they waiting for if they don't slip away now? However, there are also many brave and good people who choose to stay and watch the show. Neither Quinn nor Orokai is a good thing. Two people dog bite dog, how can such a good show be missed? Quinn, what are you doing here? Could it be that you are also looking for Xiao Zi? Orokai spoke first, with an arrogant tone. After all, he is the general of Wano country. At most he should be respectful to Kaido. The three disasters under Kaido's command are not qualified to make him afraid. When Quinn heard the arrogance in Orokai's tone, he was immediately annoyed. Orokai, you trash, how dare you talk to me like that? If it weren't for Boss Kaido still using you, I must kill you. I only heard Quinn's sinister voice saying. Big Snake, if you can come to Xiao Zi, why can't I come? Or, do you regard the Wano kingdom as yours alone? Kuei's words were heartbreaking. It stands to reason that Orokai is the general of the Wano country, and the entire Wano country should belong to him alone. However, Kaido of the Four Emperors and Beasts is also in Wano country. Orokai was able to defeat Kojiki Oden and win the throne of general, all because of Kaido's help. Where does Orokai dare to offend Kaido? Not to mention that Wano country belongs to him alone. Quinn, don't talk nonsense here. Orokai was furious, and jumped up and said. Since you are also looking for Xiaozi, then let Xiaozi decide for herself, which one to choose. Quinn sneered and replied, yes. The fight between the two turned into letting Xiaozi choose which one to accompany today. The old bastard looked dumbfounded. How did it become like this? How did General Orokai come? It just so happened that I ran into Mrs. Quinn. What's more coincidental and even more ominous is that Xiao Zi is now accompanying another young master. If General Orokai and Lord Quinn find out about this, that young master will probably be in for a bad luck. She herself is expected to suffer too. No, we can't let them go to see Xiao Zi. The old bastard was frightened and stopped, sweating profusely. It's unfortunate that the two adults are here today. Xiao Zi has her period and is recuperating, so. Go away. Before he finished speaking, he was slapped away by Quinn. Joke. Just now he said he was going to call Xiao Zi, and now he said that Xiao Zi is on her period. Do you think Quinn is a fool? Or do you think he, Quinn, is no match for the Big Snake? The bastard was blown away. No one dared to stop Quinn and the Big Snake, and no one dared to inform Xiaozi. Orokai and Quinn came to Xiao Zi's boudoir, pushed the door together and entered. The Big Snake shouted directly. Xiao Zi, this general is here to see you. You will definitely accompany this general. Quinn shouted not to be outdone. Xiao Ziyai, don't bother with this trash, big snake, and talk to me. The two of them were full of gunpowder. However, the next moment, he saw clearly the situation in Xiaozi's boudoir. The two stayed together. At this moment, Xiao Ziyai is actually sitting in the arms of a strange man. Moreover, she is still serving wine to that man. But even the two of them, have not enjoyed the treatment. In an instant, the anger of endless jealousy rose in the hearts of the two of them. The two immediately forgot about each other's enmity, and all their eyes, Li Wangzhao, were on Nanya. Xiao Ziyai, who is this guy? You are actually sitting in his arms. Big Snake roared angrily, his voice distorted. Quinn's face also swelled into a liver color. Good guy, he was jealous of the Big Snake, but unexpectedly, another man took Xiao Ziyai into his arms. This was like slapping him in the face of plague, and it was slapping. How could Quinn bear it? He looked at Nanya viciously. Who are you? You are so courageous that you dare to snatch a woman from me. I want to make your life worse than death. The hysterical roar of Orakai and Quinn made everyone terrified. These two adults got really angry, that young man is finished. Many people looked at Nanya with pity. Although this young man was lucky enough to be able to embrace Xiao Ziyai, the Warren. However, the anger of Quinn and the Big Snake was not something he could bear. He will die soon. Thinking of this, people's eyes became more and more pitiful, and they sighed in their hearts. In Wano country, no one can defy the general's mansion and the 100 Beasts pirates. Just when everyone thought Nanya was going to die. But the next scene made everyone's eyeballs almost drop, feeling incredible and astonished. I see. The young man first drank a glass of fine wine as if nothing had happened, then glanced at Quinn and the Big Snake, and said coldly. Two ants dare to come and make noise in front of me, call Kaido that little loach. Chapter 80. Nan Ye's simple words shocked everyone's eyes. Not to mention calling Quinn and Orakai ants, but he even called Beast Kaido a little loach? Are you sure you are serious? Is there such a big loach in this world? You know, Kaido of Beasts is a person with the ability of fish fruit, phantom beast species and blue dragon form. Kaido, that is a genuine dragon that can go up to the sky, into the ground, and into the sea, and is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. A dragon with a body length of hundreds of kilometers is actually called a loach. Everyone just thinks it is too absurd. Looking at Nanya, the gaze is even more weird to the extreme. I really don't know, is this young man not clear-headed? Or did he say that on purpose to scare off Quinn and Orakai? In short, no one believed Nan Ye's words. On the court, the most shocked person was none other than Xiao Ziyai, the Warren. Xiao Ziyai stared closely at the face of the man who was close at hand with eyes that were both inconceivable and extremely pleasant. Fang Ke. When Nanya asked her about the whereabouts of shishi fruit, Xiao Ziyai subconsciously thought that Nanya was someone sent by Orakai or Kaido to test her. Because of this, Xiao Ziyai almost lost control of her emotions. But what Nanya said just now undoubtedly overturned her guess. In front of Orakai and Quinn, one called them ants, so that Kaido became a little loach in his mouth. How could such a man be the subordinate of Kaido and Orakai? Pooh! Xiao Ziyai couldn't help laughing. Some cried with joy, and some couldn't help smiling. After all, Nan Ye's names for Orakai, Quinn, and Kaido are really amusing. With Xiao Zi's smile, her body twitched, which made Nanya feel the roundness of her figure even more. This smile also has the demeanor of looking back at Bai Mice hung with a smile, which is enough to make Bai Hua lose color. However, the most direct result of this smile was to wake up Orakai and Quinn from the state of shock. The Big Snake's face is twitching. He was called an ant just now. Even Kaido dare not insult him like that. He is the general of the Wano country, the ruler of a country, and a high-ranking royal family. Even the CP0 sent by the world government is respectful to him. Orokai is furious. In addition, he 567 saw Xiao Ziyai in that man's arms at this moment, smiling prettily. Xiao Ziyai, when facing the big snake before, she has never smiled so happily. Ah! The flame of jealousy almost burned the sanity of the serpent. The big snake's face twisted, and it roared frantically at Nanya and Xiao Ziyai. You couple, this general is going to kill you. Kill you. Big Snake got angry and wanted to kill. Even Xiao Ziyai was going to kill. The whole happy place was terrified. This is the wrath of General Wano, who dare not be afraid. However, Quinn, who was next to Orokai, shouted. Orokai, are you going to fight me for this? I am the one who wants to kill them. Especially that little boy who speaks badly, dares to insult Boss Kaido. I must make his life worse than death. Not only did the big snake go mad with anger, but Quinn also had a surge of blood and murderous intent. Quinn's character was inherently vicious, otherwise he wouldn't be called a plague. He is best at concocting toxins, causing people to be tortured to death in endless pain. He wants to use this method on that little boy who holds Xiao Ziyai in his arms. Orokai and Quinn, full of endless anger and killing intent, echoed in the joy field. Everyone felt chills running down their spines, and their hair stood on end. That young man is really doomed this time. Moreover, he will die a miserable death. Even the peerless beauty of a generation, Waranzayazi, might be killed by the irrational Orokai and Quinn. Will a generation of beauties who are overwhelmed by the country also want to fade away? People can't help feeling sorry for Nanya and Xiao Ziyai, the desperate pair of Mandarin ducks. And Xiao Ziyai, who was sitting in Nanyi's arms, also woke up at this time, and the situation was dangerous. Orokai and Quinn wanted to kill her and Nanya. It looks like it's irreparable. Is today the day of my death? Xiao Ziyai thought silently in her heart. She still has a lot of things to do, she hasn't seen Beast Kaido being kicked out of Wano country yet. After thinking about the past of the Guanjiao clan for a while, Xiao Ziyai raised her head again and looked at Nanya. This man, in the face of such a life and death crisis, is still so indifferent, chic, and calm. He really deserved to be the man who made her heart beat. Xiao Zisha smiled again. It seems good to be a pair of desperate Mandarin ducks with such a man. No, it couldn't be better. It's a million times better than dying alone. Xiao Ziyai suddenly stretched out her white jade-like lotus arms, tightly wrapping around Nanyi's waist. A beautiful cheek is also tightly attached to Nanyi's broad chest. This time, she was so relieved that she was not even afraid of death. People watched this scene in shock, and couldn't help feeling more sympathy for Nanya and Xiao Ziyai. Orokai and Quinn were even more angry, their eyes were red. Only Nanya was a little speechless. Why is the woman in this arms hugging him? Although the taste is not bad, it is very fragrant and moist. But at this time, Nanya was not in that mood. Hey, what are you doing? Nanya lowered her head, her chin almost touched Xiao Zi's full head of hair, and asked bluntly. Xiao Ziyai smiled from the bottom of her heart. Before she dies, she just wants to be herself and doesn't care about anything else. Then, not only did Xiao Ziyai not let go, but she squeezed into Nanyi's arms, coquettishly saying like a little girl. I'm about to die, why don't I give you a hug? Just hug, I'll hug you. Nanya was even more speechless. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. The changes in the performance before and after the light, the moon, and the sun are really big, which makes him feel that he can't react quickly. But Nanya also understood. This woman probably thought that they were bound to die, so she ignored them. Thinking about it this way, this woman is a bit silly and cute. Nanya patted Xiao Ziyai on the back, laughed and said. You won't die, and I won't let anyone touch you until I get the timely fruit drop. Although the tone is flat, it is full of convincing meaning. Xiao Ziyai also almost believed Nanyi's words. But she changed her mind, there are Orokai and Quinn here, and there is an even more terrifying Kaido outside. How could they have a chance of surviving today? He must be comforting himself. A warm current welled up in Xiaozi's heart. Then, he joked with Nan Ye. In this case, then you protect me. As long as you protect him, he will tell you where the fruit of seasons is. This is just Xiaozi's joke. Since Nan Ye comforted her like this, then she would do the same, so please comfort Nan Ye in turn. Xiaozi didn't hear Nan Ye's reply, and she believed even more in her heart that Nan Ye's words just now were purely comforting. However, Xiaozi didn't see it, and Nan Ye nodded lightly. This nod was the nod of his god of death, Nan Ye. It means, from now on, from this moment. Even if the heavenly king Lao Tzu came, he would never touch Xiaozi's hair. Nan Ye and Xiaozi talked as if no one was watching. In the eyes of Orakai and Quinn, it is undoubtedly flirting. In front of the two of them, flirting. Kika. Orakai and Quinn almost crushed their teeth. This pair of desperate Mandarin ducks simply treat them like nothing. Their threats just now, and their roars just now, were all ignored. This makes them feel more underestimated than calling them ants. Okay. Very good. Quinn laughed angrily. Since the other party despises him and ignores him, then he doesn't talk nonsense, just do it directly. He wants to use poison to let this pair of desperate Mandarin ducks taste the price of ignoring him. The big snake's face is twisted to the extreme, and his heart is bleeding. He is extremely fond of Xiaozi, but Xiaozi treats him like nothing. Men, throw yourself in the arms. The big snake let out a mournful roar. He thought the same as Quinn, no more nonsense, and killed people directly. Killed this pair of desperate Mandarin ducks. Boom! Quinn shot first, and he stretched out the mechanical arm of his left hand. The bullet hole on the mechanical arm, a ball of purple venom, shot out towards Nanya and Xiaozi. This venom is Quinn's special poison, and those infected with it will be worse than death and suffer countless tortures. Aside. Haitan Snake is not far behind. Although he is regarded as a waste by Quinn, he is actually a person with the ability of snake fruit, ancient species, Yamata no Orakai. Even if you haven't practiced much, you still have considerable strength. I see. Haitan Orakai directly turns on the Yata Orakai form. A huge monster appeared out of thin air. This Yamata no Orakai is extremely ugly, and the 8 snake heads are spitting out the letter of the cold snake, which makes people feel chills in the bottom of their hearts when they look at it. It was Quinn, who glanced sideways. This big snake is not a complete waste after all. With Orakai attacking together, Quinn was even more certain that the two on the opposite side would definitely die. It's a pity that Xiaozi, who is as beautiful as a flower and a jade, has to die. But, who made Xiaozi dare to fall into the arms of other men? Since Quinn can't get Xiaozi, he won't let other people get it. Quinn smiled ferociously. The venom has been launched, and the big snake has also sprayed out a cloud of poisonous mist. The two people on the opposite side, what reason is there not to die? Nanya frowned. To be honest, the two ants, Quinn and Orakai, did not give him the slightest desire to fight. Just like a giant family, facing a newborn baby, they don't even bother to make a move. However, the ants don't have the awareness of ants, and the mayflies want to shake the big tree. Nanya was also helpless. Forget it, let's use these two people to try that trick, it can be considered as the only value of these two people. At this time, Quinn's venom and the snake's poisonous mist are already approaching. The rest of the people who were still here couldn't help but sigh deeply, the young man and the Warren Xiaozi, there is no reason for them now. However, following the young man's faint voice, the 81 of Binding Dao, Duan Kong fell. An incredible thing happened. Quinn's venom, the serpent's poisonous mist, unexpectedly stopped in the air, as if hitting a wall of air, and could no longer move forward. How is this possible? Impossible. What method did he use? Quinn and Orakai were shocked. Their attack was actually blocked by the other party after saying a few words? What kind of fruit ability does the other party have? Tell me about the fruit? Don't be kidding. Quinn and Orakai couldn't believe it, Maybe it was just a coincidence? With this lucky thought, Quinn and Orakai decided to launch another attack. This time, they will do their best. It is bound to kill each other. What a pity. They never had that chance again. Because, a fiery knife appeared in Nan Ye's hand. The strongest Zanpakuto in the hot department, flowing like fire. Since getting this Zanpakuto, Nanya has never had a chance to use it. Originally, he wanted to come to Wano country this time to test the sword with Kaido. But after thinking about it, I think it's better not to. After all, the power of this knife is too strong. If you die if you try it, then Nanya's mount will be gone. And so, Nanya had just decided, let's try it with the big snake and Quinn in front of him, who told them to come to the door by themselves. Nanya lightly touched the slick blade. Tisk, there is no initial solution, it is as hot as magma. The knife stands horizontally in front. Nanya immediately said indifferently, everything in the world. It's all ashes. Following the words in Nanya's mouth, they popped out one by one. In the hearts of Quinn and Orakai, an extremely bad feeling surged up. Flowing blade. Ruohuo. Nanya dropped the last few words. Immediately afterwards, a golden and bright flame roared away from the tip of the knife. And the moment the flame appeared, even the air in the entire joy field became extremely anxious. In the eyes of everyone shocked. In the incomparably horrified pupils of Quinn and Orakai. Golden flames fell on both of them. Wow! Burning flames, burning everything. Even air can burn. Under such a terrifying temperature, Quinn and Orakai, without the slightest resistance, were reduced to ashes. The whole happy place was instantly dead silent. Chapter 81. From Nan Ye took out the Zanpakuto, until the golden flame fell on Quinn and Orakai. Until the two were burned to ashes, the whole process definitely did not take more than half a minute. In just half a minute, the Wano country General Kuritan Orakai and one of the three plagues, Plague Quinn, all died. Not even ashes were left. The whole fun field was dead silent. All the people who saw the scene just now had a blank mind, as if they were in a dream. They don't understand why the situation suddenly reversed 2 levels and became like this. Shouldn't it be the young man, and the Waranzayazi, who were killed by the furious Orakai and Quinn? They just now, but have been feeling sorry for this pair of desperate Mandarin ducks. Unexpectedly. The reality is completely opposite to their imagination. It wasn't the young man and Xiao Ziyai who died, but Orakai and Quinn. Such a dramatic reversal made it difficult for everyone to react for a while. But said. Xiao Ziyai, who hugged Nan Ye's waist tightly, didn't see what happened just now because her cheek was leaning against Nan Ye's arms. But she also sensed that something was wrong. The roars of the big snake and Quinn disappeared. It was so quiet around here that I could even hear a needle drop. Moreover, she and Nanya did not die. What happened? Did Orakai and Quinn change their minds and not kill them? Xiao Ziyai was full of doubts. She finally let go of Nanya, looked back, and immediately froze. The figures of Big Snake and Quinn had disappeared, but there was only a trace of ashes left on the ground. There were also other people in the happy place, all staring at Nanya in a daze of 5, 6, 7, as if they were looking up to the gods. What the hell is going on? Xiao Ziyai was even more surprised. But she is worthy of being a person who can observe words and emotions, and her mind is also quite intelligent. She quickly guessed from the reactions of everyone and the ashes on the ground. Then, Xiao Ziyai trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes widened to the maximum. Could it be that the ashes on the ground are the big snake and Quinn? That's right, she seemed to hear the man she was sitting at the moment say something like everything is ashes just now. It was Nan Ye who killed Orakai and Quinn. If this is the case, then it can explain the eyes of everyone looking up at Nan Ye, as if looking up to a god. Xiao Ziyai took a deep breath. Her speculation should be the truth. The man just said that he wanted to protect her, he was not joking, but serious. The strength of this man is beyond her imagination. Even Orakai and Plague Quinn are no match for him. Xiao Ziyai looked back sharply, staring blankly at Nan Ye who was close in front of her. The long eyelashes flickered, and the big eyeballs were covered with a layer of water. Fog. You. Xiao Ziyai said softly, her voice was unprecedentedly gentle. I just said that I won't let anyone touch me. Are you serious? Nan Ye frowned slightly. Could it be true that what Nan Ye, the god of death, said? Seeing that the man seemed a little impatient, Xiao Ziyai was not dissatisfied in the slightest. She already has an answer. There is only emotion in my heart. Thank you. Xiao Ziyai couldn't help but kiss Nan Ye. Then, he hugged Nan Ye tightly, as if trying to melt her whole body into it. Nan Ye touched the corner of her mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance. At this time, in the fun venue, someone finally recovered from the extreme shock. My lord, your knife seems to have eaten a devil fruit. Could it be a burnt fruit? The flames emitted by Lu Ren Ruo Huo are quite similar to those of Xiao Xiao Guo, but their power is quite different. Wrong. The person who spoke denied his guess. The burning fruit was eaten by Fire Fist Ace. Although he was caught by the Navy, he has not been executed at this time. There is no second burning fruit in the sea. This person is very knowledgeable. In the closed country of Wano, he even knows the news from the Navy. Nanya couldn't help but look over. Immediately, he remembered who this person was. The person who spoke was indeed Denjiro, one of the Chi Xiao 9 heroes. Denjiro's alias is Kuang Shiro, and he lurks beside Orakai as a guard. At the same time, he is also Xiao Zi's secret protector. This time, Denjiro also accompanied Orakai to this happy place. Just now, Orakai and Quinn wanted to kill Xiao Ziyai. Denjiro has made up his mind, even if his identity is exposed, he will save Miss Hiyori. But, he hadn't had time to make a move yet. The young adult who was with Miss Hiyori killed Orakai and Quinn in a flash. Denjiro was inexplicably shocked, and it was only at this moment that he regained consciousness. After waking up, Denjiro respectfully addressed Kuzuya as an adult. After all, the strong are respected, and Nan Ye's strength is obviously far above him. Moreover, Miss Raihe also seems to have a close relationship with this man, and in the future, maybe Nanya will become his master. Therefore, Denjiro is very respectful to Nanya. Xiaozi also heard Denjiro's voice at this time, and she blushed and left Nanyi's embrace. Before, she thought that she was going to die, so she thought that before she died, she would ignore it and just do what she wanted to do. At this time, she realized that she didn't have to die, and there were acquaintances here, so Xiao Ziyai was naturally embarrassed to hold Nanya any longer. Katana, Denjiro, you just said that Master Nanya used a knife that can emit flames to kill Orakai and Quinn. Because Nanya saved Xiao Zi's life, and Nanya at this moment was extremely unpredictable in Xiao Zi's eyes. Therefore, Xiao Ziyai, like Denjiro, called Nanya de people. Yes. Denjiro nodded immediately, my lord is using a flame knife. Xiao Zimei's eyes were shining brightly as she looked at the knife in Nanyi's hand. It turned out that he used this knife to protect himself. Nanya fiddled with the blade and said, this knife is called Liren Ruo Huo, and it is the Emperor of the Fire. It is far different from the burning fruit. As soon as these words came out, both Xiaozi and Denjiro were shocked. It must be mentioned that Wano country is the hometown of famous swords. Among the famous knives in the world, there are 12 knives of supreme big knives, 24 knives of big knives. Among them, quite a few were made by craftsmen of Wano country. Therefore, both Xiao Ziyai and Denjiro have quite unique knowledge of famous knives. However, they had never seen a knife like Nanyi's. Even just looking at it would make their eyes feel burning and stinging. The sword of the Emperor in the Fire is indeed true. And who can become the master of this knife? Who is Nan Ye? By this time, Xiao Ziyai and Denjiro were not fools, and they had already seen that Nan Ye was not from Wano country. Where did he come from? What is the purpose of coming to Wano country? Is it for the whereabouts of Shishakuo? Xiao Ziyai stared deeply at Nan Ye. I just feel that this man is like a cloud of fog, the more she observes, the more she can't help but sink into it. Almost at the same moment when Quinn and Orakai were killed, Drought Jack, dragged by countless fish, returned to Wano country. Jack didn't stop for a moment, and immediately rushed back to the Island of Ghosts to meet boss Kaido. At this time, Kaido didn't know that Quinn and Orakai were dead. When he saw Jack, he couldn't wait to ask, "What's the matter, Jack? Did you save the Joker?" Jack looked ashamed and lowered his head. "I'm sorry, boss Kaido, I've let you down. This trip, my entire army was wiped out, and I was the only one who escaped back." "What?" Kaido was startled and stood up abruptly. Even Yan Huangjin looked at Jack with disbelief. With Jack's strength, how could the entire army be wiped out in the face of several supernovas? Only then did they realize that Jack was seriously injured. With the powerful resilience of the ancient animal species, he couldn't recover for a while. Kaido and Yin immediately understood that what Jack faced on this trip was by no means as simple as a few supernovas. "What the hell happened, Jack?" Kaido asked in a deep voice, even a little sober from drunk. In a low voice, Jack told the story of his encounter with the four emperors and a certain powerful blind swordsman. Hearing the name of the four emperors' aunt, Yan Zujin's expression froze, and his heart felt relieved. No wonder Jack will be wiped out. When he meets that old woman, who else can win besides Kaido? Since Jack knew Aunt Si Huang, why would he still go for it? Yin looked at Jack's body covered in bandages, and shook his head secretly. If it were him and Quinn, they would definitely choose to go back to Wano to find boss Kaido first. And Kaido is furious at this moment. "Lingling, it's you. Damn it! How dare you spoil my good deeds, Lingling, are you looking for death?" Kaido roared to the sky. 40 years ago, the little brother Kaido who called his aunt Lingling's head has disappeared. Instead, Kaido the Four Emperors and 100 Beasts. It is the strongest creature Kaido who has the same name as Big Mom and calls Big Mom directly. No wonder Auntie kept giving Kaido eye drops in front of Nanya before. Such a contrast of attitudes before and after is probably unbearable for anyone. In particular, Kaido's yuya fruit was given by the aunt. As a result, after Kaido became stronger, he lifted his pants and refused to recognize anyone. How could Big Mom not be annoyed? If it weren't for Kaido's strength now, Auntie asked herself that even she would not be able to beat Kaido, the little brother back then. That's why Aunt pinned her hopes on Nan Ye. I hope Nan Ye can fix Kaido severely. Let's not mention these for the time being, just say that after hearing what Jack said, Kaido burst into anger. I even heard that Lingling was actually leading the group of supernovas to Wano country. Kaido's anger has soared to the sky. Roar! Accompanied by a huge dragon roar. A ferocious green dragon nearly a kilometer long rose into the sky. Kaido turned into a dragon form. Meanwhile, Kaido had someone call Big Mom's phone bug. Kaido let out a loud roar. Lingling, if you dare to come to Wano country, I will definitely kill you. On the other side of the phone bug, the aunt seemed to hear a big joke, and couldn't stop laughing. Brother Kaido, you are in a catastrophe, but you don't know it yet. I just want to rush to Wano country to see your ugly appearance of crying father and mother. What nonsense are you talking about, Lingling? Kaido was a little confused by what the aunt said. What catastrophe is imminent? What is the ugly state of crying father and mother? Is it possible that someone is going to beat him, Kaido? What a big joke! Even if there is, so what? Would Kaido of Beasts still be afraid of the other party's failure? GG. Ant's laughter on the other side was full of undisguised schadenfreude. Kaido, you will understand soon, the Lord is probably already at your side. After finishing speaking, the aunt hung up the phone directly. Obviously, she would not be kind enough to reveal to Kai 1.4 the return of the god of death, Nan Ye. However, the word adult from Big Mom's mouth is enough to make Kaido think about it. That guy Lingling is a crazy old woman, she has always been defiant, how could she call someone an adult? Kaido was taken aback, faintly feeling something was wrong. His mind was spinning wildly. Don't look at Kaido's rough and irritable appearance, but in fact he is a very scheming person. Otherwise, he wouldn't play around with Kojiki Oden, and won't conquer such a large territory as Wano country. So, after realizing something was wrong at this moment, Kaido thought desperately, racked his brains, and must find out the adult in Lingling's mouth. He thought of many people, including Whitebeard, the naval hero Cap, and even some people in the world government. However, they were all excluded by Kaido. It is impossible for Lingling to submit to those people. Kaido even remembered some dead people. One Piece Roger, the boss of his former captain Rocks, wait. Roger, Rocks, Garp, the names of these three people suddenly reminded Kaido of another person. The one who should have died long ago in the Valley of the Gods. Just thinking of the figure of that person, Kaido felt a chill, and was so frightened that he changed from the dragon form back to the human form. No. It won't be that adult, right? Kaido whispered absently. Maybe he didn't even notice it, but at this moment, his back was already soaked in cold sweat. Chapter 82. Kaido had a terrible guess, and this guess made him feel horrified. Your back is drenched in cold sweat. If it was really that man, it would be reasonable for that ant to call him adult, and there would be no problem at all. Even Kaido, just thinking of that figure, unconsciously used that adult as a pronoun. Just because. That person is a terrifying existence who fought against the entire world with one person's strength and almost succeeded. Even the boss of Rocks, even Roger of One Piece, even the so-called naval hero, should bow their heads in fear in front of that lord. As for him Kaido. Back then, he was just a little brother who could only watch the battle from the sidelines and was stunned by the shock. Even today's Kaido has undergone earth-shaking changes in strength compared to back then. However, he is still afraid. I can't control my fear at all. Kaido knows well that his current strength is probably not as good as that of the boss of Rocks back then, so he should use his head to fight against that adult. Kaido was sweating coldly. He has already planned in his heart, if it is really that adult, he will surrender immediately. Without any hesitation. Speaking of which, when he was in the Valley of the Gods, he and Lingling had already agreed to take refuge in that lord. Now, it's just a return to the original direction. Kaido didn't know that his performance just now was extremely abnormal compared to usual. Ember of Flame and Jack of Drought looked at each other in dismay. Boss Kaido, you're turning into a dragon and back into a human again, and you're sweating profusely, what are you doing? Could it be that he was afraid of the four emperors? Impossible. Didn't you hear that Boss Kaido said to the phone bug just now that he was going to kill Big Mom Charlotte Lingling? 26. So, what's going on? Yin thought about it, and asked carefully. Boss Kaido, did something unexpected happen? Is there an enemy stronger than the four emperors, coming to Wano country? Kaido woke up suddenly. The guess just now is just a guess after all. Lingling, that nasty old woman, might have deliberately used the title of adult to frighten him. It is even more likely that the Lord never came back. After all, 40 years have passed since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. If that adult hadn't died, there would have been no movement during the past 40 years. The odds of this popping up all of a sudden are just too small. He, Kaido, can't scare himself, and let the people under his hands see jokes for no reason. Ever since Kaido suppressed the palpitations in his heart, resumed his usual wild owl, waved his big hand and said, "No, there is only Lingling, that crazy old woman, and at most, the mysterious blind swordsman Jack mentioned." Humph, just the two of them, together with some shitty supernova, want to come to Wano country to provoke me, and I want them to go around without food. Seeing that Boss Kaido returned to normal, Yin and Jack breathed a sigh of relief. This is what they understand, the domineering and mighty Boss Kaido. But in fact, although Kaido said he was domineering, he still felt a little guilty in his heart. Not afraid of just in case. In case it really is that Lord. Sigh. Just thinking about that possibility sent chills down Kaido's back. Therefore, in order to be fully prepared, Kaido immediately ordered. Call all the people together. Fei Liu Bao, barbarian. How many people are called? And that guy Quinn, where did he die? Let him get out of here quickly. By the way, Big Snake also needs to inform, so that he can also gather all the troops. Yin and Jack were extremely excited to hear Kaido's series of orders. Boss Kaido, this is going to have a big fight with the four emperors. If they can destroy the four emperors in one battle, then the momentum of their 100 Beasts pirates will be like the sky. Even more than the Whitebeard pirates. Thinking about it makes me feel excited. However, what Kaido, Yin, and Jack would never have imagined was that the Plague Quinn and Black Charcoal Orokai they mentioned had already died long ago, and there was not even ashes left. The capital of flowers, a place of joy. The Big Snake and Quinn are dead, and Nanya is going to find Kaido's little loge. When Nanya stood up, Xiao Ziyai immediately asked. My lord, where are you going? Are you going to get the time fruit now? Regardless of the real purpose of the mysterious man in front of Wano, the time fruit must be one of the opponent's goals. Since Xiao Ziyai just agreed to Nanya, as long as he protects her, he will inform Shijao of the whereabouts. At this time, naturally there will be no regrets. Nanya put away the blade like fire, and said lightly. Let's take the fruit of Shishi later, I still need a mount now. Mount? Xiao Ziyai was stunned, and Denjiro was also a little confused. Speaking of Wano country, they have a lot of weapons, but mounts? Could it be someone from the 100 Beasts Pirates? The 100 Beasts Pirates, all members with animal abilities, and the barbarian army created by man-made devil fruits. They can transform into beasts. If the young adult in front of him wants to take one of them as a mount, it is not impossible. Xiao Ziyai smiled sweetly and said. My lord, is it possible that someone from the 100 Beasts Pirates is going to be captured as a mount? He, my lord is really a fantastic idea. Whimsy indeed, and audaciously so. After all, the Beasts Pirates are truly behemoths. It's too late for ordinary people to escape, so how dare they think about capturing someone as a mount? But the man in front of him is different, he just killed Quinn the Three Plagues under the command of the Beasts Pirates. Presumably, apart from Kaido, no one in the Beasts Pirates is an opponent of this lord. Xiao Ziyai rolled her eyes, he came up with an idea. My lord, if you want to find a mount, the little girl recommends Drought Jack. That man is an ancient species of elephant fruit with the ability to form a mammoth. You must be very heroic if you sit on it. Xiao Ziyai imagined the scene of Nan Ye riding on Drought Jack, and thought it was too heroic. That's Jack, whose bounty exceeds Drought. Being ridden out as a mount will surely scare everyone who sees him to foolishness. Xiao Ziyai felt that her idea was very good, but Nanya shook her head disdainfully. Drought Jack, what is that? It is also qualified to be my mount. Xiao Ziyai and Denjiro were speechless immediately. Drought Jack, doesn't he even have the qualifications to become an adult's mount? Who would believe it? So, excluding Jack, is the target of adults not Flame Calamity Embers? That's right, Yan Calamity is a pterosaur fruit-capable person, who can fly into the sky and escape from the ground, which is indeed much better than Drought Jack. However, Yan's strength is also quite terrifying. That is the first of the three plagues only under Kaido. Even if this young adult can beat Yan, it won't be easy to capture him, right? Xiao Ziyai expressed her worries. Flame Calamity is powerful. He is the best at using flames. Your flame knife may be useless to him. Moreover, he can fly. If he escapes and finds Kaido, it will be bad. Xiao Ziyai is persuading Nan Ye to be careful. After all, she finally met such a man who made her heart flutter, and she didn't want any accidents to happen to Nan Ye. Nan Ye frowned after hearing this, and said displeasedly. What fire embers, what is that? It can also make the blade useless? It's ridiculous. The flowing blade is like fire, and the temperature of the initial solution alone has reached the surface of the sun. Not to mention the flame disaster, no one in the entire pirate world can withstand such a high temperature. Just now, Nanya burned Quinn and the big snake to death, even without using 1/1000th of the power of Lu Ruohuo. Xiaozi and Denjiro were even more confused now. Even Lord Yanswen doesn't like it, so who is he looking at? The two couldn't help but look at each other, and a horrifying thought appeared in their minds. Plague Quinn has been burned to death by adults. Drought Jack and Flame Ember are not looked down upon by adults. Then, there is only one person left in the entire 100 Beasts pirates. That is, Kaido, the 4 Emperors and 100 Beasts. Is it actually Beast Kaido that the adults are going to capture as a mount? As soon as this idea came up, Xiaozi and Denjiro almost choked. Beast Kaido is the biggest mountain pressing on their heads. It is because of Kaido that Xiaozi's father, Kojiki Oden, died, and Wano country fell to where it is today. Beast Kaido is terrifying. No matter how many powerful and terrifying adjectives are used to describe him, it is not an exaggeration to describe him. That is the man who claims to be the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. He is the one who claims to be the strongest single-handed existence. Is Lord Nan Ye really going to do something to Kaido of Beasts? No, that's too dangerous. Xiao Ziyai almost turned pale, and hurriedly said. My lord, absolutely not. Beast Kaido is too scary, even the Navy and the world government dare not arrest him. No matter how strong you are, you will definitely be extremely dangerous against Beast Kaido. Denjiro knelt down and said. The Beast Kaido is so strong that even Lord Oda was no match. My lord, you are still young, there is no need to confront Kaido now. When the two of them thought about it, Nanya was indeed very strong, unfathomable. But Nanya looked too young, no matter how strong she was, there should be a limit. The most important thing is that Beast Kaido is too scary. It is not an ordinary person, and it can be dealt with. Even if it is the 567 Navy General, I am afraid it will not work. How dare they let Nanya take risks? In fact, it is quite reasonable for the two of them to put their thoughts on others. However, on Nanya, it seemed a little ridiculous. Who is Nanya? Death God Nanya. This name alone is enough to scare Kaido into the urine. With Kaido's 10 guts, he dare not disrespect Nanya. This time, Nanya purely wanted to teach Kaido a lesson before accepting him as a mount. Among them, there will be no waves or accidents. Beast Kaido, in Nanya's eyes, is no different from a little loach. But Nanya was too lazy to explain to Xiao Ziyai and Denjiro. He, the god of death, Nanya, has acted all his life, so why should he explain it to others? That's why. Nanya just casually walked towards Ghost Island. Xiao Ziyai and Denjiro saw that Nanya couldn't be persuaded, so they had to follow anxiously. On the way, Xiao Ziyai still kept dissuading her, trying to dispel Nanya's idea of finding Beast Kaido. Nanya was getting impatient and wanted to shut him up. Suddenly, from the distant sky, a thundercloud flew. The thundercloud was extremely fast and the momentum was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they arrived not far from Xiao Ziyai and the others. The thundercloud fell, and a huge and bloated figure was revealed. As soon as they saw that figure, Xiao Ziyai and Denjiro gasped a few times. The hairs stand on end, and the back feels cold. Just because that figure turned out to be as famous as Kaido of Beasts. 4 Emperors Big Mom. Why did Big Mom come to Wano country? This question just surfaced in the bottom of my heart, and Xiaozi and Denjiro had no time to respond. The scene that happened next directly made the two of them dumbfounded, stunned, and their worldview collapsed. I see. That Ant Si Huang, who is as famous as Kaido, jumped off the thundercloud. He was breathing heavily, obviously very tired. However, the ant did not rest for a moment, and ran non-stop to Nanya. Then, under the horrified eyes of Xiaozi and Denjiro, Aunt Suwang fell to her knees with a plop, with an extremely obsequious smile on her face. My lord, the yellow-haired girl, I am too slow, I am late, please forgive me. Chapter 83. Aunt Suwang came to Nanya and knelt down with a plop. Claiming to be a yellow-haired girl, her face is full of flattery. Xiaozi and Denjiro felt that they might be wrong. Xiaozi rubbed her beautiful eyes vigorously. When it was opened again, the ant was still kneeling on the ground. Xiaozi completely lost her voice, and her heart was turned upside down. The Grand Four Emperors who are as famous as Kaido of Beasts are bowing down to Nanya. There is no deceit at all, it is undoubtedly happening in front of your eyes. Such a scene, no matter who it happened in front of, would probably be unacceptable in a short time. At this time, I only heard Nan Ye's voice that seemed to be a smile but not a smile. You didn't come too late, why, do you want to see Kaido so unlucky? Big Mom didn't come too late, she came alone, and the boats of Fujitora and the supernovas were still behind. The reason Big Mom is so impatient, as Nanya said, is because she wants to see Kaido's bad luck with her own eyes. Especially after receiving Kaido's call, Big Mom can't wait to teleport to Wano country. Fortunately, as she was traveling at such a high speed, she was not late at all. Lord Reaper, you haven't started to teach Kaido a lesson yet. However, when Ant was rejoicing, unexpectedly, Lord Reaper had seen through all her little thoughts long ago. The ant turned pale with shock, and hurriedly said in panic, I. She couldn't speak well, and her back was covered in cold sweat. That's right, what kind of character is Lord Reaper? How could he not see through her tricks? The ant became more and more frightened and could only kowtow on the ground desperately. Xiaozi and Denjiro were almost demented. Not only did the Suwang ant bow down, but she was so terrified when faced with Nan Ye's simple words. It means that Ant's fear of Nanya may have already penetrated deep into her bones. Hiss. After thinking this through, Xiaozi looked at Nanya with extremely shocked and incredible eyes. Who is this man? Originally, Nanya killed Orakai and Quinn, and Xiaozi knew that he must be very strong. However, Xiaozi didn't think that Nanya was really invincible. At least Kaido of Beasts, such a powerful four emperors, Nanya should not be an opponent. That's why she was so worried just now, wanting to prevent Nanya from going to Ghost Island. However, the ant, who was also the fourth emperor with Kaido, knelt at Nanya's feet with an extremely terrified expression. No matter how confused Xiaozi was, she still realized that this man was much stronger than she imagined. Nanya said before that he wanted to capture Kaido of Beasts as a mount, and he was not joking. But seriously. Just like when Nanya said to protect her when faced with threats from Quinn and the Big Snake, she was serious. It's ridiculous that she, Xiaozi, claims to be able to read words and deeds, combining beauty and intelligence. But from the beginning to the end, she didn't see Nanya's true strength and confidence. Xiaozi stared at Nanya in a daze, speechless for a long time. Nanya ignored Xiaozi's mood. He glanced at the ant who was kneeling on the ground. In fact, Big Mom didn't make any big mistakes. It's just that in front of him many times, he secretly poked Kaido with eye drops. Nanya is too lazy to take care of the open and secret fight between these two boys. Go straight to Ghost Island. The ant wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Damn, I scared her to death just now. If he didn't see that old boy Kaido get beaten up, but he got a lesson instead, it would be bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Blame Kaido, that bastard boy. Big Mom scolded Kaido from the bottom of her heart. Even in her heart, she didn't dare to complain about Nan Ye, she just directed all her anger at Kaido. If Kaido knew, he would probably yell at him. "You crazy old woman, why are you throwing all the blame on me?" Xiao Ziyai noticed that Nan Ye had left. Quickly catch up. "Big, my lord!" he shouted vigorously. Nan Ye stopped, turned her head slightly, and said calmly, "What's the matter?" Xiao Ziyai took a few breaths. On her pretty face, there was a trace of hesitation. Knowing Nan Ye's identity was far beyond her imagination. At this moment, Xiao Ziyai can no longer talk to Nan Ye with the relaxed attitude before. But after thinking about it, I have hugged him before, and he is already his person. He will definitely not treat himself like he treats his aunt. Thinking proudly and arrogantly in her heart, Xiao Ziyai labeled herself Nan Ye, and her heart was a little more stable. "I see." Xiao Ziyai softly bowed her knees and bowed down. Compared with the madness of the ant, Xiao Ziyai is undoubtedly like a lady in ancient times, and her every move is full of graceful meaning. Xiao Zi's voice was as sweet as a spring in a mountain. "My lord, you said before that you should protect the little girl, is that true?" Nan Ye frowned slightly. Why is this question again? Do women always like to repeat the same question? But because Xiao Ziyai knew the whereabouts of Shi's fruit, Nan Ye didn't ignore it this time. He stood with his hands behind his back, his tone was flat, but he had the air of being above all living beings. "What my god of death," Nan Ye said, "what I want to do, even the sky can't stop it." Accompanied by the fall of the voice, an aura of disdain for the world spread out. Xiaozi's heart fluttered when she heard it, and her heart couldn't stop trembling. This is the man who made her heart flutter. Xiaozi's expression became extremely obsessed, and she said in an extremely gentle voice, "So, if it's Kaido of beasts, would you want to hurt others?" Nan Ye laughed. "My mount dares to be disobedient, just cut it off." Ignoring Xiao Ziyai anymore, when he moved his feet, his figure disappeared in place. Xiao Ziyai stood there dumbfounded, she knew that she had completely fallen, unable to extricate herself. At this time, the ant shouted anxiously from behind. "My lord has already gone to the Ghost Island, you two little dolls, hurry up, I don't want to miss Kaido's good show." Ghost Island. The base camp of the Beast Pirates. Following Kaido's order, all the manpower was summoned. As expected of the four emperors who have been in business for many years, Kaido's men are as strong as clouds. The top Kaido himself does not mention it. Below, followed by Flame Ember and Drought Jack, two monsters with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Below them are the 6 real fighters who are second only to the 3 disasters in strength, also known as the Flying Six Cells. Under Fei Liu Bao, there are hundreds of strong men who look like beasts. These strong men are the barbarian army created by Kaido for so many years, painstakingly, at all costs. Each of them is a man-made devil fruit animal type ability user, and their physical strength is extremely tyrannical. It is an important support for Kaido to fight for world hegemony. Therefore, when the source of the man-made devil fruit, the Joker who made a dark deal with him, was killed, Kaido would be so angry. Damn Joker! If nothing happens, in a few years, the number of my barbarian army will be doubled. In that case, even the white-bearded old man is no longer my opponent. Kaido slammed the table and roared angrily. Up to now, he is still brooding about Doflamingo. Flame Calamity Ember said on the side. Boss Kaido, it doesn't matter even if something happens to the Joker, there are so many bullies that are enough. The Whitebeard pirates are about to start a war with the Navy headquarters. By then, Whitebeard's lair will become emptier than ever. If we attack it, our strength will definitely increase. What Yun said at this time was actually Kaido, who had already made a plan when he learned that Whitebeard was going to confront the Navy. If it wasn't for the Joker's accident, it wasn't for the 4 emperors' ants coming to Wano country. He, Kaido, probably has already led his men to sneak attack on Whitebeard's territory. Thinking about it this way, the root cause of all Kaido's plans is the 4 emperors. Damn Lingling, I will definitely kill you this time. Kaido was even more furious, and thunder roared, shaking the entire Ghost Island. Kaido glanced down, feeling angry again. Where's Quinn? Why hasn't that bastard come back yet? Could it be that he ran to the amusement park to find that Waranzaizi? Quinn loves Waranzaizi, and the entire Beasts Pirates know it, but of course Quinn himself doesn't admit it. Yin and Jack looked at each other, expressing their ignorance. The people they sent to find Quinn have not returned yet. At the same time, the people who went to the capital of flowers to inform Hiton Orokai did not hear back. Could it be that there was an accident in the capital of flowers? Kaido also noticed something was wrong. The eyebrow of the right eye twitched suddenly, and an extremely bad premonition came to his heart. Don't look at Kaido's roaring and screaming just now, full of domineering. In fact, his heart has always been suspended. He was worried, he was afraid. What should I do if the adult really returned? Yin, Jack, and everyone below didn't notice Kaido's fear. There is only one person who can see clearly. That is, Yamato, the filial daughter standing behind Kaido. Yamato discovered just now that the back of his always defiant old man is wet. Moreover, it was drenched in cold sweat. Yamato was astonished as if he had discovered a new world. Is the old man in her family always afraid in his heart? It's incredible. You know, although Yamato hates the old man very much, he clamors every day to drive the old man Kaido out of Wano country. However, Yamato understands better that this old man's strength is extremely terrifying. Just a thunderous gossip can make almost all pirates shatter their, Li Wangzhao, dream of becoming one piece. How could such an old man be so afraid? Because of the fourth emperor? Impossible. Aunt Suwang is tough, but at most she is -- with the old man, and it is impossible for the old man to be afraid and fearful. Didn't you hear that the old man just kept clamoring to kill Big Mom? Then, who is the old man afraid of? Yamato couldn't figure it out. There shouldn't be such a person in this world. Unless the One Piece King Roger is resurrected, there is a slight possibility. Yamato couldn't help being quite curious. She was even looking forward to the coming war. She really wants to know, what kind of person is that person who makes her old man feel terrified? It must be stronger and more extraordinary than the Kojiki Oden she has always admired. His mouth trembled when Yamato's thoughts flashed through his mind. A pirate minion ran in, rolling and crawling. It's not good. Boss Kaido. Big Mom, she's already arrived at the Island of Ghosts. Kaido clenched his fists tightly. Yamato even noticed that the old man's back was sweating again. Yamato didn't know what Kaido was screaming in his heart at this moment. Is it that Lord? Is it that Lord? It will be revealed soon. Chapter 84. Although Kaido looked calm on the surface, his heart was already tense to death. Only Yamato standing behind Kaido can clearly see Kaido's inconsistency, and no one else knows it. So, when I heard the report from the pirates, Big Mom had already arrived at the Ghost Island. Many people immediately shouted. Big Mom is too crazy, actually dare to come here. Even if she is the four emperors, Boss Kaido is not easy to mess with. Today we must let Big Mom come and go. Ha ha ha. If you can really kill a four emperors, then even Whitebeard can't compare to Boss Kaido. Boss Kaido is the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Big Mom must not be the opponent of Boss Kaido. There was a lot of clamor, and everyone had excitement on their faces. Fighting at the level of the four emperors is not something you can see casually. In particular, their 100 Beasts pirates gathered almost all their forces this time. And from what the minions said just now, it seems that there are only 3 people around. The disparity in the strength of the two sides is very clear at a glance. Maybe, one of the four emperors will really fall today. I feel excited just thinking about it. The entire Ghost Island is full of compliments to Kaido, flattering Kaido. Saying something about the four emperors, in front of Boss Kaido, it's nothing more than that. After hearing these words, Kaido felt a little less nervous. Having so many subordinates here gave him great confidence. Even if the world government is coming to attack Wano country at this moment, Kaido is confident that they will return home in defeat. As long as it's not that Lord, let me be the king of heaven, I'm here, I'm going to fight today. Kaido roared in his heart. He stood up abruptly, and shouted. Little ones, come out with me and face that crazy old lady Lingling. Roar. Suddenly, the atmosphere reached its peak. Everyone was gearing up, the violent murderous intent, even the birds in the distance were frightened and flew away. Drought Jack was infected by this atmosphere. Even though his injury was not healed, he still stood up and shouted. Boss Kaido, please let me be the vanguard. Before that, Jack was ordered to save Joker. He was full of confidence when he went, but when he came back, the whole army was wiped out, leaving him alone. Jack has never suffered such a failure since he grew up. Jack is extremely ashamed, and he wants to avenge his shame. Even in the face of the 4 emperors, he will not back down. He is worthy of being the iron-headed baby and the king of drought, Jack. Jack took the initiative to invite Ying, which aroused the belligerence of others. Fei Liu Bao and the barbarian are all clamoring to be pioneers. Even Yan Calamity, who is relatively calm, is full of enthusiasm at this time, and can't wait to go out and fight immediately. It can be said that the fighting spirit of the 100 Beasts pirates has never been so turbulent. Kai is overjoyed, the morale of the army is available, and the morale is excellent. It will definitely surprise that crazy woman Lingling. Humph, back then, when he was on the Rocks ship, he, Kaido, had to call that crazy woman Miss Lingling. It was unbearable to look back on. How can he bow his head to a crazy woman like a man of hundreds of feet? This time, he, Kaido, must get back all the places he had in the past. At this moment, Kaido has even forgotten that adult. Or, he forgot on purpose. After all, the possibility of that adult appearing is too small. Kaido doesn't want to be scared and overwhelmed because of a name, and be laughed at by Big Mom and her subordinates. Little ones, attack. Everything is ready. Kaido doesn't hesitate anymore, let out a thunderous roar. The whole Beast's pirates set off in a mighty way. And because of the Beast pirates, almost all members are animal-type abilities, and they have a ferocious aura. At this moment, forming a legion and gathering together, it is even more powerful. Boom, boom, boom. During the movement of the legion, the footsteps were also loud, and the entire Ghost Island seemed to be shaking. Seeing this scene, even the top powerhouses would probably turn pale with shock and be speechless. In short, this is an extremely large and terrifying force. It is enough to traverse the world, and few people can match it. The monstrous shouts of killing from the center of the island reached the ears of Nanya and his party, who had just entered the range of Ghost Island. Xiaozi's pretty face changed slightly. Denjiro's heart tightened. The momentum coming from the center of Oni Island was astonishing. In particular, the ground under their feet seems to be shaking, which is enough to show that the opponent has a large number of people, and it is not, that the 4 of them can compare. Compared with Xiaozi and Denjiro's slight discoloration, Auntie's heart is full of joy. Ha ha ha! That old boy Kaido seems to be well prepared. That's great. He must think he must win, GG. It's a pity that Kaido would never have imagined that it was not only her Charlotte Lingling who came here, but also Lord Reaper. I really want to see soon, when Kaido sees Lord Reaper, the expression on that old face changes, it must be very exciting. The more the ant thought about it, the more excited she became. If it wasn't for Mr. Reaper who was right in front, Auntie couldn't help but laugh out loud. The 3 of them have different ideas. Xiaozi and Denjiro had never seen Nan Ye's true strength, so they were inevitably worried. Big Mom gloated, looking like she was watching Kaido. As for Nan Ye, from the beginning to the end, his expression was loose, but there was still a hint of expectation in his heart. The expectation is that Kaido's little loach will be stronger, and Nanya will be able to use a little more strength later. After all, feeling invincible is also quite lonely. Since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, counting the sleeping time, Nan Ye has been in more than 40 years, and has never had a real battle with anyone. The last time I fought Big Mom in Wangguo, it was just a one-sided massacre, not a big battle at all. Therefore, Nan Ye hoped that Kaido would not disappoint him too much. At the very least, let him stretch out his muscles and bones a little, not too carelessly. Think so. Nan Ye and the four finally met the 100 Beasts pirates. The moment she saw the 100 Beasts pirates, Xiao Zi couldn't help turning her pretty face pale. Because the ferocious flames of the 100 Beasts pirates are too frightening. Like a beast from the wilderness, its green eyes are shining fiercely, ready to choose and devour anyone at any time. Xiao Zi couldn't help leaning towards Nan Ye subconsciously. Only by being close to Nan Ye can she feel a little at ease. But, can Lord Nan Ye beat the 100 Beasts pirates? Will he be in danger? After witnessing the terrifying power of the 100 Beasts pirates, it's hard for Xiao Zi to imagine that Nan Ye can fight against the entire 100 Beasts pirates alone. That's incredible. Denjiro tightly held the sword in his hand. He had already planned to fight side by side with the adults later. He knew that the Lord was very strong, possibly even stronger than the four emperors. However, looking at the posture of the beast group on the opposite side, it is obvious that they have gathered all their strength. The numerical advantage on the opposite side is too huge. In particular, besides Beast Kaido, there are other strong men who should not be underestimated, such as Flame Calamity, Drought Jack, Fei Liu, and Barbarian. No matter how strong your lord is, if you can't beat four hands with two fists, it will probably be difficult to deal with. Although he, Denjiro, is far inferior to an adult, he still has to fight to the death. Speaking of it, he is a retainer of the Kojiki clan, and Kaido is the real life and death enemy. Under such circumstances, how could he not have the idea of desperate death? Mom is going crazy with joy. Kaido, that old boy, is really capable. In such a short period of time, so much power has been assembled. If she was really the only one who came this time, it would be really bad. Although Big Mom is confident, she is not so arrogant that she can deal with the entire 100 Beasts pirates by herself. The only one who can do such things in the whole sea is Lord Shinigami. And unfortunately, Kaido, the old boy, this time he met Lord Reaper. Let's see how the bastard Kaido will die later. When Nanya and his group were observing the 100 Beasts pirates, the 100 Beasts pirates were also observing them. Seeing that there were only 4 people on the other side including the 4 Emperor Ants, the entire 100 Beasts pirates burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Big Mom is so arrogant, she didn't even bring her children with her, she's courting death. It's true that the 4 emperors are powerful, but we also have Boss Kaido on our side. In addition, we also have Jin and Jack, 2 big Kenbans on our side, 6 real fighters, plus the barbarian army. And what about the other side? Waranzayazi, just a weak woman. Denjiro, the remnant of the Kojiki clan, not worth mentioning. Oh, and that strange young man, let alone a little guy from somewhere. There are so many people in the 100 Beasts pirates, so someone recognized Zayazi and Denjiro, and analyzed the strength of both sides for everyone. As soon as his voice fell, the laughter became louder. This time, our 100 Beasts pirates are really going to kill a 4 emperors powerhouse. It's just that Big Mom is too stupid to bring only these 3 unknown little people. Haha. This is the end of the matter, there is no need to wait any longer. Boss Kaido, please order, we will destroy each other with thunder. Hey, Boss Kaido, what are you doing? Everyone was talking vigorously, and suddenly found that their Boss Kaido was shaking all over his body. Boss Kaido, this must be trembling with excitement. After all, it is normal for Boss Kaido to be happy because he can kill the 4 emperors. Not bad, that's it. Soon someone explained Kaido's trembling. Everyone also deeply agrees. Boss Kaido is not shaking with excitement, what is it? Could it be shaking with fear? Haha, stop joking. Opposite is just Big Mom, Xiaozi, Denjiro, and a young man who doesn't know each other. How could such a lineup make Boss Kaido afraid? Not to mention trembling with fear. Everyone thought so, except for one, who thought exactly the opposite of what they thought. That is Kaido's daughter Yamato. Yamato had discovered before that his old man was so scared that his back was wet with cold sweat. Along the way, Yamato has been silently observing the old man's condition. She found that when the old man first set off, he was also full of vigor and confidence. However, the old man started to tremble after meeting the group of Siwang ants on the opposite side. This is not the trembling of excitement as others think, but the unmistakable trembling of fear. Because Yamato could clearly see that the old man's back was sweating like rain, constantly pouring out. This is obviously a sign of extreme fear. Hiss! Yamato was shocked. Would someone make the old man afraid to such an extent? Unbelievable! Yamato hurriedly looked across. She wanted to know, who on earth made the old man so scared? Yamato's gaze swept over the four people facing him one by one. The Warren, Xiaozi, deserves to be the most beautiful woman in Wano country. She is a bit more beautiful than Yamato, but Xiaozi cannot be the object of the old man's fear. It's impossible for Denjiro. Even Kojiki Oden was killed by the old man, let alone Oden's retainers. So, the most likely for Emperor Ant? It's not like, Yamato has analyzed it before, the old man is unlikely to be afraid of Big Mom, otherwise he wouldn't shout to kill Big Mom as soon as he talked with Big Mom on the phone. Then there is only one person left. That strange, handsome young man that Yamato couldn't take his eyes off. Is it him? Such a young man, even if his strength is not weak, but as for scaring the old man? Yamato couldn't help but frowned, feeling that this handsome man who was a bit too much was not like someone the old man was afraid of. But besides him, there is no one else. What happened? Yamato couldn't figure it out. At this time, Kaido solved the doubts for Yamato. I see. The old man Kaido trembled and walked to the front of the crowd. The beast pirates looked at their boss Kaido with admiration and eagerness. As soon as boss Kaido gave an order, they rushed forward. Kill the four people on the opposite side. However, next moment, boss Kaido did something that they will never forget, dumbfounded and simply incomprehensible. That is, boss Kaido unexpectedly plopped, fell to his knees, and tremblingly said in a fearful voice that they had never heard before. I surrender, Lord Reaper. Lord Reaper, don't kill me. Dead silence. All the laughter and noise disappeared without a trace at this moment. Everyone in the beast's pirates, looking at boss Kaido who was kneeling on the ground and shouting I surrender, their eyeballs almost popped out. Their jaws almost fell to the ground. A huge question mark appeared on the heads of the members of the 100 Beasts Pirates. No, boss Kaido. We're planning to fight to the death. Why did you suddenly surrender first? Chapter 85. One side is all the members of the 100 Beasts Pirates except Plague Quinn, and the other side includes the 4 emperors, and there are only 4 people. The superficial strength gap between the two can be described as extremely wide. Therefore, the members of the 100 Beasts were extremely arrogant just now, and they wished to go forward and fight immediately. However, they never imagined that when their own blood boiled and they wanted to fight to the death, Kaido, the most powerful and domineering boss they admire the most, actually surrendered. Even if you surrender, you still kneel down and surrender. This is clearly begging for surrender. Flame Calamity Jin, Drought Jack, Flying Six Cells, and the Barbarian Legion all looked dumbfounded, and their eyes almost burst open. Someone gave himself a knife. Hiss, it hurts like hell, it seems, it's not a dream. So, did boss Kaido really kneel down and beg for surrender? They just felt that the scene in front of them was too absurd, so absurd that everyone couldn't react for a while. Yamato also looked dumbfounded. Although she had already discovered that the old man was always afraid, even his back was wet. However, she never thought that the old man would be so scared that he would surrender directly, the kind without hesitation at all. Although Yamato doesn't like his old man very much, he even thinks about overthrowing the old man's rule all the time. However, she is even more aware of how terrifying the strength of her old man is. Even Kojiki Oden, the object of her worship, is no match for the old man. Yamato can be sure that even if the navy tries its best to attack Wano country, his old man may not be afraid to go there. Not to mention, he knelt down and surrendered without hitting directly. What kind of character can make the old man so afraid that he can't even have the slightest thought of resistance? The infinite shock reverberated deeply in Yamato's heart. That person must be a hero countless times more heroic than Kojiki Oden. Then, with endless shock, Yamato looked at the four people opposite him again. This time, she observed more carefully, and she must find out the master death that made her old man fear to the bone. Yamato's gaze quickly moved away from Xiaozi and Big Mom. Still the previous speculation, there is no possibility for these two people at all. Let's not talk about Xiaozi, even though the four emperors are strong, at most they are just as good as the old man. So, is Kuang Shiro, that is, Denjiro? His name has a dead word. But, if this person, how could this person be a retainer of the Kojiki clan? If this person is the master Shinigami in the old man's mouth, how did the old man seize the Wano country back then? Therefore, Kuang Shiro is also impossible. In the end, there was only that handsome young man left. It was him. Definitely him. Otherwise there will be no one else. Yamato's beautiful eyes stared at Nan Ye's body without blinking, his breathing almost stagnated. That's when she found out. This man is not only overly handsome, but also has an extraordinary bearing. His expression is calm and unhurried, and there seems to be a smile that is not a smile. Facing such a terrifying lineup of the beast pirates, it must not be easy for someone to be so calm. Yamato became more and more sure of his guess. Then, she discovered that the four emperors seemed to be extremely respectful to this man, and even stood behind the man carefully. Hiss! Yamato took a breath of cool air. Now, she has no more worries. The god of death that the old man said is -% this young man. Yamato's beautiful eyes immediately shone with dazzling brilliance. Such a man is handsome and can make the old man fear him like a tiger, it's really amazing. In an instant, the object of worship in Yamato's heart shifted from Kojiki Oden to Nan Ye. On Nan Ye's side, infinite shock also happened in the hearts of Xiaozi and Denjiro. The two of them would never have imagined that the governor of the 100 Beasts Pirates, the mountain that had been pressing on their heads for decades, and the terrifying four Emperor Kaido. He actually knelt down and surrendered directly. They were shocked by the ferocity of the 100 Beasts Pirates just now, and Xiaozi's pretty face turned pale, worried for Nan Ye's safety. But, in the blink of an eye, the situation took a 180-degree turn. The boss of the 100 Beasts Pirates suddenly knelt down and begged. This, no matter who it is, may be difficult to accept for a while. Only and, take it for granted. Back then, in the Valley of the Gods, she and Kaido saw it with their own eyes. Nan Ye, the god of death, and the boss of rocks, Roger and Karp, have a world-shattering battle of annihilation. That battle left a deep impression on them. The terrifying figure of the god of death, Nan Ye, is deeply engraved in the bones of Big Mom and Kaido. At that time, if Nan Ye hadn't disappeared suddenly, she and Kaido had already planned to betray rocks and surrender to Master Nan Ye, the god of death. So, when Nan Ye came back, where did they have the slightest thought of rebelling? Even though they are the four emperors, they are the group of people standing at the top of the pyramid, but in front of Lord Death, they are nothing. It's not a level at all. Ant knows better that Lord Death's strength is probably even more terrifying than the Valley of Gods back then. There is nothing wrong with kneeling down and begging for mercy in the face of such a god of death. Thinking of her aunt, didn't she also cry and beg for mercy when she was in Wangguo? Of course, aunt naturally wouldn't think about her embarrassing things. She just looked at the old boy Kaido, who was kneeling on the ground with extremely gloating, extremely sneering and happy eyes. GG. Kaido, you have today too. My old lady didn't even think of it. The aunt really couldn't restrain the ecstasy in her heart. Even though the god of death was in front of her, she still couldn't help but screamed loudly. Brother Kaido, what's the matter with you? You brought so many people with you. Could it be that you want to fight against Lord Death? Being able to mock the bastard Kaido so eccentrically, Big Mom just feels that she has never been so happy in her life. For this reason, even if she is punished by Lord Death God, she will admit it. Kaido, who is kneeling on the ground, is full of endless resentment towards Big Mom at this moment. Damn it! Damn old woman, actually framed Lao Tzu like this. Lao Tzu is at odds with you. Sooner or later, I will kill you, Lingling. Kaido roared crazily inside. However, while roaring, more intense panic and fear also surged up. Because he couldn't refute what Auntie said. He indeed summoned all the beast pirates, and he looked murderous. What would Lord Death think? He must think that Kaido is going to die to the end. Kaido was about to cry, feeling extremely remorseful in his heart. Why did he summon so many people? But no matter how regretful it is, it will not help. Lord Reaper is right in front of him, he can't argue with 100 words. Right now, he can only do one thing. That is begging for mercy, desperately begging for mercy. So I saw Kaido running nose and tears all over his face, which was exactly the same as Big Mom's crying that day. The two are really a perfect match. Kaido cried desperately. Lord Reaper, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Boy, how dare I confront you, old man? It's all because Lingling, that damn old woman, misled me. Kaido kowtowed vigorously while crying bitterly. He really kowtowed, and actually knocked out a big hole more than 10 meters deep in the ground. It can only be said that Kaido's head is much harder than Iron Boy Jack. Asking for flowers. Kaido's crying and the loud noise of kowtowing finally awakened everyone in the Beast's Pirates. Everyone seemed to have seen a ghost, looking at Boss Kaido, who was kowtowing desperately, with a dry throat, and said in disbelief. How, what the hell is going on? They don't understand at all why Boss Kaido did this suddenly. Even Yan Calamity, who was the calmest, was almost dumbfounded. Why is Boss Kaido so scared? Could it be that Lord Reaper is countless times more terrifying than the 4 emperors? Yin couldn't imagine that an existence that was countless times more terrifying than the 4 emperors, how could it exist? But the performance of Boss Kaido happened right in front of his eyes. No matter how unimaginable he was, he had to believe it. In the bottom of my heart, endless amazement also surged up. However, Drought Jack didn't think as much as Yin thought. He saw that the most respected boss, Kaido, was actually begging for mercy on his knees, and Jack couldn't stand it immediately. The so-called emperor humiliated his ministers to death. Jack's eyes were red. Aren't there only 4 people on the opposite side? It doesn't matter if there are 4 imperial ants, he, Jack, still dares to rush. So, when everyone was in disbelief and horror, Jack stood up. With all the strength in his body, he shouted. Boss Kaido, I'm going to kill the 4 people on the opposite side, so you can rest assured. As soon as the words came out. Before others reacted much, Kaido's eyes were red, redder than Jack. Jack, you really want to kill me? Without further ado, Kaido stood up abruptly, raised his mace, and roared wildly. Thundering gossip! Purple lightning, wrapped around the mace. Landed on the back of Jack's head. Jack was directly blasted out, his 7 orifices bled, and then he passed out completely. This scene scared the entire Beast's pirates to death. Is Boss Kaido crazy? If you don't go to fight the opponent, why do you want to fight the drought, Mr. Jack? You also use thunder and gossip. Master Jack, you are very loyal to Boss Kaido. How did they know that if Kaido didn't stun Jack and let Jack offend Lord Reaper, then Jack would definitely die? He, Kaido, will also be implicated to death. Shut up for me, kneel down for me. In order to prevent iron-headed boys like Jack from appearing, Kaido yelled at the beast pirates. That's Lord Shinigami. Lord Shinigami. You have 100 lives, how dare you act presumptuously in front of Lord Death? Kneel down to me. The members of the 100 Beasts group had never seen Boss Kaido so angry before. They were all silent and hurriedly knelt down. Kaido breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he knelt down on the ground again, facing Nan Ye's direction, and flatteringly said, Master Death, the people under the boys' hands have a bit of iron in their heads, and their heads are not clear. You must not get angry. Nanya was a little bit depressed at this time. Just now, when he saw such a big battle of the Kaido pirates, he was quite satisfied. It seems that Kaido has not lost his fighting spirit, and he can finally move his muscles and bones today. But I didn't want to. Kaido knelt down and begged for mercy the next moment. Kungzin was in a mess. Nanya lost most of his interest immediately. Why did you fall down before I made a move? It's too disappointing. Nanya is a little angry. As the mount of his god of death, Nanya, he must have the necessary backbone. As for the iron-headed Jack, Nanya didn't care about it at all. Nanya just looked at Kaido, with a rather displeased tone. Little Loach, stand up. Use your strongest moves to attack me. Bulletin said. Chapter 86. Little Loach, stand up. Use your strongest moves to attack me. Nan Ye's tone was already tinged with displeasure. I thought that Kaido would have a bit of backbone for making such a big battle. No, Kaido and Big Mom looked like bears, and they knelt down the moment they saw Nanya. Nanya frowned. Is he that scary? He remembered that he never beat Kaido and Big Mom back then. Nanya didn't know that although he had never attacked Kaido and Big Mom back then. However, the two are on the edge of the Valley of the Gods, but they can clearly see the battle between him and the three strongest men, Lockes, Roger, and Karp. At that time, Nanya hadn't obtained the blue dye template, but used the templates of Bailgang and Ulquiera, and the moves used were the Air of Decay and the second stage of Returning to the Blade. Although Kaido claims to have unimaginable defense and vitality, Big Mom has a strong physique like a steel balloon. But Nanyi's rotten spirit can corrode everything. How can the two not be afraid? What's more, Nanya doesn't need so many fancy skills to beat them. Absolute suppression of strength, just a single tie-a, Kaido and Big Mom, is unbearable. It is because of knowing this very clearly that Kaido and Big Mom don't have the slightest fighting spirit. Without further ado, surrender. Surrender. Whoever refuses to let them surrender, they will be in a hurry with whoever. Good guy, this left Nanya with no room to move his muscles. Of course Nanya was a little angry. Kaido, who was kneeling on the ground, felt his heart tremble when he heard the displeasure in Nanyi's tone. But Lord Reaper actually asked Kaido to take the initiative to attack, which made Kaido horrified and wanted to 567 to die. If Kaido had the guts, he wouldn't kneel down and beg for mercy. Kaido thought that Nanya was deliberately using this method to beat him, so Kaido just knelt on the ground and couldn't get up, continuing to cry. Master Reaper, the little one is willing to be your cow and horse, please spare the boy's life, old man. Those who cry are miserable. Those who howl are sad. Even Xiao Ziyai, because of the natural weakness of women, couldn't help but sympathize with Kaido. Xiao Ziyai looked at the man beside her. This man did nothing, just stood here. Just let Kaido, who killed her father Kojiki Oden and made the Kojiki clan feel desperate even thinking about it, fear like this. Xiao Ziyai only felt that she was in a dream. She stared at the man's side face obsessively. Who is this man? Lord Shinigami, a man in the name of Shinigami? Auntie didn't have as many ideas as Xiaozi, she was so happy and crazy. Well, you Kaido old boy, let you become the 4 emperors, so you put on your pants and don't recognize anyone, don't take your old lady seriously. Now, you know you are afraid. Big Mom is proud of herself, this time she has really acted like a tiger, and pulled up Lord Reaper's tiger skin, which really embarrassed Kaido. Not only that, but Kaido will be beaten again later. Thinking about it, my aunt couldn't wait. If it wasn't for Nan Ye, she would have clapped her hands and shouted. Kaido, you're attacking Lord Reaper. Don't you claim to be the strongest duel? Why are you so cowardly? Not to mention what Xiao Ziyai and aunt think. Nan Ye heard Kaido's crying at this time, and became more and more impatient. Just as he was about to speak, the system's voice rang, ding. Detect the current status of the host, and trigger the selection 1. Killing Beast Kaido, rewarding Kaleidoscope Sharingan. 2. Forgive Beast Kaido, reward Beast Kaido with 100% loyalty. 3. Beat Beast Kaido, reward Aizen template unlocking plus 10%. Nanya looked at it one by one. Nanya would definitely not choose the first item, because he also wanted Kaido as a mount. Moreover, the first reward is Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Nanya doesn't want to get pink eye disease. In particular, it is not an eternal kaleidoscope, and his eyes will go blind after a long time. Should he learn from Fujitora and walk domineeringly with the color of knowledge and knowledge every day? The second item, Nan Ye, would not even choose. Forgive Kaido for not existing, his muscles and bones haven't moved yet. As for the so-called 100% Kaido loyalty, it is simply ridiculous. Even if Nan Ye asks Kaido to betray him now, would Kaido dare? Although people like Kaido have ambitions, the premise is that no one who is much stronger than him appears. For example, Rocks back then relied on his strong strength to forcibly twist Kaido, Big Mom, and even Whitebeard, Golden Lion and others together, but those people did not dare to resist in the slightest. Now, Nanya is stronger than Rocks. With Kaido's 100 courage, Kaido dare not betray Nan Ye. Therefore, the second item is passed directly. Nan Ye said directly with his mind, choose 3. The unlocking rate of Aizen's template reached 80%. Nan Ye's strength has reached a terrifying level. If he were to return to the Valley of Gods at this time, and face the 3 bastards Lockes, Roger, and Karp, Nanya would crush them with absolute advantage. This is the power of the blue dye template, all round without dead ends. Nanya felt the surging power in his body, and he wanted to move his muscles even more. Moreover, even if he completes the system's tasks, Kaido will not be able to escape a severe beating today. Hey! Letting out a breath slowly, Nanya took a step forward. The next moment, he was already standing on top of the sky. Nanye's voice was indifferent and unquestionable. Little Loach, get out here! The voice fell in Kaido's ears, causing Kaido's heart to feel endlessly chilled. Lord Death is coming for real. He, Kaido, really suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck today. It's all because of Lingling, that dead old woman. Kaido's hatred for Big Mom is monstrous. However, it is useless to hate Big Mom at this moment. Lord Reaper has spoken, and Kaido bites the bullet and wants to go. Roar! Hearing a deafening dragon chant, Kaido turned into a 1,000-meter-long blue dragon and soared into the sky. The green dragon has a ferocious face and extraordinary power, its limbs are wrapped in flames, and its scales are surrounded by purple electricity. Involuntarily daunting. After all, it is the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, and the name of Kaido of Beasts is well deserved. However, such a majestic green dragon with unrivaled power. In front of Nan Ye, she shrank her neck and lowered her head, just like a little loach. Below. Although the members of the 100 Beasts pirates were prostrate on the ground, they couldn't help raising their heads at this moment, looking at the situation in the sky. Seeing Kaido's boss, the huge green dragon form that can destroy a country, everyone is excited. This is their Kaido boss, with extraordinary strength, the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. But the next moment, when they saw the young man with his hands behind his back in front of Boss Kaido, their excitement died down. The boss of Kaido who should be invincible in the world. Why are you so cowardly when you meet this young man? Not even a bit of fighting spirit? They haven't figured this out until now. They were all Kaido's subordinates who had been gradually subdued after he escaped from the Valley of the Gods. Naturally, none of them had ever heard of the title of Death God Nan Ye. In the past, Kaido would never mention it to anyone. No matter who that person is. Even if he is stronger than Boss Kaido is the strongest creature after all, so he must not be underestimated by the other party. Someone whispered. After all, they had never heard of Nan Ye's name, nor had they seen Nan Ye's strength. On the contrary, they are very clear about the terror of Boss Kaido. Therefore, even though Boss Kaido is extremely afraid of the young man, they don't think that young man can easily defeat Boss Kaido. It is actually quite normal to think this way. After all, as the Four Emperors, as a genuine top powerhouse, Kaido has already stood at the top of the world. Generally speaking, there can be no one stronger than Kaido. Even if there is, it is impossible to be too much stronger than Kaido, which is not in line with common sense. Pity. They don't know Nan Ye's identity. Nan Ye is just the one who breaks free from all rules. Yan Calamity Ember understands this. Because he knows Boss Kaido so well. Boss Kaido is not the kind of person who will shrink back when encountering a strong enemy. There is only one kind of person who can make Boss Kaido shrink back, even unable to arouse a little bit of fighting spirit. That is, he is much stronger than the boss of Kaido, and there is no chance to resist at all. For example, the captain of Kaido's boss and the former sea overlord Lockes. Yin gazed at Nanya in the sky with infinite awe, and murmured, is he in existence comparable to Lockes? Or is he stronger than Lockes? Yin's whispers happened to be heard by Yamato on the side, and Yamato hurriedly asked. Lockes? Who's Lockes? Kaido has always been ashamed of his experience on the Lockes ship, so he never mentioned things when he was young. Except for an absolute confidant like Yin, even his daughter Yamato doesn't know Kaido's previous experience. Yin was silent for a while and said. Lockes was the overlord of the sea before Roger's era, and he was also the captain of Kaido's boss. His strength is terrifying and boundless. It is said that he almost ruled the world and became the king of the world. Indeed, if there is no traveler like Nan Ye, and Roger and Garp who don't talk about martial arts, Lockes might really become the king of the world. After all, the lineup of the Lockes pirates at that time was too luxurious. There are 3 of the 4 emperors today. Not to mention that there is a golden lion that is not weaker than the 4 emperors. Yamato trembled when he heard this. The overlord of the sea, Lockes, who almost became the king of the world. Even his own old man was just his little brother back then. Unbelievable. It is unbelievable how terrifying such a person is. Yamato immediately looked up at the figure of Nanya in the sky. Is he a man comparable to Lockes? In her beautiful eyes, she couldn't help bursting out with infinite admiration. Such a man is her lifelong longing for Yamato. If Yamato knew that even Lockes was beaten up by Nanya back then, I really don't know how he would be shocked and worship Nanya. Above the sky. No matter what the people below think, Nanya just wants to exercise his muscles and bones, and feel his own strength by the way. Nanya said to Kaido, who had transformed into a green dragon, attack me with all your strength. Kaido's dragon head has been languid, he doesn't want to attack at all. Because Kaido knew that it was meaningless, it was purely looking for abuse. However, Lord Reaper had already spoken, how could Kaido dare to disobey? That's why. Kaido could only open his mouth in fear, while cautiously saying. Lord Reaper, please forgive me. I'm being rude. After finishing speaking, Kaido became ruthless, mustered up his courage, and shouted, "Hot breath!" A huge pillar of hot flames spewed out from Kaido's dragon mouth. This dragon's breath is extremely powerful. Kaido directly evaporated a mountain with this trick. The heat streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire sky, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Nanya. Below. Everyone watched this scene holding their breath. Except for Ant, no one knows Nanye's true strength. And the power of Kaido's heat is indeed terrifying. In Beasts 1.4 Pirates, there are even many people holding hope, hoping that the heat can directly melt the young man. In this way, their Kaido boss can return to normal. However, facts are destined to disappoint them, moreover, make them feel unacceptable. Because when the young man faced Kaido's boss, who was so close to the huge heat, he actually showed dissatisfaction and said, "I asked you to attack with all your strength, instead of using such a child's trick. You don't have the strength to beat people, so what are you doing?" The beast pirates were speechless. Is this so human? Boss Kaido's heat, which is enough to destroy a mountain, has become a child's trick when it comes to the opponent's mouth? If it's all little children's tricks, what are they? Swaddling babies? Everyone was speechless. Some people couldn't help but swear in their hearts, that young man was too arrogant and underestimated their boss Kaido too much. But the scene that happened immediately after that made them completely stupefied, and they never dared to think that way again. In the sky. After Nanya said a word of dissatisfaction, she immediately waved her hand. Then, the terrifying heat that could evaporate a mountain was directly knocked to the side, like an unconscious old man, staggering to the side. Silence all over the place. Seeing this scene, Kaido was almost scared to pee, and almost frightened back from the dragon form back to the human form. He had a sad face and wailed inwardly. This is a fart. Lingling of the dog day, I blame you for stepping on the horse. It made me so unlucky.